Chapter 426, Special Quality +1. As expected, in less than a moment, Nazario and Augusta broke off their negotiation. The light spirit dragon lord let out an angry and disdainful dragon roar. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a dragon breath that emitted a scorching white light at Augusta. Light dragon breath. This was the dragon breath that belonged exclusively to the light spirit dragon. It contained a strong power of light and had an extremely strong restraining effect on the chaos series of elementals. This was obviously a great threat to Augusta, which was a spectral dragon. However, in the next second, Nazario appeared in front of it. It looked at the light spirit dragon angrily and opened its mouth to spew out a black-red destructive dragon breath that shot towards the light dragon breath. As soon as the two came into contact, the destruction dragon breath shattered the light dragon breath with absolute suppression. Then, it advanced rapidly and directly hit the light spirit dragon's lord. In a split second, the lord of the light spirit dragon was blasted to the ground and was on the verge of death. The other 25 light spirit dragons were stunned when they saw this scene. Nazario watched this scene coldly. The difference between it and the other party was too great. As the white platinum tier advance grade dragon king of volcano and destruction, it was naturally easy for it to defeat a yellow gold tier elementary grade light spirit dragon that was not even a hero. The next second, the other light spirit dragons reacted. Faced with the absolute difference in strength, the 25 light spirit dragons were not afraid, nor did they choose to surrender. Instead, they charged towards Nazario, the two greedy wolf avatars, and the other human soldiers in a determined manner. Kill. The humans were naturally not afraid at all. The dragon-slaying will roared in their souls, making them hold their arms and charge fearlessly at the light spirit dragons. Boom! The two sides collided in the blink of an eye, and then an incomparably intense battle ensued. In the starry night, Zhou Zhou shook his head slightly when he saw the battle below. He had heard and understood the conversation between Nazario and the other lord. Nazario had intentionally persuaded the other party to surrender, and it was the kind that was sincere. However, the lord of the light spirit dragon was too arrogant. It was unwilling to lead its subjects in lowering their noble heads and bow down to the human lord. It was unwilling even if the other party's strength and faction were much stronger than it. Zhou Zhou shook his head at this thought. This was the nature of pure-blooded dragons. Most pure-blooded dragons were so proud. They were unwilling to let go of their pride even if they died. This could even be said to be a personality bestowed by the Creator. So in the history of the world, very few dragons took the initiative to become subdued. The most popular stories were mostly the glorious stories of the dragon slayer warrior bathing in dragon blood. From this, it could be seen how unyielding the dragons were. Towards this, Zhou Zhou felt that it was a pity. He really wanted to subdue these pure-blooded dragons. However, as for why Nazario and Augusta were angry in the end, it was because they had said something degrading about their lord. An utter humiliation to their lord. As Zhou Zhou's deadly loyal subjects, Nazario and Augusta naturally wouldn't tolerate such words. They attacked it angrily and severely injured it. A moment later, your pet, Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction Nazario killed a yellow gold tier elementary grade light spirit dragon lord of broken light, lord of all races. Promotion energy plus 10,000. Loots condensed. Blessing of the War God, your pet Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction Nazario has received an additional 200,000 promotion energy points. Congratulations, Lord of the Blazing Sun, for successfully killing the Lord of the Blue Blood race, Lord Lan Yu, Lord of all races. The Lord's rank is Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade. You have obtained 10 million, plus 4,761,300, ranking points in the final battlefield. When Zhou Zhou saw the 3 lines of notifications, he could not help but smile. He actually obtained more than 14.76 million battlefield basic ranking points by killing a lord. Wasn't this much better than killing a low-level lord? How many low-level lords did he have to kill to gather more than 14 million basic ranking points? Awesome! It's indeed right to directly deal with the powerful lords. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at the rankings. Original Spirit Race True Lord rank, 13,276,252,300 ranking on the final battlefield, first place. Chaos Gods Race Great 1 Lord level, 12,611,301,000 ranking on the final battlefield, 2 ND. Machina Race Lord Father rank, 12,413,907,750 ranking on the final battlefield, 3 RD. Cerulean Planet Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun level, 11.6 billion ranking on the final battlefield, 5 TH. 5th place. These guys are not easy to deal with. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. However, he was not too worried even though his ranking had decreased. This was because he had only made a small fuss yesterday and could be considered to have a preliminary understanding of the situation in the final battlefield. Today was the day for him to show off his skills. Now I've just taken care of the first enemy of the day. And my remaining targets are still more than 100,000. I don't believe that I won't be able to surpass you after 10 hours of hunting. Zhou Zhou was calm. He did not lose his senses just because his ranking was surpassed. If he still couldn't surpass them today, he would wait until tomorrow. His strength was increasing by leaps and bounds every day. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. A moment later, the war was over. All 26 light spirit dragons died on the battlefield. Zhou Zhou's side had also suffered heavy losses. About 5,000 soldiers had died. Fortunately, their time of death was very short. They could be revived with the small resurrection spell. Each small resurrection spell only required 10 faith divine crystals, and every clergyman could use it. Therefore, these soldiers who had died could be revived in a short period of time at a very small price. During this period, Zhou Zhou came to the Light Spirit Dragon Lord's corpse. He looked at it. A text notification appeared. Item name, Broken Light Lord's Corpse, Lord of all races. Item level, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade. Item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, the corpse of a dragon lord from the Light Spirit Dragon race. It died on the final battlefield fighting for the position of Lord of all races. Loots drop rate, 30 Yellow Gold Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Skill Book, Dragon Light Spiritual Fire, drop rate, 5%, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Skill Book, Light Spirit Body, drop rate, 5%, 1 Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Bloodline Light Spirit Dragon Bloodline, drop rate, 3%, 1 Legendary Tier Advanced Light Spirit Dragon's Dragon Egg, drop rate, 1%, 1 Racial Growth Skill Book Advanced Light Elemental Control, drop rate, 0.01%. 1 Legendary Tier Advanced Grade Racial Talent Sphere, drop rate, 0.0001%, 6 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. These loots are indeed the loots of a pure-blooded dragon. When Zhou Zhou saw these loots, he immediately became excited. He did not hesitate to extract it. Lord Talent Notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title hint, your loots have been affected by the title of Strongest Lord. The number of loots has increased by 20%. Lord Talent Notification, you have obtained Perfect Loots 36 Mist Cores, White Platinum Tier, 1 Skill Book Dragon Light Sacred Fire, Enhanceable, Unique, 1 Skill Book Light Sacred Body, Enhanceable, Unique, 1 Bloodline Light Sacred Dragon Bloodline, Enhanceable, Unique, 1 Light Sacred Dragon Egg, Enhanceable, Unique, 1 Race Skill Book Special Light Element Control, Enhanceable, 1 Racial Talent Sphere, Enhanceable, Unique, 6 Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Green Bronze. Tier Zhou Zhou looked at these +1 quality spoils of war and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Chapter 427, Absorbing the Light Sacred Dragon Bloodline. Zhou Zhou subconsciously flipped through the text notification. It was the Light Spirit Dragon of a legendary tier advance grade. Why did the Light Spirit Dragon bloodline become an enhanceable, unique Light Divine Dragon instead of an advance grade low-level deity advance grade after the +1 in quality? However, such a situation had happened before. For example, after the Scarlet Crystal's quality increased by 1, they would become higher quality Scarlet Crystals. Then, Zhou Zhou thought about the dragon inheritance in his mind and gradually recalled the origins of the Light Holy Dragon. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. The Light Sacred Dragon. It could be said to be the highest-ranking dragon among the Light Spirit Dragons and had an extremely high status among the dragons. The word unique at the back was also not wrong. This was because in the dragon inheritance records in Zhou Zhou's mind, there was indeed only one special dragon like the Light Sacred Dragon. In fact, a second Light Sacred Dragon would definitely not be born before the previous Light Sacred Dragon died. According to the Dragon Clan's inheritance. This was because the Light Sacred Dragon's bloodline was too high level. It could even be said to be an incarnation of the Light Rule. Therefore, even the Supreme Will could only nurture one at a time. And dragons of this unique level were even rarer than the dragon gods, so they were also called legendary dragons by the dragons and even the life forms of all races. After quality +1, it actually produced a legendary dragon for me. Zhou Zhou was shocked. How shocking was the potential of a legendary dragon? According to the records of the dragon race's inheritance, there was no upper limit to the potential of legendary dragons. Even if they only ate and drank and did not cultivate, they could at least break through to the Master God tier level. As for why they could not break through to the Supreme God realm, it was not because their potential was insufficient, but because there were other reasons. As for the reason, even the dragon inheritance in Zhou Zhou's mind did not record it. However, it was precisely because of this that, as a natural incarnation of laws, the legendary dragon race was full of treasures. Any random bone and blood could be used to create divine artifacts, true divine artifacts, and even master divine artifact level treasures. Therefore, once there was news of a legendary dragon being born, it would attract the covetous eyes of countless existences. Even god spirits would recklessly attack crazily. Therefore, even though there were some legendary tier dragons in the world, there were almost no legendary tier dragons that actually appeared in front of life forms. Most of them were killed in advance. But even so, Zhou Zhou was also very surprised. This was a legendary dragon. As long as he nurtured it, even if he did not fight for the position of the Lord of all races in the end, a grown legendary dragon would be enough to ensure that he could protect himself and even occupy a territory to dominate. As for the threat that might be attracted by the legendary dragon, Zhou Zhou didn't care much. Was he going to give up on this legendary dragon just because of the threat it posed? Impossible. Furthermore, he was a lord of all races. He had to experience countless dangers in order to protect himself in this world of the Lord of all races. Since there was danger no matter what he did, what should he be afraid of? Just do it. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou became completely determined. This legendary dragon. He had to raise it. After making up his mind, his gaze landed on the 2-meter-tall dragon egg that was emitting a faint white light. A text notification appeared. Pet egg name, Legendary Dragon Light Sacred Dragon's Dragon Egg. Grade, Enhanceable. Unique. Pet egg description, Overlord race of the world, the dragon race pet egg. After hatching it with a drop of your blood, you can obtain a young pure-blooded dragon race light sacred dragon. Note 1, the light sacred dragon is a legendary dragon. Due to its uniqueness, it will be coveted by countless life forms and even god spirits once it is born. There will be endless trouble for you if you choose for it to recognize you as its master. Please consider carefully. Note 2, the light sacred dragon is extremely proud and will not easily recognize a life form as its master. Note 3, the current nurturing energy is sufficient. You can incubate it with blood at any time. After reading it, Zhou Zhou's excited expression gradually faded and he frowned slightly. It won't easily recognize a life form as its master. Zhou Zhou muttered. This was a little troublesome. He did not want the light sacred dragon that he had hatched with his blood to take a look at him after it was born and run away. He frowned and thought for a while. Then, he suddenly thought of something. His gaze landed on the floating heart in the pile of loots in front of him. This heart was a meter tall and emitted a faint and gentle light energy and a faint dragon might. It was the bloodline of the light sacred dragon. Bloodline name, Light Sacred Dragon Bloodline. Bloodline level, enhanceable. Unique. Bloodline effect, after absorbing it, the user can obtain the enhanceable, unique bloodline Light Sacred Dragon Bloodline. After fusing with this bloodline, the user will gradually awaken the race ability of the Light Sacred Dragon during the growth process. Do you want to absorb it? This bloodline was of the same origin as the Light Sacred Dragon. If he used the Chaos Human bloodline to absorb it, would the success rate be higher when it recognized him as its master? Zhou Zhou thought for a while and decided on it. Regardless of whether it succeeded or not, this was the only method he could think of now. He would try it first. Without any hesitation, he placed his hand on it and silently chanted to absorb it. The next second, Zhou Zhou felt a supreme and indifferent gaze land on him. Before he could react, he was drowned by the rich power of light laws. In the eyes of the people outside, they saw their lord suddenly emit a holy white light, making them unable to look straight at him. Right on the heels of that, the holy white light gradually formed a cocoon of light that hovered in midair, enveloping Zhou Zhou within. Bang! 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 A loud and powerful heartbeat sounded, and all the surrounding soldiers of Blazing Sun City heard it. What happened? Where's the Lord? Will the Lord be in any danger? Don't spout nonsense. The Lord is blessed by the heavens. How can there be any danger? Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and the other generals had already arrived in front of the light cocoon. They looked at the light cocoon with worried expressions. I can feel the Lord's aura, and it is growing stronger. Don't worry, perhaps the Lord is becoming stronger now. At this moment, Nazario and Augusta flew over. They looked at the giant cocoon of light in surprise while consoling Bai Yun and the others telepathically. Bai Yun and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. They all knew that Nazario and Augusta were their lord's pets and had gone through life and death with their lord. There was a high chance that their lord was really safe since they said that he was fine. However, what they did not notice was that Augusta and Nazario were staring at the cocoon of light with hesitation. Chapter 428, All-Purpose Chaotic Origin Energy. Light Element Control. You should feel it, right? Nazario sent a telepathic message to Augusta. I feel it. An extremely terrifying dragon bloodline is forming in this cocoon of light. A terrifying bloodline of this level is enough to make me tremble in fear just from a trace of its aura. I can't help but want to submit to it. Augusta said with a trembling voice. I feel the same way you do. Strange. In my inherited memories of the dragon race, even a yellow gold tier divine dragon would be inferior to such a bloodline. What kind of dragon bloodline did my lord encounter? Nazario's tone revealed deep confusion. The inheritance of the dragon race was vast and profound. There were fewer and fewer things in this world that could make a pure-blooded dragon unable to find an answer. However, it could not be blamed. Legendary dragons were extremely rare even among pure-blooded dragons. A pure-blooded dragon might live for tens of thousands of years, but they might not even be able to encounter a legendary dragon. Most of the time they would only hear about their legends. Therefore, it was normal that Nazario and Augusta could not recognize the bloodline aura of the light sacred dragon. In the time that followed, Nazario and Augusta did not leave. Instead, they stayed here as guardians and quietly waited for their master to wake up. Half an hour later. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks gradually appeared on the giant cocoon of light between Nazario and Augusta, accompanied by cracking sounds. Then, more and more cracks appeared, growing larger and larger. A figure finally appeared. It was Zhou Zhou. At this moment, Zhou Zhou was wearing a white light sacred dragon armor with golden edges. He had a white holy crown with golden edges on his head. His body emitted a faint and terrifying dragon pressure, looking like a natural dragon saint. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. It was a pair of eyes that emitted a resplendent white light. It looked like two suns standing in Zhou Zhou's eyes. A text notification appeared. You have absorbed one legendary dragon light sacred dragon bloodline, enhanceable. Unique. Your chaos human bloodline has unearthed even more potential. Your six senses powers have been greatly enhanced. You have awakened the Master God Tier Advanced Grade Enhanceable Chaos Human Race Talent Chaos Enhance Chaos Human Race Talent. You have awakened the Master God Tier Advanced Grade Enhanceable Light Sacred Dragon Talent Light Element Control. You have awakened the Master God Tier Advanced Grade Enhanceable Light Sacred Dragon Talent The Might of the Sacred Dragon. You have awakened the Master God Tier Advanced Grade Enhanceable Light Sacred Dragon Talent Holy Flame Dragon Breath. Your racial talent Chaos Intimidation, Epic Tier Advanced Grade. Under the influence of the Holy Dragon's might, Master God Tier Advanced Grade, you have been promoted to Chaos Intimidation, Master God Tier Advanced Grade. Your racial talent Chaotic Breath, Epic Tier Advanced Grade. Under the influence of Holy Flame Dragon Breath, Master God Tier Advanced Grade, you have been promoted to Chaotic Breath, Master God Tier Advanced Grade. You have grasped the legendary dragon race's secret inheritance. You have mastered the Master God Advanced Grade Racial Skill Light Sacred Dragon Armor. You have mastered the Master God Advanced Grade Racial Skill Light Sacred Dragon Crown. You have mastered the Master God Tier Advanced Grade Law Skill Absolute Light. You have mastered the Master God Tier Advanced Grade Racial Skill Master God Level Physical Immunity, Awakening Level, 1%. You have mastered the Master God Tier Elemental Immunity, 1% Awake. You have mastered the Master God Tier Advanced Grade Racial Skill Master God Level Physical Immunity, Awakening Level, 1%. Zhou Zhou looked at these skills and could not help but take a deep breath. It turned out that in the eyes of the Supreme Will, the bloodline of the Light Sacred Dragon was actually the top bloodline of a Master God Tier Advanced Grade. It was only one step away from the legendary Supreme God realm. Zhou Zhou suddenly had an idea. According to the description in the dragon inheritance in his mind, it was not that the Light Sacred Dragon's bloodline potential could not reach supremacy, but if it wanted to reach supremacy, it could not be determined by the bloodline. This was because there was no Supreme God realm potential life form in this world. Master God Tier Advanced Grade Potential. It was already the strongest potential that all life forms could reach. Then, he looked at these awakened abilities. Race Talent Name, Chaotic Origin Energy. Talent Level, Master God Tier Advanced Grade Enhanceable. Talent Description 1. The Chaos humans possess Chaos Origin Energy and can control any form of energy, including elemental energy, martial artist internal energy, void origin energy, blood force, and so on. Talent Description 2. The Chaos humans possess the Chaotic Origin Energy. Chaotic Origin Energy is an all-purpose power that can drive any ability that requires any energy to operate. When Zhou Zhou saw this talent, he nodded. This talent was extremely useful to him. This was because he had too many skills now. There was no lack of skills that required other types of energy. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it back when he was learning skills. He learned all kinds of skills with the idea of learning as much as he could. However, the energy in his body could not be converted at any time, which caused him to have different types of energy in his body, but none of them were in abundance. Simply put, Zhou Zhou knew all kinds of abilities, but he did not use them multiple times. Zhou Zhou would not be able to use such skills again very quickly once he used these skills. This was because he had used up all the energy to activate such skills, so he naturally could not continue using them. But now that he had this chaotic origin energy, it was different. He could transform any form of energy in his body into a unified chaotic origin energy, and then use this chaotic origin energy to drive any form of skill. Be it the abilities of the chaos humans, elemental spells, blood race talents, martial artist cultivation techniques. He could even use chaotic origin energy. This was naturally very convenient for someone like Zhou Zhou who had learned a lot of skills. Furthermore, Zhou Zhou felt that this chaos human talent was not as easy as he appeared to be. Maybe this chaotic origin ability talent would have an even greater and more unexpected effect in the later parts of his development. As for the Master God Tier Advanced Grade Enhanceable grade of this skill, it naturally did not mean that its power had already reached the level of a Master God Tier Advanced Grade. It meant that the upper limit of its skill potential was at the Master God Tier Advanced Grade. For example, Zhou Zhou had the strength of a Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. He could only unleash the strength and effect of a Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. However, as Zhou Zhou's strength increased, the strength and effect of this race talent would also increase. Only when Zhou Zhou grew to the Master God Tier Advanced Grade would its potential be exhausted. Zhou Zhou was naturally very satisfied with this. Then, he looked at the next talent. Race talent name, Light Element Control. Talent level, Master God Tier Advanced Grade Enhanceable. Talent description, your cultivation talent for the light element is like the law of light descending into the world as a life form. No life form can compare to you. You can easily comprehend the skills and abilities of the light element, and even the nomological abilities of the light element. You can even easily condense the top-notch light elemental divinity when you attain legendary tier advanced grade. After Zhou Zhou saw this talent, there was only one thought left in his mind. I can become stronger just by lying down? Chapter 429, Nomological Skill Absolute Light. Acknowledge the light sacred dragon as its master. Zhou Zhou could not help but look at this talent a few more times. Then, he sighed in his heart. This race talent was too strong. With this talent, it basically announced that he had already obtained the pass to become a god. Becoming a god was a certainty as long as he did not die midway. Low-tier deity would not be his destination. With the potential of the light sacred dragon bloodline, he might even be able to reach the true god tier or master god tier. As expected of the bloodline left behind by the light sacred dragon. It was indeed strong. Zhou Zhou sighed in his heart for a long time before looking at the next talent. Race talent name, Sacred Dragon Might. Talent level, Master God Tier Advanced Grade Enhanceable. Talent description, as a legendary dragon, the light sacred dragon possesses a powerful dragon might that is exclusive to itself. Not only can this dragon might intimidate all life forms of all races, it can even intimidate non-legendary dragons. Moreover, the light sacred dragon's dragon might has a great restraining effect on death, shadow rays, corrosion, and other types of chaotic elementals. When facing low-level chaotic elemental creatures, it can even directly use the dragon might to kill them. It can even intimidate the dragon clan. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. The dragon might of normal dragons did not have much effect on their own kind. Just like Nazario and Augusta. Even though Nazario was stronger than Augusta, the dragon might it released was useless against Augusta. He did not expect the light sacred dragon's dragon might to be able to deter the dragons. As expected of the bloodline of a legendary dragon. Zhou Zhou sighed for the umpteenth time. Then, he looked at the next talent. Race talent name, Holy Flame Dragon Breath. Talent level, Master God Tier Advanced Grade Enhanceable. Talent description, one of the most powerful dragon breaths among the dragons. It comes from the legendary dragon, the light sacred dragon. It can easily suppress the dragon breath of non-legendary dragons and has a great restraining effect on death, shadow rays, corrosion, and other chaotic elementals. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He was a little surprised. This light sacred dragon's abilities were really targeted at chaotic elemental creatures. However, he has mastered it now. Now, he could even say that he was the nemesis of unholy. The following Chaos Intimidation and Chaos Breath were similar to the information from the Chaos Intimidation and Chaos Breath. However, the upper limit of his talent potential had been raised to the Master God tier advanced grade, allowing Zhou Zhou to have 2 more racial talents that he could use for the rest of his life. Then, he looked at the next 2 racial skills. Racial skill name, Light Sacred Dragon Armor. Skill quality, Master God tier advanced grade. Racial skill description, condense the power of the light law and form an indestructible holy dragon armor on the surface of the body. This armor can easily resist physical attacks, elemental attacks, soul attacks, and other attacks of the same level. It is also immune to light elemental attacks of the same level. At the same time, the light sacred dragon armor can increase the wearer's current physical fitness by 3 times. Racial skill name, Light Sacred Dragon Crown. Skill quality, Master God tier advanced grade. Racial skill description, condense the power of the light law and form a holy dragon crown on the head. This crown represents the supreme status of the light sacred dragon. The holy dragon crown can increase the power of light spells by 3 times. Moreover, when attacking chaos elemental creatures, the power of light spells will double again. Zhou Zhou nodded. Light Sacred Dragon Armor was mainly for defense, while the Light Sacred Dragon Crown was in charge of assisting in offensive attacks. The effects were not bad. Then, he looked at the next awakened ability. Law Skill Absolute Light. When Zhou Zhou saw this skill, he could not help but think of the Shepherd's God race he had encountered on the Lord battlefield previously. While there were very few members of the Shepherd's God race, only a handful of them in all, Zhou Zhou and his tens of thousands of troops were having a tough time fighting back them. The key was that the Shepherd's God race had grasped the nomological powers. He also had the power of the laws now. He would be more confident if he met the Shepherd's God race again. Law Skill Name, Absolute Light. Law Skill Quality, Master God Tier Advanced Grade. Introduction to the Law Skills, manipulate the power of the Law of Light so that a certain place would be in a state of absolute light. Any chaotic elements such as death, shadow, and corrosion cannot appear in this space of absolute light. It can also be used in scarlet fog for survival and action, so that a certain range around yourself will not be invaded by the scarlet fog. Zhou Zhou looked at the description at the top and felt that it was nothing. However, his eyes widened as he continued reading. Survival and movement in the scarlet fog. Absolute light actually had such an effect. Zhou Zhou was also extremely surprised. Didn't that mean that his knights would no longer be the world of the fog creatures with this law skill? With this absolute light law skill, he could also lead an army and move at night, or even engage in war. There was only one thought in Zhou Zhou's mind. A divine skill. This was definitely a divine skill for him currently. Moreover, it was a rather practical divine skill. As expected of a law skill. It had given him such a big surprise the moment it came up. As for the last 3 racial skills, Master God Tier Physical Immunity, Master God Tier Elemental Immunity, and Master God Tier Soul Immunity, the meaning was just as they described. It could allow Zhou Zhou to increase his defense against physical, elemental, and soul attacks. The effects of these 3 racial skills would continue to increase as Zhou Zhou's strength increased, until Zhou Zhou reached the Master God Tier Advanced Grade. At this moment, the effects of these 3 racial skills would continue to increase as Zhou Zhou's strength increased, until Zhou Zhou reached the Master God Tier Advanced Grade. Nazario and Augusta's physical immunity, elemental immunity, and soul immunity were only at the epic tier after all. But Zhou Zhou was at Master God Tier. The difference was too great. The bloodline foundation of the legendary dragon race was ordinary. After figuring out the benefits of his bloodline, Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the white egg in front of him. I should be able to make it recognize me as its master now, right? Zhou Zhou thought. He looked hesitant, but in the end, he decided to give it a try. He stretched out his right hand and placed it directly above the white egg. Then, he willed. Drops of blood essence seeped out from his right index finger and landed on the surface of the giant egg. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's powerful sixth senses almost immediately sensed that there was an ignorant and powerful soul in the huge egg. It was the soul of the unborn light sacred dragon. In the beginning, he could sense that the light sacred dragon refused to absorb his blood essence to recognize him as its master. However, in the next moment, a surprising scene appeared. The light sacred dragon's soul seemed to have sensed that Zhou Zhou's blood essence seemed to be very close to its aura, like the blood of an elder of its race. This made it involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy with the owner of the blood. The light sacred dragon had yet to be born and its consciousness was still not very clear after all. It would follow the guidance in its bloodline and reject the request of an unfamiliar life form without hesitation. However, when it realized that the owner of the blood should be very close to it, it immediately let down its guard and intimately accepted Zhou Zhou's request to recognize it as its master. Then, it prepared to come into being. In reality, crack, crack, crack. The sound of eggshells shattering could be heard. Chapter 430, Light Sacred Dragon Injsal. A mighty dragon with a pure white crown on its head and a body emitting a faint white light walked out of the eggshell in no time. It was born 4 to 5 meters tall. The first thing it saw when it came out was Zhou Zhou. Its pale golden dragon eyes suddenly lit up, and it roared excitedly. Zhou Zhou understood the dragon language and knew that the other party was calling him master. Zhou Zhou smiled and said telepathically, "Eat the eggshell first." The eggshells of dragons contained substances that were closest to the source of their bodies. Eating the eggshells was very beneficial to any dragon, even if it was a legendary dragon. When the light sacred dragon heard this, it nodded obediently. Then, it turned around and went to its eggshell, obediently eating it. Zhou Zhou took this opportunity to look at the other party's attributes. Pet, Injsal. Race, Legendary Dragon Light Sacred Dragon. Growth Stage, Infancy. Strength Level, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade. Skills, Holy Flame Dragon Breath, Holy Dragon Might, Divine Body of Law, Light, Law Skill Absolute Light, Detect Chaos, Chaos Suppression, Light Judgment, Dark Energy Burning, Holy Rescue, Holy Dragon Judgment Cannon, Draconic Magic Mastery, Light Elemental Magic Mastery, Light Sacred Dragon Armor, Light Sacred Dragon Crown, Master God Tier Elemental Immunity, Awakening Level 1%, Master God Tier Physical Immunity, Awakening Level 1%, Master God Tier Soul Immunity, Awakening Level 1%. Potential, Master God Tier Advanced Grade, World Limit. Loyalty, 100, Dead Loyal. Personality, calm, sense of justice, sweet tooth, lively, kind, sympathetic to the weak. Pet description, a legendary dragon among pure-blooded dragons, a unique existence in the myriad worlds. It holds the ultimate power of light. In terms of potential, it can be called one of the incarnations of the law of light in the myriad worlds. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened as he looked at the list of stats. Good God! There were so many powerful skills in the skill pane. The most ridiculous thing was that this guy was born at Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade. When Nazario was just born, it was only a Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou thought of Nazario's slow upgrading process and how he had to consume a Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill to become a Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade. He could not help but feel jealous. This light sacred dragon was so talented that it made humans jealous. But then he realized, what was there to be jealous about? No matter how talented the light sacred dragon was, it was still his pet now. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou smiled. Other than that, what surprised Zhou Zhou was that this little guy actually had its own name as soon as it was born. Injsal. It sounded quite handsome. Unlike Nazario and Augusta, whose names he had given. At the same time, Nazario and Augusta were also staring stiffly at the light sacred dragon, Injsal, which was eating the eggshell. The two pure-blooded dragons received a notification from their bloodlines and got to know the other party's identity the moment it walked out of the eggshell. The legendary dragon race. Even the dragon god would have to be respectful to an adult legendary dragon if it was alive. Once a legendary dragon grew up, its strength was enough to be called the strongest foundation and backing of the dragon race after all. Dragons had also experienced several crises over the ages. When the dragon god could not resolve a crisis of this level, it was a legendary dragon like the light sacred dragon who appeared and saved the entire dragon race. They never expected that the dragon their lord had encountered was actually the legendary dragon. Moreover, he had even taken it as a pet. Their lord's body was actually emitting the aura of the dragon bloodline that was almost of the same origin as this legendary dragon. This made them both shocked and puzzled. Wasn't there only one legendary dragon in the myriad worlds? Why did they sense the bloodline aura on his body? The two dragons wanted to ask, but they were too embarrassed to say it because they knew that this might involve their lord's secret. At the same time, Zhou Zhou looked at the light sacred dragon, which was eating the eggshell, and had similar doubts. He thought for a moment and got someone to bring over another ordinary light spirit dragon's corpse. He looked at the light spirit dragon's corpse and realized that its spoils of war were exactly the same as the light spirit dragon lord's. It was just that there were no lord talent crystal fragments. Zhou Zhou placed his hand on it and extracted it. Lord talent notification: your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots perfect loots. Grade +1. Title hint: your loots have been affected by the title of strongest lord. The number of loots has increased by 20%. Lord talent notification: you have obtained perfect loots 36 mist cores, white platinum tier, 1 skill book dragon light spiritual fire, yellow gold elementary grade, 1 skill book light spirit body, yellow gold elementary grade, 1 bloodline light spirit dragon bloodline, low tier deity advance grade, 1 dragon egg, low tier deity advance grade, 1 race skill book special light element control, enhanceable, 1 race talent ball, low tier deity advance grade. Zhou Zhou looked at the pile of loots in front of him and shook his head. As expected, the light sacred dragon's spoils of war would only drop once. Even if the other light spirit dragons were exactly the same as the light spirit dragon lord's spoils of war, after the quality of the King of Loots increased by 1, it would only increase by 1. He did not obtain a more intrinsic improvement. So, there can indeed only be one light sacred dragon. As for the light sacred dragon bloodline in my body, it's only a bloodline. I didn't become another light sacred dragon. I'm still essentially a chaos human. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. He felt that his deduction should be correct. Then, he stopped thinking and looked at the other loots. Skill name: Dragon Light Sacred Fire. Skill quality: Enhanceable. Unique. Skill description: Extreme Light Flame. It contains a trace of the holy flame power from the light sacred dragon. It has a great restraining effect on death, shadow rays, corrosion, and other chaotic elemental creatures. Skill name: Light Sacred Body. Skill quality: Enhanceable. Unique. Skill description: after using it, one can have a special physique light sacred body. The light sacred body has an extraordinary talent in the light elemental laws and can be said to be the favorite of the light laws. Moreover, the owner of the light sacred body can easily reach the limit of ordinary life forms, legendary tier advance grade. There is even a chance of becoming a god. Racial skill name: Special Light Element Control. Skill quality: Enhanceable. Unique. Skill description: after using it, the user will have extraordinary learning talent for the light element. Moreover, they will have the ability to control the light element that is comparable to a master. The light element will be like a toy on the tip of the finger to the user. The user can perform all kinds of unbelievable operating techniques. Chapter 431, Final Items: The Compass of the Soul of Vengeance. Zhou Zhou shook his head. He could tell the makeup of these 3 skills at a glance with the legendary tier dragon race's secret inheritance. Among them, the dragon light sacred fire was equivalent to a weakened version of the holy flame dragon breath. The light sacred body and special light element control were equivalent to a greatly weakened version of the light sacred dragon bloodline. Zhou Zhou was now the owner of the light sacred dragon bloodline and could be said to be a humanoid light sacred dragon. Naturally, he was not interested in these inferior products since they could not be stacked at all. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou stored them into his spatial ring. He could take them out and reward them to his subordinates in the future, if they made any great contributions and he did not know what to reward them with. As for the last racial talent sphere, enhanceable unique, Zhou Zhou opened it and realized that it was the light sacred dragon's holy dragon might talent. Zhou Zhou was naturally not interested and put it into his spatial ring. A moment later, the loots were extracted from the corpses of the other 24 light spirit dragons. That included the corpse of the light spirit dragon he had extracted previously. Zhou Zhou obtained a total of 25 light spirit dragon eggs and 25 light spirit dragon bloodlines. There was naturally the same amount of skill books in the racial skill books. Zhou Zhou was not too interested in these skill books and racial skill books. However, he was quite interested in these 25 light spirit dragon eggs and 25 light spirit dragon bloodlines. If he used them all effectively, he would immediately have 25 more light spirit dragon cubs and 25 subordinates with boundless prospects with the bloodline of the light spirit dragon. Zhou Zhou was filled with anticipation just thinking about it. With these pets and subordinates, the strength of his subordinates would clearly increase again. However, while hatching the light spirit dragon was easy, he had to think carefully about who to give the light spirit dragon bloodline to. This was clearly not a place to think quietly, so Zhou Zhou prepared to wait until he returned to the territory at night. After putting away all the loots, he went to the city lord's residence and took away a yellow gold tier territory token and other supplies. Zhou Zhou suddenly felt something just as he was about to leave. "Wait for me here. I'll be back in a while," Zhou Zhou said to Bai Yun behind him. Bai Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding. They had already cleared all the enemies and traps here. If the Lord wanted to walk around alone, there shouldn't be any danger, right? Bai Yun thought hesitantly. However, one can never be too careful. She prepared to follow not far behind the Lord. This way, if the Lord really encountered any danger that they did not notice, she could save him immediately. On the other side, not long after Zhou Zhou left, he felt Bai Yun protecting him not far behind him. He didn't mind. One of the reasons why he dared to leave the team and take a walk alone was because he had just obtained his personal talent, danger prediction. It was precisely because of Xiao Xian's talent that Zhou Zhou could feel that the danger here had been completely cleared by Bai Yun and the others. That was why he dared to come out alone to experience the joy of exploring treasures alone. That's right. It is to search for treasures. Just now, one of his Lord talents that he had almost forgotten had been triggered. It was the green bronze tier Lord talent scavenger that he had obtained previously. This Lord talent could allow Zhou Zhou to have an almost innate intuition towards the treasures within 1,000 square meters of him. He could acutely sense the location of the treasures. It could also extend the duration or endurance of treasures by 2 times. As for increasing the drop rate by 5%, it was useless. He suddenly felt that a treasure not far to the southeast of him seemed to be calling out to him. This feeling was very strange, making Zhou Zhou excited and expectant. Zhou Zhou had already seen many treasures. However, most of them were dropped by him with the help of the King of Loots. This was the first time Zhou Zhou had encountered a treasure that appeared around him in such a way. Therefore, he was looking forward to what this treasure was. A moment later, he walked out of the city Lord Manor and came to a corner of the city ruin. Then, he saw the corpse of a monster. This monster had 3 heads, and each head belonged to a different race. Moreover, its body structure was also strange, as if it was a monster formed from the bodies of living beings of different races. However, this was not important. The important thing was The call of the treasure that Zhou Zhou felt came from it. He frowned and used the object control technique to control the monster corpse to fly in the air. Then, he began to check various parts of its body. Zhou Zhou saw a blood crystal covered in blood in its stomach in no time. It's indeed a treasure. Zhou Zhou was delighted. At the same time, he felt a little happy. This feeling of freeloading was really good. Then, he gave a drop of blood on the blood crystal of destiny. It slowly melted and finally turned into a blood-colored compass. Zhou Zhou looked over. Final items, Compass of the Soul of Vengeance. Effect, there is a great soul of vengeance residing in the compass. Tell him the true name or title of the person you want to take revenge on. Picture the other party's appearance in your heart. The great soul of vengeance will guide you to the location of your enemy. Current number of times guided by the soul of vengeance, 2/5. Prompt, with the enhancement of your scavenger talent, the number of times the soul of vendetta has been guided has increased to 4/5. This final item. Zhou Zhou looked at the final items and thought about how to use them. Vengeance? He did not seem to have any enemies. Should he look for the Dragon Lady Lord and the Undead Lord? Even though the Dragon Lady Lord and the others were not directly involved in the attack by the other Cerulean Planet Lords in the early stages, many Cerulean Planet Lords were rumored to be secretly supporting them. But Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and quickly rejected this idea. The current him no longer treated people like the Dragon Lady Lord as his opponents. His true opponent was the true top lord of all races who stood at the peak of all races. Moreover, why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Zhou Zhou had many ways to deal with the Dragon Lady Lord and the others. Zhou Zhou felt that it was a waste to use such a top-grade tool on them. Then, he looked at the final battlefield in front of him and suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up. I can use this tool on the top lords among the lords of all races. They are all worth billions or even tens of billions of basic ranking points. As long as I kill one, my ranking can instantly increase. It's even possible for me to directly reach first place. Zhou Zhou felt that this application method was the most suitable for him at the moment. However, those top lords of all races were not easy to deal with. The virtual lord battlefield was completely different from the final battlefield after all. Zhou Zhou pondered deeply. He had to think carefully about which top-notch lord of all races he could look for using this tool. Only then could he be safe and reap high benefits. Chapter 432, Terrifying Suan. He did not think for long. Bai Yun had already cleaned up the battlefield and came in front of Zhou Zhou. My lord, should we continue on our way? She could tell that her lord seemed to be thinking about something, so she asked. Let's go. Continue to find the strongest lord faction in the surroundings to attack. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses and said. He had an idea now. The compass of the soul of vengeance had 3 conditions for use. They were the true name and title of the enemy, and the appearance of the enemy. Which meant that he could find the location of any lord he had fought on the battlefield of the lords of all races through the compass of the soul of vengeance. However, he would likely not be able to find the location of the true lord of the original spirit race or the great one lord of the chaos god race since he had never come into contact with them. However, the other lords such as the heaven-chasing lord of the shepherd race, the Machina race's lord father, and the extreme venerable lord of the extreme dragon race. These top-notch lords could become his hunting target. Zhou Zhou set his goals thinking of this. He would first deal with the strongest group of lords among the 100,000 odd lord factions. Then, he would test the effect of the compass of the soul of vengeance. After that, he stopped thinking about it. After the light sacred dragon, Injsal, finished eating its eggshell, they returned to the starry night and advanced towards the next lord faction. Time passed quickly. Under Wen Ye's precise positioning, the lord forces were found by Zhou Zhou and the others. Then, they were easily defeated and conquered. Of course, they also missed them numerous times. It was impossible for those lords of all races to stay in one place forever. But even so, with a huge base of more than 100,000 and the astonishing speed of the Starry Night, Zhou Zhou and the others' efficiency in killing the lord factions of all races was still very shocking. As it turned out, Zhou Zhou was right. It was very difficult for a lord like Zhou Zhou, who could fight for the position of the strongest lord of all races, to encounter a lord faction that was evenly matched with him because of the sheer size of the final battlefield. In most cases, the lord factions he had encountered were all below the extraordinary tier. They were all lord factions that could be easily crushed by his two armies. At first, Zhou Zhou was still interested in going out with the soldiers and watching them fight. Later on, he gradually lost interest and hid in the Starry Night to watch the live broadcast. In the end, he did not even want to watch the live broadcast anymore and asked Wenya to show him the situation on Su An's side. A virtual screen appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. It showed a thin figure holding a blood sword and walking towards a temporary stronghold of the lords of all races not far away. It was Su An. At this moment, he suddenly felt something and turned to look behind him. He saw a virtual screen aimed at him, showing Su An's figure. "Greetings, my lord." Su An bowed respectfully and asked curiously, "Can my lord meet me in such a way even though I'm not in the spaceship?" "Even though you're not in the spaceship, you're within the range of the Starry Night's signal. That's why I can communicate with you in this way," Zhou Zhou said with a smile on the virtual screen. There was a small satellite stored in each of the dozen-odd Starry Nights. This small satellite contained extremely advanced mixed reality virtual imaging technology and could control the energy in the air to form such a virtual scene. It was said that their mixed reality virtual imaging technology had already been applied to an extremely common level among the highly developed mechanical race of technological civilization. He could even achieve all kinds of mixed reality virtual imaging without energy and only needed to control the signal. Their racial territory could even turn into all kinds of virtual worlds with a thought through such technology. It was not an exaggeration to say that it could change the world at will. The virtual video screen in front of Su An was just the most basic technology application. Su An nodded blankly. The Night Empire he had lived in previously was an extremely pure martial artist country. Technology of this level was almost non-existent in his life, so he did not understand what Zhou Zhou was saying at all. However, Su An did not have the mood to ask further. He was an assassin, he just had to do what he had to do. "Are you going to assassinate the other party's lord?" "Yes, my lord." "Don't you need other soldiers?" "I've already asked the soldiers to pick me up when I return. I myself am enough for the assassination attempt," Su An said calmly. "Then be busy. I won't disturb you. I just want to see how you assassinate." Zhou Zhou was also quite curious about the methods of assassins like them. "Sure." Su An naturally did not object. In the past, when he was carrying out assassin quests in the Night Empire, there would occasionally be nobles or high-level bosses of organizations from the Night Empire who wanted to see his performance. He was not used to it at first, but he got used to it over time. These assassin skills were also one of the few retained memories in his mind. For the rest of the journey, Zhou Zhou did as he said. He did not disturb Su An at all and quietly followed not far behind him. On the one hand, he watched him carry out the assassination, and on the other hand, he did not want him to be exposed because of him. Just as Su An was about to reach the sentry post arranged by the other party, Su An's walking body suddenly began to rapidly become shallow and become silent until it completely disappeared. Talent strong concealment. Talent breathless walking. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. Even if his perception was extremely strong, it was useless at this moment through this virtual video, so he could not see Su An's location. But soon, an illusory human frame appeared on the virtual screen. "How did you find out?" Zhou Zhou was stunned and asked. "I placed a signal source on Su An with his agreement. This way, I can know Su An's location at all times so that it's easier to receive him." On the other hand, it's for this moment. Wen Ye's voice sounded. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Wen Ye had thought it through. With Wen Ye's methods, Zhou Zhou watched as Su Wen walked into the faction's stronghold step by step. The strength of this lord of all races was a lord of the abyss race called the one-eyed demon race. According to the index of all races, not only was this one-eyed demon extremely good at spirit spells and enslavement spells, its single eye was also extremely good at breaking illusions, seeing through invisibility, and so on. However, when facing a top-notch assassin, Su Wen, even an abyss lord who was good at seeing through invisibility, seemed to be blind. They did not realize that a peerless assassin with a sharp blade had already walked into their territory step by step and began to search for their lord. Chapter 433, Using the Compass of the Soul of Vengeance. They were busy with their own matters as if no one was around. Su Wen also looked for their lord calmly as if no one was around. It was like choosing the goods he wanted. Zhou Zhou could not help but feel excited when he saw this contrasting scene. Was this the charm of a top-notch assassin? Su Wen found the one-eyed demon lord in no time. He followed behind the other party. After waiting for a long time, he finally found a chance for the other party to be alone. This one-eyed demon lord brought its spatial ring as if it wanted to return to its temporary residence to check the loot it had just obtained. However, just as it walked into its room and closed the door with its mental strength, a faint blood light flashed. Then, its huge eye was split into two from the middle and fell to the ground weakly. Its corpse disappeared into thin air before it landed on the ground. This one-eyed demon lord's eyes were still filled with excitement about the upcoming inspection of the loots even until its death. As for Su Wen, who had killed the target, he was still invisible. He looked calmly at the corpse of the one-eyed demon lord in its spatial ring and walked out of the door, out of the temporary stronghold of the one-eyed demon race. Then, he removed his invisibility and returned to the Starry Night with the respectful support of the soldiers. Let's go to the next lord faction. Find the strongest one. Su Wen said calmly. Killing a white silver tier intermediate grade one-eyed demon lord was similar to blinking for him. Yes. Lord Su Wen. The intelligent life form of the Starry Night replied. Then, it quickly left and flew to the next stronghold of the Lord of all races. At this moment, a virtual screen appeared in front of Su Wen again. It was Zhou Zhou's video call. Simple and straightforward. As expected of a top-notch assassin, Zhou Zhou was not stingy with his praise. It's because the opponent is too weak. Su Wen shook his head. Zhou Zhou nodded. The difference between an epic tier elementary grade and a white silver tier intermediate grade lord was indeed a little huge. At the same time, he felt that it was a pity. Originally, he wanted to see the powerful abilities in Su An's skill list. He did not expect the other party to be too weak and could not force Su An to that extent. But he didn't care since there was still a long time in the future, he would be able to see them sooner or later. In the following period of time, Zhou Zhou watched Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others conquer the lord factions of all races while watching Su An's assassination. It was not boring. More than 7 hours passed. The members of the Star Alliance had yet to return. Zhou Zhou did not disturb their incite defection operation. He called Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Su An, and the others back to tally their results. In the end, he realized that in the past 7 hours, they had killed a total of 2,134 lords of all races. Among these lords, Su An alone had killed 1,056 lords. This result immediately conquered Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Feng Luo, and the others. One had to know that even though they were leading the soldiers to conquer the entire lord faction of the myriad races, they were not like Su An, who only killed the lord's main body before leaving. Even so, Su An's efficiency was too terrifying. Was this a top-notch epic tier elementary grade assassin? Everyone exclaimed in their hearts. Zhou Zhou looked at Su An with satisfaction. He had personally seen Su An hunt down lords of all races like a ghost. Therefore, he knew best how terrifying Su An's killing efficiency was. Before the final battlefield began, the other cerulean planet lords said that a profession similar to an assassin would shine on the final battlefield after knowing the rules here. From the looks of it, it's true. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Su An alone was almost equivalent to the efficiency of their entire army. This was something he had never expected. However, reality was so ridiculous. If I had a few more top-notch assassins like Su An, wouldn't I be able to obtain Lord Talent crystal fragments easily? Zhou Zhou thought ruefully. Unfortunately, an expert like Su An could only be chanced upon by luck. Then, he stopped thinking about it and told the soldiers that they would deal with a difficult opponent next. He asked everyone to leave the meeting room temporarily and took out the compass of the soul of vengeance. He looked at the blood-colored compass with a solemn expression. There was the soul of vengeance, which was called a great existence by the item information. This was the first time Zhou Zhou had seen such a title. Therefore, even though he knew that the final items could be used safely, he was still a little cautious. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said slowly, "The great soul of vengeance. I want to take revenge on someone. Can you give me guidance so that I know its location?" The compass of the soul of vengeance lay quietly in Zhou Zhou's hand, as if it was just an ordinary old compass. Zhou Zhou did not relax at all and looked at the compass carefully. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Whoosh! The compass moved slightly, and then a large amount of blood-colored fog dissipated from the compass. The entire conference room was enveloped by the blood-colored fog, making Zhou Zhou feel like he had arrived in a strange world. Honestly, he still felt a little cowardly when he saw the scene in front of him even though he was mentally prepared. However, he did not reveal anything on the surface. At this moment, a pair of blood-colored eyes slowly appeared from the blood fog. These eyes looked at Zhou Zhou calmly. "Chaos human. Tell me, who is the enemy you want to take revenge on?" The soul of vengeance's voice rumbled. "The enemy I want to take revenge on is Extreme Dragon Race Lord, Extreme Venerable Lord," Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. This goal was the choice he made after thinking for a long time. The most important reasons for choosing were naturally the Light Sacred Dragon bloodline and Light Sacred Dragon Inj that he had just obtained. As a legendary tier dragon, its bloodline and main body could definitely suppress the Extreme Venerable Lord. This alone was enough for Zhou Zhou to occupy a huge advantage in his battle with it. Not to mention that he was no longer the same person who first saw the Extreme Venerable Lord. The current him was very confident in defeating the other party even if he did not use the Light Sacred Dragon. Now that he had the enhancement of the Light Sacred Dragon, Zhou Zhou would definitely not waste these two huge advantages. Actually, he was also considered Lord Father of the Machina race. However, after thinking about it, he gave up. Technology civilization had endless methods. Even though his strength was far stronger than before, he did not want to destroy Lord Father without knowing if he had unlocked higher tech products. After all, one can never be too careful. On the other hand, the dragon race's bloodline was revered. As long as their bloodline and strength crushed each other, they did not have to worry too much about accidents. At this moment, the soul of vengeance spoke. "I have given guidance. Go on." With that, the pair of blood-colored eyes slowly disappeared into the blood fog. Then, the blood fog quickly retracted into the compass. The entire conference room returned to its previous appearance, as if nothing had happened. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the compass in his hand. The blood-colored needle on the compass suddenly began to slowly spin and finally pointed to the west. Chapter 434, The Big Battle Begins. Zhou Zhou looked in the direction pointed by the compass needle and a message appeared in his mind. The Extreme Venerable Lord was 8,142 kilometers to the west. Zhou Zhou calculated in his heart. With the speed of the Starry Night, they could reach the location of the Extreme Venerable Lord in about an hour. The remaining time should be enough to deal with the Extreme Venerable Lord. Even if the extreme venerable lord obtained any powerful trump cards during this period of time, he did not have to worry too much. He had obtained many final items in the past 2 days, including some that could allow him to escape safely. More than an hour later, Zhou Zhou and the others came to attack the temporary stronghold of the extreme venerable lord. A silver-white dragon more than 2,000 meters tall was soaring in the sky. It was the extreme venerable lord. 36 smaller extreme dragon race members and nearly 400,000 living beings of various races were moving things around the city ruins below. Among them, the extreme dragon race was in charge of supervising the work, and the 400,000 life forms of various races played the role of coolies. Zhou Zhou was not surprised to see this. He could use the Lord talent insight defection to make many people of foreign races and even monster subordinates become his subjects. As a pure-blooded dragon, the extreme dragon race's bloodline was much higher than the lava dragon and the spectral dragon. It could almost be said to be one of the top pure-blooded dragons below the legendary tier dragon race. With their reputation, they could subdue a large number of subordinates even with the simplest deterrence method. It was not a problem to find a large number of workers with a little effort. It was just that their loyalty might not be very high. However, Zhou Zhou's attention was not on the slaves of the people of foreign races, but on a tower. It was a towering tower that was more than 10,000 meters tall. This tower had a total of 10 floors and was simple. The surface of the tower was carved with all kinds of dragon murals. Elven dragon, bone dragon, lava dragon, jade dragon, spectral dragon, mountain dragon, blood dragon, three-headed demon dragon. All kinds of dragon carvings gathered on the surface of the towering and ancient tower. It emitted an extremely strong dragon might and dragon blood aura. Not only did the 400,000 slaves of the people of foreign races not dare to look at it directly, but even the 36 extreme dragons were afraid of this tower. Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower. And it looks like the top-notch Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower. I didn't expect the extreme venerable lord to get this thing out so quickly. Zhou Zhou had the inheritance of the legendary tier dragon race in his mind, so he naturally could tell the origin of this towering tower at a glance. His gaze became serious. This Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower was one of the fruits of civilization developed by the dragon race over countless years. It was finally completed after 30,000 to 40,000 years and 14 generations of dragon gods. Its function was very simple, but it was also very practical. That was, when the younger generation of the dragon race was not strong enough and needed help, they could use their bloodline as a catalyst to offer sacrifice in the Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower. They could summon the projection of their bloodline ancestors to fight for the younger generation. The dragon race was filled with treasures, but the Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower had contributed greatly to their survival until now. Zhou Zhou could not help but think of what the extreme venerable lord had said to him back then. The racial civilization foundation of the lords of the various top races has already begun to appear. This Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower is only the beginning. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. However, he was not afraid. Instead, he was a little eager to try. With his current strength, he could say that he was lonely facing 99% of the lords of all races. He was excited to see the power of this Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower. If he could not defeat him, he would use the final items to escape. In any case, he would not lose out. He immediately ordered to begin attacking the temporary stronghold of the extreme venerable lord, thinking of that. At the same time, the extreme venerable lord, which was cultivating in the sky, slowly opened its dragon eyes and his gaze landed on the starry night, which was continuously sending troops to the ground. A look of surprise flashed across its eyes. This was the first time it had seen a lord faction of all races that dared to attack them after coming to the final battlefield. Moreover, it looked like it had the strength of a weak human lord. It narrowed its eyes slightly and quickly sensed a familiar aura from these human soldiers. The Lord of the Blazing Sun. So it's him. The extreme venerable lord looked at the 7 starry nights with a pair of cold and deep silver-white dragon eyes. The last time, it took the initiative to admit defeat to the Lord of the Blazing Sun because it knew that its strength was inferior to the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. It had always regarded that incident as its greatest humiliation. And now, this human lord actually dared to take the initiative to look for it again. Did he really think it was still the extreme venerable lord from back then? With the dragon sacrifice holy tower under it, it would even dare to take the initiative to attack even if the true lord of the original spirit race appeared in front of it. This lord of the Blazing Sun actually dared to appear in front of it again. He simply had a death wish. Then, it thought of something and its silver-white dragon eyes suddenly lit up. This Lord of the Blazing Sun had more than 10 billion ranking points. If it killed the other party and took away the ranking points on him, wouldn't it immediately be ranked first among the lords of all races? Its heart suddenly burned. Good timing. Ha ha ha. All extreme dragon race and slaves, listen up. Destroy all these humans who dare to invade our territory. The extreme venerable lord's voice was cold and ferocious, shaking the world. Roar! Roar! Cuckoo! Howl! Language from the extreme dragon and various races sounded one after another. Then, they rushed towards Zhou Zhou's army. Howl! Seeing this scene, in the blink of an eye, Bai Yun and Wu Xin also gathered an army of 200,000. They immediately summoned the greedy wolf avatar that was nearly 3,000 meters tall and charged at the enemies of the extreme dragon race and the people of foreign races. Nazario, Augusta, Feng Luo, Suan, Soul Reaper Maris, and other experts followed closely behind. The remaining 300,000 troops were all long-range archers and mages. They did not need to join the greedy wolf avatar and could attack these enemies from afar. Roar! Extreme dragon race descended from the sky one after another and pounced on the two greedy wolf avatars, Nazario, Augusta, Feng Luo, Suan, and the others with ferocious expressions. However, they were not afraid at all. The strength of the two greedy wolf avatars was at the limit of the extraordinary tier. The strongest among these extreme dragon race and people of foreign race life forms was only at the yellow gold tier. Even if the extreme dragon race was a top-notch pure-blooded dragon and the yellow gold tier extreme dragon race was enough to defeat a diamond tier expert, an army extermination light ball could send a yellow gold tier extreme dragon race flying thousands of meters away in front of the greedy wolf avatar. Nazario and Augusta were both white platinum tier pure-blooded dragons. They could naturally easily crush these extreme dragon race members who were not even white platinum tier. Nazario was not at a disadvantage at all in a 1-on-5 battle. The diamond tier intermediate grade Feng Luo was a 10-directional martial emperor and had even mastered the unparalleled ghost god hero skill of the ghost god general. He was best at fighting against many. Therefore, he did not choose to fight the extreme dragon race. Instead, he chose to charge into the 400,000 life forms of the people of foreign races with Suan and Soul Reaper Maris. He transformed into a ghost god martial emperor. As he waved his saber, countless emperor heavenly saber chi burst out wantonly. Every move could kill dozens or hundreds of life forms of the people of foreign races. He was simply like a peerless fierce general playing a mowing game. Chapter 435, Extreme Venerable Lord's Foreign Aid. The appearance of the extreme world-honored dragon. On the other side, the 300,000 strong army at the back of the battlefield was unwilling to fall behind. Especially the army extermination knights and the violent storm spirits. The former was an empire-level soldier type. After they entered the 400,000 people of foreign race soldiers, even though they could not look down on them like Feng Luo, they were still enough to kill everyone in the 400,000 people of foreign race soldiers. Among the 300,000 soldiers, there were more than 100,000 kingdom-level combat class violent storm spirits. They released a death violent storm together. A round of attacks was enough to kill more than 50,000 of the 400,000 people of foreign races. When the extreme dragon saw this scene, it immediately pounced on these weak violent storm mages, wanting to deal with them. However, facing these yellow gold tier and the extreme dragon race that was not even yellow gold tier, these violent storm spirits that had already given birth to white platinum tier and even diamond tier violent storm spirits repelled the dozen or so extreme dragon race that dared to approach with tens of thousands of storm spells. Even though Zhou Zhou's firepower was very strong. However, as a top pure-blooded dragon race that was relatively close to the legendary tier dragon bloodline, the extreme dragon race did not perform very badly. As top-notch pure-blooded dragons, the extreme dragon race's strength compared to other pure-blooded dragons was that they had two extreme stats. That was their dragon bodies and strength. The extreme dragon race had the strongest dragon body and dragon strength among the pure-blooded dragons. This was the source of the word extreme in the extreme dragon race. Of course, this was under the exclusion of the legendary tier dragons. But even so, the powerful dragon body and strength of the extreme dragon race was quite obvious in front of the other pure-blooded dragons who were not legendary tier dragons. Facing the attacks of the greedy wolf avatar, Nazario, Augusta, Suan, Feng Luo, the army extermination knight, the violent storm spirit, and other experts of the blazing sun territory. Even though these 36 extreme dragon race were constantly injured, not a single one of them died. This surprised Zhou Zhou. As expected, lords of all races are not simple. Zhou Zhou sighed in his heart. Then, he looked at the handsome dragon more than 20 meters tall behind him. It was the light sacred dragon, Injsal. Come with me. Meet your kind. Zhou Zhou smiled at it. Injsal let out a howl, its bright pale golden dragon eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Then, the two of them did not say anything else. After flying out of Starry Night, they looked down at the battlefield below. The next second, a terrifying bloodline pressure suddenly erupted from the human and dragon. The might of the holy dragon. Under the care of Zhou Zhou and Injsal, the blazing sun territory naturally did not feel anything. However, the extreme dragon race and the 400,000 life forms of the people of foreign races suddenly felt the unfathomable heavenly might descend on them. They almost instantly lost their ability to fight and all of them trembled as they landed on the ground or lay on the ground, as if they were waiting for judgment. Even the extreme venerable lord could not persist flying in the air after Zhou Zhou and Injsal released the might of the holy dragon at the same time and was forced to land on the ground. It looked at Zhou Zhou and Injsal in shock. Light sacred dragon crown! The extreme venerable lord cried out. The warning from the depths of its bloodline had already told it the origin of this bloodline pressure. Therefore, its heart was filled with disbelief. The extreme venerable lord never expected that he, a newborn of the extreme dragon race, would actually encounter a legendary dragon that even the dragon god might not be able to see in its life. If the dragons had a lottery event, the extreme venerable lord would want to go draw the lottery now. Surrender. Or die. Zhou Zhou used the oldest dragon language and said to the 37 extreme dragon race members like the extreme venerable lord. His voice sounded in the ears of every extreme dragon. The extreme dragon race had noble bloodlines and naturally could understand the ancient dragon language. Therefore, they immediately hesitated. Races that respected bloodline and strength were like this. Once a bloodline and strength suppressed them, very few dragons dared to resist. However, the extreme venerable lord was an exception. It bit its silver dragon tooth and looked at the lord of the blazing sun beside Injsal with hatred. Despicable chaos human! You actually dared to order the legendary dragon race of our dragon race around. Moreover, you've exposed the legendary dragon race of our dragon race to these life forms of the people of foreign races when it is still so weak. Its eyes erupted with intense killing intent. This human lord and his subordinates had to die. Moreover, not a single one of the less than 400,000 people of foreign race life forms could survive. In fact, all living beings within a radius of 5,000 kilometers who sensed the existence of the light sacred dragon could not be left alive. Otherwise, once the news of the light sacred dragon's reality spread, the gods might personally descend to kill the legendary dragons of their dragon race. However, it had its own agenda too. If it could welcome this legendary dragon into its camp, its strength would definitely increase greatly. It might even be able to use it to obtain the support of the local dragons in the future. Perhaps it might even be able to obtain the position of the dragon god. If it could become the dragon god, its success rate in fighting for the lord of all races would increase by at least 20%. Its gaze landed on the dragon sacrifice holy tower not far away. A look of determination flashed across the extreme venerable lord's eyes. Then, it forced its body to straighten and spat out a mouthful of silver-white blood at the dragon sacrifice holy tower. As soon as it spat out this mouthful of blood, the extreme venerable lord, which was originally a yellow gold tier advanced grade, fell to the yellow gold tier elementary grade. Moreover, its aura had also decreased greatly and it fell into an enfeebled state. Extreme Dragon Race Extreme Venerable, please protect me. Its voice was hoarse as it roared. Then, more blood flowed out of the corner of its mouth. However, it did not care about this at all. Its gaze landed on the distant dragon sacrifice holy tower. Zhou Zhou and the light sacred dragon, Inj also looked at the dragon sacrifice holy tower. The dragon sacrifice holy tower that was 10,000 meters tall suddenly shook faintly. At the same time, the dragon carvings on its surface also appeared one after another. An astonishing scene appeared, winding and circling, as if it was about to fly out of the murals. The next second, a terrifying polar dragon with a silver crown on its head and a dragon beard that snaked for 10,000 meters alone, as if it could lift the sky and step on the ground, jumped out of the dragon sacrifice holy tower and looked down at all the living beings present. All the life forms present were terrified when they saw the terrifying extreme dragon. Even pure-blooded dragons like Nazario were no exception. Of all the life forms present, only the light sacred dragon, Inj and Zhou Zhou dared to look at this huge creature directly. The two of them looked at this terrifying extreme dragon as if they could see complete dragon-scale worlds reflecting trillions of life forms from the silver-white dragon scales on its body. This is like seeing thousands of worlds. A legendary dragon of the extreme dragon race. Extreme world-honored dragon. Zhou Zhou said softly. Then, he pretended to put his hand behind his back and rubbed a blood-colored token that appeared out of thin air in his palm. Final item, Warhol Token. Effect, a product of the will condensed by the endless undead on the battlefield of the final battlefield. It contains a large amount of sorrow. After using it, it can forcefully stop any level of battle or war currently underway and transfer the user and the person they want to protect to an absolutely safe location. Current usage time, 1. Prompt, with the enhancement of your scavenger talent, the current number of uses has increased to 2. This item was one of the final items he had obtained on the final battlefield in the past 2 days. It was also Zhou Zhou's favorite final item. Should he use it now? Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes. He really could not defeat this extreme world-honored dragon after all. Even if it was only a projection. Chapter 436, The Decision of the Extreme World-Honored Dragon. Zhou Zhou thought about the origins of this extreme world-honored dragon as he pondered. The extreme world-honored dragon was the oldest extreme dragon race in the extreme dragon race. There were even rumors that the extreme world-honored dragon was the first extreme dragon of the extreme dragon race. This was indeed the case in his legendary tier dragon race secret inheritance. Moreover, the most legendary thing about this first extreme dragon was that it was not born as a legendary dragon. In the beginning, it was only a pure-blooded extreme dragon. This number 1 extreme dragon had already reached the limit of the world a long time ago. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the strongest extreme dragon in the endless heavens. Later on, it was dissatisfied with this and wanted to break through the limit and become the pinnacle of the god tier, the supreme god realm. However, how difficult was it to become a supreme god realm? Even the number 1 extreme dragon had not reached this level after spending countless years. However, later on, it discussed the method to become stronger with a few legendary tier dragons. In the end, with the help of the 2 mysterious legendary tier dragons, it opened up a physical world with its powerful dragon body as the foundation to increase its strength level. Even though it had not broken through to the supreme god realm, it had jumped from a top pure-blooded dragon to a legendary tier dragon. His strength could also be considered a top expert among the master god tier, second only to the 10 master god tiers and the legendary supreme god realm. Zhou Zhou regretted it secretly. He never expected that a junior of the extreme dragon race who was not even at the white platinum tier would actually summon this top big shot. Was this a big shot that low-level lords like them could see at this stage? This was cheating. On the other side, the extreme venerable lord was first stunned when it saw that it had actually summoned the ancestor of their extreme dragon race. Then, it was pleasantly surprised. It never expected to summon this legendary ancestor. In his imagination, it would be good enough if he could summon an epic tier and legendary tier extreme dragon. He was really lucky to be able to summon this big shot through the dragon sacrifice holy tower. He was also a little puzzled. How did he summon this ancestor? Could it be that it was because he had admired this ancestor since he was young that he could not forget her? The extreme venerable lord guessed. It indeed admired this ancestor very much. Otherwise, it would not have given the title of extreme venerable lord when it gave it the title of lord. Greetings, ancestor. This junior Harris requests the ancestor to destroy that human lord and bring back the light sacred dragon crown of our race. The extreme venerable lord said excitedly. As for Harris, it was its real name. Unexpectedly, its ancestor only glanced at him before its gaze landed on the light sacred dragon, Zhou and Zhou Zhou. The bloodline of the light sacred dragon and the light sacred dragon. The methods of the Lord Supreme will are indeed unbelievable. A quiet middle-aged dragon's voice sounded in Zhou Zhou and Zhou's minds. Greetings, extreme world-honored dragon. Zhou Zhou said politely. Hello. Zhou also knew that this was its senior and said obediently. The extreme world-honored dragon smiled. It looked at Zhou twice before its gaze landed on Zhou Zhou. Don't worry. I don't have any ill intentions. I'm just borrowing the dragon sacrifice holy tower of my race's junior to send this projection down to take a look at this new legendary dragon. The birth of the light sacred dragon is inseparable from you. I can't thank you enough. Why would I harm you? The extreme world-honored dragon was in an extremely good mood and specially explained to him. Zhou Zhou smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. I knew it. No matter how talented this extreme venerable lord was, it shouldn't be able to summon a big shot of this level. So it was here to see Zhou. His gaze landed on the extreme venerable lord, which was still extremely excited not far away, and he shook his head secretly. This fellow still thought that the ancestor in front of it was here to help it. He wondered how it would react when it found out the truth later. Are you taking Zhou away? Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the legendary dragon again, and he could not help but ask. With the secret inheritance of the legendary dragon race, he naturally knew how much the dragon race valued the legendary dragon race, especially the young. He would not be surprised if the legendary dragon in front of him wanted to take the legendary dragon away. Moreover, with its identity and personality, it would probably give Zhou a lot of benefits even if it took Zhou away. In addition, Zhou's identity was too sensitive and dangerous after all. Even though Zhou Zhou would be a little reluctant to give it away, this was actually beneficial to both sides. Zhou Zhou was safe. Zhou would also obtain a safer and more comfortable survival environment. However, the extreme world-honored dragon shook its head when it heard Zhou Zhou's words. It's your companion. I naturally won't bring it back with me. And there's an agreement with the Supreme Will. It might be safer with you than with us. You're special too. Zhou might grow faster by your side. The extreme world-honored dragon looked at Zhou Zhou with its silver-white dragon eyes, as if it could see through everything. Zhou Zhou was stunned. While he heaved a sigh of relief, he nodded on the surface. My projection incarnation can't stay in the high continent for long, so I won't say much. I hope you can treat it well in the future. The extreme world-honored dragon said. Of course. Zhou Zhou promised. The extreme world-honored dragon nodded. It had long seen Nazario and Augusta. After seeing the growth of these two dragon descendants, it was still willing to believe Zhou Zhou's promise. At the same time, the extreme venerable lord was also looking at its ancestor in a daze. It did not know why its ancestor did not reply to it. It was actually fine if it did not reply to him. It was its ancestor after all. But why did the old ancestor not make any move? At this moment, the voice of the extreme world-honored dragon sounded in his mind. I'll get him to give you a chance to fight this human lord fairly. During this period, that lord and the light sacred dragon won't attack. In this duel, if you lose, give up your status as a lord and be loyal to this human lord to protect that light sacred dragon. If you win, I can guarantee you even the position of the dragon god. I won't help you in the process. Are you willing? The extreme venerable lord was stunned. Why did the old ancestor not help it but let it fight the enemy fairly? Its mind raced. It could not think of a reason. In the end, it could only start to think of its ancestor's suggestion. If not for the pressure of the light sacred dragon bloodline in that lord's body and the joint suppression of the light sacred dragon beside him, would it have a chance of winning? It looked at the other party's strong soldiers and generals, its heart beating like a drum. However, in the end, it still gritted its teeth and nodded vigorously. There was no possibility of refusing now, no matter if it had a chance of winning or not after all. It might as well give it a try. When the extreme world-honored dragon saw this, it finally felt some admiration for its descendant. At the very least, it did not retreat just because it was weaker than the other party. Chapter 437, What level are you to be using a similar title to me? Then, it told Zhou Zhou about this. Actually, I can make it submit to you directly. However, this junior of mine is arrogant. If you don't subdue it, I'm afraid it won't sincerely submit to you. The extreme world-honored dragon said. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and did not say anything about an abnormal lord talent like peace and prosperity. After all, this lord talent that could silently change people's hearts was too easy to fear. Therefore, he agreed immediately. With his current strength, he could steadily defeat this extreme world-honored dragon even without the suppression of the light sacred dragon's bloodline. It was just that there might be some casualties. However, with Carol Molly and the clergyman who had mastered the small resurrection spell, he could directly heal and revive them. Zhou Zhou naturally had no worries with such methods. Then, Zhou Zhou and the extreme venerable lord continued the previous battle under the gaze of the extreme world-honored dragon. Half an hour later. No matter how thick the skin and flesh of the extreme venerable lord and his extreme dragon race were, or how the extreme venerable lord used his hero skill, it was still severely injured by Zhou Zhou's side. As for the 400,000 life forms of the people of foreign races, they were all killed by Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the other experts. Zhou Zhou felt that it was a pity. If he could directly recruit the other party, these 400,000 life forms of the people of foreign races could directly become his subordinates. However, he was already very satisfied to receive these 37 extreme dragon race subjects as his subjects. These were 37 pure-blooded dragons. Their potential was stronger than spectral dragon Augusta and Nazario before they became heroes. Coupled with the dragon egg of the light spirit dragon and the light sacred dragon Inj Sol beside him, Zhou Zhou felt that his gains today were off the charts. At this moment, the extreme world-honored dragon also moved. Silver light flashed in its eyes. The 36 heavily injured extreme dragon race and extreme venerable lords below recovered to their healthy state in the blink of an eye. Follow this lord well in the future and listen to his orders. Also, protect this light sacred dragon. Also, change your lord title. What level are you at? How dare you use a title similar to my honorific title? After the extreme world-honored dragon finished its last sentence, its body gradually disappeared. The dragon sacrifice holy tower also calmed down again. This subordinate extreme Harris leads the extreme dragon race to greet my lord. The extreme venerable lord, no, it should be called Harris now, brought 36 extreme dragons to Zhou Zhou and said unwillingly. Zhou Zhou smiled. He looked at the other party's attribute information. Lord title, Extreme Dragon Lord. Territory, Extreme Dragon Territory. Hero title, Dragon King of War and Strength. Strength level, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade. Ability overview, a genius from the Extreme Dragon race. It awakened the Dragon God's blood of war and the Black Flame Dragon God from a young age. Later, it was chosen by the Supreme Will and came to the High Continent to become a Dragon Lord. Skills, Talent Descendant of the Dragon God, Hero Skill War Trample, Hero Skill Black Flame Dragon Breath, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Enhanceable Racial Skill Extreme Dragon Body, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Enhanceable Racial Skill Extreme Dragon Power, Mid-Level Deity Soul Immunity, Awakening Level 10%, Mid-Level Deity Physical Immunity, Awakening Level 10%, Mid-Level Deity Elemental Immunity, Awakening Level 10%. Loot's Drop Rate, 50 Yellow Gold Tier Mist Cores, Drop Rate, 100%, 1 Hero Skill, War Trample, Drop Rate, 0.1%, 1 Hero Skill, Black Fire Dragon Breath, Drop Rate, 0.1%, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Racial Skill, Extreme Dragon Body, Drop Rate, 5%, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Enhanceable Racial Skill, Extreme Dragon Power, Drop Rate, 5%, 1 Low Tier Deity Lyre Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, 6 Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent Crystal Rate, 0%. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This guy had an extraordinary tier Lord talent? Not bad, not bad. Give me your ranking points first, then give up your status as a lord and become my subject. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. It agreed gloomily. After it became a lord, it originally wanted to do something ambitious. It did not expect it to end up like this. However, it had no choice but to listen to its ancestor. Therefore, it could only obediently admit defeat to Zhou Zhou and give its ranking points to him. At the same time, a notification of its surrender appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. The final battlefield hint, the Extreme Dragon Lord has surrendered to you. This Lord's Lord rank is Mythical Tier Advance Grade, 112 points. It has obtained 1,856,407,500 basic ranking points on the final battlefield. You have obtained a total of 13,564,075,000 basic ranking points. I've become rich overnight. When Zhou Zhou saw this, a smile appeared on his face. This compass of the soul of vengeance was indeed useful. However, there was actually a certain amount of luck involved to be able to defeat the Extreme Dragon Race Lord this time and obtain its submission. If he had not obtained the Light Sacred Dragon and the Light Sacred Dragon bloodline and the Extreme World Honored Dragon summoned by Lord Extreme Dragon had attacked him, then he would probably have to use the war token to escape from this place. This also gave Zhou Zhou a warning. The foundation of a top lord of all races could not be underestimated. In the face of the foundation of these top lords of all races, no matter how useful the compass of the soul of vengeance was, he could not use it recklessly. Then, he opened the rankings of the final battlefield. Cerulean Planet Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun rank, 24,761,251,200 points. The final battlefield ranking, 1 St. Original Spirit Race True Lord rank, 21,118,759,600 points. The final battlefield ranking, 2 ND. Chaos Gods Race Great 1 Lord rank, 17,513,697,500 points. The final battlefield ranking, 3 RD. Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord rank, 11.5 billion. The final battlefield ranking, 4 TH. Zhou Zhou smiled. As expected, after accepting Lord Extreme Dragon, one of the top 10 lords, his ranking had indeed jumped to first place in the final battlefield. He would be able to sit in the position of the strongest lord of all races as long as he could preserve this status for one more day. Even though this was only the first event of an official lord, the title of the strongest lord of all races was nothing. After all, it was not the time to fight for the lord of all races. However, this was a good start. Zhou Zhou was excited for a while before gradually calming down. I'm afraid the true lord and the others will feel anxious if I come to this position now. Tomorrow is the last day of the final battlefield. I'm afraid it will be the most intense day of the war. My first place is only temporary. I can't relax. Zhou Zhou reminded himself. Then, he stopped thinking and looked at Lord Extreme Dragon in front of him. From today onwards, you are subjects of Blazing Sun City. Even though we were enemies, I won't treat you with prejudice as long as you work for me well in the future. Zhou Zhou said. Thank you, my lord. At this moment, the Extreme Dragon Lord was already a subject of the Blazing Sun territory. Under the silent influence of the Peace and Prosperity Lord talent, the original resistance in its heart quietly dissipated after hearing Zhou Zhou's words. Zhou Zhou nodded and brought the Master Thief's robbery gloves to the Extreme Dragon Lord. He placed his hand on its dragon head and took away its Lord Talent and the Lord Talent crystal fragments. Chapter 438, Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower. Zhou Zhou looked at the extraordinary tier Lord Talent sphere in his spatial ring and could not help but smile. Even though he already had nearly 20 Lord Talents, there were still very few Lord Talents above the Diamond tier. Not to mention the extraordinary tier Lord Talent. Thinking of this, he looked at Harris, who looked normal, and even felt that its fierce face was much cuter. Then, his gaze landed on the Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower not far away. Race Building Name, Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower. Race Building Level, Special. Building Function 1 Holy Tower Protection. The cultivation efficiency of dragons cultivating near the Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower has increased by 200%. Building Function 2 Dragon Blood Sacred Sacrifice. Use the dragon race's own bloodline as a sacrifice and summon the ancestor of your dragon race. The stronger the sacrificer is, the higher the potential, and the stronger the dragon ancestor summoned. Building Description. A building of the dragon race that plays an indelible role in the inheritance and continuation of the dragon race. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Actually, there was naturally no need to mention the construction function of the Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower. They had already seen it just now. However, Building Function 1 had really surprised Zhou Zhou. Cultivation efficiency increased by 200%. This increase in cultivation efficiency was naturally ordinary to the human race. However, to a high-level race like the dragon race and their size, a 200% increase in cultivation efficiency was already quite an outstanding bonus. Just as I thought. The quality of this Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower is very high. Zhou Zhou thought. Only the high-quality Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower could provide such a high cultivation efficiency bonus. Harris, where did you get the building materials for the Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower? He asked Harris. The construction method of the Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower was not rare. Many pure-blooded dragons with higher bloodline levels would have it recorded in the dragon inheritance in their minds. The key was that its building materials were rare. This was because most of these building materials grew near the habitat of the dragon race. Therefore, even Zhou Zhou, who visited the marketplace of the Cerulean planet's Human Race World channel every day, rarely saw such rare materials. My lord. When the Supreme Will distributes the initial territories of the lords of various races, it will arrange them according to the habitual living environment of the various races. Lords would be able to survive off it even if there are some deviations. The materials I used to build this Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower were all bought from the dragon race's marketplace. As for these building materials, they mostly found them around the territories of the dragons which sold them. Harris understood what his lord was puzzled about, so he explained in detail. Zhou Zhou frowned. Can you return to your territory now? Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of this and asked. He suddenly regretted being so anxious to recruit the other party into his territory. There must be a large amount of wealth and some dragons left in the other party's territory. If it kept the other party's status as a lord first, it could bring them all over. But fortunately, what Harris said next made Zhou Zhou heave a sigh of relief. I can sense the location of my territory, but it's probably quite far from the Blazing Sun territory. It's at least 3 billion kilometers away. Harris closed its eyes to feel for a while, then opened them and said. Zhou Zhou pondered. 3 billion kilometers? His starry night could fly about 100 million kilometers in an hour. This way, it would take about a day to go to Harris territory. It would be very simple to return here. He could just use his lord talent return to the city. Zhou Zhou felt much more at ease knowing that. When we get back, I'll assign you a Machina race spaceship, Starry Night. At that time, you can assign a subordinate to receive the clansmen and supplies in your original territory. If your territory is developing well, I can also give you a territory token of the corresponding level and let you activate the territory buildings again. Then, you can become the lord of the territory again. At that time, please set up another teleportation door. Then, you can guard there directly as long as you listen at any time. Zhou Zhou said. Forget it. After I came to the High Continent, I almost didn't build a territory. I've always been letting the clansmen I summoned fight everywhere to increase my strength. The only outstanding building built is this dragon sacrifice holy tower. Harris smiled bitterly. Most dragons had reached the limit of the life forms of all races in terms of martial strength, but they were completely unable to develop in terms of farming. Other than a few dragons who were good at this, most of the dragons were either collecting treasures or increasing their strength. They rarely thought about anything else. The extreme dragon race was such a dragon race. Fine. Then hurry up and bring back the clansmen and resources in your territory. Put away this dragon sacrifice holy tower first and place it in my territory later. In the future, you and your clansmen will live and cultivate in my territory. Zhou Zhou was not surprised. He knew that this situation was very normal with the light sacred dragon's dragon inheritance in his mind. Yes, my lord. Harris nodded and flew in front of the dragon sacrifice holy tower. Right on the heels of that, it dripped a drop of dragon blood and began to cast draconic magic. The 10,000 meter tall dragon sacrifice holy tower suddenly shook and emitted a 7-colored light with a low dragon roar. Then, it quickly shrunk and finally turned into a 10-meter-long dragon sacrifice holy tower that landed in Harris' hand. A moment later, just as the soldiers were still extracting the loots of the 400,000 people of foreign race life forms, Zhou Zhou suddenly seemed to have sensed something and turned to look into the distance. He narrowed his eyes slightly, then his expression changed. Let's go. Ignore the remaining loots. The terrifying violent storm is here. Zhou Zhou immediately sent a voice transmission to all his subordinates. When Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others heard this, they immediately asked the soldiers to put down the loot in their hands without hesitation. Then, they arranged an order and quickly entered the Starry Night. The expressions of Harris and the other members of the extreme dragon race suddenly changed. As a former top lord faction, they naturally knew of the existence of this terrifying violent storm. Even dragons like them, who focused on improving their dragon bodies, would probably not be able to last more than a second in the face of the terrifying violent storm before they shattered into pieces and dissipated. Zhou Zhou did not say anything else. He directly arranged another Starry Night for the 37 Extreme Dragon race and asked them to immediately take refuge. Then, he did not get on the spaceship immediately. Instead, he looked into the distance. This series of actions only took 4 to 5 minutes. However, in his vision, the terrifying violent storm that was originally more than 1,000 kilometers away had actually arrived more than 500 kilometers away. This time, not only Zhou Zhou saw it. Even Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and even the normal soldiers saw the terrifying violent storm from afar. They felt at ease and revered their lord even more, thinking of their lord's warning just now. Zhou Zhou was not in a good mood. He frowned as he looked at the approaching terrifying violent storm and muttered. The movement speed of this terrifying violent storm is at least twice as fast as yesterday. At this rate, the lords of all races will have less and less activity area. All the lords will also be closer and closer to each other, and the probability of a lord war breaking out will also increase. This final battlefield is really getting more and more dangerous. He thought. It seemed that the final battlefield tomorrow would be the most dangerous so far. Chapter 439, The Huge Advantage of the Machina Race. It seemed that the final battlefield tomorrow would be the most dangerous so far. At the same time, it would also be the time when the lords of all races increased their ranking points the fastest. The true lord, the Great One Lord, and the heaven-chasing lord will definitely make good use of tomorrow to increase their ranking. Even though I'm already a distance away from the second-ranked true lord, if I don't make good use of tomorrow's time, I'm afraid I'll have a certain chance of being chased back by the other party. I can't relax. Zhou Zhou thought urgently. My lord, everyone has already boarded the spaceship. Come on. At this moment, Bai Yun flew to Zhou Zhou's side and said. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses and nodded. Then, he returned to the starry night with Bai Yi and flew away from the violent storm at full speed. In the starry night. In the conference room. Zhou Zhou, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Feng Luo, Suan, the other Blazing Sun City generals, and the members of the Star Alliance were in a meeting. Zhou Zhou and his generals were naturally present. On the other hand, huge subordinates like Nazario, Augusta, and Harris held a meeting with Zhou Zhou and the others through a video call with the lords of the Star Alliance. In the huge conference room, more than 300 video screens and more than 20 subordinates of the Blazing Sun territory sat together in an orderly manner, looking rather solemn. However, the topic of conversation was very relaxing. Everyone, is the Insight defection over? Zhou Zhou looked at the more than 300 Alliance Masters in the video. The Insight defection is over, President. Me too. This Insight defection was really awesome. I used it and obtained more than 2,000 subordinates of the people of foreign race lord. My Insight defection has incited more than 3,000 undead subordinates. Same here. The final battlefield is really a good place. The feeling of running away after Insight defection is so exciting. Ha ha ha. The lords in the video almost had smiles on their faces. They looked like they had gained quite a lot. When Zhou Zhou heard the discussion of the lord members, he smiled and nodded. You can return to your respective territories to organize your gains now. Our starry night will automatically meet up and advance away from the violent storm. Zhou Zhou waited for everyone to talk for a while before saying. The lords agreed one after another. President, when will we hand over the fog monsters we captured to you? At this moment, the Paper Immortal Lord suddenly raised this question. Previously, Zhou Zhou had told them that they could capture some special fog monsters around their territories and send them to him in their free time. There was no need for much. 1 or 2 would do. They had always remembered, so they only wanted to ask now. Anytime. If you have time later, you can also send it directly to the Blazing Sun territory. Then just go straight to the military officer to collect your military merits. Zhou Zhou immediately said. He had mentioned this before. It was to add some new ranch monsters to his monster ranches. He had seen all the monsters around his territory after all. Other than the fog monsters that had already been put into the monster ranch, most of them were not valuable. Therefore, Zhou Zhou thought of these lord members. The territories of these lord members came from all over the high continent. There must be many special fog monsters and special loot production places around their territory. Perhaps there would be loots that could make Zhou Zhou's eyes light up? Zhou Zhou had also thought of using the marketplace to buy some fog monsters to see what loots they could drop. Unfortunately, the marketplace could not trade living creatures unless it was products like pet eggs. Zhou Zhou dismissed this idea. After that, everyone chatted about other matters for a while before dispersing. The lords returned to their respective territories. Zhou Zhou asked Bai Yun and Wu Xian to bring their troops back to the Blazing Sun territory while he stayed in the Starry Night alone. "My lord, aren't you returning to the Blazing Sun territory?" Wen Ye's voice sounded in the conference room. "I want to see what the final battlefield looks like at night." Zhou Zhou shook his head. "My lord, as an intelligent life form, I can't stay here with you physically. But I can create an intelligent program that links to my consciousness to stay here with you." Wen Ye did not ask further and only said gently, "Sure." Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He opened a virtual screen and looked at the scene outside the spaceship. Scarlet fog gradually appeared in the air and began to quickly spread around the blood-colored battlefield as night fell. More and more scarlet fog spread throughout the final battlefield and quickly spread to the Starry Night where Zhou Zhou was. The Starry Night could not stop the invasion of the Scarlet Fog at all. The Scarlet Fog barged into the spaceship's cabin and approached Zhou Zhou in no time. Nomological skill. Absolute light. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. Then, Zhou Zhou, who was sitting in the main seat of the conference room, suddenly emitted a bright and gentle holy white light. The holy white light quickly spread and enveloped the conference room where Zhou Zhou was in the blink of an eye. Wherever the holy white light passed, the scarlet fog evaporated into blood-colored airflow and dissipated in the air. Zhou Zhou watched this scene. This was the first time he was in the scarlet fog like this. This was also the first time he had seen the scarlet fog disappear in such a way. Zhou Zhou thought. The holy white light quickly expanded and enveloped the entire Starry Night in the blink of an eye, including the other 8 Starry Nights around it. Night had already fallen on the final battlefield. Zhou Zhou's location seemed to have become the only light. It looked a little incompatible because it was very different from its surroundings. In the conference room, Zhou Zhou sat on the main seat and felt the consumption of energy in his body. He was surprised to discover that he had only consumed about 5% of the energy in his body after using the light of absolute light to protect such a large area. This absolute light actually consumes so little energy as a law skill. And it feels like it can last for 2 hours. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. He thought that the consumption of law skills would be pretty extensive. He did not expect it to be like this. Of course. Perhaps it was because this absolute light law skill was only an auxiliary law skill and the grade of the chaotic origin energy in his body was too high, so he felt that the consumption was so low. Zhou Zhou only had this one law skill so far, so it was not easy to make a judgment. He looked at the surrounding spaceship environment and suddenly thought of a problem. If Wen Ye's mechanical spaceship body could not be affected by the scarlet fog, wouldn't the Machina race be able to take advantage of the final battlefield, or even the High Continent and the other lords? Zhou Zhou shook his head. If that was the case, the Supreme Will had really given the Machina race lord a huge development advantage by a freak combination of factors. But fortunately, he now had the means to ignore the scarlet fog. With a thought, he gathered the light of absolute light around his body to prevent the Starry Night from being too obvious. Then, he looked at the rankings of the final battlefield. Lord Father of the Machina race was ranked 4th. Only below him, the True Lord, the Great One Lord, and the Heaven-Chasing Lord. Even though this Lord Father was defeated by me. But it's also an opponent to be underestimated. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Then, he looked at the virtual screen in front of him. It still displayed the scene of the final battlefield. At this moment, the Lord factions of the myriad races had long disappeared from the blood-colored ground, causing the entire battlefield to fall silent. This violent storm is constantly accelerating and shrinking. Unless these people of foreign race lords can be like me and have tools to travel at night, they can only give up on entering the final battlefield if they don't want to appear on the battlefield the next day and be drowned by the violent storm. Under the influence of the terrifying violent storm these 2 days, there are probably not many lords left tomorrow. Zhou Zhou thought. Of course. There was also a lucky lord who was an exception. They might have just descended on the battlefield of the final battlefield and were in the final range of the violent storm. In other words, the final circle. If they could survive in the final circle, they might be able to pick up a good ranking. After that, Zhou Zhou stayed in the conference room for a long time before returning to the Blazing Sun territory. Chapter 440, Lutz and Luo Sheng. The Blazing Sun territory. Zhou Zhou directly returned to his beginner-grade Lord's Paradise when he returned. Bai Yun came to him and handed him the list of today's spoils of war. Zhou Zhou looked at the list of loots. Today, they have eliminated a total of more than 5.25 million people of foreign races. With the enhancement of the King of Loots and the title of the strongest lord, there were a total 56 green bronze tier territory tokens, 21 white silver tier territory tokens, 5 yellow gold tier territory tokens, 1,207,530 white platinum tier mist cores, 6,547,950 yellow gold tier mist cores, 15,109,600 white silver tier mist cores, and 21,261,250 green bronze tier mist cores. 15,400,9,650 skill books and 26,009,655 pieces of equipment. More than 5.15 billion units of basic materials. 4,160 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 6 extraordinary tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 1 extraordinary tier Lord Talent sphere. 1 green bronze tier Lord Talent sphere. Apart from the above loots, in this trip to the final battlefield, 611,280 people had broken through. After that, he went through the triumphal arch again, and the number of people who broke through directly reached 701,001. They were just short of more than 60,000 soldiers to reach the level of everyone's promotion. Of these 701,001 people, 51,255 people were promoted to Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade and Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. 96,435 people advanced from Black Iron Tier to Green Bronze Tier. 233,493 people advanced to the White Silver Tier. 161,024 people advanced to Yellow Gold Tier. 116,502 people broke through to the White Platinum Tier. 23,660 people had broken through to Diamond Tier. 1 person had broken through to the Extraordinary Tier level. Soul Reaper Maris had broken through to White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Spectral Dragon Augusta had broken through to the White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade. Among the soldiers under his command, there were 51,255 Black Iron Tier soldiers. There were 158,904 Green Bronze Tier soldiers. There were 223,76 White Silver Tier soldiers. 183,943 of Yellow Gold Tier. 154,522 of White Platinum Tier. 24,549 Diamond Tier. And 16 Extraordinary Tier. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He had more than 24,000 Diamond Tier experts under his command now. That probably exceeded the number of Diamond Tier powerhouses in a veteran beginner kingdom. With this strength, the current Blazing Sun territory was enough to sweep through an ordinary beginner kingdom. What surprised Zhou Zhou was that among the human soldiers under him, there was finally a soldier who was not a hero or a talent with reputation rating who had broken through to Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou pulled up this person's personal information. He learned that this person's name was Luo Sheng, and he was a sword shield soldier. He came to the Blazing Sun territory and became a subject of the Blazing Sun territory before he became a military professional. Later on, he changed his profession and became a sword-shield soldier with the help of the territory. Then, with his extremely high potential and the enhancement of the blessing of the war god, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, from Black Iron tier elementary grade to extraordinary tier elementary grade. He was one of their own, an expert nurtured under the Blazing Sun territory's military merit exchange system. Moreover, he was the sword-shield soldier whose military merit was closest to 100,000 when Zhou Zhou was setting up the exchange requirement for the Ghost God General Hero inheritance in the military merit system. At this thought, Zhou Zhou looked at his military merits. He discovered that his military merits had already exceeded 100,000 points, reaching 125,460 points. He then looked at the exchange records. He realized that he had indeed exchanged for the Ghost God General Hero inheritance. This person is indeed a talent. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. When he set the exchange requirement for the Ghost God General back then, he felt that there was a high chance that this rising star would obtain the hero inheritance of the Ghost God General. His military merits were about to reach the standard after all, and there was a huge gap between him and the second place. Unless a miracle happened, the second place would definitely not be able to catch up to Luo Sheng in a short period of time. From the looks of it, that was indeed the case. Furthermore, with the other party's extraordinary tier elementary grade strength and his astonishing potential, he should be able to unleash the potential of an epic tier hero. He thought for a moment and decided to meet this future general of his and give him the hero inheritance of the Ice Soul Sword Spirit that he had previously obtained. At the thought of this, he called the Aliyah sisters over. Aliyah, go to the Blazing Sun army and get a soldier called Luo Sheng over. Atli, go invite General Wu Tu over. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. The two women said respectfully, then turned around and left. A moment later, Wu Tu and Luo Sheng came to Zhou Zhou. Greetings, my lord. The two of them said respectfully and led the way. Zhou Zhou nodded and his gaze landed on the young man called Luo Sheng. He looked to be 17 or 18 years old. He was wearing an extraordinary tier elementary grade sword shield soldier armor. He was slender, fair-skinned, and handsome. He looked serious. Anyone who saw him would probably praise him for being a handsome young man. What surprised Zhou Zhou was that other than carrying a saber and shield on his back, he also carried a halberd. You're good at wielding halberds? Zhou Zhou asked. Reporting to my lord. My family has been in the army for generations. The weapon I'm best at is the halberd. My father also passed down a set of the evil suppression halberd technique. I've also cultivated with other weapons, but none are as strong as my family's halberd technique. Luo Sheng reported. Then you're quite compatible with this hero inheritance. Zhou Zhou smiled. The weapon used by the Ghost God General was a halberd. Yes. Luo Sheng said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. There was pride in his expression, but there was also love and yearning for the hero inheritance. He had been practicing martial arts and reading military books since he was young under the care of his elders. His talent in the battlefield had begun to show since he was young. Therefore, he knew from a young age that his talent on the battlefield far exceeded that of ordinary people. Later on, he gradually grew up and came into contact with more battlefield matters. He was very comfortable with it, as though he was a fish in water. His family elders were also very surprised by his child's talent, so they nurtured him with all their might. And he did not let down the hopes of his elders. When he was 14 years old, he bade farewell to his family and joined the army alone. Later on, he killed several green bronze tier soldiers on the battlefield as an ordinary person without a class. This made him even more arrogant. However, he was also very smart. He knew that arrogance would not go far in the army. Therefore, he hid his arrogance deeply and polished himself in the army. 4 years later, he suddenly realized that the lord he was loyal to had secretly sent a private army to snatch the women, Hence, he killed his lord and liberated the oppressed female subjects. Then, he left this territory. Later on, he heard that there was a peaceful territory near the Aurora Kingdom, so he came here and became a subject here. Chapter 441, Soul Arrow Hero Inheritance. He started his pursuit of his path after confirming that this was a place that was truly worth displaying his talent. However, even though he knew that he was very talented in the battlefield and would definitely be placed in an important position by the Lord, he had never expected to obtain the opportunity to obtain the hero inheritance. Moreover, it was a hero inheritance that was quite compatible with him. Luo Sheng immediately decided to work hard to obtain this hero inheritance. Until today, he finally obtained it. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's slightly arrogant expression and did not feel annoyed. Instead, he admired him even more. He liked this kind of arrogant person based on true ability. Then, he looked at the other party's attribute panel. His skills were ordinary. Other than the epic tier intermediate grade demon suppression halberd technique, the rest were very conventional combat skills. However, when he saw the other party's potential, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Legendary tier elementary grade. It had to be known that Bai Yun, who had the legendary tier hero fate level, fake, only had legendary tier intermediate grade potential. Wu Xin only had the potential of an epic tier advanced grade. Comparing the three, it could be seen how high Luo Sheng's initial potential was as a human. If Wu Xin could be considered a once-in-a-century human genius, Luo Sheng was probably a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. He had really picked up a treasure. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised. With this kind of initial potential, once he accepted the hero inheritance of the Ghost God General, how much would his potential increase? Go back and accept the hero inheritance. Zhou Zhou suppressed his excitement and said with a faint smile. Understood. Luo Sheng said respectfully. He could feel his lord's admiration for him from Zhou Zhou's words. However, his mentality was not arrogant because of this. This was because he had gotten to know many capable people after joining the Blazing Sun territory. There was naturally no need to mention Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and Feng Luo, who were already heroes of the human race. He also saw many life profession masters or combat professional experts who were once famous in the Aurora Kingdom in Blazing Sun City. And what about the dragons which looked down on all life forms? They were willing to be pets under their lord. Facing these existences, he naturally could not be too proud. The arrogance he displayed was only comparable to the soldiers who were competing with him for the Ghost God General hero inheritance. On the other side, Wu Tu, who had been silent at the side, looked enviously at Luo Sheng's departing figure. The conversation between the other party and his lord surfaced in his mind. Hero inheritance. As an old man who had followed Zhou Zhou for a long time, Wu Tu naturally knew what the hero inheritance was. That was why he was even more envious. It's good to be a general of the Lord. I can have a chance to become a hero respected by the people. I'm just a cartographer. I'm afraid I have nothing to do with heroes in my life. Wu Tu thought in a daze. Wu Tuesday. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice sounded in his ear. My lord. Wu Tu came back to his senses and said respectfully. Why? Are you envious? Zhou Zhou asked with a smile. He had high-level telepathy. Even if he was not specially listening to his inner thoughts, he could sense what the other party was thinking. Wu Tu blushed when he heard this. Then, he hesitated for a moment and nodded in embarrassment. How about I give you a chance to be a hero? Zhou Zhou said with a smile. Then, he flipped his right hand and a copy of the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual appeared in his palm. This is a Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. As long as you use it, you can be a real hero. How is it? Are you willing? Zhou Zhou smiled at him. Wu Tu was stunned. A Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. My lord wants me to be a hero too. He was so excited that he did not know what to say. Then, Wu Tu subconsciously glanced at the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Grade, Epic Tier Intermediate Grade. Treasure ability, after using it, you can obtain the Soul Arrow Indu's Hero Inheritance. Introduction, my arrow is everywhere. Soul Arrow Indu. When Wu Tu saw the detailed information of the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, his heart immediately pounded. Was it really the Hero Inheritance? Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw the other party's reaction. The Hero Inheritance of the Soul Arrow was originally a +1 version of the Hero Inheritance dropped by the Ice Soul Arrow Ghost Heartless. After Zhou Zhou obtained it, he did not have the time to use it. Coincidentally, he wanted to see Luo Sheng today, so he wanted to pass the Hero Inheritance of the Soul Arrow to Wu Tu. Wu Tu was a veteran in his territory and had worked hard. In addition, he was now the commander of the Heavenly Army. It would not be good if he did not master some form of martial arts. Therefore, Zhou Zhou handed over the Hero Inheritance of the Soul Arrow to him. Wu Tu did not like close combat. This Soul Arrow Hero Inheritance that was good at archery should suit his wishes. Thank you, my lord. Wu Tu immediately knelt on the ground and said excitedly, seeing that his lord was not in the mood to joke. Get up. The Hero Inheritance is extremely precious. I gave it to you because you deserve it. However, don't let down my hopes and this Hero Inheritance. Zhou Zhou reminded. Yes, my lord. Wu Tu stood up and said with a serious expression. Zhou Zhou nodded and handed the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual to him before letting him leave. Wu Tu carefully took the Hero Inheritance and left. After he left, Zhou Zhou smiled. After Luo Sheng and Wu Tu accept the Hero Inheritance tomorrow, there would be a total of 6 heroes in my territory. His eyes lit up. This number of heroes was comparable to 2 newly established beginner kingdoms. Among the lords of the myriad races, they could definitely be said to be outstanding. Now, I only have 1 extraordinary tier Hero Inheritance left from the Night Temple. Zhou Zhou pondered. He did not know who to give this Hero Inheritance to in the beginning. Su An had come today. After witnessing Su An's amazing assassination technique, Zhou Zhou had originally wanted to give this Hero Inheritance to him. Later, he thought about it and rejected this idea. Su An's potential was the strongest human subject under him apart from Xiao Xian. Zhou Zhou felt that giving him an extraordinary tier Hero Inheritance would become a hindrance to him. Zhou Zhou felt that it had to be a low-tier deity-level Hero Inheritance to match Su An's potential, right? I'll go to the Night Temple tomorrow and ask the Temple Lord. Let's see if I can negotiate and find Su An a God-level hero's legacy. Zhou Zhou pondered. Then, he took out 2 items from his spatial ring. It was the 2 Lord Talent Spheres he had obtained on the Lord Battlefield today. Chapter 442, 2 Lord Talents. Zhou Zhou looked at the 2 Lord Talent Spheres in front of him, then his gaze landed on the green bronze tier Lord Talent Sphere. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Sturdy Constitution. Treasure grade, green bronze tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have the green bronze tier Lord Talent Sturdy Constitution. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain a green bronze tier Lord Talent. Do you want to absorb this Lord Talent Sphere, green bronze tier? Sturdy Constitution. Zhou Zhou nodded and chose to absorb it without thinking too much. The next second, this green bronze tier Lord Talent Sphere immediately turned into countless bronze light spots and surged into his glabella. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes and immediately opened the details of the talent. Lord Talent, Sturdy Constitution, green bronze tier. Sturdy Constitution, your subjects' physiques are better than ordinary people. When their bodies are injured, the rate of their recuperation can speed up. After Zhou Zhou absorbed this Lord Talent, he felt a gentle energy suddenly appear in his body. This gentle energy was in his body, using his heart as a transit station. It flowed through his blood and made him feel comfortable. This should be the effect of the sturdy constitution. There was a strange look in Zhou Zhou's eyes. He did not expect that a mere green bronze tier lord talent would actually give him and all his subjects a special physique. Even though this sturdy constitution was only a green bronze tier lord talent and looked ordinary. However, in a world where wars were frequent, this lord talent that could accelerate the recovery of injuries in the body could be said to be quite practical. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied. Then, he looked at the next lord talent. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Agricultural Kingdom. Treasure grade, Extraordinary tier. Treasure grade, Extraordinary tier. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. You can obtain a yellow gold tier Lord Talent after absorbing it. Do you want to absorb this Lord Talent Sphere, Extraordinary tier? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Agricultural Kingdom. Was it a Lord Talent related to agriculture? He immediately absorbed it and looked at the details of this Lord Talent. Lord Talent, Agricultural Kingdom, Extraordinary tier. Agricultural Kingdom, the soil in your territory is fertile and very suitable for agricultural development. It also has the following innate effects. Specific Talent Effect 1, crop production increases by 1,000%. Specific Talent Effect 2, crop growth cycle decreased by 50%. Specific Talent Effect 3, when agricultural professionals carry out their professional activities, the promotion energy obtained will increase by 200%. Specific Talent Effect 4, natural disasters will not affect the growth of crops. Specific Talent Effect 5, during the cultivation of crops, your subjects will be more likely to comprehend the corresponding life profession and embark on the path of extraordinary tier. After reading it, Zhou Zhou was amazed. Any one of the 5 effects of this extraordinary tier Lord Talent would be considered top grade. Moreover, he was quite satisfied with this Lord Talent. Now that the population of his territory was increasing, the amount of food, fruits, vegetables, and other crops he needed was also increasing. Not long ago, Zheng Yuankai had looked for him privately and said that even though the Sand Gold City was developing very quickly and Nongqinglan had begun to provide food and other crop products to his territory, it was still gradually unable to keep up with the speed of the population growth in his territory. Originally, Zhou Zhou's idea was to discuss with Li Yuangan and import crops, products, and other supplies needed by the subjects in the territory of the Aurora Kingdom. Now that he had this Lord Talent, he was confident that he could support all the subjects in his territory without relying on any imports, no matter how fast the population in his territory increased in the future. However, he naturally would not really be self-sufficient. The lesson of a certain conceited dynasty on Cerulean planet that felt self-sufficient had long been engraved in the textbooks. He would naturally not make the same mistake. I have the incomplete sword of Xian Yuan which bestows additional benefits to agriculture, livestock, and breeding industries. Not to mention Nongqinglan's agricultural expert Lord Talent. Now, with the farming talent of the agricultural country. Tisk tisk. My ancestors' bloodline is guiding me. Zhou Zhou thought happily. Nongqinglan is probably going to go crazy laughing. He thought to himself. Zhou Zhou was right. Nongqinglan was indeed going crazy from laughing. As a green bronze tier Lord Talent agricultural expert, he was naturally very sensitive to land. In addition, the agricultural expert's compatibility with the agricultural kingdom was too high, so when the crops he planted changed, he felt it almost immediately. Why did the growth of the jade sun fruit and the blazing sun rice suddenly increase so much? The promotion energy I obtained through planting crops suddenly increased a lot. Nongqinglan was extremely shocked. He turned to look at another white silver-tier farmer who was sowing seeds not far away and shouted. Zhongjilan, do you feel that the crops we planted have changed? Zhongjilan was a young man, but he also liked to work as an extraordinary tier class. Sir, you feel it too. Hearing this, Zhang stood up in surprise and looked at Nong Qinglin. Nong Qinglin hurriedly asked the surrounding farmers. As expected, these farmers more or less sensed the changes in these crops and themselves. They looked both happy and worried. They were happy because this change was naturally extremely beneficial to them. What worried them was that they still did not know how this change had happened. But even so, their expressions were more happy than worried. "I'll ask the Lord." Nong Qinglin hesitated for a moment and thought to himself. He really wanted to know the answer to this matter that concerned his profession. His lordship was very resourceful, so he should know, right? "I know." At this moment, a familiar voice with a smile appeared beside his ear. Nong Qinglin and the others were shocked. When they turned around, they realized that their lord was standing not far behind them. He was wearing a green-white diamond tier elementary grade New Wind ceremony and carrying the sword of Xian Yu, an agriculture husbandry sword. He stood there casually. Coupled with his celestial appearance, he naturally had an unparalleled bearing. "Greetings, my lord." Everyone was stunned for a moment before they hurriedly said respectfully. "There's no need to be so polite. You guys can continue working. I'm the one who caused the changes in the crops. Don't think too much about it. Just focus on your own matters." Zhou Zhou said. "Yes, my lord." Nong Qinglin and the others were relieved. Their faces were filled with joy. Their future was simply limitless with the huge agricultural bonus brought by the Lord. After seeing them continue to work, Zhou Zhou carried the sword of Xian Yu and the agriculture husbandry sword on his back while feeling the field under his feet. Chapter 443, 65 Dragons. With the help of the sword of Xian Yu and the agriculture husbandry sword, he could clearly feel that the jade sun fruits, blazing sun rice, and other crops planted by Nong Qinglin and the others were absorbing the nutrients of the earth at an astonishing rate and growing rapidly. Moreover, even though these crops absorbed a large amount of nutrients from the soil, under the influence of some mysterious power, the soil still maintained an astonishing fertility. It was as if this land had endless nutrients. This should be the combined effect of the agriculture nation, the sword of Xian Yu and the agriculture husbandry sword, and the jade sun fruit tree forest. Zhou Zhou came to a realization. Then, he clicked his tongue in wonder. Unknowingly, his territory already had so many good conditions for agricultural development. After that, he chatted with Nong Qinglin and the others for a while before turning around and walking towards the Arc de Triomphe. In front of the Triumph Gate. After Zhou Zhou arrived, he walked to the Triumph Gate without hesitation. Then, the triumphal arch suddenly lit up with golden light. A gentle energy surged into his body from all directions, strengthening his body and soul strength. A comfortable feeling surged into his heart. Zhou Zhou had broken through to Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade. Right on the heels of that, the Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill, Lord's only addition, hidden in his body pushed the promotion energy in his body to 90% again, making him only a step away from Diamond Tier Advance Grade. If nothing goes wrong tomorrow, my strength will advance to Diamond Tier Advance Grade. At that time, the medicinal power of the Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill should be completely exhausted. Zhou Zhou thought ruefully. After experiencing the pleasure of rapidly increasing his strength, Zhou Zhou felt a little uncomfortable just thinking about it. But there was nothing he could do. After all, a treasure like the Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill, Lord Only version, was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. Zhou Zhou quickly adjusted his mentality. He still had a chance to get the Supreme Treasure Chest in the future. As for the treasures in the Supreme Treasure Chest, there was a high chance that the items that the Lord wanted would appear. Therefore, he still had a high chance of obtaining good things like the Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill, Lord Only version, in the future. Moreover, in the future, he would continue to increase the Lord talent of the blessing of the War God, the blessing of the 10 gods. Therefore, even if the speed at which he increased his strength in the future would slow down, it should not be much slower. Then, he stopped thinking and returned to his beginner grade Lord's Paradise. He came to the cultivation room and took out a large pile of loots from his spatial ring. Among these items were spoils of war that looked like hearts, spoils of war that looked like mist core, and spoils of war that looked like crystal statues. There were more than 200 of them. Even though they looked different, they all had one thing in common. They were all bloodline treasures. For example, the Shadow Race bloodline, the Crystal Demon Spirit Race bloodline, the Elemental Heart, the Dark Spirit Tiger Race bloodline. They were all bloodline loots that Zhou Zhou had obtained from their clansmen after attacking the Lord of all races. Most of them were below Diamond tier. The ones with the highest bloodlines were only Extraordinary tier and Epic tier. There were only 6 bloodlines at these 2 levels. These bloodlines are far inferior to the Light Sacred Dragon bloodline or even the Light Spirit Dragon's bloodline. I wonder how much I can improve my Chaos Human bloodline. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. He did not have much hope. One had to know that even the unique level Light Sacred Dragon bloodline only raised his Chaos Human Race bloodline from the Yellow Gold tier intermediate grade to the Diamond tier elementary grade. Even though there were many bloodlines in front of him now, the effects combined were probably not even comparable to the Light Sacred Dragon bloodline. Zhou Zhou shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He absorbed the bloodlines one by one. More than an hour later, Zhou Zhou was speechless when he saw that he had advanced to Diamond tier intermediate grade. Was it that difficult to raise the Chaos Human bloodline? More than 200 people of foreign race bloodlines added together could only raise the Chaos Human bloodline by a small level? Ridiculous. Zhou Zhou felt a little helpless. What level was this Chaos Human bloodline at? Why was it so difficult to improve? Zhou Zhou was depressed for a while before he calmed down. At this moment, boom! A loud sound rang out. Zhou Zhou was stunned as the ground shook. Then, he flew out of the beginner grade Lord's Paradise and looked into the distance. A 10,000-meter tall tower stood hundreds of kilometers away from Blazing Sun City. It was the Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower. A silver dragon more than 2,000 meters tall was entrenched on the Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower. Has the Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower been settled? When Zhou Zhou saw this, he thought of the 25 Light Spirit Dragon eggs in his spatial ring. With a thought, he called back a starry night from the final battlefield. Then, he spread a layer of absolute light around his body and rode the starry night and rushed into the scarlet fog, flying in the direction of the Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower. Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower. Greetings, my lord. Harris led the other 36 Extreme Dragon Race members, as well as Nazario, Augusta, and Light Sacred Dragon Injsal. When they saw their lord arrive, they immediately said respectfully, "Aren't you afraid of the scarlet fog?" Zhou Zhou was surprised to see that their bodies were exposed in the scarlet fog, but their expressions did not change at all. Our extreme dragon bodies can easily resist the corrosion of the scarlet fog. Moreover, around the Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower, the ancestral bloodline power of the Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower will also protect us from the scarlet fog. Harris said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he did not say anything else. He directly took out 25 Light Spirit Dragon eggs and began to bind them with his blood. Harris and the other members of the Extreme Dragon Race looked at this scene in surprise, but they did not say anything. Even their ancestor had asked them to protect this lord and the Light Sacred Dragon. These Light Spirit Dragons were the Light Sacred Dragon's elementary grade dragons. It was their honor to be hatched by the Overlord with his blood and be loyal to the Overlord and the Light Sacred Dragon. A moment later, 25 Light Spirit Dragon cubs surrounded Zhou Zhou in a mess, making him look like the parent of a large family or a kindergarten teacher. When Nazario and the others saw this scene, they all looked like they wanted to laugh but did not dare to. Zhou Zhou was also a little helpless. He had the Light Sacred Dragon bloodline in his body. These Light Spirit Dragons were closer to him than to his parents. In addition, he had dripped his blood on them to recognize them as his master. With the double bloodline connection, at this moment, he was even more loved and relied on by these little fellows than the light sacred dragon Injsal. It was not easy to appease them. Zhou Zhou looked at Nazario and the others. From now on, you can stay here for the time being. This place will become your base for the time being. I'll get Zhang Yuankai and the others to send the other corresponding buildings and resources over tomorrow. If you need anything, you can tell me. I'll definitely satisfy you if I can. As for these little fellows, I'll leave them in your care. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. The dragons said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. He looked at these dragons and counted. He realized that there were already 65 dragons. Good God! Even that dragon god lord probably doesn't have as many dragons as I do here. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Chapter 444, Upgrading the Territory. Zhou Zhou looked at the dragon sacrifice holy tower in front of him and thought about Nazario and the others' future arrangements. Now, he had as many as 65 dragons under him. It was definitely not good for so many dragons to gather so close to Blazing Sun City. There were still a large number of human soldiers and subjects living in Blazing Sun territory after all. Even if the 65 dragons didn't do anything, the commotion they caused was enough to shake the heavens and earth, causing the residents of the Blazing Sun territory to be unable to live normally. Moreover, cohabitation between humans and dragons was ultimately a temporary measure in the past. In the past, Zhou Zhou did not have any good conditions, so he allowed the dragons and humans to live together. However, under such circumstances, be it humans or dragons, they were actually not living very comfortably. The humans loved to protect their dragons, but they also respected the innate terrifying bloodline power of the dragons. The dragons did not dare to play casually. They were even afraid that even a gust of wind created from a casual flapping of their dragon wings would blow the subjects of the territory to death. However, that was different now. Zhou Zhou had a large amount of territories and resources. It was enough to arrange a new and suitable place for the dragons to live. Moreover, he had an array master in his territory who could create spatial teleportation arrays. If he wanted the dragons to return, he could just teleport them over instantly. It would not delay anything. I'll talk to Uncle Zhang tomorrow. Let him choose a suitable place in the territory and build a dragon city for the dragons to live in. Also, the monster subjects of the monster army have different living habits from humans. In fact, they are not suitable to live with humans. We can also build a monster city and let them live together. Zhou Zhou thought. He had separated the dragons, monsters, and humans. Apart from their different living habits, he naturally did not do it to create a barrier between the three types of subjects. They were all subjects of Blazing Sun City, so Zhou Zhou would treat them equally. In the future, even if Dragon City and Monster City were established, Zhou Zhou would not stop them from meeting. Instead, he would encourage them to communicate with each other. Zhou Zhou believed that in the end, the benefits would outweigh the disadvantages. It would not be too late to adjust if an accident really happened in the future. He then continued thinking if there was still anything he had yet to do. Today's matter was over. Zhou Zhou did not want to leave the matter for tomorrow. Oh yes! Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of something. He opened the marketplace and took out 10 million skill books and 20 million pieces of equipment from the spoils of war he had obtained from the final battlefield. He sent them to the marketplace for trade. He still had more than 5.6 million skill books and more than 6 million pieces of equipment left. These skills and equipment were enough for his soldiers to consume. The rest were useless for the time being, so he might as well take them out to sell the mist core. The amount of Zhou Zhou's transaction could be said to be astonishing. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to reach the first position in the trading viewership. The lords of Cerulean Planet had originally thought that their *ability to accept the Lord of the Blazing Sun's attack was already very high. However, when they saw this transaction, they were still shocked. F***ck. 30 million skill books and equipment? What is the Lord of the Blazing Sun doing? Is he participating in a world war? So many skill books and equipment? If they were to be directly airdropped over my territory, they would probably crush my territory. Once again, I seriously suspect that the Lord of the Blazing Sun has opened the control panel. Can you send me the code? Big Boss Blazing Sun, are you reading this? Is the Star Alliance still recruiting people? The Lord members of the Star Alliance seem to be especially happy recently even though I'm not with them. Boo-hoo-hoo, they must be silently making a fortune. Seeing them make a fortune silently is even worse than my own territory leveling up. Zhou Zhou also saw these comments. He smiled and did not say anything. With the insight defection around, they were indeed silently making a fortune. However, he no longer had a low-level master-servant territory contracts in his hands to add new alliance members. The wishes of these lords to join the Star Alliance could not be fulfilled in a short period of time. Then, he closed this transaction and looked at another one. It was his transaction to buy high-level elemental gems. Then, he discovered that after a day of acquisition, he had already bought another 210 life elemental gems and 168 death elemental gems. I can upgrade my territory now. Zhou Zhou perked up. Then, he took out all the gems and came to the door of the beginner grade Lord's Paradise. Zhou Zhou looked at the building in front of him. A text notification appeared. Do you want to upgrade the beginner grade Lord's Paradise? Yes. He said. The next second. 400 million units of basic materials, 100 white platinum tier mist cores, 1000 origin crystals, 10,000 units of basic elemental gems, 3000 units of high-level elemental gems, and 1 platinum level territory token disappeared. Boom! A golden light immediately covered the entire Lord Manor. A moment later, the golden light dissipated. The obviously expanded Lord Manor appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Congratulations, your beginner grade Lord's Paradise has successfully been upgraded to a white platinum tier intermediate grade building. Your white platinum tier elementary grade essence spirit array has been successfully upgraded to white platinum tier intermediate grade. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to the white platinum tier intermediate grade. Territory stones endurance increased to 20 million/20 million. Your territory has expanded to 2,000 km times 2,000 km times 20,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, Basic Construction Blueprint Treasure Chest, White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade. Lord Talent Notification, the upper limit of the enemy's Lord Force that you can use Insight Defection on has been increased to Legendary Tier Elementary Grade. Lord Talent Hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord Talent Hint, your Mysterious Caravan faction has increased. Lord Talent Hint, the strength of the clergy in your Goddess of Life's shelter has increased. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He was one step closer to the next level of the glory of the pioneer. However, he realized that there was something different about the upgraded territory this time. After upgrading the territory, there were no new blessed land buildings. Don't tell me that new buildings won't be added to the upgraded territory after reaching the white platinum tier level. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he did not pay much attention to it. Now that the construction facilities in his territory were quite complete, there was no lack of necessary buildings. It did not matter if it did not increase. Then, he looked at the requirements for the next level of territory upgrade. Construction upgrade, 200 million units of wood, 200 million units of fine sand, 200 million units of metal, 200 million units of stone, 500 white platinum tier mist core, 2,000 origin crystals, 30,000 units of basic elemental gems, 3,000 units of thunder elemental gems, 3,000 units of life elemental gems, 3,000 units of death elemental gems, 2 white platinum tier cities, 20 white platinum tier lifestyle professionals, 300 white platinum tier military professionals, 2 white platinum tier territory tokens. Zhou Zhou frowned after reading it. It's getting harder and harder to upgrade this territory, he muttered to himself. Among these upgrade conditions: basic resources, mist core, origin crystals, basic elemental gems, lifestyle professionals and combat professionals, as well as territory tokens, he could satisfy all of them. However, he was not able to do the same with the 9,000 high-level elemental gems and 2 white platinum tier cities. Needless to say, there were high-level elemental gems. He only had 1 kingdom beginning city out of the 2 white platinum tier cities. After the Myriad Races Lord battlefield event ends, I have to take down the Taiyan kingdom as soon as possible, Zhou Zhou thought. The white platinum tier cities and high-level elemental gems in the Taiyan kingdom should be able to satisfy the next upgrade requirement. Then, he stopped thinking about it. As he continued to collect high-level elemental gems on the marketplace, he came to the gate of summoning and upgraded it. Chapter 445, Upgrading the Summoning Gate. Mechanical Terror Falcon. Zhou Zhou first looked at the upgrade requirements for the Gate of Summoning. Construction upgrade: 2 million units of wood, 2 million units of fine sand, 2 million units of metal, 2 million units of stone, 100 white platinum tier mist core, territory level upgraded to white platinum tier intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou nodded. The requirement to upgrade the Gate of Summoning was easy. After the territory leveled up, the Gate of Summoning could basically level up as well. Then, he spent these materials to upgrade the Gate of Summoning. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has successfully been upgraded to a white platinum tier intermediate grade building. You can summon plus 50 subjects every day. You will summon 70 professionals from the subjects every day. Prompt: under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer 4, you can summon 1,675 subjects every day. You will summon 75 professionals from the subjects every day. Moreover, 5 of the professionals will have the same level as your territory. This leveling up was not bad, Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked at the requirements for the next level of the Gate of Summoning. Construction upgrade: 5 million units of wood, 5 million units of fine sand, 5 million units of metal, 5 million units of stone, 500 white platinum tier mist core, territory level upgraded to white platinum tier advanced grade. What a free upgrade request! Zhou Zhou sighed. At this moment, Bai Yun walked over from not far away. Greetings, my lord, she said respectfully. Yes, why? Zhou Zhou asked. Reporting to the Lord members of the Star Alliance have already brought 20% of their forces to Blazing Sun territory. In addition, they also brought a group of captured fog monsters and said that they wanted to offer them to the Lord. Bai Yun said. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Let's go and take a look, he immediately said. Bai Yun nodded and led the way for Zhou Zhou. The two of them arrived at an empty space. In this empty space, more than 400,000 monster soldiers had gathered here. There were also more than 100 mist monsters of various shapes and sizes imprisoned in metal cages by these monster soldiers. At the front of these monster soldiers were naturally the 311 Lord members who had grasped insight defection. At this moment, they were in high spirits. Clearly, they were in a good mood. My good lord. On the other side, Zhou Zhou looked at the 400,000 soldiers and was a little stunned. Could this be the 20% of their forces that they had turned around today? 20% of the troops would be more than 400,000. Then wouldn't their combined forces of insight defection reach more than 2 million? Coupled with the more than 600,000 troops they already had, the Lord Alliance that he had just established for 2 days actually had a total of more than 2.6 million troops. When Zhou Zhou thought of this, he was both excited and a little complicated. He had worked hard until now, but he only had 700,000 soldiers. Then, he smiled very happily. with the Star Alliance's troops and the 1.1 million soldiers he was about to have. In the future, even if he had to fight head-on against a lord-level faction at the peak of the Taiyan kingdom, he had a chance of winning. At this moment, Nong Chinglin walked over. Reporting to my lord. This is the list of 20% of the troops that our incite defection brought back. There were originally more than 417,000 people, but we made it up to a total of 420,000 people. He said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and took it to take a look. Then, he knew that among the 420,000 people, there were 171,350 Black Iron Tier soldiers. There were 131,693 Green Bronze Tier soldiers. White Silver Tier 92,873. There were 24,084 Yellow Gold Tier players. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Among the 420,000 incite defection soldiers, the highest level was only at the Yellow Gold Tier. However, with the strength of the Lord members, it was normal for incite defection to instigate an enemy of this strength. After all, when he first used incite defection, he also started from weak enemies. With these 420,000 incite defection subordinates, the total number of troops under my command has reached 1,193,556. I've officially exceeded 1 million troops. I have a standard force comparable to a beginner kingdom. Including the troops I can summon in the Star Alliance, I can actually control more than 3.4 million troops. Zhou Zhou was excited. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face. He felt that creating the Lord Alliance and sharing the incite defection with the Lord members was the wisest decision he had made recently. And this was only the beginning. As the strength of the Lord members increased in the future, the level of enemies they could induce incite defection would also increase rapidly. At that time, with the help of incite defection, the growth of his and his Lord Alliance's power would increase to a very exaggerated level. Even if the Bug Tribe Lord was in front of him, Zhou Zhou was confident that he would not lose to the other party in terms of the increase in the number of subordinates. At that time, even if he were to face the lords of top races like the original Spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, and the Shepherd's God race, he was confident that he could fight them. Then, under Bai Yun's lead, he arrived in front of more than 100 different types of fog monsters. Zhou Zhou started from the beginning and looked at the first fog monster. It was a slender monster with a long black-red mouthpart. It looked like a mosquito or an ant. Monster name, Blood-Traced Fog Ant. Strength level, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Monster description: the fog monster of the Black Rock Plains was born in the scarlet fog and likes to suck the blood of life forms. Loot's drop rate, 2 Green Bronze Tier Mist Core, drop rate, 100%, 1 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Blood Ant Spear, drop rate, 3%, 1 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Skill Book Sound of Wings, drop rate, 2%. After reading its detailed information, Zhou Zhou shook his head. This thing could only drop a pure attack type weapon and a pure attack type skill other than the Mist Core. He could not get the soldier type recruitment books, nor could he get the soldier type class change book. He could not even get the functional equipment, skills, or special materials. Obviously, it did not meet the requirements of his monster ranch. He did not stop and looked at the monster behind him. Monster name, Black Tooth Boar. Strength level, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade. Monster description: a fog monster from the Misty Mountains. It has an irritable temperament and is extremely aggressive. It can be said to be a tyrant in Misty Mountain. Loot's drop rate, 4 Green Bronze Tier Mist Core, drop rate, 100%, 1 unit 20 units of Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Black Tooth Boar Flesh, drop rate, 20% 1%, 1 Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Equipment Black Tooth Dagger, drop rate, 3%, 1 Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Skill Book, Boar Charge, drop rate, 3%. Zhou Zhou had seen one fog monster after another, but he had extremely high standards. Ordinary spoils of war were not worthy of his attention. However, when he saw the 45th fog monster, his eyes suddenly lit up. Monster name, Mechanical Terror Falcon. Strength level, Green Bronze Tier Advance Grade. Monster description: the fog monsters in the number 2 waste yard were produced by the Prophet organization. It was one of the intelligence-type mechanical creatures produced by the Machina race. Later on, because the materials of its body were outdated, it was abandoned in the number 2 waste yard. After being invaded by the Scarlet Fog, it became a fog mechanical monster that hated the Machina race. Loot's drop rate, 8 green bronze tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 10 units of pure iron, drop rate, 10%, 1 piece of green bronze tier advance grade equipment, Fear Falcon wings, drop rate, 3%, 1 piece of green bronze tier advance grade equipment, Fear Falcon Type 2 radar, drop rate, 3%. Chapter 446, Mechanical Fear Falcon's Equipment. Iron-eating bear and pet egg. These 2 pieces of equipment should be useful. Moreover, it can drop pure iron. Zhou Zhou felt that it should be stored in his monster ranches. However, before that, he had to see the specific effects of its 2 pieces of equipment. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate and casually threw out a water spear technique to kill it. Then, he placed his hand on its body. Lord Talent notification: your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title hint: your loots have been affected by the title of Strongest Lord. The number of loots has increased by 20%. Lord Talent notification: you have obtained Perfect Loots 10 mist cores, White Silver Tier Advance Grade, 12 units of forged stainless steel, 1 Fear Falcon wing, White Silver Tier Advance Grade, 1 Fear Falcon 3 radar, White Silver Tier Advance Grade. The mechanical Fear Falcon instantly exploded into a small pile of loots. Tisk, pure iron has actually become forged stainless steel. The Fear Falcon 2 radar has also become the Fear Falcon 3 radar. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, his gaze swept past the mist cores and forged stainless steel and landed on the 2 pieces of equipment. Among them, the Fear Falcon's wings were a pair of combined silver mechanical wings that looked industrial. After unfolding it, Zhou Zhou realized that its wingspan was 10 meters long. Zhou Zhou looked at it. A text notification appeared. Equipment name: Fear Falcon wings. Equipment grade: White Silver Tier Advance Grade. Equipment effect: use the energy in your body or place the mist core in the energy slot of the Fear Falcon's wings as the operating energy core of the Fear Falcon's wings. Carry it on your back. The user can fly freely in the sky and adjust their speed freely by riding it. The maximum flying speed of the Fear Falcon's wings is 3000 km per hour, and the maximum endurance is about 1 hour. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows and nodded. Not bad. This maximum flying speed was comparable to the maximum flying speed of some fighter jets on the Cerulean planet. Even though it was far inferior to Starry Night, it could still be used as an outstanding solo combat equipment. However, Zhou Zhou also realized a problem. That was, this Fear Falcon wing only had the ability to fly. It did not have any concerns at all on the safety problems it could encounter during high-speed flight. It did not even provide a pair of goggles. But it makes sense, thinking about it. This was the equipment of the Machina race to begin with. The Machina race is not made of flesh and blood. Why would they need auxiliary equipment like goggles? However, even so, Zhou Zhou was still very excited. With the Monster Ranch, such flying equipment could be produced endlessly. Which meant he could use this equipment as a foundation to create his own aerial army. Zhou Zhou's heart burned with ambition. A long time ago, Zhou Zhou had the idea of forming his own aerial army when he first saw the fog monster flying in the air. In this world where there were endless means of war, it was definitely an incomparably fatal flaw without any means to fight enemies in the air. However, he was limited by the conditions and did not have such flying equipment at that time. In addition, he had Nazario, the killing machine in the air, with him, so this idea was temporarily put aside. Now that he saw this equipment, Zhou Zhou immediately recalled his thoughts from a long time ago. Still, this thing's flying speed is still a little too fast, and it's just pure flying equipment. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to use this equipment. Even extraordinary tier professionals need a certain level of physical fitness to face flying equipment of this level. At this stage, I have to find powerful military professionals or combat professionals if I want to use it immediately. However, it's not impossible to use it on a large scale. Many thoughts appeared in Zhou Zhou's mind. I can get Wenya to study it with the blacksmiths, alchemy technicians, and other lifestyle professionals in the territory. I should be able to study some supplementary equipment that can lower the threshold of usage, such as goggles, helmets, light flying armor, and so on, and pair them with the wings of the Fear Falcon. At that time, I can use it on a larger scale. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked at another piece of equipment. It was a square silver device that looked similar to the tablet on the cerulean planet. Equipment name, Fear Falcon 3 Radar. Equipment grade, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. Equipment effect, the radar system on the mechanical Fear Falcon can scan and discover special signals within a radius of 10 kilometers, including the electromagnetic signals emitted by mechanical creatures and the biological energy signals emitted by flesh and blood creatures. Zhou Zhou nodded. This equipment was not bad either. It was equivalent to a small map in the game. However, this small map could only find flesh and mechanical creatures. The detection range was average. However, if its level was high, it should be able to scan flesh and mechanical creatures in a larger range. At this point, Zhou Zhou had already officially decided to put it in the monster ranch to nurture. He looked at Bai Yun beside him. Go find the lord who discovered this monster later and ask him to send a few more over immediately. Then, send them to Mugu and let him use an individual monster ranch to nurture this species of monster. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun said respectfully and immediately called the soldiers over to make arrangements. Zhou Zhou did not care much and continued to look at the next monster. In the time that followed, he looked at even more fog monsters. However, very few could catch Zhou Zhou's eye. Until he saw the 106th monster. Zhou Zhou looked at the monster with a strange expression. The monster was more than 2 meters tall and was completely black and white. 2 dark circles hung around its eyes. At this moment, it was sitting on the ground and looking at him in confusion. Monster name, Iron-Eating Bear. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Monster description, a mist monster in the Myriad Forest mountain range. It is good at digging minerals and feeds on them. It has thick skin, huge strength, and extremely fast speed. It can climb all kinds of complicated terrain and has extremely strong survivability. Loot's drop rate, 8 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 50 units of iron ore, drop rate, 10%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Iron Claw Slam, drop rate, 3%, 1 Black Iron Eating Beast Pet Egg, drop rate, 1%. Isn't this a giant panda? Zhou Zhou was a little stunned. This was the first time he had seen a fog monster that was almost identical to the creatures on the cerulean planet. Moreover, this was the first time he had seen a fog monster that could drop pet eggs. Zhou Zhou thought about it and decided to kill it. Even if it was a former national treasure, it was still a fog monster. They were products of 2 worlds. No matter how similar they looked on the surface, they were essentially different creatures. Zhou Zhou naturally did not have any pity for them. Then, he looked at the spoils of war of the Iron-Eating Bear. After the Iron-Eating Bear was dealt with, its spoils of war became 10 green bronze tier mist cores, 60 units of pure iron, 1 green bronze tier advanced grade skill book, Metro Claw, and 1 green bronze tier advanced grade pet egg. Zhou Zhou ignored the mist core, pure iron, and skill book. His gaze landed on the pet egg and he dripped his blood on it to let it recognize him as its master. Chapter 447, The Greedy Wolf Totem That Was Returned. An iron-eating bear more than half a meter tall crawled out of the egg cutely and turned around to eat the eggshell. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's attribute information while it ate the eggshell. Pet, does not have a name yet. Race, iron-eating bear. Growth stage, infancy. Strength level, black iron tier elementary grade. Skill, strong body, thick skin constitution, mineral smell detection, iron claw slam. Potential, green bronze tier advanced grade. Loyalty, 80. Character, warlike, gluttonous, likes to sleep, likes to play, likes to mine. Pet description, the iron-eating bears feed on minerals. It looks honest on the surface, but it actually has quite shocking combat strength. From the description of this pet, this iron-eating bear seems to be very suitable to be used as a mount in the army. It's not bad for it to be a private pet. Or let it take charge of mining. Let's forget about mining. Isn't this equivalent to letting rats guard the rice jar? Zhou Zhou pondered. Then, he looked at the other party for a while and discovered a shocking fact. The iron-eating bear that was born from a pet egg actually lost the power of the scarlet fog and became a normal life form. That works. Zhou Zhou smiled. He naturally would not reject such a change. Then, he did not think for long and decided to send the iron-eating bear in the form of a fog monster to the monster ranch. Be it its pet egg loots or its pure iron mineral loots, they were all what Zhou Zhou wanted. Since that was the case, there was no reason to let it go. In the future, perhaps our Blazing Sun territory's subjects can each have an iron-eating bear. This thought suddenly flashed across Zhou Zhou's mind. Then, he stopped thinking and asked Bai Yun to send the iron-eating bear in the form of a fog monster to Mugu. Then, he continued to look at the remaining fog monsters. With the mechanical fear falcon and the iron-eating bear in front, Zhou Zhou was quite looking forward to the remaining 23 types of fog monsters. Unfortunately, the remaining 23 types of monsters' spoils of war were relatively normal and were not worthy of Zhou Zhou's attention. Perhaps he had used up all his luck. Zhou Zhou was a little disappointed. He called the members of his Lord Alliance over and asked if there were any more fog monsters. There were more than 300 lords, so there were definitely more than 100 monsters. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Initially, they thought that this was a small matter. After all, when the Alliance Master said this, he did not even hold a meeting and only casually told everyone. From the looks of it, the Lord seemed to take this matter very seriously. Yes, yes. This is only the first batch. We will send another batch of fog monsters over every day. Lord Alliance Master, this batch of fog monsters are what we think to be stronger. We didn't bring back some weaker fog monsters because we didn't think they were worth showing them to our Lord. If our Lord needs them, shall we capture a batch of weaker fog monsters tomorrow for you to take a look? The Lords spoke one after another. One of the Lord's words immediately made Zhou Zhou look over. Good God! No wonder there are only 100-odd fog monsters sent over. You're thinking too much. Why segregate the strong and weak ones? I want them all. Zhou Zhou immediately explained this misunderstanding. The Lords heaved a sigh of relief. That makes things easier. We can bring a lot more monsters to the Lord if there are no specifications. Oh yes. Which Lord brought the mechanical fear falcon and the iron-eating bear over? Zhou Zhou nodded at everyone's reaction and asked curiously. I brought the mechanical fear falcon here. The gold merchant lord smiled. My territory is close to a Machina race kingdom, so there are such Machina race creatures near my territory. I brought the iron-eating bear here. A younger Chinese female lord raised her hand timidly and said with a red face, I think the iron-eating bear is very cute and looks like our national treasure, so I brought it over. I like the fog monsters you two brought. In a while, the two of you can collect 1000 copies of the Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificate. You can also collect 1000 copies of the other Basic Military Profession Change Certificate. As for the other lords who brought fog monsters, everyone will be determined according to the number of fog monsters they brought. A new fog monster can receive 500 Basic Military Profession Change Certificates. No upper limit. The lords were excited when they heard that. They had already obtained a large number of subordinates through insight defection. What they lacked now were class change certificates that could allow their subordinates to embark on the path of professions. Therefore, when they heard Zhou Zhou's words, they immediately made up their minds to bring more new fog monsters over next time. However, in that case, they could not only care about the development of life professions. It was time to invade the territory of the non-kingdom level Scarlet Lords around their territory. Otherwise, with the limited area of his territory, they would definitely not be able to find too many new race fog monsters. On the other side, Zhou Zhou looked at the Lord's fighting spirit and could not help but smile. He hoped that the fog monsters they would bring in the future would also surprise him. Then, he chatted with the lords for a while before letting them return to their respective homes. When they returned, Zhou Zhou was also thinking of returning to his beginner lord blessed land. My lord. At this moment, Bai Yun suddenly stopped him. Why? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Bai Yun took out a totem statue from her spatial ring. It was the greedy wolf totem. My lord. I have already completely comprehended this greedy wolf totem. I can use the greedy wolf howling moon array even if I do not rely on this greedy wolf totem. Therefore, I want to return it to the Lord and let him find a general to teach it. Bai Yun said respectfully. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Ever since he saw Bai Yun comprehend the hero skill Greedy Wolf Killing Arrow from the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array, Zhou Zhou had a premonition that this general of his would soon completely master the Greedy Wolf Moon Array like Wu Xin and get rid of his dependence on the Greedy Wolf Totem. However, he did not expect it to be so fast. It had only been less than a day or two, right? Zhou Zhou was surprised but did not say anything on the surface. He took the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array over. He looked at the Greedy Wolf Totem in his hand and was thinking about who to give it to when his heart suddenly moved. Why should he hand it over to others? He had previously obtained Wu Xin's talent, ability to grasp situation thoroughly, and hero skills from the Lord Shop. Who is the most suitable to learn the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array in this Greedy Wolf Totem in his territory? Definitely him, without a doubt. Chapter 448, The Improvement of the Lord Talent. Wen Ye's Spaceship Factory. As a lord, he did not need to go on stage to kill enemies and use the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array to kill them. However, no need to and not knowing how to are two separate matters altogether. Zhou Zhou felt that as a lord, it was necessary for him to learn even if he did not have to go to the battlefield. I understand. Zhou Zhou nodded and did not say anything else. Bai Yun bowed respectfully and was about to leave. Oh yes. Call Mu Gu, Carol Molly and Zhang Fugui over. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun said respectfully and turned to leave. After seeing her leave, Zhou Zhou shook the Greedy Wolf Totem in his hand and decided to study it tonight. He would try to master it as quickly as possible and hand it over to the other generals. This was a top-notch military formation that could reduce the casualties on the battlefield after all. He had nearly 1.2 million subordinates now. The Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array could accommodate at most 200,000 soldiers. Therefore, there had to be at least 6 generals who controlled it in his territory. Moreover, his military strength would increase exponentially every day as the days passed. Therefore, the more generals who controlled him in his territory, the better. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it and turned around to return to his beginner Lord Blessed Land. A moment later, in the conference room of the beginner grade Lord's Paradise, Zhou Zhou sat on the main seat, while Mu Gu, Carol Molly and Zhang Fugui sat on both sides. Same old rules. Tell me about your enhanced abilities. Zhou Zhou said. The three of them looked at each other. Then, Mugu, who was the first to follow Zhou Zhou, stood up. Reporting to my lord, my strength has also increased to the White Platinum Tier Intermediate grade after the territory advanced to the White Platinum Tier Intermediate grade. My various skills have also increased to the White Platinum Tier Intermediate grade. Moreover, the number of monster ranches that I can manage has already reached 34. The maximum capacity of each monster ranch has also increased from 10,000 to 15,000. The upper limit of the monsters that can be nurtured has also increased to the White Platinum Tier Intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou nodded. He thought for a moment and said, "You saw the new breed of fog monster I sent over just now, right?" "I just did." Mugu nodded. The 9 monsters nurtured by our monster ranch now are the Desert Fog Lizard, source of Sword Shield Soldiers, Tailed Fog Scorpion, source of Poison Crossbow Soldiers, Sandman, source of City Wall Materials, source of Light Drawing Crystals, Wild Sand Believers, source of Pudeo Soldiers, Withered Tree, source of Tree Core Gems, Jade Sun Trees, Undead Knights, source of Aurora Knights, Violent Storm Demon Spirit, source of Violent Storm Spirit, Mechanical Fear Falcon, source of Fear Falcon Wings, and the Iron-Eating Bear, source of Iron-Eating Bears. For now, including the new monster ranches that will be added in the future, we can prioritize nurturing the Violent Storm Spirit, Mechanical Fear Falcon, Iron-Eating Bear, Withered Tree, and Sandman. As for the other monsters, we can nurture less. 2 monster ranches will be enough for one kind of fog monster. Zhou Zhou said. With the Star Alliance around, he did not lack troops for the time being. Since that was the case, it was better to produce kingdom-level soldier types like the Violent Storm Spirit with all his might. As for other materials, Air Force equipment, and pets, he could produce more in a short period of time. As for normal soldier types like the Sword Shield Soldiers and Pudeo Soldiers, they only needed to leave 2 monster ranches for each. Yes, my lord. Mugu said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. After Mugu finished his report, he automatically retreated. Then, Zhang Fugui stood up. Reporting to my lord. The number of mysterious vendors in our mysterious caravan has increased from 500 to 1,000. All the mysterious merchants' abilities have also been upgraded to the White Platinum Tier Intermediate grade. The number of our carriages has also increased to 1,000. In addition, the mysterious ring that each of us was given by the Supreme Will has also increased from 10,000 cubic meters to 30,000 cubic meters. We can transport more goods now. This is the improvement of our mysterious caravan. Zhou Zhou nodded. Seeing this, Zhang Fugui did not say anything else and sat back down. Carol Molly also stood up elegantly. She was still wearing her cardinal uniform and looked beautiful, holy, and dignified. Reporting to my lord. After our territory was upgraded to the White Platinum Tier Intermediate grade, the Shelter of the Goddess of Life also upgraded to the White Platinum Tier Intermediate grade. Now, there are already 2,000 clergymen, 2,000 priests, 2,000 nuns, and 5,000 life paladins in our shelter. In addition, the strength of all the clergy has also increased to the White Platinum Tier Intermediate grade. My strength has also increased from Extraordinary Tier Elementary grade to Extraordinary Tier Intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Carol Molly's strength improved. It meant that the upper limit of the hero's strength that she could revive had also increased by a small level. He would have more confidence when he goes to the Night Temple tomorrow to ask for the hero inheritance for Suan. He did not have any extra Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal yet. After that, the 4 of them chatted for a while before ending the meeting. My lord. Wenya also has something to report. At this moment, Wenya's virtual image gradually appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. At this moment, she was wearing a Gothic maid outfit. Coupled with her innocent face, she looked very charming as a young girl. Where did you get that outfit? Zhou Zhou did not ask what the matter was immediately. Instead, he asked curiously. During this period of time, Wenya has been using Linger's marketplace to buy the materials for the construction of the Star Knight and Black Ghost spaceship factories. During this period, I also browsed through the products and comments of the other lords of the cerulean planet. I chose this set of clothes. Does my lord like it? Wenya looked at Zhou Zhou with an innocent and expectant gaze. Zhou Zhou. Who is able to withstand this? I like it. Zhou Zhou said what was on his mind. Wenya smiled when she heard this. Tell me what you want to say. Zhou Zhou became serious again. My lord, please follow Wenya to plane 7 first. Wenya trailed off. The white silvertier gift of the Machina brought Zhou Zhou a total of 10 starry nights. Zhou Zhou and Wenya decided to give the Starry Nights spaceships individual numbers to differentiate them. Zhou Zhou was curious. During this period of time, only 4 or 5 of the 10 Starry Nights were often used because one Starry Night was very large. As for the remaining Starry Nights, they had never been used. According to Wenya, she was using these Starry Nights to prepare for the spaceship factory. Could it be? At this thought, Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. He didn't ask further and immediately followed Wenya to number 7. In number 7. When Zhou Zhou arrived at Starry Night, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The huge Starry Night was actually filled with all kinds of automated industrial machinery. These industrial machines were full of futuristic technology and were always running. All kinds of colors filled the entire Starry Night, and mechanical parts that Zhou Zhou could not understand were constantly produced and transported to the center of the Starry Night. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou flew straight to the center, wanting to see what secrets there were. When he arrived at the center, he was immediately shocked again. Because he saw half of a Starry Night. To be precise, it was a half-built Starry Night. Tens of thousands of mechanical industrial arms accurately placed all kinds of components on the incomplete Starry Night, allowing it to be perfected at an astonishing speed. At the same time, Wenya's voice also sounded in the entire number 7. The entire number 7 is operating for the construction of this Starry Night. It will take 19 hours, 16 minutes, and 25 seconds to build a new Starry Night. Wenya is also building a Black Ghost spacecraft factory in the number 6 spacecraft beside it. Building a brand new Black Ghost will take 8 hours, 54 minutes, and 11 seconds. My lord, if we can obtain some advanced flying device technology knowledge from the Machina race lord tomorrow, Wenya can build more powerful Starry Nights and Black Ghosts in a shorter period of time. Wenya said. Chapter 449, Creating the Monster Army. Lucaier's doubts. A lord of the Machina race. All right, I understand. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses and thought for a few seconds. He still had 3 tries for the compass of the soul of vengeance in his hand. It was naturally not a problem to find a Machina race lord. Then, he went to number 6 and looked at Black Ghost. The results were naturally quite satisfactory. However, he also had a problem. Why must we build the spaceship factory on Starry Night? Can't we build it on the ground of Blazing Sun territory? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. Reporting to my lord. Starry Night has the most perfect spaceship construction and repair system as a completed spaceship. Wenya built the first Starry Night spacecraft factory and the first Black Ghost spacecraft factory in the spacecraft because I wanted to use these 2 systems to complete these 2 spacecraft factories as soon as possible. With these 2 successful examples in front, the following spacecraft factories can be built on the ground faster and better. Wenya trailed off. Zhou Zhou came to a realization. It turned out that the number 6 and 7 were used as factory experimental sites. Then, he chatted with Wenya for a while. After knowing more about Wenya's future plans for the spaceship factory, he left Starry Night and returned to his beginner-grade Lord's Paradise. After returning to the Lord's Paradise, he first took out 100 fragments of the Proof of Legion. Zhou Zhou looked at the fragments. A text notification appeared. Do you want to fuse? Fuse. Zhou Zhou said. The next second, the 100 fragments of the proof of legion suddenly emitted a faint white light, enveloping all the fragments. After a long time, the white light dissipated. A complete proof of legion appeared in Zhou Zhou's hand. Zhou Zhou used it and saw the proof of legion in his hand instantly shatter into countless light spots and condense a line of red words in front of him. Please confirm the name of your kingdom-level army. Monster Army. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. There were more than 100 fragments of the proof of legion when he conquered the monster ranch this morning. However, there were many things to do at that time, so he did not have time to use it. Now that he was free, it was time to prepare an official army for the monster army. In the time that followed, Zhou Zhou began to fill in the information of the members of the monster army. After filling it in and confirming it, a text notification appeared. You have created your Black Iron Tier army. Lord, the army function has been officially activated. Black Iron Tier army enhancement braveness has been activated. You can increase the level of your army by collecting battle points, thereby obtaining higher level army buffs and other army benefits. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The monster army was officially established today. Moreover, the number of his monster ranches was more than twice as many as before. In addition, he focused on nurturing the violent storm demon spirit. The number of proof of legion fragments would increase greatly from tomorrow onwards. Perhaps I can gather the next proof of legion tomorrow. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. There were so many troops and types in his territory. The official formation of the two legions was naturally far from enough. For example, the Heavenly Army needed an independent army. He had more and more dragon subordinates now, but he did not enjoy the various benefits of an official army formation. Therefore, he had to get an official army formation for his dragon subordinates after he gathered the proof of legion. After that, he could also consider giving the Starfire mercenary team an official army. Lastly, the Lords of the Star Alliance had an increasing number of troops. Therefore, in the future, in order to make it easier for them to manage the army under them and increase the combat strength of the army, they would definitely need things like the proof of legion. This proof of legion is also a very important resource. Zhou Zhou sighed. If that was the case, he needed more than 10 sets of proof of legion. It seemed that he had to make the violent storm demon spirit that produced the proof of legion, the violent storm spirit recruitment books, the violent storm spirit class change certificate, and the thunder element gems as a fixture in the monster ranch. The violent storm demon spirit would definitely not be taken away from the monster ranch at least for a long time in the future. Then, he stopped thinking about other things and took out the greedy wolf totem to study it. At the same time, Luciair was in the injured camp, treating the injured with a group of doctors and clergymen. Luciair walked out of the injured camp late at night. She could not help but smile when the cries of pain gradually stopped in the injured camp. She was sincerely happy to see the soldiers recover under her medical skills. Even though I haven't treated anyone for many years. But I'm still good at it. Luciair was very satisfied with her performance today. Then, she stretched and was about to return to her residence to rest. At this moment, she was suddenly stunned. This was because she suddenly noticed that her immortal divine medicine doctor level had unknowingly increased from diamond tier elementary grade to diamond tier intermediate grade. She could not help but open her mouth in disbelief. How did this happen? Even though she had been asleep for a long time, she still felt that she was still a distance away from the diamond tier intermediate grade before she came today. Normally speaking, she should be able to advance to the diamond tier intermediate grade within half a year to a year. Why did she break through now? She was very puzzled. Then, she walked back to her residence and began to think about what she had done today that allowed her to advance by leaps and bounds and save so much time. However, she did not think that she had done anything special until she reached home. She had passed on knowledge to higher-level doctors today other than teaching the doctors in the territory. After the Lord returned with the injured soldiers, she directly entered the injured camp and began to treat the injured soldiers' injuries. She didn't do anything special. Just as she was feeling puzzled, a will-o-wisp suddenly flashed across her mind. No. There was something special about today. Lucair remembered. When she was treating the injured soldiers today, for some reason, her mind was especially clear and her reaction was especially sensitive. When she used the medical knowledge she had, more medical theories actually appeared in her mind. There were only two ways for physicians to raise their level. The first was to treat a large number of patients effectively and accumulate healing experience to obtain promotion energy to increase the level of a doctor. The second was to master more medical theory knowledge through studying medical classics. As long as one mastered enough theoretical knowledge of the medical path and used it to the point of proficiency, the promotion energy needed for a doctor to advance would naturally increase continuously and complete the breakthrough of the doctor level. Lucair's actions during the day coincided with the doctor's advancement method. At that time, she did not pay much attention to this strange state. She only thought that she was talented in the path of medicine. She only realized that something was wrong when she had the time to rest. Chapter 450, Perfect Mastery of the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array. The last day. Lucair thought for a long time, but she could not think of the source of that special state during the day. However, she had a faint guess in her heart. I didn't have such a state when I returned to teacher's place to take teacher's medical examination. I suddenly entered this state after coming here. Is it because this territory is special? Lucair frowned slightly. She was puzzled, curious, and eager to look forward to it. Her immortal divine medicine doctor realm would definitely increase rapidly if her special state during the day could continue. Let's ask Zhou Zhou tomorrow. He's the Lord here. Zhou Zhou will definitely know something if my state during the day is really related to this territory. Lucair thought. The night passed in the blink of an eye. In the beginner grade Lord's Paradise. In the fitness hall army duel room. Roar. A divine wolf howl that seemed to come from the stars sounded. A greedy wolf avatar more than 2,000 meters tall was fighting wantonly in the army of 500,000 fog monsters. None of them could withstand it no matter where it went. The fog monsters turned into incomplete corpses and scattered on the ground. Not long after, this place had become a terrifying battlefield with rivers of blood. Howl! The divine wolf roared again. The entire battle room suddenly darkened. An illusory blood-colored full moon suddenly appeared on the ceiling and quickly fell towards the fog monsters below. Greedy wolf moon howling arrays killing move moon fall. Rumble. The ground shook. All the remaining fog monsters were crushed and killed by the ultimate move of the military formation. When the greedy wolf avatar saw this scene, it slowly sat down. The next second, it suddenly collapsed into countless blood mist. A total of 200,000 human soldiers standing majestically on the spot when the blood mist cleared up. In front of them stood a majestic figure. It was none other than Zhou Zhou. He waved his hand, and the 200,000 soldiers behind him turned into phantoms and quickly dissipated. The blood-colored battlefield and the corpse of the fog monster in front of him also dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield that had just gone through an intense battle turned into a clean practice room. Zhou Zhou did not look at the changes in his surroundings. He had been studying and practicing the greedy wolf avatar for the entire night. He had seen this scene countless times. At this moment, he was focused on the virtual screen in front of him. Lines of black words quickly appeared on the virtual screen. The battle between the military formations has ended. Your army formation, Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array, Killing Ability Rating, Perfect. Your army formation, Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array, Crowd Control Ability Rating, Perfect. Your army formation, Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array, Defense and Counterattack Ability Rating, perfect. Your army formation, Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array, S Random Crisis Responsibility Rating, perfect. Congratulations, you have perfectly mastered the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array. Do you want to end this battle? Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw these comments. The night he spent was not in vain. He had finally grasped this Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array. Furthermore, he grasped it perfectly without any blind spots. Now, even the creator of the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array might not be able to compare to him in terms of theoretical understanding and practical use of the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array. He had already far surpassed Wu Xian and Bai Yun. The reason why he could master the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array so quickly was not only because of his many bloodlines, but also because his aptitude and comprehension far exceeded ordinary people. Wu Xian's talent, ability to grasp situation thoroughly, and hero skill, desired military morale was also an important reason why he could master the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array in such a short period of time. I finally know what it's like to be a military genius. Zhou Zhou stretched and thought contentedly. Of course, apart from the above reasons, this battle array room was also one of the important reasons why he could master the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array so quickly. This military formation duel room could not only create virtual battlefields, virtual allies, and virtual enemies, but it also made him truly feel what it was like to use military formations on the actual battlefield. He could also point out the various imperfections when he used the military formation at any time and correct them in real time. This was how he utilized the night. In the beginning, he spent time comprehending the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array on the Greedy Wolf Totem. He spent the rest of his time on the virtual battlefield. He had perfectly grasped the usage of the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array after more than 10 virtual battle array battles in a row. In the future, generals who learn military formations can come here to cultivate in seclusion. I guarantee that I can master the usage of the military formation in a short period of time. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he waved his right hand casually. The Greedy Wolf Totem that was placed not far away suddenly flew over and landed in his hand. Zhou Zhou looked at this Greedy Wolf Totem and could not help but smile. Now that he could perfectly control the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array, he could naturally set up the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array without relying on the Greedy Wolf Totem like Bai Yun and Wu Xian. It's time to give this Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array to other generals. Zhou Zhou stood up and walked out of the battle room, walking out of the beginner grade Lord's Paradise. Zhou Zhou opened the World Channel on his way. A large number of lords were still discussing and chatting enthusiastically on the World Channel even though it was only 3 in the morning. Zhou Zhou glanced at it. He realized that most of them were talking about today's events in the final battlefield. Today is the last day of the final battlefield. I wonder how many ranking points I can get today. Big shot above, are you still in the final battlefield? I couldn't move at night and I'm afraid that I'll be crushed into pieces by the terrifying violent storm the next day, so I didn't dare to go the next day. Me too. I'm really scared. The final battlefield is not a place that ordinary lords can be in. Today is the last day of the final battlefield. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle on the battlefield today. It's useless. My Alliance Master is invincible. That's right. Our leader of the Blazing Sun Alliance has obtained first place on the rankings of the final battlefield. Moreover, there's already a considerable gap between him and the true lord in second place. The chances of the other party catching up and surpassing him are not high. Big Boss Blazing Sun is fierce, but you can't make a judgment so easily until the end. I feel that those top lords of the myriad races are going to exert their strength today. Your Alliance Master might not be able to keep the first place. Can Big Boss Blazing Sun really get first place? Previous poster, are the True Lord, Great One Lord, and Heaven Chasing Lords useless? Do you know how terrifying the power of civilization of the top lords of the myriad races is? How can a civilization that has been around for thousands of years compare to a civilization that has been around for tens of thousands of years? It's a good thing to be confident about our races, but you can't be arrogant. I don't care. I will support Big Boss Blazing Sun unconditionally at this moment as a human from the Cerulean planet, even if we are to be enemies one day in the future. That's right. Big Boss Blazing Sun, charge. Best of luck, Alliance Master. The other lords who are still in the final battlefield can't admit defeat easily either. Zhou Zhou looked at what the lords said for a while and stopped looking. At this moment, he suddenly felt something and turned to look in the direction of Luo Sheng and Wu Tu's residence. What a coincidence! These two people actually woke up at the same time. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate and stood up to walk towards them. Chapter 451, Soul Arrow Wu Tu. However, just as Zhou Zhou walked out of the beginner-grade Lord's Paradise, he saw a beautiful figure waiting for him at the door. It was Lucaiter. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Lucaiter's eyes lit up when he saw him. Then, she immediately came to him. I didn't expect the soldiers to be right. You're really up early. I thought I would have to wait for a while. Do you need me for something? Zhou Zhou reacted. Lucaiter nodded and told him about her sudden breakthrough. She also asked Zhou Zhou if it was because of his territory. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and had a guess. I think I have an idea why. Go take a look at the Imperial Ancestral Temple in my territory. The ancestors of our cerulean planet are worshipped in the race building of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. One of the human ancestors is called Sun Simiao. His ancestral enhancement effect is to help the physician professionals in the territory. When treating illnesses and saving people, there is a chance that they will comprehend more medical theories and increase the probability of breaking through by 10%. The reason why you can suddenly comprehend medical knowledge and break through on the immortal divine medicine doctor should be related to ancestor Sun Simiao. Zhou Zhou explained patiently. The two of them had just woken up and should still be familiarizing themselves with their hero abilities. He did not have to rush over too quickly. He would resolve this person's doubts first. I see. I knew there was something wrong with my breakthrough. Lucaiter said suddenly. She decided to pay her respects to the human ancestor of the cerulean planet, Sun Simiao, later. Even though this cerulean planet's human ancestor was not her ancestor, he was at least a human like her and taught her and cleared her doubts. He could be said to be a teacher of hers. Even though Lucaiter had a willful personality, she had been taught since she was young to respect her teacher. She would still complete basic etiquette. Where are you going? Then, the two of them chatted for a while. Lucaiter suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. Zhou Zhou did not hide anything from Lucaiter, who was now his subject. He told him about Wu Tu and Luo Sheng. Lucaiter was shocked. Two heroes. Her teacher's status was not low in the entire human race, so she had come into contact with many heroes since she was young. She also became a hero when she grew up too. However, this did not make her feel that heroes were very ordinary people. On the contrary. It was precisely because of this that she understood the meaning of having the two new heroes even more. Moreover, as far as she knew, there were more than two heroes in this territory. Now, there were actually two more. I think I've joined an amazing territory. Lucaiter was surprised. Zhou Zhou, how many heroes are there in our territory? She could not help but ask curiously. 7 of them, including you. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction Nazario, Blood Fire Arrow Elf Bai Yun, Dragon Horse Spear General Wu Xin, 10 Directional Martial Emperor Feng Luo, Immortal Divine Medicine Dr. Lucaiter, Soul Arrow Wu Tu, Ghost God General Luo Sheng. This did not include the unused hero inheritance slot in the Night Temple. Otherwise, there would be 8 heroes. Lucaiter's mouth fell open. 7 heroes. This was much stronger than many veteran kingdom-level factions. Zhou Zhou looked at the girl in front of him and could guess what she was thinking. However, he did not say much. He only said that he wanted to see the two new heroes. When Lucair heard this, she immediately said that she wanted to take a look together. Zhou Zhou did not refuse. Then, the two of them walked towards Wu Tu's residence. Soldiers were guarding this place to prevent anyone from entering and disturbing the existence inside. These soldiers had been guarding the people inside ever since they received the order last night. At this moment, they saw the Lord walking over and the doctor beside him who had saved many of their brothers yesterday. "Greetings, my lord." "Greetings, medical immortal," the soldiers and subjects said. Zhou Zhou and Lucai smiled and nodded. Creak. The door suddenly opened. Then, Wu Tu and Luo Sheng walked out and bowed respectfully to Zhou Zhou. "Greetings, my lord." After the two of them sensed the Lord's aura, they immediately emerged before they had the time to check their hero abilities. "Get up." Zhou Zhou smiled and felt the aura emitted by the two of them. Then, he sensed that the auras around the two of them were already quite perfect and powerful. Moreover, they naturally emitted the pressure of a hero slot with extremely strong suppression. However, it could be seen that the two of them were trying their best to control this pressure. It was just that this was the first time they had encountered this and were a little unfamiliar with it. "Looks like the two of you have perfectly inherited your respective hero slots." Zhou Zhou smiled. "This is all thanks to my lord." The two of them suppressed their excitement and said respectfully. When the surrounding soldiers in charge of guarding heard this, they immediately looked at the two of them enviously. They had already heard about it. The two people in front of them had been bestowed with the extremely precious hero inheritance precisely because they had been recognized by the Lord. This alone was not what the soldiers envied the most. What made them the most envious was that one of them was an underage youth. He was bestowed the hero inheritance by the Lord because he had followed the Lord for a long time and made many contributions. The other person's hero inheritance came from the military merit quests issued by the Lord. This young soldier called Luo Sheng had completed the Lord's military merit quests under fair competition. That was why he obtained this hero inheritance that countless people envied. The subjects of the Blazing Sun territory naturally had no objections to the Lord distributing the hero inheritance like this. Instead, they revered their Lord even more. All the living beings in the high continent knew how precious the hero inheritance was. However, their Lord was willing to let them compete fairly. It could be seen that the Lord really did not treat them as outsiders. At the same time, Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw their reactions. Then, he looked at their attribute information. Subject, Wu Tu, Hero Unit. Hero Title, Soul Arrow. Position, Epic Tier Heroes Fate Level. Territory, Blazing Sun Territory. Strength Level, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. Ability Overview, he had the talent of image memory ever since he was young. He could record the scenery he saw with his brush. He took the initiative to join the army and became a military cartographer for the sake of his family's livelihood. Later, he joined the Blazing Sun territory and became a cartographer valued by the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. He made many contributions to the Lord of the Blazing Sun's conquest of the territory and was bestowed with the hero inheritance, becoming the legendary Soul Arrow. Bloodline, Human Bloodline, Yellow Gold Tier Intermediate Grade, 100%. Skills, Talent Image Memory, Hero Skill Heaven and Earth Heart Arrow, Hero Skill Great Ice Seal, Epic Tier Intermediate Grade Enhanceable Flying Arrow Clone Technique, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Map Making Skill, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Terrain Recognition, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Monster Recognition, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Medicinal Herb Recognition, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Mineral Recognition, White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade Map. Kingdom Beginning City, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Map Dark Night Town, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Green Forest. Loyalty, 100. Potential, Epic Tier Advanced Grade. Hero Biography, 1. He explored a large number of enemy territories and the distribution of enemy forces for the human Lord of the Blazing Sun and made countless contributions before he became a hero. He was the sharp blade in the hands of the Lord of the Blazing Sun, making countless fog monsters and people of foreign races fear him. Hero's personal reputation rating +1, human race reputation +100. 2. Under the blessing of the human Lord, Lord of the Blazing Sun, he obtained the hero inheritance of the Soul Arrow and became the 4th generation Soul Arrow. Hero's personal reputation rating +1, human race reputation +10,000, high continent reputation +5. Chapter 452, Ghost God General Luo Sheng. Subject, Luo Sheng, Hero. Hero title, Ghost God General. Position, Epic Tier Heroes Fate Level. Territory, Blazing Sun Territory. Strength Level, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade. Ability Overview, Luo Sheng was born in a military family. He had been determined to join the army since he was young and had displayed his outstanding military potential and talents very early on. Luo Sheng passed the family's test at the age of 14 and was approved to join the army after constantly learning and training. However, Luo Sheng was greatly disappointed with the lord that he had served. He killed the lord and released the subjects under him, and then wandered again to find the hero he yearned for. Now, Luo Sheng had come to serve the human lord, the Blazing Sunday. In his eyes, the Lord of the Blazing Sun seemed to be the peerless hero he yearned for that can lead the world to a better place. He had already decided to offer all his loyalty to him. Bloodline, Human Bloodline, Legendary Tier Elementary Grade, 100%. Skills, Talent Battlefield General, Hero Skill Ghost God Military Morale, Hero Skill Unparalleled Ghost God, Epic Tier Intermediate Grade Enhanceable Ghost God Demon Slaying Halberd, Epic Tier Intermediate Grade Enhanceable Ghost God Violent Storm, Epic Tier Intermediate Grade Enhanceable Suppressing Evil Halberd, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade Sword and Shield Combo, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade Archery, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade Battlefield Fencing, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade Spearmanship, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Battle Array Theory and Practice, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Furry Array. Loyalty, 100, Dead Loyal. Potential, High Level Deity Elementary Grade. Hero Biography, 1. His battlefield talent began to appear before he became a hero. He went to the battlefield and left some legends on the battlefield when he was young. The hero's personal reputation rating +1, human reputation +50. 2. Under the blessing of the human Lord of the Blazing Sun, he obtained the hero inheritance of the Ghost God General and became the 2nd generation Ghost God General. The hero's personal reputation rating +1, human reputation +10,000, high continent reputation +5. After reading their attributes, Zhou Zhou could not help but smile. 2 more hero-level combatants had appeared in his territory. Moreover, Luo Sheng surprised him even more. Originally, this kid's potential was already at the legendary tier elementary grade before he advanced to a hero skill. Now, he had actually skipped 3 levels in a row and directly increased his potential from the legendary tier to high-level god tier elementary grade. Normally speaking, the hero's potential would not increase by so much even with the enhancement of the hero slot. But Luo Sheng had done just that. Zhou Zhou suddenly recalled that the other party had once told him that he had once killed several green bronze tier enemies on the battlefield as an ordinary person without a profession. It seemed that Luo Sheng was really suitable for this hero inheritance. Only when the hero inheritance was extremely compatible with the hero inheritance would the potential of the hero inheritance suddenly increase by so much. Get ready. Report to Bai Yun later and ask her to arrange a deputy commander position for you. Then we'll go out and fight. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. The 2 of them said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and threw something to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng subconsciously took it and realized that it was a blood wolf carving. I see you have foundation in military formations. This is an extraordinary tier military treasure. It records a military formation called the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array. Study and master this military formation as soon as possible. If you want to speed up your research, you can go to my beginner grade Lord's Paradise. There's a battle room there that can help you speed up your mastery of this battle formation. Zhou Zhou said. I will definitely master the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array as soon as possible. Luo Sheng was stunned for a moment before nodding seriously. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he looked at Wu Tu, who had a hint of envy in his eyes. Wu Tuesday. From today onwards, our territory will start producing Starry Night and Black Ghost. The first Starry Night and Black Ghost should have been created by now. Go and get it from Wenyi. From now on, these two spaceships will be assigned to the Heavenly Army. Zhou Zhou said. Thank you, my lord. Wu Tu was stunned for a moment before saying excitedly. As someone who had been on the Starry Night and Black Ghost, he naturally knew how much benefits these two spaceships would bring to the Heavenly Army if they joined them. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like adding wings to a tiger. Previously, he was a little envious of Luo Sheng, who had just arrived at the Blazing Sun territory. He had actually received an important position from the Lord so quickly. He wasn't envious at all now. He had two spaceships now. Was there anyone else amongst the soldiers of Blazing Sun territory with such an honor? He was the only one. Zhou Zhou could not help but smile when he saw their reactions. After the three of them chatted for a while, Wu Tu and Luo Sheng went to the Blazing Sun Army's base. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhou led Lucair towards the Night Temple. Along the way, he got a soldier to call Suan over. Congratulations, you've gained 2 more hero-level combat power. Lucair still didn't know why Zhou Zhou had called Suan over, but she didn't ask. She said to Zhou Zhou with a complicated tone as she walked. Even someone as knowledgeable as her was stunned by Zhou Zhou's luck. 7 hero-level combatants. Coupled with the methods used to revive her and various other unbelievable methods, who would believe that this was the foundation of a lord who had just arrived in the High Continent less than a month ago? Even the kings of veteran kingdom-level factions would be dumbfounded and doubt their lives if they were here. Zhou Zhou smiled and did not say anything. Soon, Suan came over. Greetings, my lord. Suan carried the blood shadow sword on his back and bowed in confusion. He did not know why his lord had called him over. Were they going to the battlefield? Come with me. Zhou Zhou did not say much. He brought the confused Suan and Lucai to the Night Temple. I want to see Temple Lord Baihe. Zhou Zhou said to the Holy Shield Knight guarding the door. The Temple Lord is busy every day. How can you meet him just because you want to? The Holy Shield Knight frowned. It's about the resurrection of the hero. Zhou Zhou said slowly. The 2 Holy Shield Knights were stunned and did not know what to say. The Night Temple and even some of the upper echelons of the human race already knew that Zhou Zhou could revive a hero. Lucair was a living example. Could he revive their human heroes again? The 2 Holy Shield Knights looked at Zhou Zhou with respect and even worship. I'll report it now. The tone of the Holy Shield Knight who spoke earlier changed drastically. After saying that politely, he immediately turned around and ran into the hall. The 3 of you can wait in the reception room with me. Another Holy Shield Knight said. Zhou Zhou nodded and entered the Night Temple. Chapter 453, Zhou Zhou's Request and Confidence. Zhou Zhou, Lucair, and Suan were waiting in the reception room. Among them, Zhou Zhou was leisurely drinking the drinks that the Night Temple had just sent over. It had to be said. This kind of high-end beverage was indeed extraordinary. With his chaos human bloodline, he actually felt a little comfortable after drinking it. On his left, Lucair was deep in thought. She just wanted to ask what was going on with her breakthrough. Why was she suddenly involved in such a big matter like the resurrection of a hero? However, she was actually looking forward to this. Which human hero was Zhou Zhou going to revive this time? Many famous heroes in the history of the human race immediately appeared in her mind. On the other side, Suan, who did not know what was going on the entire time, was sitting on Zhou Zhou's right with a blank expression. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Suan, who was completely unaware of the situation, did not know what to do except to remain silent. However, he was very calm. He would just obey the Lord whatever happens next since he had brought him here. Soon, Temple Lord Bai came over. Beside him was his disciple, the silver meteorite knight Rob Allen. You can resurrect heroes again? Bai asked as soon as they met. Not yet. However, my subordinate is the cardinal of the goddess of life. Temple Lord Bai knows that she has mastered a divine art called the Great Resurrection Spell. Resurrecting heroes is very difficult for others, but I just have to satisfy my cardinal's conditions. So what? Rob Allen could not help but ask. This made Temple Lord Bai glare at him, causing Rob Allen to lower his head resentfully. Tell me. What do you want? If Temple Lord Bai didn't understand what Zhou Zhou meant, he would have wasted his years as a guardian of the human race. I want to apply for the inheritance of a low-tier god-tier assassin-type heroic spirit for one of my subordinates. I don't want the extraordinary tier heroic spirit inheritance that the Night Temple has rewarded me with. Zhou Zhou said. As soon as this was mentioned, Bai and Rob Allen widened their eyes. Even Luciaier and Bai were stunned. They looked at Zhou Zhou and only had one thought in their minds. How dare this guy/lord? The scene fell silent. Among the 5 people present, Suan was the most confused. At least a low-tier god-tier assassin hero inheritance. Could it be? An unbelievable thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that the Lord is asking for the hero inheritance for me? Thinking about it this way, everything made sense now. No wonder his Lord had sent someone to look for him so early in the morning and had brought him here without any explanation. It turned out that the Lord wanted to get me a hero inheritance. However, Suan still found it unbelievable even though he had guessed it. At the same time, he was deeply grateful. He had been in the assassin organization for a long time. His heart had already become incomparably cold with the repeated assassination quests. In his incomplete memory, there was almost no superior who treated him so well like the Lord. This made him feel a little uncomfortable at this moment. He felt that such benefits should not fall on him. However, what Bai said next made him give up on this last thought. Is that him? When Bai heard Zhou Zhou's ridiculous request, he didn't reject it immediately. Instead, his gaze landed on Suan. Under the gaze of this top-notch human expert, even though Suan's mental fortitude was extremely strong, he still felt immense pressure. Zhou Zhou nodded after hearing Bai's words. How is he? Not bad, right? This is a rare good seedling for our human race. He said with a smile. Bai didn't say anything upon hearing this as he continued to scrutinize Suan. A moment later, even though his expression did not change, his heart was trembling. His gaze was extremely vicious. Under his observation, Suan's background could be said to be totally transparent to him. It was also because of this that he realized that this human youth was just as the Lord of the Blazing Sun had said. He was truly a rare human genius. In fact, his potential was much higher than his disciple, Rob Allen. One had to know that as the top guardian of the human race and the only temple lord of the Night Temple, his standards were naturally extremely high. Otherwise, he would not only have Rob Allen and a few other disciples after being a high-level human for so many years. It could be seen how satisfied he was with Rob Allen when he first saw him. And today, he saw a human genius with higher potential than Rob Allen. One could imagine the shock in his heart. Actually, when he first heard Zhou Zhou's request, his first thought was to reject it. The hero inheritance of a god-tier hero. There were less than 5 of them in the entire human race. Naturally, he would not agree just because of Zhou Zhou's words. Now that he saw Suan in person, the determination in his heart became a little hesitant. This child had astonishing potential. If there was no problem with his character, it was not impossible to give him the hero inheritance. Zhou Zhou's sixth senses were sharp, so he quickly sensed Bai He's hesitation. He immediately struck while the iron was hot and expressed his confidence in making his request. If the Night Temple is willing to give my subordinate a god-tier hero inheritance, I can resurrect 3 human heroes for free in the future. Zhou Zhou said. Bai He's heart jolted. Rob Allen, Luciair, and Suan were also very shocked. The hero inheritance of a god-tier hero is no small matter. I can't decide it myself. I want to see his potential first. Bai He said after a long silence. Okay. Zhou Zhou immediately agreed. He might be a little more cowardly about other things. But potential? The best thing about Suan was his potential. When I say potential, I'm not just referring to his potential. It includes his character. Every hero inheritance of a god-tier hero is the foundation of our human race. I don't want the hero inheritance to nurture a great enemy of the human race in the future. Bai He said calmly. Zhou Zhou nodded in agreement and asked, Temple Lord Bai, how do you plan to test my subordinate's character? Let's go to the Heroic Spirit Hall. The Heroic Spirit Seniors will naturally see through his mind. Bai He looked deeply at Zhou Zhou and Suan before speaking. There's no time to lose. Come with me. After Bai He finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. Zhou Zhou immediately pulled Suan to his feet and followed Bai He. Only Luciair and Rob Allen were left in the room. The two of them were in disbelief. Bai He actually gave him a chance? However, when they thought of Zhou Zhou's conditions, the 3 of them understood. These heroes were dead. However, if the heroes who had passed away could be revived, it would be a real revival of the human race. In addition, if that person's potential was really good, it was not impossible to give him a god-tier hero inheritance. The 2 of them didn't think too much about it and hurriedly chased after them. Chapter 454, Sensory from the Heart that can distinguish good from evil. The heroic spirits opened their eyes. Soon, the 5 of them arrived at the Heroic Spirit Hall. A 3-meter-tall human with purple eyes was sitting leisurely at the entrance of the hall. It was the Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea that Zhou Zhou had not seen for a long time. Behind him were 2 teams of Guardian Knights wearing gorgeous golden armor with serious expressions. Temple Lord. When the Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea saw Bai He, it immediately stood up and said respectfully. Then, he saw Zhou Zhou and the others behind Bai He. Have you decided to use the remaining Heroic Spirit hero slot? The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea smiled at Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou could not explain it well, so he only smiled and nodded. This Lord is quite ambitious. What he wants this time is not the extraordinary tier hero inheritance, but the god tier hero inheritance. Bai He smiled and said. The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, his gaze shifted and landed on Suan, who was behind him. He raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. This kid has good potential. Open the door. Bai He nodded and did not say anything else. Yes. The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea nodded. Then, with a wave of his right hand, the 2 teams of Guardian Knights behind him opened the heavy door of the Heroic Spirit Hall. Blazing Sun, Suan, come in. Little Cair and Rob Allen will guard the door. Bai He said. Then, he walked towards the Heroic Spirit Hall. Zhou Zhou and Suan followed him in. Why are they only letting them in? I want to go in and take a look too. Luciair muttered softly with a dissatisfied expression. She really wanted to know how many heroic spirits would open their eyes and look at the human brought by the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Little ant, you have to choose the place to be willful. The Heroic Spirit Hall is not such a place. Rob broke out in cold sweat for this young lady. Got it. Luciair pouted and did not say anything else. At this moment, the Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea looked at the gradually closing door of the hall and reacted. Temple Lord Bai gave them a chance to obtain the inheritance of a god-tier heroic spirit. Well, that person's aptitude was not bad. It could even be said that he was the most talented young man he had ever seen in his life. However, it shouldn't be to the extent of giving the other party a god-tier hero inheritance just because he had good aptitude, right? Therefore, how much benefits had this Lord of the Blazing Sun given the Night Temple to make Temple Lord Bai willing to pay a god-tier hero inheritance? The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea was surprised. In the Heroic Spirit Hall, when Zhou Zhou and the others first entered, they immediately felt the huge pressure from the heroic spirits of more than 300 heroes. However, Suan had the dragon-slaying will, and Zhou Zhou had the dragon-slaying king's will. There was naturally no need to mention Bai He, so the three of them were not affected. Stand here and don't move. Be at ease and accept the test from the heroic spirits. If you have a guilty conscience or feel that your character is not up to standard, I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible. Bai He said calmly. Suan pursed his lips. He saw his lord looking at him encouragingly just as he was about to say something. For reasons unknown, Suan felt inexplicably certain when he saw Zhou Zhou's gaze. He didn't say anything, just nodded. Bai He did not say anything else. The entire heroic spirit temple suddenly fell silent. Zhou Zhou and Bai He looked at the taciturn young man with the blood shadow sword on his back. Especially Zhou Zhou. He looked at Suan with anticipation and confidence. Zhou Zhou was naturally at ease about Suan's background because he was a talent attracted by his reputation rating. As for his personality, Zhou Zhou was also very confident. The source of his confidence came from his sixth senses. As the owner of the Chaos human bloodline, Zhou Zhou's sixth senses would also strengthen every time his Chaos human bloodline advanced. In the beginning, the performance of his enhanced sixth senses was very average. For example, he could see further and clearer visually, he could hear further and more clearly in his hearing, he could smell further and clearer, and his sense of smell was stronger. His sense of touch was also clearer and sharper. As for the last sixth sense, which was sensory from the heart, it was the only obvious sensory improvement he felt. It was a little similar to talent danger prediction, but the effect was weaker than danger prediction. Moreover, not only could it sense danger in advance, it could also vaguely sense things that were good to it and other things. It was a little like predicting fortune and misfortune. It was just that this precognition was not very obvious. However, he could feel that his sixth senses had improved by leaps and bounds after he used many bloodlines to upgrade his Chaos human to the diamond tier. Especially sensory from the heart, which had awakened a new ability. Distinguishing good and evil. He could directly determine the good and evil of a life form through his intuition. Even someone like Suan, who had lost most of his past memories. He could determine if he was a bad person in the past with sensory from the heart. Suan was clearly not. That was why Zhou Zhou trusted him so much. Even though he had just joined his territory, he had immediately prepared the hero inheritance for him after he assassinated many lords of the myriad races. If Suan was an evil person, Zhou Zhou would not give him any benefits no matter how talented he was. At this moment, the many heroic spirits in the Heroic Spirit Hall finally changed. A statue of a young human dressed as a swordsman with a long sword opened its stone eyes and looked at Suan. Right on the heels of that was a black-clothed assassin holding two daggers. He opened his stone eyes and looked at Suan. Then, an old statue with many hidden weapons hanging on its body opened its eyes and looked at Suan. The heroic spirits opened their eyes one by one and looked at Suan. At first, Bai He's expression was still calm. However, when the number of heroic spirits who opened the stone eye reached 10, a ripple appeared in his eyes. So many heroic spirits acknowledged this kid. It seemed that this kid's character was indeed not bad. A moment later, when the number of heroic spirits who opened the stone eye reached 20, he raised his eyebrows slightly. One had to know that when his disciple, Rob Allen, came here, he only opened the eyes of the 16 heroic spirits. He did not expect this young man to surpass him now. This kid's future was limitless. He sighed with emotion. At the same time, the heroic spirits were still opening their eyes. Soon, a total of 30 heroic spirits opened their eyes. He's expression became serious. 30 heroic spirits. This was enough to rank in the top 10 in the history of the human race. The first place naturally belonged to Zhou Zhou. Many higher UPS of the human race agreed. The reason why Zhou Zhou made all 312 heroic spirits open their eyes that time was not because he could satisfy them all. It was because there were only 312 heroic spirits in the heroic spirit hall at that time. A moment later, no heroic spirit in the entire heroic spirit hall finally continued to open their eyes to look at Suan. He took a deep breath. A smile also appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. A total of 46 heroic spirits opened their eyes. Suan did not disappoint me. Chapter 455, Suan and the Blood Shadow Sword Demon Luo Yi. Temple Lord Bai, how's the potential of my subordinate? Zhou Zhou looked at Bai He and said with a smile. He can be ranked amongst the top 5 geniuses of the human race. Bai He was silent for a few seconds before saying. He glanced at Zhou Zhou and thought of the cardinal beside him who could revive heroes and many other capable people. There were even subordinates of the dragon race. He even felt a little sour. Why does this kid have so many talents around him? He could not help but recall when he first learned that the Supreme Will was going to attract lords of all races from the myriad worlds to compete for the position of the Lord of all races. At that time, he felt that even if the Supreme Will were to get the best talents over, they might not be able to defeat veteran lords like them. The native life forms on the High Continent had been operating in the High Continent and other worlds for a long time after all. Their foundation was already extremely deep. These lords of all races had just arrived. What could they do even if their talent was astonishing? Now that he saw the Lord of the Blazing Sun with endless means and capable people, his thoughts had been wavering. Could it be that the Supreme Will had long expected such a thing, so he gave up on them and chose the lords of all races from the myriad worlds? He thought for a few seconds, then sighed in his heart and stopped thinking about it. It was useless after all. So is Temple Lord Bai willing to agree to my request? What level of hero can your cardinal, the goddess of life, revive now? Bai He looked at him and asked. Extraordinary tier intermediate grade and heroes below the extraordinary tier intermediate grade can be revived. Zhou Zhou said. The level of resurrection is too low. Bai He frowned. I have no choice. If I want to increase the level of resurrection, I can only do so when the level of my territory increases in the future. In addition, I'm still lacking in a resurrection condition. Without this resurrection condition, I can't get her to resurrect heroes for you. However, it's not difficult to achieve this condition. Zhou Zhou said. The condition he mentioned was naturally a treasure like the Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystal. However, he could drop one every 2 to 3 days even though this thing was rare. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was not worried that it would delay the resurrection. Bai He looked at him speechlessly. So you didn't prepare anything and want to obtain the hero inheritance of a god-tier heroic spirit from me with just your mouth, right? He shook his head in his heart and did not say anything. The other party's resurrection ability existed after all. As long as he had this ability, everything else was a small problem. He pondered for a moment and said, this matter is very important. I have to hold a high-level meeting of the human race. But don't think too much about it. There's an 80% chance that this matter will be passed. Zhou Zhou nodded and smiled. He actually did not dare to guarantee anything before he came. He heaved a sigh of relief now that he saw that it had really worked. At this moment, a blood-red light suddenly erupted in the distance. This light rushed straight to the roof of the heroic spirit hall. Then, it actually ignored the roof and pierced through it. In the end, it shot into the sky like a sharp light. This spectacular scene stunned Zhou Zhou. What is going on? Has your heroic spirit hall been invaded? He subconsciously wanted to protect his subject, Suan, and bring him out of this dangerous place. Then, he realized that Suan, who had been behind him just now, had disappeared. He hurriedly looked around and finally discovered a blurry figure where the black light was. It was Suan. Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat. This kid wouldn't run around and trigger some special mechanism in such an important place to the human, right? Zhou Zhou had no doubt that there were a large number of protective mechanisms here that could instantly kill people. He glanced at Bai He beside him and was stunned. Bai He was also a little stunned at first, but soon, his expression became strange. It seems that this little friend of yours is very much liked by one of our heroic spirit seniors. Bai He looked at Zhou Zhou and shook his head helplessly and happily. What do you mean? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Bai He did not say anything and only walked towards Suan. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou immediately followed. The two of them quickly arrived behind Suan. At this moment, Suan and a heroic spirit statue were enveloped in the blood-red light. At this moment, he was wearing blood-red assassin clothes from head to toe. The blood shadow sword on his back was also trembling violently, emitting a crisp and fierce sword hum. Zhou Zhou looked at the heroic spirit statue. This was a very normal statue of the heroic spirit of a human swordsman. He had his long hair tied up and was wearing black casual clothes. He held a blood sword and stood on the peaceful spirit stone, looking into the distance. This scene looked ordinary, but in the heroic spirit hall where more than 300 heroic spirits gathered, this ordinary-looking ordinary person became the most extraordinary. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the introduction engraved on the divine calming stone. What he saw stunned him. High-level god-tier hero blood shadow sword demon. This person's name was Luo Yi. He had been adopted by the assassin organization of the people of foreign races since he was young. The assassin organization had nurtured him as an assassin. At that time, he did not know that he was a human. In the end, he was instilled with the concept of him being a life form of the people of foreign race by the people of foreign race assassin organization since he was young. And then, he was sent by this assassin organization to assassinate the human race. In the eyes of outsiders, this behavior of the assassin organization could be said to be a perverted cultivation method that killed people's hearts. Their goal was to let Luo Yi know that there was no turning back after he woke up and completely submit to this assassin organization. However, after Luo Yi became an adult and became the #1 assassin of this organization, the Blood Shadow Sword, he knew that he had been assassinating his own kind. Even though I was extremely painful in the beginning, he did not let himself fall into a fallen. Instead, he decided to bear the sin of assassinating his own kind and aimed the blade of the Blood Shadow Sword in his hand at the assassin organization that nurtured him or even the faction of the race behind it to carry out his journey of penitence. On the day he had such a realization, he had become a hero. Moreover, it was a low god tier hero with a fate level slot Blood Shadow Sword. In the days that followed, the Blood Shadow Sword Luo Yi had been using it to assassinate the higher UPS of the Lord factions that had ill intentions towards the human race. From the higher UPS of the Kingdom level Lord faction to the higher UPS of the Empire level Lord faction. Even the higher UPS of the Divine Kingdom Lord faction. His assassination methods were superb and unfathomable. Even a true god tier could not stop Luo Yi's assassination, who was only a mid-level god tier at that time. Luo Yi. At that time, it could be said that he had proved the terror of the assassin profession alone. During the period when the human race's Blood Shadow Sword Luo Yi's reputation was at its peak, countless lords of the races who had ill intentions towards the human race were all terrified, afraid that a blood light would flash in a corner of the shadow rays and destroy their lives. In an era where Master God tier did not appear, Luo Yi had almost no enemies in his life. Only true god tier could pose a threat to him, but they could at most force him to retreat and could not destroy him. Until he was old. Luo Yi, who was already a high-level god tier advance grade and had the high god tier hero fate level slot, fought a true god tier of the people of foreign race in the wilderness. In the end, this true god tier of the people of foreign races returned to the race seriously injured and died not long after. Luo Yi also went missing. Chapter 456, Night Rakshasa Sword God Suan. Blood Shadow Sword. Could it be Suan's Blood Shadow Sword? It should be the same one from the reaction of the Blood Shadow Sword demon heroic spirit. But if it's the same one, why is it in Suan's hands? Zhou Zhou looked at the sword in the heroic spirit statue's hand and then at the trembling sword on Suan's back. He looked at Suan, becoming more and more interested in his past. At the same time, he also noticed the abnormal movements of the sword on Suan's back. This little guy obtained Luo Yi's inheritance before coming here. And he's actually obtaining it again now. He muttered, feeling very surprised. This was the first time he had seen such an unbelievable coincidence even though he was so old. After a long time, under Zhou Zhou's surprised gaze, the heroic spirit statue of the Blood Shadow Sword demon gradually lost the luster of the heroic spirit and turned into an ordinary statue without any special aura. Suan's body gradually emitted the pressure of a powerful hero's fate. The Blood Shadow Sword on his back trembled, looking extremely excited. Only he sighed softly with a helpless expression. After a long time, Suan opened his eyes. He looked at the heroic spirit statue that had darkened in front of him and said nothing, his expression sad. What's your relationship with Luo Yi? At this moment, Baihe's voice sounded. Is Luo Yi, the name of the old beggar? I only know now. He and I are friends. Suan said. Zhou Zhou and Baihe had strange expressions. But he didn't say anything and listened to him continue. I once went on an assassin quest and almost died myself because the target was an extremely powerful opponent, even though the assassination was successful. I fainted in a dilapidated room. When I woke up, I realized that I had been saved by an old beggar. That's how I met him. Later on, he said that my assassination methods were not good, so he taught me the assassination methods of assassins. In return, I bought food for him so that he won't be hungry. Then he died a few years later. How did he die? He immediately asked. He died of illness in his dilapidated house. Suan said calmly. He fell silent. The human experts who had once terrified the upper echelons of the people of foreign races actually ended their lives in such a way? He sighed in his heart. Before the old beggar died, he said that he did not regret his choice and told me not to cry. His only request is for me to leave the Night Empire and fight for the human race. Kill all the people of foreign races who are hostile to the human race. Suan said. Have you recovered your memories? Zhou Zhou saw through something and asked. Suan nodded. I remember now. After hearing the old beggar's last words, I, who was already a little tired of the Night Rakshasa Tower, began to want to leave it and return to the human race. At that time, I thought that I had contributed enough to the Night Rakshasa Tower all these years. I wanted to have a clear conscience and not owe them anything even if I leave the place. In the end, the Night Rakshasa Tower promised me on the surface and gave me one last quest. They said that as long as I completed this last quest, they would allow me to leave the Night Rakshasa Tower and become a free person. But in fact, they set up a large number of ambushes and experts in this mission to kill me. I fought with them openly and covertly for more than half a year before I barely escaped their pursuit. I came to the Lord and was taken in by him. Thank you, my Lord, for taking me in and treating me so well. I won't be able to repay you even if I die 10,000 times. Towards the end, Suan suddenly knelt down and said sincerely. In his memory, only the Lord was so good to him other than the old beggar who was sincerely good to him. Get up. It's good that your memories have been restored. Zhou Zhou smiled. Anyone could tell that he was really happy. Then, he looked at his personal information. Subject, Suan, Hero Unit. Hero Title, Night Rakshasa Sword God. Position, high-level God-tier heroes fate level. Territory, Blazing Sun territory. Strength level, epic tier elementary grade. Ability overview, he was carried away by the Night Empire since he was young and nurtured into a top-notch assassin. Later, with the help of the Blood Shadow Sword Demon, he resolved to return to the human race and fight for the human race. After many twists and turns, he finally returned to the human race and encountered a wise master. He walked his own heroic path after a series of coincidence and fate. Bloodline, human bloodline, mid-level god tier advanced grade, 100%. Skills, talent natural assassin, talent danger premonition, talent strong concealment, talent breathless walking, talent dragon slaying will, hero skill 7 swords killing move, hero skill Night Rakshasa true body, high level god tier advanced grade 7 death's book, yet to master, high level god tier advanced grade blood shadow kill, yet to master, high level god tier advanced grade boundless blood shadow, yet to master, epic tier elementary grade child of the night. Constitution, fake, high-level god tier advanced grade hidden during the day, yet to master, high-level god tier advanced grade empty step, yet to master, high-level god tier advanced grade creating an empty puppet, yet to master, high-level god tier advanced grade dark night screen, yet to master. Loyalty, 100, dead loyal. Potential, true god tier advanced grade. Hero biography, 1. Before becoming a hero, he was nurtured by the Night Rakshasa Tower of the Night Empire. With the strength of an epic tier elementary grade, he became a Night Rakshasa that only the legendary tier child of the night could become. Hero's personal reputation rating +1, Night Spirit race reputation +50. 2. With the help of the Lord of the Blazing Sun, the Night Temple, and the Blood Shadow Sword Demon, he obtained the hero inheritance of the Blood Shadow Sword and walked his own path, becoming the Night Rakshasa Sword God. Hero's personal reputation rating +10, human race reputation +200,000, high continent reputation +50. Zhou Zhou gasped slightly after reading it. Good God! This kid is actually so powerful. Not only had he obtained the Blood Shadow Sword Demon's hero inheritance, he had also used this opportunity to walk his own heroic path and become the Night Rakshasa Sword God. His potential had directly jumped to the true God tier advanced grade. It was comparable to the potential of that little fellow, Xiao Xian. Still, how did you become a hero so quickly? There's more. What's going on with this heroic spirit inheritance? Zhou Zhou pointed at the dim statue of the Blood Shadow Sword Demon Luo Yi. He was still a little uncertain even though he had some guesses. Su Wen shook his head blankly. At this moment, Bai He shook his head and said, this little guy obtained the true recognition of the Blood Shadow Sword Demon Luo Yi. Therefore, he was directly enlightened by Luo Yi with the power of his heroic spirit, saving the process of inheritance. He directly became a hero. But there's a price. The price is Luo Yi's Blood Shadow Sword Demon inheritance has disappeared. It's completely gone. That's why this heroic spirit statue became like this. At this point, Bai He's gaze landed on Su Wen with a complicated and gratified expression. Zhou Zhou blinked. What about the higher UPS of the human race? I'll go and explain to them. Bai He shook his head helplessly. The sudden disappearance of a high-level god-tier heroic spirit inheritance would be quite troublesome to explain even if there was a reason. Bai He felt that it was better to go to the abyss and fight for 10 days and 10 nights than to explain the situation to those dawdling higher UPS of the human race. Chapter 457, Summoning People of the Race. Zhou Zhou looked at Bai He with a smile. How could he not know that he had already taken advantage of the other party? Originally, matters related to the inheritance of a high-level god tier would definitely have to be discussed in many meetings at the Night Temple. This was timely. It was a foregone conclusion because of what this Blood Shadow Sword did. However, the Night Temple would not lose anything. The higher UPS of the human race would most likely agree with his conditions anyway. It only accelerated this process now. The conditions I mentioned before won't change. We still have something to do, so we'll leave first. Lastly, thank you, Temple Lord Bai. Zhou Zhou smiled. Get going, get going. Bai He shook his head and did not say anything else. Thank you, my lord. Suan also thanked Bai He before he left. Don't let down the inheritance Luo Yi gave you even though you've already walked your own path. Bai He looked at Suan and said calmly. He's considered my teacher. I won't let him down. Suan said solemnly. Bai He looked at him for a long time before a smile appeared on his face. Go. See you next time, my lord. Suan said respectfully and chased after Zhou Zhou. Bai He suddenly stopped them just as the two of them were about to walk out of the heroic spirit hall. Lord of the Blazing Sun, if you have time, bring all your human heroes to the heroic spirit hall and leave their hero inheritance for us humans. This won't do them any harm. Bai He said. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before nodding seriously. At the moment, he had a good impression of the humans in the High Continent and had also accepted many benefits from the Night Temple. Leaving them a hero inheritance was just a small matter. Then, the two of them walked out of the heroic spirit hall without saying anything else. Outside the heroic spirit hall, when Zhou Zhou and Suan walked out, the Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea, Rob Allen, and Lucai immediately surrounded them. This is successful. Rob said in surprise when the three of them saw that Suan's condition was very different. It's not only successful, it has also undergone a tremendous change. The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea had extremely sharp eyes. He could tell at a glance that Suan had gained a lot. This kid probably obtained an extraordinary hero's inheritance. Even I feel pressure from the difference in our standing. He exclaimed in his heart. As a retired hero of the Guardian Heroic Spirit Hall, he could naturally feel the astonishing pressure of Suan's hero slot. Even though Suan had tried his best to suppress it. What level of hero fate level? By the way, how many heroic spirits opened their eyes? Rob asked curiously. Suan looked at Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou did not say anything when he heard Rob's words and the gazes of the surrounding people. He only smiled. It's not convenient for us to talk about this. You can ask Temple Lord Bai yourself when he emerges. I still have something on. It's related to the arrangements of the Supreme Will, so I won't talk much about it. Everyone, see you next time. After saying that politely, Zhou Zhou did not say anything else and left with Suan. The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea, Rob Allen, and Lucaier did not stop them to ask in detail. He had already mentioned the Supreme Will. What else could they say? Rob Allen and Lucaier, who were the most curious, could only suppress their curiosity and wait for Bai He to come out. A moment later, Bai He walked out of the heroic spirit hall. Rob and Lucaier immediately asked Bai He the same question. After he entered the heroic spirit hall, he obtained the recognition of 46 heroic spirits and made them open their eyes. In the end, high-level God-tier hero Blood Shadow Sword Demon Luo Yi used his remaining heroic spirit power to guide him directly to become a hero. As soon as these words were spoken, even the knowledgeable Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea widened his eyes in surprise. Bai He looked at Rob with an extremely disappointing gaze just as they were in shock. You're not to slack off in your cultivation in the future. Go to the front line of the abyss yourself later. Don't come back to see me unless you've slaughtered 100,000 demons. Rob? When did I ever slack off? Bai He did not say anything else and left. Little Rob, you have to work harder in the future. Haha, your teacher is clearly worried that you will be caught up by that up-and-coming talent just now. Tisk tisk, a high-level God-tier fate level slot. Moreover, it looks like he has walked his own hero path. I haven't seen a junior with such strong aptitude in a long time. In the future, perhaps our human race will have another pillar like your teacher. The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea chuckled, then sighed. Rob also understood his teacher's intentions. Teacher, do you think I'll be surpassed by that person? Thinking of this, Rob did not feel any negative emotions. Instead, a shocking fighting spirit surged in his heart. He had the slot of a high-level god tier. Wasn't it the same for him? In terms of the difference between him and the other party, it might just be the difference in the number of hero recognitions. But so what? He was already a legendary tier advance grade hero and was only a step away from becoming a god. And the other party was only a new epic tier elementary grade hero. It would probably take a lot of time for him to catch up to him, let alone surpass him. I'll want to prove it to teacher. I will always be his most outstanding and proud disciple. Rob said solemnly. Then, he carried the silver spear on his back and turned to walk towards the Abyss battlefield teleportation array deep in the Night Temple without another word. This kid. The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea smiled, looking very gratified and satisfied. Lucair blinked and did not say anything else. She chased after Zhou Zhou after bidding farewell to the Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea. It's good to be young. The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea thought of the three young people he had seen today and the vigorous feeling on their bodies. They were filled with hope and fighting spirit while he could not help but sigh. After Zhou Zhou and Suan returned, he asked Suan to go to the Blazing Sun Army's base first and asked Bai Yun to arrange his new position. Then, he came to the Gate of Summoning and began today's summoning. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Zhou Zhou looked at the Gate of Summoning in front of him. The next second, the Gate of Summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Then, a large number of subjects walked out. A moment later, the 1,675 new subjects walked out of the Gate of Summoning. Greetings, my lord, X1,675. All the new subjects said respectfully. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he asked all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned 96 professionals this time. There were 21 more professionals than usual. Then, he began to check the information of these professionals' subjects. Among the 96 professionals' subjects, among them were 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade doctor, 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade blacksmith, 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade tailor, 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade businessman, and 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade bricklayer. The rest were life professionals and combat professionals below the yellow gold tier. Zhou Zhou looked at the 5 white platinum tier intermediate grade professionals and was very satisfied. Chapter 458, Astonishing Increase. The territory's level increased to white platinum tier. It already began to need more conditions if the territory wanted to level up again. One of the conditions was that there had to be life professionals and combat professionals of the corresponding level. Zhou Zhou naturally did not have to worry about the number of combat professionals with the blessing of the war god. However, lifestyle professionals were Zhou Zhou's territory's shortcoming. Therefore, under such circumstances, the high-level lifestyle professionals summoned from the Gate of Summoning not only concerned the quality of the territory's life and professional development, it also concerned the future upgrade requirements of the territory. If Li Yuangan is really willing to give me the Aurora Kingdom, I wonder if the current professionals in the Aurora Kingdom are enough for me to upgrade my territory to what level? Zhou Zhou thought to himself. However, he did not have much expectations. After the invasion of the Taiyan Kingdom, the Aurora Kingdom had less than 10% of its vitality left. Even if he obtained the entire Aurora Kingdom, he might not obtain much benefits. He was already mentally prepared. Therefore, he stopped thinking about it and came to the Golem lair. He summoned the 126 golems today and came to the Blazing Sun Army's base. He led the soldiers to sweep through the time ruins and finally came to the monster ranch. A total of 34 monster ranches stood here. As many as 511,000 fog monsters lived inside, looking quite lively. Zhou Zhou looked at the distribution of the monsters in the 34 monster ranches. Among them, the desert fog lizard, the black-tailed fog scorpion, the Wild Sand Believers, and the Undead Knights each occupied 2 monster ranches. In total, they occupied a total of 8 monster ranches. Among the remaining 26 monster ranches, the Sandman, construction materials source of the light drawing crystal, and the Withered Tree each occupied 3 monster ranches. The Iron-Eating Bear, the source of the Iron-Eating Bear's pet egg, and the Mechanical Fear Falcon, the source of the Fear Falcon wings and the Fear Falcon 3 radar, each occupied 4 monster ranches. The remaining 12 monster ranches were all owned by the Violent Storm Demon Spirit and were specially used to produce Kingdom-level combat class Violent Storm Spirits. Zhou Zhou nodded. Mu Gu's arrangements were exactly what he wanted. He did not say anything else and began to clean up the monster ranches with nearly 1.2 million soldiers. These 511,000 were all dealt with by them in less than half an hour under this astonishing military strength. Zhou Zhou also obtained the list of loots for the day after Bai Yun commanded the soldiers to retrieve the loots of all the ranch monsters. With the effect of the perfect loots and his titles, he obtained a total of 37,638,489 green bronze tier mist cores, 14,961,768 white silver tier mist cores, 6,973,672 yellow gold tier mist cores, 3,345,763 white platinum tier mist cores, and 102,000 diamond tier mist cores. 1,526,952 soldier type class change certificates. 40,406 sword shield soldier recruitment books. 39,920 Pudeo soldiers recruitment books. 41,205 poison crossbow soldier recruitment books. 384 elemental archer recruitment books. 132,200 Aurora cavalry recruitment books. 180,000 violent storm spirit recruitment books. 180,000 violent storm spirit class change certificates. 154 fragments of the Proof of Legion. 213,822 True Faith tier Scarlet Crystals. 171,035 Pious tier Scarlet Crystals. 135,222 Fanatic tier Scarlet Crystals. 1 Holy Spirit tier Scarlet Crystal. 155 White Platinum tier and Yellow Gold tier mount contracts. As for loots such as the Light Drawing Crystal, the Tree Core Gem, and the Elemental Gem, there was no need to elaborate. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied when he saw the list. The benefits of 34 White Platinum tier intermediate grade monster ranches were indeed quite terrifying. The income of the Mist Core alone was 50 to 60 times that of yesterday. The number of soldier-type recruitment books had also reached an astonishing 434,115. It was almost comparable to 20% of the troops sent by the Lords of the Alliance in site defection yesterday. What surprised Zhou Zhou the most was that a Holy Spirit tier Scarlet Crystals had dropped during the cleaning up of the monster ranch today. Zhou Zhou could only say that it came at the right time. He had just discussed the resurrection of the hero with the Night Temple when they turned around and sent him a Holy Spirit level Scarlet Crystals. Not bad at all. Zhou Zhou was very happy with this opening ceremony. Perhaps it would not be long before he could repay the resurrection quota he owed the Night Temple because of Suan. Then, Zhou Zhou handed the more than 430,000 recruitment books to his subordinates to summon through the Gate of Summoning. Then, he took out 1.5 million soldier-type class change certificates and excess loots from these loots and threw them into the marketplace. Then, he looked at the advancement of the human soldiers. A total of 871,866 of the 1,193,556 soldiers who cleared the monster ranch this time had been promoted. Among them, 185,012 people had advanced to the Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade and Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. 76,243 people advanced from Black Iron Tier to Green Bronze Tier. 222,160 people advanced to the White Silver Tier. 153,902 people advanced to yellow gold tier. 131,302 people advanced to the white platinum tier. 101,022 advanced to diamond tier. 2,225 people had advanced to the extraordinary tier. He now had 146,362 black iron tier soldiers under his command. There were 144,680 green bronze tier soldiers, 132,583 white silver tier, 23,591 yellow gold tier, 184,802 white platinum tier. Diamond tier 123,346. 2,241 extraordinary tier. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He currently had a total of 2,241 extraordinary tier soldiers under his command. There were already more than 100,000 diamond tier soldiers. This was a very shocking number of high-level soldiers even among kingdom-level strength. The current me is only short of a true kingdom organization that belongs to me. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He came to the Lord's shop beside the beginner-grade Lord's Paradise. Old Zhou. What's new today? Zhou Zhou asked. Old Zhou was scrolling through videos on his phone. This scene made Zhou Zhou's eyebrows twitch. He felt that this old Zhou was different from him. At the same time, his thoughts were wandering. He did not know if the military industry lord had the ability to replicate phones on the high continent. He did not want anything else but the communication function. With the communication function of the phone, the development of their territory would definitely speed up again in the future. I'm here. At this moment, Old Zhou had already arrived at the counter. He took out 3 boxes from under the counter and placed them in front of Zhou Zhou. He opened them one by one. Zhou Zhou looked at them. In the 3 boxes were a book, a golden card, and a mist core. Zhou Zhou first looked at the silver card. Card name, Beginner Shop Discount Card. Card level, Special. Card effect, if the Lord has this card, the Lord can buy the designated goods at a 30% reduction in price in the Lord shop. Card description, an exclusive card from the Lord shop. It can be used for discounts. Chapter 459, The Idea of Everyone Learning Martial Arts. Zhou Zhou could not help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the effect of this card. It was not bad. It would not be inferior to the designated subject commodity card he had obtained previously if it appeared as an especially expensive Lord shop commodity. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the next item. It was a book. Zhou Zhou took a look and realized that it was the Violet Cloud Divine Technique that he had already mastered. Zhou Zhou naturally would not forget this epic tier advanced grade martial arts manual. He would make time to practice it for a while every day. However, this was not what Zhou Zhou cared about. Instead, there was a text notification at the end of the introduction to the Violet Cloud Divine Technique. Text hint, this good can be handed over to the territory subjects for them to use. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised when he saw the notification. The goods produced by the Lord's shop were all goods especially used by the Lord. Under normal circumstances, they could not be used by subjects. This was the first time Zhou Zhou had seen such goods that could be handed over to the subjects. Zhou Zhou did not think for long before he decided to buy it. He already had many dojos in his territory. However, the martial masters in charge of these dojos actually did not have many outstanding martial arts manuals to teach the subjects. This was timely. With the Epic Tier Advanced Grade Martial Arts Manual, the Violet Cloud Divine Technique, he could completely hand it to a martial master and let the martial master impart it to the subjects in the territory. The fee would not be very expensive, just an acceptable price for normal subjects. Zhou Zhou did not expect his subjects to be very strong. He just wanted to give his subjects a way to become stronger. Who should be this martial artist? Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and casually called a soldier over to call Luo Feng over. As for the final product, it was only a yellow gold tier mist core. Zhou Zhou was naturally not interested. How much are these 3 goods? Zhou Zhou asked. The beginner shop discount card is worth 10 legendary tier mist cores and 1 legendary tier territory token. The Violet Cloud Divine Technique is worth 20 epic tier mist cores and 2 epic tier territory tokens. This yellow gold tier mist core only requires 1 white silver tier mist core to purchase. Zhou Jinmin smiled. Zhou Zhou nodded and took out 21 legendary tier mist cores, 22 epic tier mist cores, and 1 white silver tier mist core expressionlessly. Then, he handed them to the other party and took away all 3 goods. What? You think I'm not interested? That's not the case. So what if it is a yellow gold tier mist core? A mosquito's leg was still meat. Come again next time. Zhou Jinglin put away the mist core and chuckled. Zhou Zhou nodded and brought these things back to his beginner lord blessed land. In the beginner grade lord's paradise. In the conference room. Zhou Zhou opened the marketplace and checked the loot transactions released yesterday. As expected, all 10 million skill books and 20 million equipment had been sold. Trade result, 69,750,315,135 black iron tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. Good God! Nearly 70 billion black iron tier mist cores. In other words, there were nearly 700 legendary tier mist cores. Ridiculous. However, he realized that it was quite normal. This was because he had obtained more than 2.2 billion black iron tier mist cores from the 500,000 skill books and 500,000 equipment he sold yesterday. Now that the number had increased by a total of 300 times, it would indeed be around this price coupled with the fact that the grade of the goods had increased by a small level. At this moment, the heartache Zhou Zhou felt from buying goods instantly disappeared. It was just more than 20 legendary tier mist cores. Nothing but a splash in the ocean of his wealth. I've something to report, my lord. Vice City Lord Zheng and Luo Feng request an audience. Also, the Princess of the Aurora Kingdom, Li Yi, and her maid are also here. They also want to see the Lord. At this moment, Aaliyah quickly walked over and reported respectfully. Li Yi's back? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Bring Uncle Zheng and Luo Feng to me. As for Li Yi, arrange for her to rest in another reception room. Tell her that I'm busy. Zhou Zhou said. Time is tight now. Business had to be given the priority. Yes, my lord. Aaliyah said respectfully and turned to leave. A moment later, Zheng Yuankai and Luo Feng came over. Greetings, my lord. The two of them said respectfully. Uncle Zheng, what's wrong? Zhou Zhou looked at Zheng Yuankai. Reporting to my lord, I just learned that you want the human subjects and monster subjects in the territory to live in separate cities. I have a question. What should we do if the human subjects or monster subjects suggest that they don't want to live separately? Zheng Yuankai said. His lord inside defection's monster subjects had been living in the Blazing Sun territory for a while. After living with the human subjects for a period of time, some of the monster subjects were not used to living in the same city as others. However, some monster subjects and human subjects had developed some friendship during the time they lived in Blazing Sun City. Such a monster subject might not be willing to leave this place in the face of the policy of living in separate cities. Of course, we'll respect their wishes. If there are monster subjects who are unwilling to live in another city, and its reputation among the neighbors is not so bad, then let them stay. Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. He was not a bad person who would force others to move. Naturally, he would not force his subjects to do anything they were unwilling to do. This also went against his original intention of treating the subjects of the various races equally. Then the city the monster subjects are moving to is? Zheng Yuankai asked. Kingdom Beginning City. Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. He only had this one particular white platinum tier city under his command now and not many people lived there. There were only the garrison troops he had sent over back then and the Blazing Sun City subjects who had moved there. It could be said that everything was waiting to be done. If the monster subjects went over, they could develop the city of Kingdom Beginning City. My lord is wise. I have no more questions. Zheng Yuankai chuckled. Actually, he had similar thoughts about how to achieve such a thing. However, a wily old fox like him naturally could not make all the decisions alone. Where would he put the lord then? Therefore, even if he knew what to do, he had to come over and ask. He could also make his own suggestions for the lord and provide him with a few more directions to choose from. However, the lord had to be the one who made the final decision. Zhou Zhou looked at Luo Feng and raised his eyebrows, seeing that Zheng Yuankai had no more problems. Extraordinary tier elementary grade. Yes, my lord. Luo Feng said respectfully. Tisk tisk. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The last time he saw Luo Feng, he was protecting and teaching Xiao Xian. At that time, he was only at the diamond tier intermediate grade, even though he was also very strong. He had actually reached the extraordinary tier elementary grade now. He did not say much. It was understandable for his strength to increase so quickly with the blessing of the war god. Zhou Zhou then handed the Violet Cloud Divine Technique to Aliyah, and Aliyah handed the Martial Arts Manual to Luo Feng. Chapter 460, I Want to Live for Myself. This. When Luo Feng saw this martial arts manual, he was stunned. He was naturally very familiar with this martial arts manual. He knew it himself, and this martial arts manual was personally sent over by Xiao Xian and him. Zhou Zhou did not waste his breath. He told him about building a dojo and teaching the Violet Cloud Divine Technique to the subjects in the territory. I know that you know the Violet Cloud Divine Technique, but there are more and more subjects in our territory. You definitely won't be able to teach them alone, so I gave you this martial arts manual because I wanted you to choose another suitable person to teach them. Then, we can teach the subjects in the territory this martial arts cultivation technique together. Zhou Zhou was very certain that the subjects would be willing to learn this martial arts manual. These life forms who survived in the high continent, know that the world was filled with war after all. He might not have any other thoughts. However, even a child would have the heart to become stronger and protect themselves. Moreover, an epic tier advanced grade martial arts manual was enough for countless martial artists and ordinary people to pursue crazily in the high continent. With such a huge opportunity to become stronger in front of them, as long as they were not stupid, they would definitely come to learn to become stronger. Even those who did not have the chance to learn would probably create opportunities to learn it. As for Xiao Xian, he did not have to worry without Luo Feng's protection. In the past 2 days, Xiao Xian had fought in the final battlefield with them. Even though he had almost never attacked, his strength had also reached the white-silver tier advanced grade and was about to reach yellow-gold tier. Zhou Zhou was prepared to let Xiao Xian learn martial arts from Feng Luo, the 10-directional martial emperor, when he reached the yellow-gold tier in 2 days. With a hero like Feng Luo, who could be said to be a martial arts textbook, as Xiao Xian's teacher, he naturally would not delay Xiao Xian's future. Luo Feng was already old. He could just be a martial master in the territory. Zhou Zhou naturally would not mistreat him. Elder Zheng, the children 18 years old and below in the territory have the right to pay only 1 green bronze tier mist core to learn the Violet Cloud Divine Technique. Think of it as a compulsory martial arts lesson for the children of the territory. All the education expenses will be borne by our officials. Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of something and said to Zheng Yuankai. A green bronze tier mist core. It was a free gift even for the poorest subjects in the territory. Zhou Zhou could do some extravagant things now that he had money in his pocket. My lord is merciful. Zheng Yuankai and Luo Feng immediately said respectfully. They admired and revered their lord. As an epic tier advanced grade martial arts manual, the Violet Cloud Divine Technique could be used as a cornerstone manual by big martial arts sects in the outside world. Ordinary disciples would probably have to go through many tests and pay a huge price to learn even if they wanted to. If it was some suspicious higher UPS of the martial arts world, they might hold this martial arts manual tightly in their hands and not easily divulge it to others so that the people below would not have the strength to resist them. However, the Lord distributed a martial arts manual of this level without hesitation. Moreover, he was letting the subjects learn it at almost no cost. The two of them admired their Lord just thinking about it. His lordship really treated them as his own. Zhou Zhou smiled and did not say anything. Then, he chatted with the two of them for a while more before letting them do their work. Seeing this, Aaliyah also went to invite Liya and Yu Jiao over. "Have a seat. How's it going on His Majesty's side?" Zhou Zhou asked with concern. "Father is doing very well. He specially asked me to come here to thank you before I came." Liya smiled gently. When she returned to the capital and saw her father, she would never forget that her father, who had always been kind and serious, would actually reveal such an expression of joy. Her father did not have any worry on his face even though his country was on the verge of being captured. He was only extremely happy to see his daughter's rebirth. Liya naturally cherished this lost and regained kinship. At the same time, she was even more grateful to Zhou Zhou, who had given her everything. "You're my friend. I would have revived you even if your father didn't ask me to help." Zhou Zhou smiled. Liya pursed her lips and looked at Zhou Zhou with gentleness and something else. Yu Jiao, who was beside her, also looked at Zhou Zhou with admiration. "How are the Aurora Kingdom and the Taiyan Kingdom now?" Zhou Zhou asked after chatting with the two of them. "After you killed the Ice Soul Arrow Demon Yuxin, the remaining monster army of the Taiyan Kingdom seemed to have lost their backbone. They had no heart to continue attacking our Aurora Kingdom. In addition, the vengeful blood army of the Titan Kingdom is wantonly conquering the territory of the Taiyan Kingdom. The Taiyan Kingdom army led by the four-armed Mara King Taro can't stop it at all. The king of the Taiyan Kingdom had no choice but to order the withdrawal of the monster army in the Aurora Kingdom and return to support the four-armed Mara King Taro. Currently, the king of the Taiyan Kingdom is ordering the four-armed Mara King, Taro, to lead all the monster soldiers to fight against the vengeful blood army of the Titan Kingdom. The outcome shouldn't be determined in a short period of time. However, if the Taiyan Kingdom can hold on, they should be able to force the vengeful blood army back in the end. At that time, both countries shouldn't be able to attack our Aurora Kingdom. Our Aurora Kingdom is now temporarily relieved of the crisis of destruction," Liya said. Zhou Zhou nodded. His efforts during this period of time were not in vain. He was originally planning on bringing the soldiers to the inside defection again if the Taiyan Kingdom did not give up on destroying the Aurora Kingdom. From the looks of it, there was no need. "Zhou Zhou. Father asked me to tell you something before I came," Liya said. "What is it?" Zhou Zhou said. "He said that if you have time, you can come to the Aurora Kingdom to discuss the change of the monarch. You are the next king of the Aurora Kingdom. If you don't like the name of the Aurora Kingdom, you can change it after you become the king," Liya said. Zhou Zhou was silent for a long time before nodding. He could completely build a kingdom himself after gathering the number of territories with the kingdom token in hand. However, if a ready-made kingdom was directly sent to him, he would not refuse even if this kingdom had already been ravaged by war and had less than 10% of its foundation left. He would never hide his ambition, so he naturally would not be hypocritical. "Would you be unhappy?" Zhou Zhou looked at Liya and asked. "Are you talking about how you obtained the Aurora Kingdom from my father?" "I won't be. On the contrary, I feel much more relaxed without the restrictions of my status as part of the royal family." Liya's gaze was wandering, as if she had thought of many things. "I'm not an only child. I have had many biological brothers. However, they all rushed to the battlefield and never returned for the safety of this country. In the end, I also took on the responsibility that my brothers shouldered and began to run around for this country. I admit that I love the people of this country and everything about it. I'll do anything for them. But when I'm done in the middle of the night and go back to bed, I'll also say to myself that I seem a little tired. Sometimes I want to live for myself, but the heavens never gave me this chance. Until I died. Then, I found out that Father had decided to hand the Aurora Kingdom to you. I suddenly figured something out. I think I can finally live for myself now. Liya looked at Zhou Zhou with burning eyes. Zhou Zhou looked at her for a short while before he shifted his gaze sideways, not daring to look straight at the fire in her eyes. Chapter 461, Using the Compass of the Soul of Vengeance Again. Liya had really changed. Zhou Zhou couldn't help but think about the affection in her eyes just now. It seemed that the horror of life and death could really change a person easily. In the past, Liya was not so bold. Or rather, at that time, she had carried too many burdens, so she did not dare to ask about any personal feelings. Now that she had let go of everything, she was showing her true nature. Towards this, Zhou Zhou did not find her annoying. Instead, he felt that her appearance was quite good. This was how a young girl should be. I'll see His Majesty tomorrow. Zhou Zhou changed the topic. When Liya saw him like this, the corners of her lips curled up slightly, as if she had discovered something interesting. However, she did not make things difficult for him. She only nodded and prepared to go back. I want to see you tonight. Just as Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief, Liya, who had not walked far, suddenly turned around and said. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he reacted. If she had something to say, why didn't she say it now? Why must she wait until tonight? Zhou Zhou shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He headed for the soldiers' encampment. A moment later, in the bases of the Blazing Sun Army and the Monster Army, Zhou Zhou looked at the countless soldiers in front of him and smiled. After recruiting 434,115 soldiers with recruitment books, the number of soldiers under his command had reached 1,627,671. If he were to include the more than 2.6 million troops from the Star Alliance, the total number of troops he could control had already reached more than 4.2 million. Even the Taiyan kingdom at its peak could not compare to the number of troops at this level. Zhou Zhou looked at the soldiers and was filled with confidence. Now, he should no longer be afraid of a basic kingdom. He just didn't know what an intermediate grade kingdom was like. He thought for a while and asked the soldiers to prepare for the upcoming trip to the final battlefield. Then, he opened the Star Alliance's chat group and asked the Spiritual Medicine Lord, the Green Phoenix Lord, the Fertile Land Lord, and the other alliance members to bring their soldiers over and prepare to enter the final battlefield with him. The lords naturally agreed. Their insight defection had already cooled down. They were already rubbing their palms together, waiting for Zhou Zhou's words. A moment later, Linger, Nongchenglin, the Green Phoenix Lord, the Paper Immortal Lord, the Gold Merchant Lord, and 308 other Lord members brought a total of 2 million troops to Blazing Sun territory. As for the remaining 600,000 soldiers, they stayed in their respective territories to guard them. These alliance members were all high-spirited. Clearly, they were quite pleased with themselves with so many soldiers. Who would have thought that most of them were life profession lords who couldn't even protect their territory not so long ago? Zhou Zhou and the lords exchanged a few simple words and did not say anything else. He led the lords and soldiers onto Starry Night and returned to the final battlefield with a thought. The final battlefield. When the scene appeared in front of Zhou Zhou again, he realized that he was already standing in the spaceship where he had left last night. Wenye. How far is the violent storm that's besieging us now? If we stop, how long will it take for it to catch up to us? Zhou Zhou immediately asked. Reporting to the Lord, we are already 1.65611 million kilometers away from the violent storm after last night's maximum power flight. The violent storm will reach us in about 5 hours if we stop moving. Wenye reported. Zhou Zhou frowned. Already? Has the violent storm accelerated again? Zhou Zhou asked. Yes. The speed of the violent storm now is about 40% faster than yesterday's average speed. Moreover, this speed is still increasing. Wenya trailed off. This isn't acceleration. This is clearly increasing the speed to force us lords of the myriad races to meet and fight. Zhou Zhou muttered. Then, he did not pay much attention to it. His strength was no longer the same as before. He could even fight a true lord of the original spirit race, let alone an ordinary lord of a myriad race. Therefore, he was not afraid. Instead, he wanted to take the initiative to find a strong enemy to fight. It shows the Scarlet Lord faction and the Lord faction of all races that you discovered during your night of flying. Just like yesterday, we have to show the kind of power that can be broken through by today. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Wenya trailed off. The next second, a virtual strategy map appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. It displayed dense red dots of different sizes. On the top right corner of the strategic map, there were a total of 55,451 red dots. Among them, there were 32,458 Scarlet Lords. There were 22,993 lords. Zhou Zhou's expression was solemn. There were more than 100,000 of them when he looked at the strategic map yesterday. However, there were only more than 50,000 left. Moreover, there were only more than 20,000 lords left. Even if some of the lords of all races had yet to enter the final battlefield, however, it could also be seen how many lords had been eliminated after yesterday night. Today is the final battle of the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event. The battle will definitely be more intense, and conflicts will erupt more frequently. Even if my strength increases, I have to be careful. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. He did not share this strategic map with the Lord members. Instead, he took out the compass of the Soul of Vengeance. The Great Soul of Vengeance. I want to take revenge on someone. Can you give me guidance so that I know its location? Zhou Zhou looked at the compass and said in a deep voice. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Whoosh! The compass moved slightly, and then a large amount of blood-colored fog dissipated from the compass. Soon, the entire conference room was enveloped by this blood-colored fog. Zhou Zhou had already seen this scene yesterday, so he did not panic at all. A pair of blood-colored eyes slowly appeared from the blood fog. These eyes looked at Zhou Zhou calmly. Chaos human. Tell me, who is the enemy you want to take revenge on? The Soul of Vengeance's voice rumbled. The enemy I want to take revenge on is Machina Race Lord Father. Zhou Zhou said loudly. He naturally did not forget what Wenya had told him yesterday about needing the technological knowledge of the Machina Race's spaceship to increase the efficiency of building it. Now that he had just arrived at the final battlefield, his strength was flourishing. He would first deal with the Machina Race's Lord Father and interrogate him about the spaceship's technological knowledge. After a while, the Soul of Vengeance spoke again. I have given guidance. Go on. With that, the pair of blood-colored eyes slowly disappeared into the blood fog. Then, the blood fog quickly retracted into the compass. The entire conference room returned to its previous appearance, as if nothing had happened. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the compass in his hand again. The blood-colored needle on the compass began to slowly spin like he was familiar with, and finally pointed to the southeast. Chapter 462. Dragon God Lord. Zhou Zhou seemed to have understood something. Lord Father was 276,250,000 kilometers to the southeast. Moreover, it was constantly moving away from the violent storm. Nearly 300 million kilometers. That's quite far. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. However, he was not too worried. This was because his starry night was faster than the other party. In addition, the entire day had just begun. He had enough time to catch up with Lord Father. The gains that Zhou Zhou had obtained could completely make up for the losses during this period of time when he took him down. Then, he told the members of the Star Alliance through the chat group that he was going to find Lord Father for a war. "I'll support whatever you do, Alliance Master." Wow! You've just entered the final battlefield, and you're already facing an opponent of this level? Lord Alliance Master, you have the final say. We'll listen to you. It's finally here. The high-level game I've been waiting for. After seeing Zhou Zhou's words, other than a few lords who were a little worried and did not say anything, most of the lords did not have any objections or even support for Zhou Zhou's actions. Zhou Zhou knew the reason immediately. They now had more than 3.6 million soldiers. Moreover, there were more than 2,200 extraordinary tier experts among them. Not to mention, he still had many heroes around him. Not to mention other trump cards. When the Lord members saw that their side had such strength, they naturally had the confidence to face a top lord of all races like Lord Father. Zhou Zhou's heart warmed when he saw the many lords supporting him. This feeling of not fighting alone and having many friends supporting him was really good. Perhaps this was also one of the meanings of the Lord Alliance. Wenye, follow the Vengeance Compass's instructions and head towards Lord Father. Catch up with the other party as quickly as possible. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. As you command. All Starry Knights are accelerating. Target, Lord Father. Distance, approximately 276,250,000 kilometers. Target is constantly moving away from your position. Time required, about 5 hours. My lord, please wait patiently. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he saw his 11 starry knights accelerate towards the southeast. More than an hour later, Zhou Zhou was sitting cross-legged in a cultivation room, cultivating the violet cloud divine technique. Strands of promotion energy were absorbed into his body as he breathed, making him one step closer to Diamond Tier Advance grade. Even though this bit of promotion energy was negligible compared to the promotion energy he needed to advance, however, a mosquito's leg was still meat, so Zhou Zhou treated it as passing time. At this moment, the lords of the Star Alliance were in another spaceship, enthusiastically discussing the matter of facing Lord Father. They were not afraid. On the contrary, they were a little excited. This was because they had just learned from the Blazing Sun Army soldiers that they had already defeated Lord Father once on the Lord battlefield under his leadership. The lords were already confident in their current military strength. Now that they heard that their leader had actually defeated Lord Father a few days ago, the worry in their hearts was instantly thrown away, and they became even more confident. Zhou Zhou also stopped cultivating. He casually opened the virtual screen and saw the content of the Lord's conversation. Zhou Zhou smiled after reading it. The Lords might be a little too blindly confident, however, it was always a good thing to be confident in oneself before the war. He couldn't stand out and say that Lord Father might have a new trump card during this period of time to attack their morale. He stopped thinking about it and just told everyone not to be too careless. Then, he took out the 154 Proof of Legion fragments he had obtained from the Monster Ranch today and combined them into a complete Proof of Legion. Now, my Monster Ranch can produce a complete Proof of Legion every day. Zhou Zhou lamented. It seemed that he would not lack things like the Proof of Legion in the future. Perhaps he could treat it as a product that he could sell in the future and let the mysterious caravan operate it. Not only could it increase the mysterious caravan's stockpile of products, but it could also bring him a large number of mist cores or treasures. He looked at the Proof of Legion in his hand and thought for a moment before deciding to establish an army for the dragons under his command. He already had 65 dragons under his command, and they had yet to be integrated into the 2 legions. It was time for them to have their own army. With a thought, Zhou Zhou saw the Proof of Legion in his hand instantly disintegrate into countless light spots and condense a line of red words in front of him. Please confirm the name of your kingdom-level army. Dragon God Army. Zhou Zhou said. Then, he began to fill in the information of the members of the monster army. Among them, the Legion commander was naturally the dragon hero of the White Platinum Advance Grade Nazario. After filling it in and confirming it, a text notification appeared. You have created your Black Iron Tier Army. Lord, the Army function has been officially activated. Black Iron Tier Army Enhancement Braveness has been activated. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he informed Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Nazario, and the others. Zhou Zhou looked at the excited Nazario through the virtual screen and smiled. After a while, Master. Nazario's voice sounded in Zhou Zhou's mind. Why? Zhou Zhou replied. I can sense that there are other dragons in the place where we're flying. Nazario said. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Could it be another dragon lord? Wenye. Show the location of the nearby dragons. He said. Yes, my lord. Wenye trailed off. The next second, a virtual screen appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. On it were dragons hundreds of meters tall. They were currently fighting a group of people of foreign race life forms. The dragons were powerful, but these people of foreign races were not weak either. Furthermore, their numbers far exceeded these dragons. Therefore, these dragons were in a precarious situation. Zhou Zhou took a look and raised his eyebrows. This was because he realized that there were 28 dragons in total, but most of them were not of the same species. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Dragons were not social creatures, and it was impossible for them to live with dragons with different bloodlines. So, is this a lord who can summon different dragons? Zhou Zhou's gaze swept across the two camps that were engaged in an intense battle. In the end, he discovered a human being protected by two white-silver tier advance grade red dragons at the rear of the dragon clan. This person had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He had a slender figure and looked rather handsome. Even though it was not comparable to Zhou Zhou's celestial appearance, it was not much different. A human lord who can control the dragon race. Could it be? Zhou Zhou already had some guesses about the identity of this human lord. He did not hesitate and informed everyone to prepare for battle. Then, he let Wenye get closer to the other party. The dragon god Lord Webster looked at the notification in front of him with an ugly expression. You are in the middle of a battle and cannot leave the final battlefield to return to the elemental world. D**m in it. There was anger in Webster's expression, but there was also deep helplessness and despair. He never expected that in a bid to raise his ranking on the battlefield on the last day of the final battlefield, he was targeted by this group of demon soul petitioners from the abyss as soon as he arrived. Even though these soul petitioners were not as strong as his dragons, there were more than 300,000 of them and they were good at weakening the enemy's demonic spells. His 28 dragons and more than 100,000 soldiers led by 56 lords were suppressed by the other seeing party at the beginning of the battle. That the situation was getting worse and worse and that all the human soldiers had been killed, leaving only the dragons still fighting, the conflicted expression on his face became even more intense. Do I really have to give up? Webster said unwillingly. At this moment, roar! A large number of dragon roars came from the sky. Webster was stunned. Then, he looked up and saw more than 60 dragons descending from the sky and pouncing on these soul petitioners. Could it be a nearby dragon lord who saw my dragon subjects trapped and so he specially came to help? Webster said in surprise. Even though the possibility of such a reason was extremely low, he could only think that way. It couldn't be a human lord who came to support him, right? Webster had long known that he was the strongest dragon lord on Cerulean planet. Among the other lords on the Cerulean planet, even if they had lord talents related to the dragons, they were far inferior to him. This is the light spirit dragon. There's actually a spectral dragon. Is that a lava dragon? How is it much more powerful than an ordinary lava dragon? There's also the extreme dragon race. Why does that dragon give me such a special feeling? Just as he raised his head and widened his eyes to look at of these the strong and ferocious huge figures dragons, he suddenly noticed that in the sky above these dragons, a human was flying with the wind and looking at him with a smile. Dragon God Lord Webster. Chapter 463 The Dragon God Lord that was doubtful of himself. Webster looked at the sky full of dragons and the unfamiliar humans above the dragons with a trace of confusion in his eyes. Why is there a human lord who surpasses me in the domain of the dragons? Shouldn't I be the strongest lord in the dragon race's domain on the cerulean planet? Could he not be a human lord of the cerulean planet but from another world? Yes. That must be it. Webster immediately assured himself. How could there be a dragon lord stronger than him on cerulean planet? Otherwise, where would he place his title as the Dragon God Lord? However, in the next second, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind, shattering his thoughts. This is the first time we've met. Dragon God Lord. Zhou Zhou said telepathically. It was in the human language of the cerulean planet. Then, he saw the Dragon God Lord's expression turn extremely ugly. Who are you? Why haven't I heard of you? The Dragon God Lord gritted his teeth. His world channel was not with the humans of the cerulean planet because it was located in the elemental world. However, during this period of time, he had already encountered many human lords on the cerulean planet's lord battlefield. After adding them as friends, he learned a lot about the situation in the high continent. This also included the fact that he was the strongest dragon lord. That was why he felt that it was unbelievable for a human lord to control so many dragons. This was inconsistent with the information he had. Could it be that the human lords of the cerulean planet on the high continent really had lord talents stronger than his? Looking at the 60-odd dragons wantonly slaughtering the spirit soul petitioners in the distance, although he was unwilling, he had to admit this in his heart. He was indeed not the strongest dragon lord. Zhou Zhou smiled. He touched the void mask on his face. This thing was really useful. Until now, he had yet to encounter an opponent who could recognize his identity. His gaze fell on the 300,000 spirit soul petitioners and he raised his eyebrows slightly. This was because he discovered that these spirit soul petitioners were quite strong. Among them, the weakest had the strength of a green bronze tier advance grade, and the strongest had the strength of a yellow gold tier advance grade. They were quite powerful, especially with their astonishing numbers. Even on the battlefield of the Lord of all races, he was probably an extraordinary tier or even epic tier opponent. The Dragon God Lord's expression turned even uglier seeing that he was being ignored. However, when he saw the other party's gaze land on the dragons and soul petitioners fighting, he sneered and said, "Even though these dragons of yours are very strong and their numbers far exceed the dragons on my side. But I'm afraid we can't defeat so many soul petitioners. They are not those weak races. These soul petitioners are one of the strongest races among the myriad races. Even if their bloodline levels can't compare to pure-blooded dragons, they are equivalent to white platinum tier and diamond level bloodlines. These 300,000 odd soul petitioners can even fight 1,000 pure-blooded dragons, not to mention that you and I only have less than 100 pure-blooded dragons." Zhou Zhou didn't mind at all in the face of the Dragon God Lord's half-mocking words. Instead, he nodded. "Indeed. Even if they can't hurt my dragons, we can't waste too much time here. My time today is precious," he muttered to himself. Then, with the thought, he sent an order to his soldiers through the army panel. At the same time, he called Nong Chinglin out. The next second, he saw 200,000 yellow gold tier soldiers, 100,000 white platinum tier soldiers, and 50,000 diamond tier human soldiers suddenly fly out of a starry night not far from him. Then, under the control of Wu Xin, Bai Yun, and Luo Sheng, another 600,000 iron, bronze, and silver soldiers formed 3 greedy wolf avatars with extraordinary tier limit strength. Right on the heels of that, under the lead of the 3 greedy wolf avatars, the nearly 1 million soldiers charged towards the 300,000 soul petitioners like tigers and leopards. Coupled with the joint attack of 64 dragons, these 300,000 soul petitioners did not even have the strength to retaliate before they were crushed by Zhou Zhou's soldiers. At the same time, Nong Chinglin came to him with a team of soldiers. "Alliance Master, I'm here," Nong Chinglin immediately said. He was amazed by his master's determination. At the same time, he could not help but look at the scene of the million-strong army fighting on the ground with a hint of shock in his eyes. A million-strong war. This was a real battle. Compared to a war of this level, the lords he had seen bragging about the battles he had experienced on the World Channel were like children playing house. Don't waste time. Use your insight defection to incite these abyss demons. If we're any later, these guys might be killed by my soldiers. Zhou Zhou said calmly. Nong Chinglin was delighted. The Alliance Master specially asked me to come here for such a good thing? No wonder he had reminded him to bring his soldiers over. He looked at the soul petitioners. Even though these guys looked quite unholy, they did not seem to be inferior to the kingdom-level army like the violent storm spirit. He immediately ignored the fire in his heart and immediately got the soldiers he brought to fight these soul petitioners. Then, the moment they fought, he immediately initiated insight defection. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face. "Lord Alliance Master, I've incited more than 24,900 soul petitioners," he immediately said to Zhou Zhou excitedly. Zhou Zhou nodded. Actually, he could also instigate insight defection. However, he wanted to use his insight defection on some special existences today. For example, the original spirit race, the Chaos God's race, or the Shepherd's God race. Therefore, he would give this opportunity to Nong Chinglin or Linger. At the same time, when Webster saw that nearly 1 million soldiers and dragons had instantly defeated more than 300,000 soul petitioners, he was instantly stunned. He was thinking about the gap between him and the other party. But why was the difference so huge? What he found most unbelievable was, not only were there ridiculously many soldiers, their average strength was ridiculously strong. At this stage, yellow gold tier soldiers were already the top combat power of the lords of Cerulean Planet and even the lords of all races. However, there were as many as 200,000 yellow gold tier soldiers among the human lords on Cerulean Planet. There were tens of thousands of white platinum tier soldiers and even diamond rank soldiers. When Webster saw these soldiers, he fell into deep suspicion. Was he really in the same Lord of all races battle as the other party? Could this guy have transmigrated back from the future with the soldiers? Otherwise, how could there be so many high-level soldiers? Chapter 464. Escape. Subdue. An idea suddenly appeared in his mind. "You are, the Lord of the Blazing Sun." Webster looked at Zhou Zhou, who was watching the battlefield in the sky, and said bitterly. Among the human lords on Cerulean Planet, the only one who was known for having a large number of powerful human troops was the number 1 human lord on Cerulean Planet, Lord of the Blazing Sunday. That's me. After hearing the Dragon God Lord's words, Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on him and he said with a smile. After that, neither of them spoke. Zhou Zhou was paying attention to the battlefield. Webster's mind was in a mess. Ever since he obtained the legendary tier Lord Talent Giant Dragon Mystic Realm, he had always thought highly of himself. Even after witnessing the power of the lords of all races, he thought that he was only temporarily behind. In the future, he would definitely be able to surpass them with this Lord Talent and even fight for the position of the Lord of all races. But he was at a loss now. Not only was he inferior to the Lord of the Blazing Sun in terms of human soldiers, but there was also a huge gap between their dragons. This gap. Could he really breach it in the future? As he thought about it, he could not help but fall silent. A moment later, of the 310,000 soul petitioners, only Nong Chinglin's insight defection subordinates survived. The other soul petitioners were crushed and killed by Zhou Zhou's soldiers. The battlefield fell silent. Zhou Zhou's gaze also landed on the Dragon God Lord. Dragon God Lord. Now I'm giving you two choices. 1. Give up your status as a lord and become my subject. Not only will I not mistreat you, but I will also hand these dragons to you to manage and command so that you won't be much worse than when you were a lord. You'll find that the treatment might even be better than you think. 2nd, try to escape from me. If you succeed, you will naturally survive. If you fail, you will definitely die. Your choice. Zhou Zhou looked at him and went straight to the point. The dragon god Lord Webster didn't speak for a while. A moment later, a look of determination flashed across his eyes. You just overtook me for a moment. We'll meet again. Webster looked at Zhou Zhou and said, as if he wanted to remember his face. As soon as he finished speaking, his body was wrapped in blood-red flames. Then, his body was burned to ashes and disappeared. As expected, he has a trump card. Zhou Zhou watched this scene calmly. He had seen the Dragon God Lord's expression turn ugly when he faced him just now, but he did not look like he was in a desperate situation. He knew that the Dragon God Lord had a life-saving trump card. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. Zhou Zhou was not disappointed even though he had lost the chance to obtain the legendary tier lord talent from the other party. He was already mentally prepared for this. It was normal for such a top-notch lord to have a trump card to protect him. Zhou Zhou could not force it. It was not like he could get whatever he wanted. He was not the son of destiny after all. Still. Are you just going to leave your subordinates here? Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the 28 dragons on the battlefield below. Faced with the departure of their lord, the 28 dragons were at a loss at first. Then, after they knew the truth, they immediately roared angrily. As arrogant as they were, at this moment, they felt that they had been betrayed. How could they, who were born noble, accept such a fact? Zhou Zhou did not need to think very far to know that these dragons' loyalty to the Dragon God Lord had probably fallen below 60 points. Zhou Zhou stared at the dragons. Surrender, or die. Zhou Zhou said in a deep voice. His voice spread into the ears of every dragon. Roar! Ow! Roar! Even though the 28 dragons were already injured in the process of dealing with the soul petitioners and knew that Zhou Zhou's strength far exceeded theirs, they still chose to reject him without hesitation and prepared to fight to the death. Zhou Zhou shook his head. The dragon race's personality was really lovable and hateful. With a thought, he communicated with the light sacred dragon, Inj among the dragons under his command. He was stunned for a moment before nodding excitedly. Then, he flew into the sky and came to Zhou Zhou's side, looking down at the dragons. It looked at these dragons and its pale golden dragon eyes suddenly became solemn. At the same time, its dragon body emitted a pale golden light. Boom! A majestic sacred dragon might surged out of its body. In an instant, it swept through a radius of more than 10 kilometers and enveloped the dragons. Under the suppression of the divine dragon's might, these dragons, which had initially wanted to fight and kill, were instantly suppressed by the terrifying legendary dragon bloodline. They were suppressed to lie on the ground and could only raise their heads to look at the light sacred dragon in the sky. Their eyes were filled with fear and excitement. The notification from their bloodline instantly told them the identity of this dragon. The legendary dragon light sacred dragon. An existence that would surpass the dragon god when it reaches adulthood. The foundation and future of the dragon clan. Submit to the Lord. Inj only said these two words in dragon language. In the next moment, the 28 dragons below hesitated for a few seconds before lowering their proud dragon heads to express their submission to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou watched this scene calmly. The next second, a divine dragon might similarly astonishing and even more powerful than Inj erupted from Zhou Zhou's body and pressed down on these dragons. When the 28 dragons sensed the even more oppressive holy dragon might, they were both shocked and respectful. It turned out that this lord also had the bloodline of a legendary dragon. They no longer had any ill feelings about submitting to Zhou Zhou. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he opened the information panels of the dragons one by one. The more he read, the more surprised he became. The dragon races recruited by the Dragon God Lord were really complicated and varied. There were 21 pentashade dragons, red dragons, blue dragons, black dragons, white dragons, and green dragons. There were also 5 earth dragons, 2 green bronze dragons, an elf dragon, and an emerald dragon. Among the dragons, the pentashade dragons were the weakest pure-blooded dragons. The earth dragon and the terror-winged dragon were slightly stronger, but they were also weaker than dragons like the lava dragon and the spectral dragon. As for the elf dragons and green bronze dragons, they were pure-blooded dragons comparable to the lava dragons and spectral dragons. There were no stronger pure-blooded dragons like the extreme dragon race. However, even so, Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied. He did not expect this either. His trip to the final battlefield had actually reaped the most benefits from pure-blooded dragons. Then, he didn't waste his breath. After taking them into the Blazing Sun territory, he pulled them into the Dragon God army and became a member of it. Now, the total number of dragons under his command had increased again, reaching 93. In the time that followed, the soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. In order to save time, they brought the corpses on the ground into another free starry night and prepared to extract the loots from this starry night. It was worth mentioning that among these corpses were not only the corpses of the soul petitioners, but also the corpses of the 56 human lords that the Dragon God Lord had brought into the final battlefield, as well as the corpses of more than 100,000 human soldiers under their command. When Zhou Zhou and the other lords saw the human corpses, their hatred for the Dragon God Lord increased significantly. How could they not think of that? That Dragon God Lord must have used these human lords and their soldiers as cannon fodder. Otherwise, if he had used the dragons as the main force at the front of the battlefield, these human lords and human soldiers would not have all died here. After figuring this out, Paper Immortal Lord, Gold Merchant Lord, and the other human lords immediately felt that joining the Star Alliance was the right choice. Zhou Zhou did not pry into the thoughts of the Paper Immortal Lord and the others. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zhou Zhou did not waste any more time. He led the soldiers to board Starry Night and continued flying in the direction of Lord Father. Chapter 465. The Shocked Lord Father. After subduing the Dragon God Lord's 28 dragons, Zhou Zhou and the others flew for more than 3 hours before they suddenly saw a flying fleet ahead. This flying fleet was blue in color and triangular in shape. There were a total of 20 of them. At this moment, they were flying in the direction away from the violent storm. I finally found you. Zhou Zhou looked at the 20 fleets and heaved a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on his face. This was the first time he had spent so much time on the final battlefield to find a lord of all races. He hoped that the gains he obtained from this Lord Father would not disappoint him. Prepare for battle. Zhou Zhou gave an order to all the soldiers through the army interface. Then, he immediately ordered Wenya to get the 11 starry knights to fly over quickly and surround them. Yes, my lord. After Wenya received the order, she immediately controlled the 11 starry knights to fly over quickly. The speed of these 20 blue triangular spaceships was obviously slower than the Starry Night. They were quickly surrounded by the 11 starry knights and then hovered in the air motionlessly. At the same time, within one of the 20 dark blue ships, a silver spherical robot was looking at Starry Night with a solemn and puzzled gaze. It was the core of Lord Father's body. Starry Night. Isn't this a spaceship that only races with a certain friendship with the Machina race can obtain? What do they mean now? They don't care about their friendship with the Machina race and want to attack me. Lord Father thought for a moment and sent a message to this unknown force. In the Starry Night. My lord. The other party sent a message asking if we should disregard our friendship with the Machina race and start a war with them. When you reported. Zhou Zhou shook his head. In a dangerous place like the final battlefield, what was there to think about friendship with the Machina race? The other party shouldn't be naive to have such thoughts. They just wanted to avoid fighting with unknown forces. Still, Zhou Zhou did not care about such things. Not to mention that he had already used up a chance to find an enemy with the soul of vengeance. In order to obtain the knowledge of spaceship manufacturing, he had to take down the other party. Moreover, Lord Father was indeed the strongest lord of the Machina race. However, it might not represent the will of the entire Machina race. Having a conflict with it might not destroy his friendship with the Machina race. Zhou Zhou did not waste any more time and directly gave an order to all the soldiers through the army interface. At the same time, Lord Father was still waiting for news of this unknown enemy in his spaceship. At the same time, it also made its mechanical army ready to fight at any time. The ultimate algorithm gave it immense computational power. Therefore, even though it did not know the other party's attitude, it had calculated that there was an 80% chance that the other party would attack them, and only a 20% chance that they would not attack. Let's hope they don't really fight. Lord Father thought. Today was the last day of the final battlefield. Even though it thought that it was a top lord of all races, it knew that those who could survive until now were definitely lords of the myriad races who were powerful or had strong survival skills. In its memories of the myriad races lord battlefield, there were many lords whose combat strength was not inferior to his. For example, the True Lord, the Great One Lord, the Lord of the Blazing Sun, the Extreme Venerable Lord, the Soul Lord, the Myriad Puppet Lord, the Insect God Lord. The reason why it could rank so high on the final battlefield was largely because the Machina race could survive and move around in the final battlefield at night, ignoring the scarlet fog. This allowed it to obtain a large number of ranking points. That was why he was ranked 5th in the final battlefield. If this advantage was abandoned, it would not be much stronger than other top-notch lords. Just as it was thinking, the 11 starry nights vibrated slightly. Then, a total of 92 dragons flew out of Starry Night. Right on the heels of that, 120,000 Diamond Tier soldiers and 2,200 Extraordinary Tier soldiers also flew out of the Starry Night and stared coldly at the 20 people of foreign race spaceships. After a life form's strength reached the Diamond Tier, even if they did not know any flying skills, just relying on the energy in their bodies to support themselves was enough for them to master the ability to fly. In addition, some of these soldiers had also mastered the flying type skills exchanged from the military merit system and the 60,000 flying equipment Fear Falcon wings that they had obtained this morning. That was why they could complete this aerial siege operation. This was not the end. Then, 3 greedy wolf avatars created by Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and Luo Sheng's 600,000 soldiers flew out of the spaceship and surrounded Lord Father's 20 spaceships from 3 directions. Right on the heels of that, Soul Arrow Wu Tu led the 50,000 strong heavenly army that was riding the Mechanostrider out of the spaceship. Then, the Night Rakshasa sword god Suan alone flew out of the spaceship. He held the blood shadow sword and looked coldly at Lord Father in the spaceship. It was as if he could see Lord Father's main body through the spaceship. In the end, the Lord members of the Star Alliance also excitedly sent out the monster soldiers who could fly to surround the 20 spaceships. In the blink of an eye. Before Lord Father could react, he realized that his spaceships were surrounded by more than 1 million life forms. And what was most unbelievable was, the strength of these life forms was ridiculously strong. It looked for a long time but did not see any soldiers below the yellow-gold tier. The lowest was a yellow-gold tier soldier, and the highest was an extraordinary tier soldier. Moreover, he saw several terrifying existences emitting the pressure of heroes. Lord Father was stunned when he saw this scene. What happened? Why did the local forces of the High Continent also barge into the final battlefield? Wasn't this bullying? Surrender. Or die. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice appeared in Lord Father's mind through mental communication. Even though Lord Father had the mythical tier-only Lord Talent ultimate algorithm, however, as a top-notch Lord Talent, even Zhou Zhou's special ability would not be able to increase its quality any further. Therefore, Zhou Zhou did not think of destroying it. Once the other party started fighting like a trapped beast, it would definitely cause him some losses after all. If he could subdue the other party, he would also have the other party's mythical tier unique Lord talent. You're the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Lord Father was shocked when it heard the familiar voice. It had fought with the Lord of the Blazing Sun on the battlefield of the Lords of all races, so it naturally knew the Lord of the Blazing Sun's voice. However, it never expected that the Lord of the Blazing Sun's strength had actually expanded to this extent in this short period of time. Even if the true Lord and the Great One Lord came, they probably wouldn't be able to have much of an upper hand on this guy, right? Chapter 466. Insight Defection Machina Race. Suan. It didn't have time to think about how the Lord of the Blazing Sun's strength could increase to such an extent. There were even fog monsters among the million-odd life forms surrounding it. Lord Father had a serious mentality and didn't feel relaxed at all. Human bloodlines were generally ordinary. However, when the difference in strength and realm reached a certain level, an extraordinary tier human could still casually kill a white platinum tier pure-blooded dragon. Furthermore, the Machina race soldiers could not compare to the dragons at all. It would probably die here if it didn't think of a way now. Thinking of this, it sent another message to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, trying to find a chance of survival. However, the Lord of the Blazing Sun did not reply at all. The meaning was clear. Surrender or fight. There were only these two choices. If the Lord Father's main body could show its expression would definitely be very ugly. Judging from the Lord of the Blazing Sun's words, if I don't surrender, the only thing waiting for me is probably death. Looks like I can only fight head-on or find an opportunity to escape. Lord Father thought resolutely. Surrendering was impossible. As the number one Lord and intelligent life form of the Machina race, it had its own pride. Then, it began to look for an opportunity to escape. Soon, it discovered that there was a weak point in the southeast in the encirclement of more than 1 million soldiers. That was the location of the heavenly army led by Wu Tu. However, even though they were relatively weak, the weakest of the heavenly army that was flying on the Mechanostrider was at least yellow gold tier. Lord Father also knew this. However, it had no choice. That was its only chance of survival. It had to rush over. Then, it immediately gave an order to its soldiers. In the next moment, 400,000 Machina race soldiers suddenly flew out of the 20 dark blue spaceships. The 400,000 Machina race troops had different forms and the weakest amongst them were green bronze tier Machina race soldiers. There were more than 200,000 of them. The strongest were the white platinum tier Machina race soldiers. There were only 5,000 of them. These were all created by Lord Father using his Lord Talent Ultimate algorithm. Right on the heels of that, the 400,000 strong army immediately changed directions and flew with the 20 dark blue spaceships towards the heavenly army where Wu Tu was. In everyone's eyes, the Machina race army came aggressively, looking like they would not stop until they achieved their goal. However, when Zhou Zhou saw this scene, his expression was very calm. Wu Tu, who saw this scene from the front, was the same. The encirclement will definitely fail. Deputy Commander Wu Xin is right. These guys are really coming towards me. Wu Tu lamented. Then, he planned to lead the heavenly army to stop them. Every member of his heavenly army was now a soldier after the Violent Storm Spirits class advancement. They were powerful, and they were all long-range spellcasters. It was naturally possible to stop them for a while. Let them through. Just let Linger's monster hinder them for a while. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice sounded in Wu Tu's ears. Wu Tu was stunned. Then, he immediately reacted and hurriedly ordered the soldiers to disperse to the sides to make way for Lord Father's spaceship and the Machina race. Lord Father, which was in the middle of the spaceship, wasn't surprised to see this. This was because among the 400,000 Machina race soldiers it had just sent out, there were nearly 50,000 white silver tier self-destructing mechanical beetles. While they were only white silver tier mechanical creations, as a Machina race that was specially used to self-destruct, once they self-destructed, not to mention the white-silver tier. Even yellow-gold tier life forms had a certain chance of being killed by the explosion. Even white-platinum tier life forms could be injured by the explosion. The lords all had the ability to investigate basic information. As long as the Lord of the Blazing Sun felt sorry for his soldiers, he would not choose to perish together with his suicide bomb-eatles. Perhaps I can escape and also save these suicide bomb-eatles at the same time. Lord Father thought. The purpose of creating these suicide bomb-eatles was originally to use them as trump cards to deal with the true lords and great one lords that it might encounter. It was naturally best if it could save it. However, at this moment, a yellow gold tier elementary grade monster suddenly flew over and blocked their way. When Lord Father saw this fog monster, he was a little surprised. He was even more puzzled as to why the other party had sent this fog monster to block the way. It tentatively asked a team of yellow gold tier Machina race members to go over and destroy this fog monster. The result was as expected. This low-grade yellow-gold tier fog monster only resisted for a moment before being destroyed by this group of Machina race soldiers. When Lord Father saw this scene, it was even more puzzled. It even had an ominous feeling. However, there was no time to deduce anything now. It could only let the soldiers escape first. At the same time, in the sky. At this moment, beside Zhou Zhou, Linger was sitting in the cockpit of a mechanostrider, watching the fog monsters die among the Machina race soldiers. Induce insight defection. Zhou Zhou said. Linger nodded in anticipation. Then, she immediately raised her right hand and used insight defection. An invisible wave with her right hand as the center quickly spread towards the spaceship troops where Lord Father was. In the blink of an eye, a total of 400,000 Machina race soldiers were enveloped by this invisible fluctuation. In the next moment, the silver light in the eyes of the 32,000 Machina race beings flickered slightly before returning to normal, as if nothing had happened. Other lords might not have noticed it, but Lord Father was different. It had the mythical tier ultimate algorithm of the Lord talent and controlled the computational power of all the Machina race subjects under its command. Therefore, when Linger's insight defection was successfully activated, it almost immediately sensed that the computational power of 32,000 Machina race subjects was missing. What happened? When Lord Father realized this, its expression changed drastically. Could it be that its 32,000 Machina race soldiers were instantly killed? When it thought of this, it immediately pulled up a virtual screen. In the end, it saw that its 32,000 Machina race soldiers were still honestly staying in the 400,000 strong army without any abnormality. The computational power has indeed disappeared. I can't control them either. What the hell is going on? Could it be that a life form among the subordinates of the Lord of the Blazing Sun is proficient in blocking technology and blocked the connection between me and my subordinates? Lord Father's heart was heavy, but a virtual screen suddenly appeared before it could think for too long. Lord Father was stunned. Then, he looked over. A young man in a black and red martial arts suit was standing there. He held a blood-colored sword in his hand, and his entire body emitted an oppressive and terrifying pressure. The moment he saw this human, as an intelligent life form, the uneasiness in Lord Father's heart suddenly rose to the peak. Kill it with all your might. Lord Father did not hesitate to order the Machina race army. It even sent out all the self-destructing insects that it could not bear to use previously. The next second, the 400,000 strong army immediately charged towards Suwon. Then, when they were halfway there, 32,000 Machina race soldiers suddenly betrayed them. Under Linger's secret orders, they suddenly attacked the Machina race soldiers collectively. At that time, the 400,000 Machina race soldiers were divided into two parts. Some of them were fighting among themselves. The other group still followed Lord Father's orders and charged at Suwon. Chapter 467. The terrifying true body of the Night Rakshasa. The death of Lord Father. Seeing the 200,000 strong Machina race army charging at him, however, Suan appeared very calm. As an assassin, he had to remain calm and focused no matter the place and situation. Luo Yi's voice seemed to ring in his ears, but also in his life. He stood on the spot and was silent for a second. Then, he slowly walked towards the 200,000 strong Machina race army. While walking, his body began to grow rapidly until it was more than 10,000 meters tall. Then, a hideous red horn that was more than 1,000 meters long grew out of his head. At the same time, his originally fair face gradually turned as red as volcanic lava. Then, two ferocious fangs that were more than 500 meters long stretched out from the corners of his mouth. In the end, two more faces grew on both sides of his face. One was grinning evilly while the other was furious. Then, two pairs of crimson arms grew out from under his armpits. In the end, endless blood energy condensed in his other 5 hands, forming 5 more than 5,000 meters long blood shadow swords that were held by these 5 hands. Hero skill Night Rakshasa true body. Roar! Suan transformed into the Night Rakshasa's true form and countless anger and killing intent appeared out of thin air in his heart. It roared angrily at the sky, but it did not vent much. In the end, its gaze landed on the 200,000 Machina race soldiers rushing towards it. He laughed sinisterly. Then, his 6 arms waved 6 blood shadow swords that were more than 5,000 meters long and rushed towards the 400,000 strong army. The moment the two collided, he swung his sword. Crimson flames adhered to the blade. There seemed to be a flash of blood in the air. Thousands of Machina race soldiers were shattered into pieces before being burned by the flames. Nearly 10,000 Machina race soldiers were affected by the aftershock and fell heavily to the ground. Then, they were killed by the other Blazing Sun Territory soldiers who rushed over to finish them off. Right on the heels of that, Suan, who had transformed into the Night Rakshasa sword god, waved the blood shadow sword crazily with his 6 arms. In an instant, countless blood-red lights flashed. The mechanical army of more than 200,000 soldiers was destroyed by Suan in less than a moment. The self-destructing insects were shattered before they even landed on Suan. Even if some of the self-destructing insects were lucky enough to rush onto Suan and explode, they could not even leave a white mark on his body. Then, his blood-red gaze landed on the 20 dark blue spaceships. He smiled sinisterly and charged towards the 20 spaceships. High up in the sky, Zhou Zhou was stunned when he saw Suan transform into the Night Rakshasa sword god and kill more than 200,000 Machina race soldiers like chopping vegetables. He had thought that the possessor of an epic tier hero's destiny would be very strong. However, he did not expect it to be so strong. In front of such an expert, it was probably meaningless no matter how many low-level creatures there were. Just like the Machina race army in front of him. However, when he saw Suan rushing towards the 20 spaceships, he was shocked. Then, he immediately communicated with him through mental communication. Before he transformed into the Night Rakshasa, he had already sensed the location of Lord Father. Hence, at this moment, he didn't care about the other spaceships. He directly rushed to the spaceship where Lord Father was and slashed down with his sword, intending to shatter Lord Father and his spaceship. But at this moment, he seemed to have suddenly received a message and was stunned. However, he quickly came back to his senses. His gaze landed on Lord Father again, and he slashed down without hesitation. However, unlike before, this sword looked a little illusory and emitted a soul fluctuation. Hero skill 7 swords killing move, soul slaying. When the giant sword came into contact with the spaceship, it was as if it didn't touch anything. It directly cut in and attacked Lord Father's main body. When Lord Father saw this sword, he immediately felt a fatal danger. He did not hesitate to use all his trump cards to protect himself. Ka. 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 A total of 7 transparent shields appeared and enveloped its main body. The next second, the huge sword descended. He cut through the first 6 layers of transparent barrier without any pause. However, it was as if these 6 layers of transparent barriers did not feel anything. They did not have the slightest protective effect. When the huge sword landed on the 7th layer of the barrier, the transparent barrier shattered with a bang. Lord Father watched helplessly as the transparent sword descended from the sky and cut through its body. It felt its life slipping away. So this is what death feels like. Lord Father felt the despair, fear, nostalgia, and unwillingness that surged in its heart. At this moment, it suddenly felt a little happy. In the eyes of the Machina race, these emotions that had nothing to do with calculation in the eyes of the life forms were the most beautiful calculations, changes, and reactions in the eyes of the Machina race. It was also the life formula that they yearned for the most. Perhaps the world was just so magical and magnificent. The life forms yearned to be like the robots, able to calculate and control everything rationally and accurately. The Machina race, on the other hand, wanted to be like the most ordinary humans and have the most uncalculated and irrational emotions. With the ultimate computing power, it vaguely touched the peak of the mysteries of life at this moment. It had a feeling. If it was given some more time to completely grasp this top-notch knowledge of the mysteries of life, it would become the true supreme god of the Machina race. At that time, it could even get rid of the intrinsic characteristics of the Machina race calculation. However, in the next second, its eyes quietly dimmed and finally lost all light. The Lord Father. Dead. High up in the sky. Zhou Zhou looked at the kill notification that appeared in front of him. Your subordinate, Knight Rakshasa Sword God Suan, killed the Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Machina Race Lord Father, Lord of all races. Promotion energy plus 1 million. Loots condensed. Blessing of the War God, your subordinate Knight Rakshasa Sword God Suan received an additional 20 million promotion energy points. Congratulations, Lord of the Blazing Sun, for successfully killing the Machina race's Lord Father, Lord of all races. The Lord's rank is Mythical Tier Advance Grade, 120. You have obtained 11.2 billion, plus 1,215,221,300 points for the final battlefield's basic ranking. It's easier than I thought. Zhou Zhou lamented. He thought that he would encounter some difficulties. He did not expect Suan to directly go into mowing mode the moment he went all out. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then, he opened the rankings of the final battlefield. Cerulean Planet Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun Level, 37,176,472,500 The final battlefield ranking, 1 St. Original Spirit Race True Lord Level, 27,554,153,650 The final battlefield ranking, 2 ND. Chaos Gods Race Great 1 Lord Level, 22,555,422,300 The final battlefield ranking, 3 RD. Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord Rank, 19,912,385,400 The final battlefield ranking, 4 TH. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 468, Lord Father's Loot. Zhou Zhou looked at the rankings of the final battlefield. It could be seen that the ranking points of the True Lords, Great One Lords, and the other top lord of all races had also increased significantly alongside his. Zhou Zhou did not find it strange. They might not have an item like the Compass of the Soul of Vengeance, but it was the third day of the final battlefield. Those who could survive until now and still dare to continue exploring the final battlefield were mostly powerful. For these lords to be able to survive until now, they definitely had a large number of ranking points in the final battlefield. Even if top-notch lords like the True Lord and the Great One Lord couldn't encounter the Extreme Venerable Lord or Lord Father, they could still obtain a large number of ranking points as long as they defeated ordinary powerful lords and increased their ranking. However, their method of relying on luck naturally could not compare to Zhou Zhou's precise method of finding the enemy. Hence, Zhou Zhou was now in first place. Then, he closed the final battlefield and looked at the battlefield in front of him again. After Suan killed Lord Father, there were not many of the Machina race left on the battlefield. The remaining soldiers also began to exterminate the remaining Machina race soldiers. At the same time, Lord Father's mechanical body was also sent to Zhou Zhou. In the starry night, Zhou Zhou looked at Lord Father's corpse. Item name, Lord Father's mechanical body, Lord of all races. Item level, Diamond tier elementary grade. Item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, a Lord of all races from the Machina race. Its goal was to become a Lord of all races. It is the most advanced among the Lords of the Machina race and was regarded by many Lords of the Machina race as one of their future hopes. Loots drop rate, 80 Diamond tier Mist Core, drop rate, 100%, 1 low-level God tier Advanced grade Enhanceable Heroic Technique Super Calculation, drop rate, 10%, 1 low-level God tier Advanced grade Enhanceable Heroic Technique True Simulation, drop rate, 10%, 1 white silver tier elementary grade mechanical technology blueprint dark blue rogue, drop rate, 8%, 1 yellow gold tier advanced grade mechanical technology blueprint striker mask, drop rate, 5%, 1 white platinum tier mechanical technology blueprint life protection light barrier, drop rate, 4%, 1 diamond tier elementary grade mechanical technology blueprint apocalypse satellite 3, drop rate, 3%. Incomplete research, 1 diamond tier elementary grade mechanical technology blueprint grand unified core energy, drop rate, 1%, 1 low-level god tier advanced grade hero inheritance secret manual, drop rate, 0.00001%, 1 mythical tier unique lord talent sphere, drop rate, 0%. 5 mythical tier unique lord talent crystal fragments. Zhou Zhou only glanced at the loots once before his gaze immediately landed on the second last item. Joy appeared on his face. A mythical tier, unique lord talent. It wasn't easy. Finally, another mythical tier unique lord talent has dropped. Other than the time when he was lucky and obtained a mythical tier, the only lord talent from the demon horn crocodile race's Lord Russell, this was the first time Zhou Zhou had personally obtained the only mythical tier lord talent from the top lord of all races. He did not know what the effect of this lord talent was. He impatiently placed his hand on the dead silent ball. Lord talent notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title hint, your loots have been affected by the title of Strongest Lord. The number of loots has increased by 20%. Lord talent notification, you've obtained Perfect Loots 96 Mist Cores, Extraordinary Tier, 1 Hero Skill Book Super Calculation, Mid-Level God Tier Advanced Grade, Enhanceable, 1 Hero Skill Book True Simulation, Mid-Level God Tier Advanced Grade, Enhanceable, 1 Mechanical Technology Blueprint Invisible Ghost, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade, 1 Mechanical Technology Blueprint Shield of Light White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade, 1 Mechanical Technology Blueprint Soul Residence, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade, 1 Mechanical Technology Blueprint Apocalypse Satellite 4, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade, Incomplete Research, 1 Mechanical Technology Blueprint Grand Unified Core Energy Grand Unified Core Energy, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade, 1 Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, Mid-Level God Tier Advanced Grade, 1 Lord Talent Sphere, Mythical Tier Unique, 5 Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Mythical Tier Unique. Whoosh! Lord Father's mechanical body instantly turned into a large number of spoils of war. However, unlike before, the majority of the loots were thick mechanical technology blueprints. The mechanical technology blueprint alone formed a small mountain. Zhou Zhou looked at the mechanical technology blueprints with burning eyes. Then, he could not wait to inspect the loots one by one. There was naturally no need to mention the mist cores. Zhou Zhou looked at the hero skills. Hero skill, Super Calculation. Level, Mid-Level God Tier Advanced Grade Enhanceable. Skill effect, it can save 5 to 90% of the computation time when intelligent life forms are calculating. Prompt: only intelligent life-type heroes of the Machina race can learn this hero skill. Hero skill: True Simulation. Level: Mid-level God tier advanced grade enhanceable. Skill effect: when intelligent life forms are conducting creative experiments, they can carry out virtual simulation experiments by mobilizing their technological knowledge reserves. The authenticity of the final outcome of the virtual simulation experiment would be related to the amount of technological knowledge he had. The more comprehensive and specific the technological knowledge, the less deviation the experiment results of the virtual simulation experiment would be from the actual experiment results. Conversely, the greater the deviation. When the technological knowledge reserves of intelligent life forms can 100% satisfy the knowledge needs of the virtual simulation experiment, the experiment results produced will be equivalent to the real experiment results. Prompt: this hero skill requires extremely high computing power to realize. Moreover, only the intelligent life-type heroes of the Machina race can learn it. Zhou Zhou frowned as he looked at the two hero skills. As a mid-level God-tier advanced grade enhanceable hero skill, the effects of these two hero skills were quite top grade. The former's shorter calculation time looked ordinary, but it was reduced by a percentage. Which meant, even if there was a Machina race hero who wanted to create a mid-level God-tier mechanical technology product, it could reduce the maximum computation time by 90% in the process of creating this product. It might not be very effective during early stages of development, however, the more it grew, the more terrifying the effect would be. The second hero skill was also very ridiculous. To put it simply, true simulation could use the virtual experiments in his mind to replace the real experiments in reality. As long as there was enough relevant technological knowledge stored, there was no need to find the corresponding experiment materials in reality. He could directly complete the specific experiment process in his thoughts. Not only would it save experimental funds, it would also greatly reduce the cost of manpower and time. To the experimental dog, it was simply a supreme divine skill. If the humans of the Cerulean planet could master this ability when they were on the Cerulean planet, the technological development of the human race on the Cerulean planet could accelerate for hundreds or even thousands of years. However, even though these two hero skills were top grade, the last notification that only the intelligent life hero of the Machina race could learn them made Zhou Zhou feel troubled. Maybe he should ask Linger for a Machina race soldier which she had successfully incited and give it the hero inheritance secret manual so that it could become an intelligent life-type hero and let it learn these two hero skills? Zhou Zhou found that it was very troublesome just thinking about it. However, he could only do that if he really had no choice in the end. He thought for a while and shook his head, planning to look at the loots behind first. It was this pile of mechanical technology blueprints. Zhou Zhou first picked up the stack of blue technological blueprints closest to him. Mechanical technology blueprint name: Invisible Ghost. Authority level: Yellow Gold tier elementary grade. Mechanical technology effect: the Invisible Ghost possesses the Yellow Gold tier elementary grade intelligent life form, Ghost Scout. It has the functions of the White Platinum tier advanced grade invisible body, a Yellow Gold tier elementary grade folded space function, a Yellow Gold tier elementary grade space warehouse function, Yellow Gold tier elementary grade spaceship defense, Yellow Gold tier elementary grade flying speed, Yellow Gold tier elementary grade life detection and anti-reconnaissance radar, Yellow Gold tier elementary grade space invisibility, an extraordinary tier advanced grade flying speed, and the automatic repair function. Mechanical technology blueprint description: the Invisible Ghost is one of the Machina race's reconnaissance spaceships. Its design inspiration came from the first-generation reconnaissance spaceship, the White Ghost. Subsequently, after generations of modifications and upgrades, the product of the Invisible Ghost was produced. Compared to the previous Ghost series products, the greatest characteristic of the Invisible Ghost was the zero-mass mechanical body. It was like a real ghost, invisible and untouchable. It could ignore any attack with physical characteristics. When it was first invented, it was loved by many mechanical technology groups. Later, its status was gradually replaced with the creation of a higher-level Ghost series reconnaissance spaceship. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Zero-mass mechanical body? Untouchable and unseeable? Such a magical thing? In addition, he realized something. The specific function of this spaceship blueprint seemed to be a little ordinary. Wen Ye's current main body, the Starry Night, was a white-silver tier advance-grade spaceship. It had the intelligent life form, Starry Night Goddess, of the extraordinary tier advance grade from the beginning. There were also many white platinum tier, diamond tier, and even extraordinary tier spaceship functions. However, the intelligent life form of this yellow gold tier elementary grade spaceship was actually only at the yellow gold tier elementary grade. Its other functions were only yellow gold tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and suddenly reacted. Could this be the configuration of a normal spaceship? Black Ghost and the current Starry Night had added so many high-level spaceship functions at the beginning of the design because they represented the friendship between him and the Machina race? The more Zhou Zhou thought about it, the more he felt that his guess might be right. Chapter 469, Obtaining another mythical tier, unique Lord talent. Otherwise, it would be too ridiculous for a white-silver tier advance-grade spaceship to join the ranks of an extraordinary tier intelligent life form. Wouldn't a legendary tier spaceship join the ranks of Master God tier intelligent life form? How was that possible? My lord, this is the design blueprint of the 7th generation of the Ghost series reconnaissance spaceship. The ordinary version of Wen Ye's previous main body, Black Ghost, was the 3rd generation of the Ghost series reconnaissance spaceship that came from the same source as it. My lord, please hand it to me. I can help increase the efficiency of making the spaceship by mastering the manufacturing method of this invisible ghost. Moreover, I can also make the performance of the Black Ghost and Starry Night stronger. At this moment, record these. Zhou Zhou was stunned when he heard that, but he immediately placed the stack of blueprints representing the invisible ghost aside and asked Wen Ye to record them. A red light shone down from above the Starry Night and landed on the stack of blueprints. Then, it began to scan from top to bottom. In less than a moment, the red light was done scanning. My lord, Wen Ye has completed recording it. Wen Ye trailed off. That was pretty fast. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. It had just taken a look. The Machina race words on it were probably equivalent to a large library. Wen Ye had actually completed the recording so quickly. As expected of an intelligent life form of extraordinary tier advance grade. He did not think too much about it. After nodding, he looked at the next blueprint. Mechanical Technology Blueprint Name, Shield of Light. Authority Level, White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. Mechanical Technology Effect, release a physical defense light shield with no blind spots around your body. The endurance of the light shield is initially 100%. It can block physical attacks below the White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. You can automatically restore restoration endurance by absorbing the light energy of the outside world before your endurance is exhausted. Mechanical Technology Blueprint Description, an upgraded version of the Striker Light Shield created by Lord Father. Not only has its defense increased greatly, it has also added a new ability to automatically restore restoration endurance. Even low-level Machina race or normal life forms can use it. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. This mechanical technology product blueprint looked ordinary. It was a blueprint of normal defense equipment. However, the last sentence in its description moved Zhou Zhou. Normal life forms could also use it. What did this entail? This meant that it was not like normal equipment that could not be equipped with equipment higher than its strength realm. This shield of light could be used even by ordinary people below the White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat. What did this entail? This meant that even a Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade soldier under his command could use this technological defense equipment to interfere in White Platinum Tier battles. If it was popularized on a large scale, 10,000 black iron tier soldiers might be able to unleash the role of 10,000 white platinum tier soldiers. This is what makes technological products so stunning. Zhou Zhou lamented. Wenye. Record this too. When we get back, we'll build the corresponding mechanical technology manufacturing factory. Try your best to create a shield of light that can satisfy the needs of the entire army in the shortest time possible. Mist cores are not a problem. Sell whatever we don't need. Zhou Zhou might not have anything else now. He just had too many mist cores. Ordinary legendary tier experts might not be as rich as him. Yes, my lord. Wenye immediately said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and looked eagerly at the blueprints of the other mechanical technologies. The combat strength of his soldiers would increase greatly in the future with these mechanical technology blueprints. Then, he looked at the next technology blueprint. Mechanical technology blueprint name, Soul Residence. Authority level, Diamond tier elementary grade. Mechanical technology effect 1, release a physical defense light shield with no blind spots around your body. The endurance of the light shield is initially 100%. It can block physical attacks below the white platinum tier advanced grade. You can automatically restore restoration endurance by absorbing the light energy of the outside world before your endurance is exhausted. Mechanical technology effect 2, if the soul in the soul residence is injured, it can slowly heal the injuries on the soul. Mechanical technology blueprint description, an upgraded version of the life protection light barrier created by Lord Father. Not only has its defense increased greatly, it has also added a new function that can automatically restore endurance and heal soul injuries. Even low-level machina race or normal life forms can use it. There was nothing to say. It was clearly used with the shield of light. One was here to defend against physical attacks, and the other was here to defend against soul attacks. They were all not bad. Zhou Zhou did not waste his breath. He handed it to Wenye and asked her to be in charge of recording and manufacturing. Then, he looked at the next blueprint. Mechanical technology blueprint name, Apocalypse Satellite 4, incomplete research. Authority level, extraordinary tier elementary grade. Mechanical technology effect, high altitude attack satellite structure with a range of 100,000 kilometers. With the extraordinary tier elementary grade apocalypse lasers, you can instantly kill all life forms below the extraordinary tier elementary grade in the range. Mechanical technology blueprint description, an upgraded version of the Apocalypse Satellite 3, incomplete research, created by Lord Father. It has an extremely long range and outstanding damage ability. It is a rare low-orbit space weapon. It has yet to be developed and needs to be continued to be developed before it can be created. Zhou Zhou took a look and realized that he had not read wrongly. 100,000 kilometers. Good God! The Cerulean planet was only 380,000 kilometers from the Moon planet. This range only needed to be extended by 4 times on the Cerulean planet to blast from the Cerulean planet to the Moon planet. The only pity was that this blueprint had yet to be developed. If the development could be completed, Zhou Zhou would have the ability to target and kill some regions of the high continent. Wenye, can you use this as a foundation to completely develop it? Zhou Zhou asked Wenye with the blueprint. Wenye did not say anything. Instead, she scanned it and gave a negative answer. I'm sorry, my lord. Wenye's current knowledge of mechanical technology is not enough. If we want to complete the development of this Apocalypse Satellite 4, Wenye either has to master a more comprehensive and deeper level of mechanical technology knowledge or have Wenye's intelligent life level reach the legendary tier. We can carry out deeper research. Otherwise, Wenye will not be able to complete the Lord's request. Wenye trailed off. Zhou Zhou nodded. He did not say anything, but he took Wenye's words to heart. If there was a chance in the future, he could try to satisfy the needs mentioned by Wenye. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the next mechanical technology blueprint. Mechanical technology blueprint name, Great Unification Core Energy. Authority level, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade. Mechanical Technology Effect. An intelligent life form with the grand unified core energy can return the intelligent cores of other intelligent life forms to its own intelligent program and turn this intelligent life form into its own mechanical clone. When this intelligent life form obtains promotion energy by killing fog monsters, it can circulate some or all of it to the intelligent life form with the grand unified core energy, thereby quickly increasing the strength level of this intelligent life form. It can be upgraded to the extraordinary tier elementary grade at most. Mechanical Technology Blueprint Description. An upgraded version of the grand unified core energy created by Lord Father. It can quickly increase the strength level of the Machina race. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. No wonder Lord Father and his subordinates were so strong. So it was the effect of the grand unified core energy. Lord Father is really a genius. He can actually create so many inventions. Especially this unified core energy. It's simply a divine artifact that can quickly create experts. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. It was just that this guy was unlucky to have encountered him. Otherwise, if it grew up in the future, he might really be a strong opponent comparable to the True Lord, the Great One Lord, and the Heaven-Chasing Lord. Then, he looked at the next loots. It was the hero inheritance of the mid-level God tier advance grade. Treasure name, Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Grade, mid-level God tier advance grade. Treasure ability, after using it, you can obtain the inheritance of a hero that suits your race. Introduction, a treasure created by the hero inheritance. It is connected to the River of Time. After using it, the user can obtain the hero inheritance of his race who has a mid-level God tier advance grade hero fate level slot. After reading it, Zhou Zhou immediately reacted. This low-level God tier advance grade version of the hero inheritance secret manual should come from the battlefield shop in the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield. He had also exchanged for it before and handed it to Nazario to become the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction. He did not expect Lord Father to leave it for him to use. In the end, he had benefited. Zhou Zhou put it away happily and looked at the last loots. It was the only mythical tier Lord Talent Sphere. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Ultimate Algorithm. Treasure grade, mythical tier unique. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have the mythical tier unique Lord Talent Ultimate Algorithm. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain a mythical tier unique Lord Talent. Ultimate Algorithm. So this is Lord Father's mythical tier unique Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou had fought Lord Father twice, but this was the first time he knew what Lord Father's Lord Talent was. He thought for a moment. In order to avoid any accidents, it was better to return to the territory and absorb this Lord Talent. Then, he did not waste any time and immediately called Bai Yun and Wu Xin over. He asked the two of them to temporarily arrange for the soldiers to guard this place. They were not to move without his orders. They would wait for him to return. If a powerful enemy attacked or something unexpected happened, Bai Yun and Wu Xin would make all the decisions. Then, he instructed him on a series of matters. Zhou Zhou did not waste any more time after arranging everything. With a thought, he returned to Blazing Sun City. Chapter 470, Mythical Tier Unique Lord Talent Ultimate Algorithm. In the master bedroom of the beginner grade Lord's Paradise in the Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou looked at the Lord Talent Sphere in his hand, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice. Absorb. The next second. This mythical tier Lord Talent Sphere immediately turned into countless seven-colored light spots and surged into his glabella. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. He reopened his eyes again after some time. Then, he immediately opened his Lord's personal information. His Lord Talent column had already been updated. Lord Talent, King of Loots, Mythical Tier, Unique, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, Green Bronze Tier, Monster Ranch, White Silver Tier, Insight Defection, Yellow Gold Tier, Peace and Prosperity, Diamond Tier, Return to the City, white silver tier, mysterious caravan, yellow gold tier, master thief's robbery gloves, legendary tier, blessing of the 10 gods, blessing of the war god, white platinum tier, the shelter of the goddess of life, white platinum tier, night temple, extraordinary tier, dragon slaying hometown, white platinum tier, gift of the machina, white silver tier, embrace of the conqueror, white silver tier, fighting god full-time master 2, green bronze tier, lord shop, mythical tier, unique, scavenger, green bronze tier, sturdy constitution, green bronze tier, agricultural kingdom, extraordinary tier, ultimate algorithm, mythical tier, unique. My 20th Lord Talent. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. If his Lord Talent panel was shown to other lords, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Then, he immediately opened the details of the talent. Lord Talent, ultimate algorithm, mythical tier, unique. Specific Lord Talent Effect 1, you can summon a Machina race clone that belongs to you. The Machina race clone is connected to the main body. The main body can ignore distance to command and actually control the Machina race clone to move. When your Machina race clone dies, you can summon it again by consuming the energy in your body. Specific Lord Talent Effect 2, your Machina race clone has mastered the ultimate algorithm program and can use it to master the computing power of all the Machina race subordinates under your command. The more computing power you master, the higher the intelligence of the Machina race clone. You can save more time when carrying out technological research and creation. You can even draw inferences and research to create brand new mechanical technology products. It's actually such a Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou was surprised. No wonder Lord Father could create so many stunning inventions. He could even create a plug-in technology product like the Grand Unified Core Energy. So it was done with the help of the ultimate algorithm, the mythical tier unique Lord Talent. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou's heart burned. He came from the Cerulean planet, which was developing a technological civilization. Every human on the Cerulean planet had enjoyed the benefits of technology, and he was naturally no exception. Therefore, Zhou Zhou still had his own unique feelings for technology, even though the mainstream path in the high continent was the extraordinary tier class. Moreover, Zhou Zhou had already benefited greatly from this path. Previously, he had thought that perhaps the technological civilization of the Cerulean planet would not shine on the high continent. However, the Cerulean planet's technological civilization might not only be able to reappear on the high continent with this ultimate algorithm, but it would also become very likely to surpass the past. My Machina race clone. Zhou Zhou gradually calmed down and pondered about this matter. Just as he finished muttering, he immediately felt that a certain life form wanting to break out of its shell. So it's in my mind. Summon. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows and said without hesitation. The next second, a 7-colored light flew out of his glabella and turned into a silver ball of light after landing on the ground. Zhou Zhou looked at the silver ball of light with a strange expression. If not for the obvious mental connection between him and this ball of light, coupled with the fact that it was much smaller than Lord Father's dead mechanical body, it was almost the size of a fist. Zhou Zhou thought that Lord Father had been reborn. He looked at the silver ball of light. Attribute information appeared. Clone name, unnamed, Machina race clone. Territory, Blazing Sun City, Machina race. Skill level, Black Iron tier elementary grade. Ability overview, the Machina race clone of the Lord of the Blazing Sun has mastered a special talent ultimate algorithm. Skills, Talent ultimate algorithm, Talent unlimited mechanical body. Potential, Master God tier advanced grade. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. This guy's attribute information was very simple. However, its potential shocked Zhou Zhou. Good God! Master God tier advanced grade. This potential had already reached the limit of this world, similar to the light sacred dragon, Injsal. Then, his gaze landed on its name. He thought for a moment and gave it the name Ultimate Lord. His name was a little childish. However, Zhou Zhou did not care about such things. He looked at the ultimate lord in front of him and had an idea. The next second, under his surprised gaze, the silver ball of light in front of him began to change constantly and at the same time. Soon, a silver-robed Zhou Zhou who looked exactly like Zhou Zhou appeared in front of him. Is this the clone? It's indeed magical. Zhou Zhou looked at the ultimate lord who looked exactly like him in front of him, the surprise in his eyes intensifying. A moment later, the curious Zhou Zhou looked at the ultimate lord in front of him and began to think. Next, I have to prepare the Machina race subjects for my Machina race clones so that it can unleash the advantage of the ultimate algorithm. When you won't have to deal with the remaining undeveloped blueprints of the Apocalypse Satellite 4 after he masters the ability of the ultimate algorithm. I can develop it myself with the ultimate lord. Zhou Zhou thought. Lord Father could use the ultimate algorithm to create so many stunning mechanical technology inventions. As a human, even if Zhou Zhou could not directly invent and create new technology products like it for the time being, it should not be a problem to perfect an incomplete technology blueprint, right? At this moment, roar! A loud dragon roar sounded. When Zhou Zhou and the soldiers on the battlefield heard this cry, they even had the illusion that the world was trembling. Zhou Zhou immediately came to the window and looked at the scene outside. Nazario was flying in the sky. Black-red magma flame wave erupted from its body and surged in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the environment within a radius of 50 kilometers became like a fire hell. In the sky above Nazario's head, the phantom of the flame mountain that had also appeared when it broke through to the white platinum tier elementary grade previously appeared. However, the current phantom of the flame mountain was clearly 3 to 4 times larger than the last time. Moreover, it looked even more condensed. In the middle of the fire mountain range was an extremely tall active volcano. The hot and sticky magma flowed inside and outside the volcano, revealing a bright red color. A shadow of Nazario was bathing in the magma, enjoying the heat and rage of the magma. Chapter 471, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Nazario. At this moment, hundreds of fire elemental rivers that looked like large rivers were born out of thin air. Then, they surged into Nazario's body like rivers returning to the sea. During this process, Nazario's aura became more and more astonishing, and its body was rapidly growing. 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters, 2,800 meters, 3,600 meters. In the end, Nazario's body grew from more than 700 meters to more than 4,000 meters before stopping. Roar! Nazario roared at the sky. Its voice was filled with endless joy and excitement. At this moment, a text notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Congratulations, your pet, Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction, has broken through to Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. The Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction's Dragon Breath of Annihilation has been strengthened. The Dragon Might of the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction has been strengthened. The Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction has comprehended the Growth-type Draconic spell, Extraordinary Tier Fire Elemental Control, from Draconic Magic Mastery. The Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction has comprehended the Growth-type Draconic spell, Meteorite Descent, from Draconic Magic Mastery. The Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction has awakened the Dragon King Avatar from the inheritance of the dragons. The Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction has awakened the Nirvana Volcano from the inheritance of the dragons. The Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction's Epic Tier Elemental Immunity and Epic Tier Physical Immunity awakening rate has increased from 50% to 70%. Nazario has finally advanced. I have another trump card now. Zhou Zhou sighed when he saw this. Nazario had been stuck at the White Platinum Tier Advance grade for a long time. Today, it has finally advanced. Nazario's strength had increased greatly after breaking through to the Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. It was probably only a little weaker than the Epic Tier Elementary Grade Knight Rakshasa Sword God, Suan now. Nazario might not lose to Suan even if it used all its trump cards. Su An's strength and hero fate level slot might be 2 major levels higher than Nazario's. But Su An did not have any human bloodline inheritance in his body after all. Nazario's bloodline contained the inheritance of the dragons as vast as the starry sky. That was the accumulation of the inheritance of countless eras of the dragon race. Naturally, they could not underestimate it. Regarding this, Zhou Zhou, who also had the dragon inheritance, knew best. At this moment, Su An, who had already recovered his main body, also looked at Nazario, which had broken through to the diamond tier elementary grade. A solemn expression appeared in his eyes. This was because he actually felt danger from the other party. A hero born of a pure-blooded dragon is indeed terrifying. Su An thought. However, he was naturally not afraid. At this moment, after Nazario broke through, it immediately flew to the spaceship where Zhou Zhou was and looked at him with joy and excitement. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. Then, he flew out of the spaceship and came in front of Nazario. He touched its forehead. Nazario closed his eyes, looking like he was enjoying himself. Ow! In the distance, the light sacred dragon, Inj looked at it enviously, but there was nothing it could do. It was at the yellow gold tier advance grade when it was born. But as a legendary dragon, it needed several times more advancement energy than a dragon hero of the same level. Even with the white platinum tier blessing of the war god, it would take some time for it to advance to the white platinum tier elementary grade. Therefore, it could only watch helplessly as Nazario enjoyed Zhou Zhou's pats. A moment later, the battlefield was cleaned up. Zhou Zhou brought all the soldiers back to the back Starry Night. In the Starry Night, in the conference room, Zhou Zhou, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Feng Luo, Su An, Wu Tu, and the other alliance masters were holding a meeting. All the lords were excited. They had just eliminated the top lord of all races, the strongest lord of the Machina race after all. In the past, such lords were used as conversation topics on the World Channel. They did not expect to fight the other party today and even destroy it. Some of the lords could not help but feel excited at the thought of them participating in this battle. I didn't expect us to really destroy Lord Father. It feels like a dream. What does it have to do with you? Isn't it all because of the Lord's main force and Su An? Haha, you're right. However, even though I didn't do much, it was already very satisfying to participate in the spectating. That's right, that's right. Oh my god! I was dumbfounded when that General Su An men became such a big presence. That feeling was like watching a movie. General Su is indeed ridiculously strong. No, it should be said that every subordinate of the Lord is very strong. Did you see so many dragons in the Lord? In my opinion, what's the big deal about the Dragon God Lord? How can he have so many dragons? The title of Dragon God Lord should be given to the Lord. I was lucky enough to encounter the Dragon God Lord on the Myriad Races Lord battlefield once at the beginning. The Dragon God Lord indeed doesn't have as many dragons under him as the Lord. The lords discussed animatedly. Zhou Zhou ignored their discussion and sat in the main seat, thinking. I'm already much ahead of the true Lord and the others with ranking points. There's still an entire afternoon before the end of the final battlefield. I'm not in a hurry to use the compass of the soul of vengeance to find a top lord of all races to increase my points. Then let's sweep through the weaker lords first. Try to obtain as many Lord Talent Crystal fragments as possible. Zhou Zhou quickly made a decision. Obtaining a large number of Lord Talent fragments in the final battlefield was also one of his goals in the final battlefield. He might not meet such a good opportunity again soon. In any case, there was enough time now. He could also let his Lord members complete the Insight defection activity that they had been thinking about. Everyone! There are still nearly 6 hours before the end of the final battlefield. In the next 3 hours, you can use your Insight defection. However, everyone must return on time in 3 hours. Don't be late. When the time comes, I'll bring everyone to meet another top-notch lord. Zhou Zhou said. Okay. Don't worry, Alliance Master. We'll be back on time. Which top-notch lord are we dealing with this time? A lord asked curiously. Heaven-chasing lord. Zhou Zhou had no intention of hiding anything and said directly. Actually, he also wanted to meet the true lord or the great one lord. However, he had never fought these two top lords of all races, so even the compass of the soul of vengeance could not give him directions. Therefore, he could only settle for the next best thing and face his old opponent, the heaven-chasing lord. The last battle with the heaven-chasing lord left a deep impression on Zhou Zhou. At that time, even though the other party only had 4 subjects, Zhou Zhou and the others had to use their trump cards frequently to obtain a difficult victory with the terrifying power of laws. His strength was already much higher than before. The other party would definitely develop stronger. He did not know what the outcome of this battle would be. Depart. Zhou Zhou ordered without thinking too much. Then, they split into 3 teams again like yesterday. Among them, the Lords of the Lord Alliance brought 7 Starry Night spaceships to incite defection. Zhou Zhou brought the 3 spaceships and the soldiers in his territory to fight the Lords of all races. Chapter 472, Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou's Suggestion. In Starry Night, Zhou Zhou and Linger were here. Linger had just used incite defection on Lord Father, so she did not follow the other lords to incite defection. Instead, she stayed with Zhou Zhou. Big brother, we haven't been alone together for a long time. Linger looked up at Zhou Zhou and said happily. That's right. Zhou Zhou smiled and stroked her hair. The two of them chatted for a while before Zhou Zhou said. Linger, I have a small request. If you're unwilling, you don't have to agree to it. Zhou Zhou said. I agree. Linger agreed without even asking. Zhou Zhou could not help but laugh. However, he still told her his request. I want the Machina race soldiers from your incite defection just now. I can compensate you with something else. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and took out 100,000 diamond tier mist cores from the heavenly mist treasure bag at his waist. He placed them in a small spatial ring and handed them to Linger. There was naturally no need to mention the mist cores. The total value of 100,000 diamond tier mist cores was naturally more than 32,000 Machina race soldiers. As for spatial rings, the Cerulean planet lords were not short of them. During this period of time, as the lord of the Cerulean planet developed, many goods gradually appeared in the world channel marketplace, including storage items like the spatial ring. Therefore, even though the spatial ring was still a relatively rare resource in the marketplace, as long as there were enough mist cores, it was quite easy to buy a spatial ring with more than 10 to 20 small spaces. Zhou Zhou now had more than 100 spatial rings as backup. The generals and important officials under his command basically each had a spatial ring. Big brother, you gave me my incite defection. If you need those Machina race soldiers, just take them. You're my big brother. I don't want to turn this into a transaction. Linger lowered her head and whispered after hearing Zhou Zhou's words. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Linger actually thought so? He did not think too much about it. He just did not want the people close to him to suffer, even if he had to suffer some losses. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and suddenly asked. Do you have anything your parents gave you? Mom and Dad bought me my old clothes. Is that okay? Linger was stunned and replied. Yes. Zhou Zhou smiled and put away the 100,000 diamond tier mist cores. Since Linger says so, I won't give you these mist cores this time. But if you need anything in the future, you must tell me, okay? Zhou Zhou stroked her head and said. Perhaps it was because he had no relatives in this world, but he would always subconsciously feel sorry for and take care of this innocent little sister. Fortunately, this little sister was also adorable and did not let him down. Yup. Linger nodded vigorously, her bright and clear eyes smiling into crescents. Clearly, she was very happy that her brother did not give her the mist core. Then, she did not say anything else and immediately went to look for the 32,000 Machina race soldiers she had instigated. Zhou Zhou looked at Ling who was jumping away, and thought to himself. In the future, when he had extra Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals, he would use Linger's parents' belongings to revive her parents. Let Linger have her own family again. Even though they had yet to confirm whether Linger's parents were alive or dead, Linger was already quite famous on the World Channel as his supplier of medicinal herbs. In addition, Linger had even posted her photo on her trading stall in order to look for her parents because she wanted them to see it. If Linger's parents were still alive, they would definitely come looking for her after knowing about her. Since they had yet to look for her, they should no longer be amongst the living now. However, he had the means to revive them now. In the future, as long as the Holy Spirit level faith divine crystals were in place, it would not be a problem for him even if they were really dead. He could just revive them directly. As for Zhou Zhou's relatives, it was impossible. He was a transmigrator himself. On the surface, his hometown was the Cerulean planet, but his real hometown was Earth. Even though the two of them were like parallel universes, Zhou Zhou accepted the fact that he was already homeless after returning to his hometown once and realizing that his parents were not there. However, Zhou Zhou was not discouraged. If he could become a god in the future and even become the lord of all races, he might be able to transmigrate back to his hometown and see his parents, relatives, and friends again. This was also one of the reasons why he could persevere in this world and pursue becoming stronger. A moment later, Linger brought more than 32,000 Machina race soldiers over. Zhou Zhou did not waste his breath when he saw this. He directly held a handover with Linger and turned them into subjects of the Blazing Sun territory. Linger knew that her big brother was going to be busy, so she found an excuse to leave. When Zhou Zhou saw this, his gaze landed on the Machina race again. These Machina races had different forms. There were attack-type mechanical soldiers, long-range attack mechanical soldiers, reconnaissance mechanical soldiers, aerial combat mechanical soldiers, self-destructing mechanical soldiers, and also logistical mechanical soldiers. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. The configuration was quite complete. Then, with a thought, he saw a silver-robed Zhou Zhou appear beside him. It was his Machina race clone Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou. Can the computing power of these Machina race soldiers together allow you to complete the remaining research of the Apocalypse Satellite 4? Zhou Zhou asked. It's not that simple. Before that, I still need to create the Grand Unified Core Energy first. Then, I'll use it to advance quickly. You'll be in charge of the materials needed. The Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, said calmly. Sure. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. What he did not lack the most now was the Mist Core. It could easily satisfy the needs of the Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou. Now, I'll place their programming and computing power under my ultimate algorithm. The Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, said. Then, he extended his right hand. A faint purple ripple dissipated from his hand. In the blink of an eye, it covered the 32,154 Machina race soldiers in front of him. The silver light in the eyes of these Machina race soldiers instantly flashed. After a long time, they stopped and calmed down. All right. But the computing power is too little. With these computing power, even if my strength increases to the extraordinary tier, I can only complete technological research below the yellow gold tier at most. The Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, felt the computing power he had mastered and frowned slightly. Then, they looked at Zhou Zhou. Main body. If nothing goes wrong, the mechanical bodies of the Machina race soldiers who died should drop some blueprints for mechanical intelligent life forms after extracting the loots. If possible, try to use those intelligent life form blueprints to create more intelligent life forms of the Machina race so that I can unify them and master more computing power. Also, the Gold Merchant Lord has previously provided Machina race monsters like the mechanical Fear Falcon. It also means that there is a Machina race kingdom near his territory. If there's a chance, I can go to this Machina race kingdom to take a look. Then, I can find a Machina race faction to incite defection a few more times. This way, I can definitely obtain a large number of intelligent life forms of the Machina race. My computing power can also increase rapidly. Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou quickly proposed these two plans. I'll think about it. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows and nodded. Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou also nodded. Chapter 473, Hunting the Lord of All Races. 800,000 monster soldiers. Oh yes. Can you use this? Zhou Zhou took out the mid-level God-tier advanced grade hero inheritance secret manual dropped by Lord Father and showed it to the Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou. Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou took it and looked. I can give it a try. Try it. Zhou Zhou was really looking forward to it. He had long wanted a hero slot, but he was not satisfied with the hero inheritance of a low-level fate level. Therefore, even though he had handled so many hero inheritances, he had never used any of them. Now that he had his Machina race clone and this mid-level God-tier advanced grade hero inheritance secret manual, he could give it a try and let his clone have the hero fate level slot. Moreover, with Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou's Machina race talent, it was not impossible for him to advance his hero fate level slot with his own ability in the future. Let's try it tonight. I'm still needed in the final battlefield today. The Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, shook his head. Just as well. Zhou Zhou nodded and gave him 10 spatial rings with the largest space to store the items he needed. After the Ultimate Lord took them, he did not mind and put them on his 10 fingers. After bringing it along, the Ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, immediately had the temperament of an upstart. However, he did not care. Zhou Zhou only smiled and did not say anything. In the time that followed, Zhou Zhou led the soldiers to conquer the lord factions of all races that Wenya had discovered along the way. As the current number 1 lord of the final battlefield, naturally, none of the lord forces he encountered were his match. Most of the lord factions of the myriad races would shatter with a single touch against his Blazing Sun army, Monster army, and Dragon God army. Even if some of the stronger lords of the myriad races could fight him for a round or two, it would only cause them a little trouble and casualties. If they were a little serious, they would be easily crushed by them. During this period, Zhou Zhou could not help but feel his hands itching. He personally commanded 200,000 soldiers to form the greedy wolf avatar to gallop on the battlefield a few times. From the looks of it, his proficiency was not inferior to Wu Xin, Bai Yun, and the others at all. Even Wu Xin, who had mastered the greedy wolf howling moon array the earliest, praised his lord for his excellent talent in military formations when he saw the formations that his master led. He even said that if the lord could invest more time in the military formation, he would definitely be able to surpass him in the future and become a super military array master. This was naturally not Curry favoring. Instead, it was what Wu Xin said from the bottom of his heart. However, Zhou Zhou was not interested. He was like an ancient emperor. Occasionally, he could lead troops on expeditions himself. But which emperor would personally lead an expedition every day? That was not only irresponsible to his own safety, but it was also irresponsible to his country and subjects. Moreover, Zhou Zhou had a lord talent like the King of Lutes that could grow infinitely. He could dwell at the back of the battlefield so that he could bring his subjects and territory further. That was the greatest responsibility to his subjects and territory. Therefore, Zhou Zhou returned to the spaceship after personally dealing with a few lord factions of the myriad races. For the rest of the time, they did not encounter any big trouble. Honestly, this disappointed Zhou Zhou. He was still thinking of coincidentally encountering a few mythical tier lords of all races and earning a lot of basic ranking scores in the final battlefield. In the end, he only encountered small fish and shrimps. The highest ranking score they brought him was only 7 to 800 million. They were not like Lord Father, who was ranked in the top 10 of the myriad races, who gave him more than 10 billion points at once. The bored Zhou Zhou opened Su An's assassination live stream again. Soon, Zhou Zhou began to watch with relish. After becoming a hero, Su An's efficiency in assassinating lords increased by a few levels again. He easily exceeded Zhou Zhou's efficiency. Su An had already assassinated nearly 100 lord factions during the time when Zhou Zhou conquered the 10 lord factions. Even though Su An only assassinated lords and did not do anything else, unlike Zhou Zhou, who was in charge of cleaning up the battlefield after destroying all the members of the lord faction of the myriad races. However, it could be seen how efficient Su An's assassination was. 3 hours later, Zhou Zhou ended his hunt for the lords of all races and began to return on their spaceship, preparing to meet up with the lords of the Star Alliance. In the conference room, "I've something to report, my lord. During this period of time, we've eliminated a total of 366 lord factions and killed about 22 million enemy troops under the lord of all races. Knight Rakshasa Sword God Su An has killed a total of 3,450 lords in these 3 hours. All their corpses have been extracted, and the loots have been placed in a separate warehouse according to the lord's request." Bai Yun could not help but exclaim when she reported. They had only eliminated 366 lord factions with all their might. However, Su An had killed nearly 10 times the lords of all races alone. As expected of the strongest among them. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. It was not in vain that he had fought for the hero inheritance for Su An. He felt that he had already made a profit from today's gains alone. He wondered how many Lord Talent crystal fragments could be extracted from the corpses of these people of foreign races. Could it advance his Lord Talent, the blessing of the War Master God Tier? A moment later, Zhou Zhou and the Lords of the Star Alliance gathered together again. Then, Zhou Zhou held another meeting. In the conference room. "How was your gain?" Hearing this question, the lords looked at each other and smiled. Then, he saw Nong Chinglin walk over with a list and hand it to him respectfully. "This is the summary data of the Insight defection results of all the Lords of the Star Alliance today. My lord, please take a look," he said respectfully. Zhou Zhou took it and read it. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Today, the 311 lords under his command who had mastered Insight defection actually had a total of 4,151,160 fog monsters. If that was the case, just 20% of their military strength, they would give him 832,232 fog monsters. With these 20% of his military strength, the number of soldiers under his command would directly break through to more than 2.4 million. The total number of troops controlled by the Star Alliance Masters would reach more than 5.92 million. The total military strength that Zhou Zhou could control now would reach more than 8.4 million. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou could not help but take a deep breath. In the next 2 days, wouldn't the total military strength he could control easily exceed 10 million if his lords worked harder? Zhou Zhou had never encountered an intermediate grade kingdom before. However, ordinary intermediate grade kingdoms should only have about this amount of military strength, right? Zhou Zhou thought to himself. After a long time. Only then did he calm down and remember that he was still on the battlefield. What I should care about now is to protect my first place. Zhou Zhou reminded himself silently and looked at the lords in front of him. Everyone. Next, let's go meet that heaven-chasing lord. He said solemnly. Okay. My monster soldiers' sabers are already thirsty. Let's just do it. Not only were the lords not afraid at all, they even responded enthusiastically. The extreme venerable lord surrendered first. After Lord Father was defeated, even though the heaven-chasing lord's ranking was slightly higher than the extreme venerable lord and Lord Father, they did not have any fear after the impact of the 2 victories. Just as the lords had said. Just do it. Chapter 474, Machina Race's Manufacturing Blueprint. Battle between the heaven-chasing lord and the unknown lord. Then, Zhou Zhou discussed with the lords about dealing with the heaven-chasing lord before disbanding the meeting. Then he took out the compass of the soul of vengeance. Zhou Zhou sighed regretfully as he looked at the remaining 2 tries. This compass of the soul of vengeance was indeed useful. Unfortunately, there was a limit to the number of times he could guide them. After the previous 2 guidances, it only had 2 guidances left. I might be able to try upgrading the Scavenger Lord talent and see if I can increase the number of times I can use it after the guidance is used up. Zhou Zhou thought. As a green bronze tier Lord talent, the Scavenger did not need many Lord talent crystal fragments to level up. He could give it a try. Then, he stopped thinking about it and looked at the compass of the soul of vengeance in front of him. He took a deep breath and said, "The great soul of vengeance. I want to take revenge on someone. Can you give me guidance so that I know its location?" 3 seconds later. Whoosh! The compass moved slightly, and then a large amount of blood-colored fog dissipated from the compass. Zhou Zhou watched this scene calmly. A pair of blood-colored eyes slowly appeared from the blood fog. He stared at Zhou Zhou. "Chaos human. Tell me, who is the enemy you want to take revenge on?" The soul of vengeance's familiar voice sounded. "The enemy I want to take revenge on is Lord of the Shepherds God Race Heaven Chasing Lord," Zhou Zhou said. The soul of vengeance replied in a low voice. "I have given guidance. Go on." With that, the pair of blood-colored eyes slowly disappeared into the blood fog. Then, the blood fog quickly retracted into the compass, and the entire conference room returned to its previous appearance. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the compass in his hand again. The blood-colored needle on the compass began to slowly spin again like he was familiar with. In the end, it pointed north. Seeing this, a will-o-wisp appeared in his heart. The heaven-chasing Lord was 17,625 kilometers to the southeast. Looks like the heaven-chasing Lord ran faster than me. Zhou Zhou thought to himself and heaved a sigh of relief. This direction was the direction away from the violent storm. It seemed that he did not have to worry about approaching the violent storm because he was chasing after the heaven-chasing Lord. Then, he told Wenya this location and asked her to control the crowd control spaceship to chase after the heaven-chasing Lord. Boom! The 11 starry nights and the 20 deep blue stalker captured from Lord Father instantly erupted with their maximum speed and flew north with all their might. A moment later, Zhou Zhou looked at the stacks of mechanical technology blueprints of the Machina race in front of him. They were the 4 spoils of war that the soldiers had obtained after extracting the mechanical bodies of the Machina race. They were Giant Axe Ripper Series Offensive Machina Race Soldier Manufacturing Blueprint, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. Cannon Man Serious Long Range Attack Machina Race Soldier Manufacturing Blueprint, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. Shadow Eagle Series Aerial Reconnaissance and Combat Machina Race Soldier Manufacturing Blueprint, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade. There were a total of 43 of these 4 blueprints, including the mechanical technology blueprints of Machina Race soldiers from Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade to White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. Zhou Zhou was curious for a while before sharing it with the Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou. Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou did not stand on ceremony. After it was recorded in its skill list, it directly ordered Wenya to buy the corresponding materials to make these Machina Race soldiers. It also began to build the manufacturing factory for the corresponding Machina Race soldiers in the territory of the Blazing Sun territory. At the same time, it also asked Wenya to collect the technological information of the Cerulean planet civilization in the marketplace through Linger. This technological knowledge of the Cerulean planet civilization was originally compiled by the Lord of the Cerulean planet himself. His initial goal was only to earn a living. Even though the price had increased slightly, it did not increase much. It had only been less than a month since they relocated to the High Continent. Most of the Cerulean planet lords were still thinking about how to strengthen their forces and increase the level of their territory, or even the basic problem of how to survive. As for recreating or even continuing to develop the technological civilization of the Cerulean planet, other than a very small number of top cerulean planet lords like the military industry lord, the other lords were almost in no mood to do such a thing. It was the cheapest time for ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou to buy the technological knowledge of the cerulean planet. It was very ambitious. Not only did it want to absorb the Machina race's technology civilization in this world, but it also wanted to absorb the technological inheritance of the cerulean planet civilization. Most importantly, with its ultimate algorithm talent, it was entirely capable of it. It would not even take long for the ultimate lord, Zhou Zhou, was confident that he could surpass the military industry lord, who had been researching in this area and had made contributions. After about half an hour, Zhou Zhou and the others finally saw their target. At this moment, the Lord of the Shepherd's God race was clearly stronger than the last time Zhou Zhou saw him on the Myriad Race's Lord battlefield. From afar, the number of members of the Shepherd's God race who had mastered the power of the law alone had increased from 4 to 8. Moreover, they also brought the Lord Alliance formed by more than 100 people of foreign race lords. There were more than 1 million soldiers under their command. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up as he looked at the people of foreign race lords. Even if he could not defeat the heaven-chasing lord this time, Zhou Zhou felt that this trip would not be in vain if he could deal with these people of foreign races. Actually, it was very common for such a powerful lord to bring his Lord Alliance members and subordinates to the final battlefield. Especially today. A lot of lords from the Lord Alliance appeared. The other lords were not stupid and could naturally think of what Zhou Zhou had thought of after all. This was also the reason why Zhou Zhou and Su Wen had killed 3,816 people of foreign race lords in 3 hours. They were simply piled up together. Zhou Zhou and the others could kill dozens or even hundreds of people of foreign race lords with a single move. How could they not be fast? Speaking of which, even though they had finally found the heaven-chasing lord, Zhou Zhou did not act rashly. This was because the heaven-chasing lord was leading his 8 Shepherd's God race and Alliance Master members to fight another lord faction and was at a disadvantage. What surprised Zhou Zhou the most was that there were actually only 2 existences in this lord faction. One of them flickered with lightning. The other one flickered with a transparent ripple light, giving people a strange sense of spatial dislocation. Zhou Zhou and the others could not see their faces clearly because of the obstruction of the light. However, what shocked Zhou Zhou was that when he saw these 2 existences, the Dragon Slayer King Will in his body trembled with the greatest intensity in history. Chapter 475, Original Spirit Race True Lord. It was as if they had encountered an incomparably terrifying existence with bloodlines, but the essence of their bloodlines drove the Dragon Slayer King's will to fight and kill until it completely tore apart this bloodline existence. Zhou Zhou asked the other soldiers through the army interface if they felt the same. The soldiers responded one after another, saying that they had the same feeling, but their combat urge was not as strong as Zhou Zhou's. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Logically speaking, the higher the level of the enemy's bloodline, the more intense the reaction between the dragon-slaying king's will and the dragon-slaying will. And even a top race like the Shepherd's God race doesn't give the Dragon Slayer King will in my body such an impulse. Thinking of this, his gaze landed on the 2 existences covered in light. He could not see the other party's information, which meant that they also had equipment to hide their information. However, combined with the information about the top lord of all races that the Extreme Dragon Harris had told him, Zhou Zhou was almost certain of his identity. Original Spirit Race True Lord. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. As for the special light emitted around the other party's body, it should be their divine power. According to Harris, as the race with the strongest bloodline in the endless heavens, the original spirit race was born with a small world and was born with the resources of a small world. There were even some small worlds of the original spirit race that had the ability to nurture life forms when they were first born. Therefore, when the original spirit race was born, they could use the small world as the foundation to nurture their faith and create their own world god divine spark. With the help of their ancestors, they could even immigrate some normal life forms from the outside world to their small world to increase the power of faith in the original spirit race's small world, thereby indirectly increasing the level of their divine power. This was the terror of the original spirit race. Compared to this, as a chaos god race second only to the original spirit race, even though they also had a chaos divine vessel when they were born, however, this chaotic divine vessel was actually not special. It only represented that their initial divine power was chaotic and did not have any specific law stats. They could only comprehend their own law path and divine vessel stats after they grew up. One only had the initial divinity. The other was born with a world and could easily possess a divine spark. He was a natural world god. The difference between the two could be said to be obvious. Only two. Zhou Zhou looked at the two original spirit races and immediately had the urge to kill them. However, he suppressed this urge suddenly. Let's sit this one out and reap the spoils later. I'll come out to reap the benefits after the victor emerges from the true Lord and the heaven-chasing Lord's battle. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he quietly ordered all the starry knights to use spatial concealment and hide in the spatial mezzanine, waiting for the battle between the two top lords of all races to end. Then, Zhou Zhou began to observe the battle between the two through the virtual screen. The heaven-chasing Lord led the 8 shepherds god race subjects under his command and the million-odd soldiers of the Lord Alliance to pounce on the two original spirit races. More than 1 million soldiers released all kinds of martial techniques, spells, elemental attacks, soul attacks, technological attacks, and other attacks. Moreover, there were also nomological attacks released by 8 shepherds god race members that swept towards the two original spirit race members. The dense attacks seemed to have hung a 7-colored galaxy in the blood-colored sky. However, not only was this 7-colored galaxy beautiful, but it also contained incomparably terrifying danger. He did not even plan to dodge. Just as the 7-colored galaxy was about to land on the two original spirit race beings. Then, a pitch-black spatial rift that was 1,000 feet tall suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him. The next second, the spatial rift suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful suction force. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of all the shepherds god race soldiers, the terrifying attacks released by their million-odd soldiers and shepherds god race people were all sucked into the spatial rift and disappeared. After doing this, the 1,000-foot-tall spatial rift slowly fused and finally disappeared. As for the original spirit race, it was as if they had never done anything. They were still calmly floating in the air. Behind the battlefield. When the heaven-chasing Lord saw this scene, his expression immediately changed, then gradually became gloomy. These two guys seem to have become stronger again. In the past, when we fought in the myriad races Lord battlefield, their world could only absorb attacks that were not laws. An attack on the power of laws can only weaken it. It can't be directly absorbed like it is now. When the heaven-chasing Lord thought of this, his expression became even uglier. Controlling the power of laws was their god shepherd race's best and strongest method. Now that their strongest methods were countered by the other party, they could be said to have no chance of winning. The heaven-chasing Lord knew that its trip to the final battlefield would probably end here. Not only did he not panic, he even calmed down. Just as well. He looked at the true Lord. True Lord. I lost this time. However, the Lord of all races competition has just begun. We'll have another chance to fight. After the heaven-chasing Lord finished speaking, it looked in Zhou Zhou's direction and sneered. Then, it took out a scroll and threw it into the sky. Then, the scroll quickly expanded to more than 10 kilometers long. It was engraved with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and peaks. It lay across the blood-colored sky, looking like it covered the sky. The next second, the sun, moon, mountain, river drawing emitted a dazzling white light that could illuminate the world. After the light dissipated, Zhou Zhou and the others looked over with the original spirit race. The heaven-chasing Lord had already disappeared with all its subjects and members of the Lord Alliance. The sun, moon, mountain, river drawing also disappeared. He ran away again. The god of thunder and dark clouds Ansel felt that if they could kill all these lords who had escaped, why would the Lord of the blazing sun of the human race be ranked above them on the rankings of the final battlefield? Ansel, calm down. The lords of all races who dare to stay in the final battlefield at this time must have their own trump cards. We don't need to be surprised. It's not like we didn't get anything. At least we forced the other party to use a life-saving trump card. After the true Lord, or rather, the God of space and time, Adam, finished speaking, his gaze landed on the space where Zhou Zhou's spaceship was. Now let's welcome our next opponent. Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Time is limited in the final battlefield. Come out quickly. Do I have to invite you to start? Adam said loudly. In the starry night. Zhou Zhou was not surprised when he heard the true Lord's words. He was already mentally prepared that the other party could see through the spatial concealment of his spaceship. The heaven-chasing Lord seemed to have seen through it previously after all. It was just a pity that he did not succeed in the end. Then, he directly ordered Wenya to bring all the spaceships out of the spatial mezzanine and appear in front of the two original spirit race members. Not bad. As expected of a lord who reached the top of the rankings as a human. Now that I look at it, you've indeed surpassed all our lords in the development of your territory. Adam swept his gaze around and could tell the level of the human soldiers in the spaceship and the equipment they had. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but be a little surprised. There were actually more than 2,000 extraordinary tier soldiers alone. There was even an epic tier elementary grade human hero. The equipment was also quite complete. The development speed of the territory behind this was simply exaggerated. Those who did not know better would probably think that the other party had transmigrated back from the future. Still, even if this human lord in front of him really transmigrated back from the future, he still had to defeat him and take away his ranking points. The reward for being the strongest lord in the myriad races lord battlefield. He was determined to obtain it. You flatter me. But no matter how nice you make it sound. Today, I want to try killing a god too. Zhou Zhou added. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The next second. Kill. Kill. The same words sounded from Zhou Zhou and the true lord almost at the same time. Then, the subjects on both sides instantly rushed towards each other. A fight was on the verge of breaking out. Chapter 476, Fight. Use Insight Defection. Zhou Zhou's side had more than 8 million soldiers. This included human soldiers, soldiers of the people of foreign races, and fog monster soldiers. At this moment, they were charging towards the true lord and his subject, the god of thunder and dark clouds Ansel. Facing this scene, even though these two original spirit race members were experienced and knowledgeable, they could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, they returned to their senses. What's the use of having more people? Ansel, the god of thunder and dark clouds, sneered. Then, with a thought, a 1,000-foot-tall spatial rift appeared in front of him again. One of the talents of the original spirit race world Fisher. Whoosh! 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 An incomparable suction force erupted from it and swept towards the 8 million soldiers. This familiar scene made many soldiers of the Alliance Master reveal terrified expressions. They had just seen this 1,000-foot-tall spatial rift easily absorb the attacks of the more than 1 million soldiers without injuring the other party at all. Could they really deal with this method? They thought to themselves. At this moment, only the soldiers under Zhou Zhou's command were not afraid at all when they saw the world Fisher. Instead, their expressions became even fiercer. They had followed Zhou Zhou in battles for a long time and had experienced hundreds of battles of all sizes. In these hundreds of battles, they, who had almost never lost, had long developed an invincible will. Therefore, even if they had to face such a strange method now, they were not afraid at all and would only think of a way to resolve it. Even if he could not think of a way. They also believed that the invincible lords and generals would lead them to break through the current hurdle and obtain the final victory. That was indeed the case. In the next moment, Howl! Howl! 3 divine wolf howls that seemed to come from the stars sounded. Then, 3 greedy wolf avatars formed by 600,000 low-level soldiers flew out of the army under the control of Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and Luo Sheng. Moonfall. The world suddenly darkened. 3 illusory blood-colored full moons suddenly appeared in the sky and fell towards the world fissure. Rumble. The 3 blood-colored full moons were extremely fast and collided with the world fissure in the blink of an eye. The world fissure shook slightly and actually had the intention of closing. Ansel, the god of thunder and dark clouds, raised his eyebrows and thought. The lightning and dark cloud divine power on his body quickly flew towards the world fissure and fused into it. After fusion, the world crack that was about to fuse actually stabilized again and even began to expand. At this moment, Zhou Zhou, the soul arrow, suddenly drew an ice blue bow from his back. Then, he drew his bow and drew his arrow. Countless cold air condensed and finally condensed into an ice arrow on his ice bow. Fake hero skill Great Ice Seal. As the arrow condensed, the surrounding soldiers all felt a chill. This cold did not come from his body. Instead, it came from the coldness of his soul. Fake hero skill Great Ice Seal. It came from one of the 2 hero skills of the soul arrow Great Ice Seal. As the true hero skill Great Ice Seal could only be used with the help of an epic tier intermediate grade equipment, the Snow Goddess's Chant. There was this equipment, but because its grade was too high, Wu Tu, who was only at the diamond tier elementary grade, naturally could not use it. However, Wu Tu was the soul arrow hero himself after all. In his hero inheritance, even though he could not use the true hero skill Great Ice Seal, he could still use slightly weaker equipment to use the fake Great Ice Seal that had its power reduced by half. For example, the current scene. As soon as Wu Tu let go, the fake Great Ice Seal immediately turned into a snow-white stream of light and shot towards Ansel. However, Ansel, as a bloodline extraordinary tier who had mastered divine power in advance, reacted extremely quickly. With a thought. Rumble. A dark blue lightning mixed with divine power shot out of his hand and exploded at the ice arrow. The 2 flew towards each other and were about to collide. At this moment, the ice arrow actually disappeared into thin air. This divine power lightning shot directly at Wu Tu, the soul arrow behind the arrow. Wu Tu looked at this scene and was about to use the flying arrow clone technique to escape. At this moment, a huge silver figure arrived in front of him at an extremely fast speed and grabbed the divine power lightning with its claws. Rumble. The divine power lightning exploded in the dragon claw, turning it into a bloody mess. How are you? I'll bring you for treatment. Wu Tu hurriedly said. It's okay. Extreme Dragon Harris frowned as he looked at the wound on his dragon claw, thinking that the strength of these 2 original spirit race members had actually become stronger again. Then, it circulated the energy in its body to its injured dragon claw. The injuries on this dragon claw quickly recovered, and in the blink of an eye, it was back to normal. Wu Tu looked at this scene in surprise. He could feel that the divine power lightning was extremely powerful, but the dragon in front of him had actually recovered so easily. The physical body of the extreme dragon race is enough to be ranked in the top 5 among the life forms of all races. It's just a divine power lightning. It won't cause much damage to me. Harris shook his head. Previously, it was a super lord that could fight a top lord of all races after all. It was naturally easy for it to deal with a divine power lightning. Wu Tu nodded and looked at Ansel in the distance. Ansel felt a sense of danger after the ice arrow disappeared. He was just about to be vigilant of his surroundings when the ice arrow appeared behind him's head out of thin air. Soul Arrow Hero Skill Heaven and Earth Heart Arrow. With the heart as the eye, with the arrow as the end. No arrow would not reach where the heart went. As long as the soul arrow Wu Tu saw or felt, his arrow could appear there. That was why this snow arrow appeared behind Ansel's head out of thin air. At such a close distance, even Ansel could not react in time. The ice arrow shot into his body at lightning speed. At this moment, not only had the power of the lightning around him decreased greatly, even the world crack in front of him suddenly became unstable because of this attack. Click, 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 click. With the sound of space collapsing, the world fissure began to quickly shrink and finally disappeared into the air. Accompanied by the disappearance was the incomparable suction force it emitted. Without this terrifying suction force, Zhou Zhou and the 8 million soldiers of the Star Alliance were no longer afraid. He would take his life while he was down. Without any hesitation, they charged at the two original spirit races again. At the same time, Zhou Zhou also attacked just as more than 8 million soldiers rushed towards the true lords and the others, and the god of thunder and dark clouds Ansel's soul was temporarily frozen by the fake Great Ice Seal. He extended his right hand and aimed his palm at the two original spirit race beings. Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent, Insight Defection. Activate. Boom. An invisible fluctuation covered them in the blink of an eye. The true lord raised his eyebrows slightly. Ansel, the god of thunder and dark clouds, trembled in front of him. On the other side, after Zhou Zhou activated Insight Defection, he looked at the Lord Talent hint. Prompt: you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent notification: a total of 1 original spirit race has betrayed its Lord faction and become your loyal subordinate. Chapter 477, Feng Luo's Hero Skill. Steady win. A smile appeared on his face. Even though there was only one life form in Insight Defection this time. However, this guy was from the original spirit race. The race with the strongest bloodline among the life forms of all races. Getting him was almost equivalent to getting a god-tier talent who had already obtained a god spirit pass. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. It was not in vain that he had kept his Insight Defection ability unused until now. However, what happened the next moment made his expression suddenly change. The transparent ripple light around Adam, the god of space and time, who was standing behind Ansel, suddenly spread rapidly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area within a kilometer. Within this range, he seemed to have opened up a world of his own. All the soldiers who rushed to the edge of this world disappeared into thin air. Zhou Zhou had many soldiers to begin with. Iglas Nov 10. Retreat. Bai Yun reacted extremely quickly and immediately ordered. At the same time, Wu Xian and Luo Sheng also ordered all the soldiers to immediately leave this transparent ripple world through the two hero skills, Desired Military Morale and Ghost God Military Morale. With the help of these two military morale skills, the more than 8 million soldiers finally retreated to a safe position after losing more than 100,000 soldiers. What powerful military control! My law skill, Exile the World, actually only obtained so little results. When the god of space and time Adam saw this scene, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. His small world was born from space-time as the foundation of the law. Therefore, he could master the divine power of space-time since he was born. He was the pseudo-god of space and time. In terms of small world talent, he could be said to be the top genius in the history of the original spirit race. He did not let down his talent. Even though the law of space was the most difficult law to comprehend, he still relied on his comprehension ability to comprehend the first space-time law skill when he received an education from the race. Then, he comprehended several hero skills in a row during his growth, shocking the entire original spirit race. All the members of the original spirit race regarded him as the hope of the race. Until he became the lord of all races. This Exile the World was one of the time and space law skills that he had comprehended. It could banish all living beings close to the projection of the small world to the spatial mezzanine. The spatial mezzanine was extremely dangerous. Spatial turbulence, spatial tides, and even some strange and special void monsters could be seen everywhere. In his heart, the human soldiers who had fallen to the spatial mezzanine could be considered dead in advance. However, Zhou Zhou, who was in the distance, did not think so. After the true Lord used exile the world, he could sense that this law skill seemed to be related to the spatial mezzanine with his perception of spatial elementals. When these soldiers who had fallen into the exile world disappeared, Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and thought of the vague connection between the other party's law skill and the spatial mezzanine. He had a rough guess. If a normal lord were to face this scene, they would probably not be able to do anything to save these soldiers who had fallen into the spatial mezzanine. However, Zhou Zhou had 11 star knights that could use spatial concealment. Therefore, he immediately ordered Wenya to control all the starry knights to enter the spatial mezzanine through spatial concealment to search for the missing soldiers. Soon, Wenya sent a message. "My lord, the soldiers have been found. However, I only found a total of more than 80,000 soldiers and have already put them into the Starry Night. As for the other 20,000 soldiers, I only found a portion of their remains and have already put them into the spaceship." Wenya reported. Zhou Zhou could not help but take a deep breath when he heard Wenya's words. This was the first time he had lost so many soldiers. "Try your best to collect the bodies of the soldiers and let the clergy use the small resurrection spell to revive all the soldiers who can be revived. As for the soldiers who can't even find their remnant bodies, do the appeasement job later. We must make arrangements for the pension and the care of the martyrs' families." Zhou Zhou was silent for a few seconds before making arrangements. "Yes, my lord," Wenya immediately said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and looked coldly at the true lord in the distance. Outside the exile the world, Bai Yun, Wu Xian and the others looked at the protective barrier. They all knew that if they wanted to hurt the true lord inside, they had to break through the exile the world first. Only a law skills can break through a law skill. At this moment, the extreme venerable lord said in a low voice. Everyone was silent. Law skill? Other than the light sacred dragon, Inj Sol, which had mastered a law skill absolute light, no one else present seemed to have mastered it. However, absolute light was an auxiliary law skill and could not break through the exile the world in front of him. At this moment, let me give it a try. The 10-directional martial emperor, Feng Luo, stood up and said. Now that Feng Luo had broken through to the extraordinary tier intermediate grade, his body was even taller and stronger. His might was as unfathomable as a martial Dao master. He looked at the exile the world in front of him and took a deep breath. Then, he raised the huge dark red extraordinary tier intermediate grade saber in his hand. Boom! A surging aura erupted from his body and swept in all directions. An extremely restrained terrifying saber chi condensed on his huge dark red saber. This is a law skill of the law of martial arts. The extreme venerable lord could not help but exclaim in surprise when he sensed the nomological aura released by the other party. This law could only be comprehended by those martial arts fanatics with a large number of martial arts manuals. Martial artists who could comprehend it. Comprehension, temperament, foundation, and opportunities were all indispensable. He did not expect this ordinary-looking man to actually comprehend it. It did not know. Feng Luo had already obtained all the hero inheritances of the previous generation's 10-directional martial emperor, Zun Wu. He and Feng Luo were both martial arts fanatics, and Zun Wu had used the power of a country to nurture his huge martial arts foundation when he was alive. All kinds of factors combined and the accumulation of 2 generations of heroes allowed Feng Luo to comprehend this martial arts law skill when no one was paying attention. Law skill Lone Blade Ultimate. Feng Luo shouted. He suddenly swung his saber down. Boom! A 10,000 meter long golden saber energy slashed out. The blade was engraved with dense patterns. If normal extraordinary tier extraordinary individuals looked at it from afar, they would probably think that it was an extremely mysterious rune. However, if one took a closer look, they would realize that they were not mysterious runes at all. Instead, lines of martial arts manual words were engraved on the saber chi. This golden saber energy slashed at the exile the world. Puff! This slash cut into the transparent ripple light barrier and cut a hole in the exile the world. However, when Feng Luo wanted to take another step forward, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not advance this saber energy. When Nazario saw this scene, it flew into the sky and spat out a ball of black dragon breath on the gap. Destruction Dragon Breath. This dragon breath specially destroyed everything that could be destroyed. After Nazario advanced to Diamond Tier Elementary Grade, the power of this destruction dragon breath was even stronger. The True Lord's exile the world law skill was already damaged, and the power of the law was no longer complete. Therefore, when Nazario's destruction dragon breath covered it, its gap immediately enlarged. As the gap enlarged, a blood-colored stream of light instantly shot in and rushed into the light barrier of the exile world to assassinate the True Lord. It was the Knight Rakshasa sword god Suan. He had waited for a long time for this moment. The True Lord raised his eyebrows and was about to raise his hand to deal with this uninvited guest. At this moment, Ansel, the god of thunder and dark clouds, who was originally in the Great Ice Seal state, also tore open his disguise. Die! A ball of lightning filled with lightning divine power suddenly condensed in his hand. Then, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the True Lord with a ferocious expression. At the same time, he quickly slapped the ball of lightning in his hand towards the True Lord's chest. When the True Lord saw this scene, his calm mood finally changed. However, he could not react in time. Suan's sword had already descended from the sky. Before the True Lord could react, it cut off his head. The ball of lightning in the hand of the god of thunder and dark clouds, Ansel, also hit his body, making his body tremble and stop moving before he could even counterattack. Dead. This guy is dead? We killed the former strongest lord of all races. Oh my god, the True Lord died just like that. Ha ha ha, the Alliance Master is awesome. When the members of the Alliance saw this scene, they were so excited that they could not extricate themselves. However, they did not realize that Zhou Zhou's expression was very serious. That was because he did not see a kill notification. At this moment, the world seemed to have pressed the pause button. Everyone seemed to have seen something and looked at the True Lord's corpse dumbfoundedly. The True Lord that was originally killed actually seemed to be reversing time around him. The charred part on his chest that had been injured by the divine power lightning quickly faded until it returned to normal. The blood-colored sword mark on his fatal spot also seemed to have gone back in time and quickly disappeared. Fortunately, I fixed a law skill, time reversal, on me before I came. Otherwise, I'll really die here today. The revived True Lord sighed. Then, he looked at Zhou Zhou and smiled. I've used up all the time reversal on me. This place is very dangerous. I won't stay in this dangerous place anymore. You're very powerful, even a little beyond my imagination. Actually, I have some means and trump cards, but I don't want to fight you to the death here. There's no need. It's just a reward for a small event. I'll consider it my loss this time. But, the real Lord of all races competition has actually just begun. We'll decide the winner if we meet again in the future. At that time, I will definitely win. With that, he formed hand seals with both hands and chanted an incantation. Then, his body gradually disappeared from the battlefield. Zhou Zhou frowned. He took out the compass of the soul of vengeance and realized that the needle on it was spinning in all directions. Looks like he's no longer on the battlefield of the end but is back in the real world. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly realized something. He looked at the time first. He realized that there was less than half an hour left before the end of the final battlefield. Moreover, the True Lord had left. The heaven-chasing Lord had escaped. Lord Father and Extreme Venerable were also defeated by him. Now, the only top-notch Lord of all races that he valued in the entire battlefield was the Lord of the Chaos Gods whom he had never seen before, the Great One. However, the difference in points between him and the Great One Lord was extraordinary. It was almost impossible for the Great One Lord to surpass him in ranking points when no higher level lord was dealt with by him. It was very difficult for the Great One Lord to surpass him by killing a large number of lords. After all, there was less than half an hour. How many could it kill? It was impossible to surpass him. Which meant, I'm definitely in first place. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 478, Accelerating Violent Storm. God of Thunder and Dark Clouds Ansel. Zhou Zhou pondered for a while. He felt that as long as he passed through the remaining half an hour safely, he would be able to firmly obtain the first place in the final battlefield and become the highest-ranked lord in this Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event. From there, he would obtain the reward of the strongest lord of all races and the title of the strongest lord of all races. Currently, the only person in the final battlefield who can really cause me harm is the Great One Lord of the Chaos God race. Great One Lord. I've never encountered it until now. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. This was not a good thing. Not encountering the other party meant that he did not understand the other party's methods. Once the other party had special methods and trump cards, such as race buildings like the Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower, Zhou Zhou might really not be able to deal with them. There wouldn't be a coincidence like the Light Sacred Dragon, Inj Sol every time. Forget it. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Maybe I won't be able to touch the Great One Lord at all. Zhou Zhou shook his head and stopped thinking about it. At this moment, my lord, I have something urgent to report. Wenya suddenly said. What is it? Zhou Zhou was stunned. The speed of the violent storm surrounding us suddenly increased by 10 times. It's approaching us at an astonishing speed now. It'll be where we are in less than 5 minutes. Wenya trailed off. Could the violent storm have also begun its final sprint because there was not much time left in the final battlefield? He thought. There was no time to think. Zhou Zhou immediately got everyone to board the spaceship and flew away from the violent storm at full speed. My lord, why are you in such a hurry? What happened? After the lords boarded the spaceship, they were all confused. They clearly did not know why Zhou Zhou was so anxious to call them to the spaceship. Zhou Zhou was about to explain. At this moment, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of him. He could not help but take a deep breath when he saw the scene displayed on the virtual screen. Then, he asked Wenya to project it on the large screen. A 1,000-meter-long virtual screen suddenly appeared above the interior of the spaceship. It was showing that thousands of black and grey violent storms were connected to each other further away from the starry night. Some of them had even fused together. Terrifying silver lightning would appear and leave their surface from time to time, blowing rapidly towards the starry night. This doomsday-like scene shocked everyone. Wenya just told me that this terrifying violent storm is flying towards us quickly and will arrive at our location soon. If we don't leave immediately, I'm afraid we'll die here. Zhou Zhou explained in a low voice. Everyone. There's less than half an hour left until the end of the battlefield. I'm afraid this is also because of this reason that this terrifying violent storm speed suddenly increased greatly, forcing us to advance towards the center. Therefore, even though there's not much time left, the frequency of us encountering enemies might increase greatly. Moreover, I'm afraid they're all powerful enemies. Everyone, you have to be prepared. I won't blame you if anyone wants to back out now. The final battlefield is about to close after all. There's nothing much to do. Does anyone want to back out now? Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. No one said anything. What a joke. Not to mention how good the Alliance Master was to them. They had already walked here. How could they not complete the last journey and let their efforts go to waste? Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction seeing that no one had any intention of retreating. After that, Zhou Zhou appeased everyone and told them that he would return to the High Continent in time before danger arrived. Then, he let everyone go back. At this moment, a life form enveloped in the light of lightning divine power walked over and placed his right hand on his left chest. "Greetings, my lord." Ansel, the god of thunder and dark clouds, said respectfully. "Welcome to Blazing Sun territory. I saw your sneak attack on the true lord just now. Not bad." Zhou Zhou praised. "This is what I should do," Ansel said calmly. "You should have a main body, right? Why do you keep using the divine power light around you to block your main body?" Zhou Zhou asked curiously. "Reporting to my lord. Our original spirit race has its own small world since we were born. We can even condense divine sparks in small worlds and become false gods. Therefore, when we first received education, we taught how to spread faith among the life forms of the small world. This divine power light looks ordinary in the Lord's eyes. However, in the eyes of those life forms from the small worlds, it's a good tool that can easily capture their reverence and obtain their faith. In addition, our original spirit race is the first race created by the Supreme Will. This gives us a characteristic. That is, other than the life forms of our race, the other life forms will automatically bring the appearance of our race into their minds when they see our main bodies. In short, the humans look at our original spirit race and think that we are humans. And the life forms of the other races will also think that we look like their race when they look at us. Therefore, in order to avoid such a misunderstanding, our original spirit race will learn this ability to cover our appearance before wandering outside. To avoid trouble, Ansel said respectfully. Zhou Zhou came to a realization. So this was the mystery of the original spirit race's name. The original life form race? Zhou Zhou was surprised. He looked at him and his attribute information appeared in front of him. Subject, God name Ansel. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Divine title, Thunder, Dark Cloud. Strength realm, White Platinum tier elementary grade. Ability overview. The original spirit race was originally summoned by the true lord of the original spirit race after spending 10 days. It was born as the god of thunder and the god of dark clouds. It was also the true lord's most capable fighter. Its divine power talent was extremely good. Later, it was subdued by the Lord of the Blazing Sun on the battlefield and became his loyal subordinate. Skills: Talent World Lord, Talent World Fisher, Talent God of Thunder, Talent God of Dark Clouds, Talent Divine Power Talent, Talent Thunder Immunity, Law Skill Thunder God Spear, Law Skill Thunder God Body, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Summoning Heavenly Thunder, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Instant Thunder Flash, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Thousand Thunder Prison Technique, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Thunder Elemental Immunity. Loyalty, 89. Potential, True God Tier Advance Grade. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. As expected of the original spirit race with the strongest bloodline. There were actually so many talents. Moreover, all of them felt that they were not inferior to Xiao Xian's top talents. His potential had also reached the True God Tier Advance Grade, the same upper limit as Xiao Xian's talent. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. This insight defection was not a loss. Chapter 479, Great One Lord. Use the Warhol token. The only thing that surprised Zhou Zhou was that Zhuliang's strength had actually reached the White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. At this stage, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade was definitely a top-notch lord's personal strength other than a freak like Zhou Zhou. How did this guy do it? Zhou Zhou was curious. He did not hide his doubts and asked directly. Reporting to my lord. I'm so strong because I've always hunted the fog monsters alone and enjoyed most of the advancement energy of the fog monsters alone. With this method, my strength advanced by leaps and bounds to this extent. Ansel said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. So that was it. With the methods of the original spirit race, if they chose to hunt the fog monsters alone and monopolize most of the promotion energy, their strength could indeed increase by leaps and bounds. However, this was only because the original spirit race was talented and innately powerful. It was already difficult for other normal race life forms to kill a fog monster alone, let alone kill a large number of fog monsters to quickly increase their strength. After that, the two of them chatted for a while before Ansel left. For the rest of the time, they flew with all their might in the direction away from the violent storm. But even so, the terrifying violent storm was still approaching them at a speed visible to the naked eye. The starry night is already slower than this violent storm. At this rate, I'm afraid it won't be long before we lords are caught and crushed by these violent storms. Zhou Zhou frowned. It seemed that he had to be prepared to bring the lords back to the high continent at any time. My lord, look here. At this moment, Wen Ye's voice sounded. Then, 3 virtual screens appeared in front of him. Zhou Zhou looked at them. These 3 screens displayed the scene in front of their starry night, to the left, and to the right. It was the scene in these 3 directions that made Zhou Zhou break out in cold sweat. In 3 directions, dense black-grey violent storms were connected and quickly blew towards them with the black-grey violent storm behind them. We're surrounded by these violent storms. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. Yes, my lord. If these violent storms continue to approach us, we will be crushed in the middle by these violent storms at the last second before the final battlefield ends. Wen Ye trailed off. Zhou Zhou nodded. It seemed that they had already flown to the core circle. My lord, we have discovered the enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, another virtual screen appeared in front of him. Zhou Zhou looked at them. Then, a life form in the middle of them flew out and approached the spaceship where Zhou Zhou was. Prepare for battle. Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others also saw this mysterious life form approaching. Bai Yun immediately ordered all the soldiers through the army interface. When the soldiers heard the order, they immediately entered a state of war with serious expressions. The starry night also stopped under Zhou Zhou's orders. In the conference room. This should be a life form of the Chaos God's race. Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes and looked at them. He might not be able to tell the difference between others. The Chaos Chi was a very high-level energy. If he used it as an energy source to release skills, the power and effect of the skill would greatly increase by several levels. Among the myriad races, even top lords of all races like the Shepherd's God race and the original Spirit race could not mobilize the Chaos Chi before becoming gods under normal circumstances. There were only a few races like the Chaos God's race and the Chaos Human race that could do this. Zhou Zhou looked at the 5 Chaos God's race and frowned slightly. This was the first time he had seen the Chaos God's race. He thought that his Chaos Human bloodline would have a special reaction, but he did not expect there to be no reaction at all. He seemed to have understood something. There shouldn't be any low-level or advanced grade bloodline between the Chaos Human bloodline and the Chaos God's race bloodline. Both of them should have independent bloodlines. Moreover, I feel that my Chaos Human bloodline is even better than the Chaos God's race bloodline. Zhou Zhou thought. Thinking of this, he became more and more curious about the Chaos Human bloodline in his body. His Chaos Human bloodline given by the Supreme Will did not seem to be as simple as it looked. Then, Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it. His gaze landed on the Chaos God race that was flying over again. Suddenly, the Chaos God's race member suddenly stopped and floated in the sky. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything as he looked at Zhou Zhou in the spaceship. A human lord faction that can survive until now. You should be the lord of the blazing sun, right? The Chaos God's race member said. That's right. I am the lord of the blazing Sunday. You're the great one lord. Zhou Zhou looked puzzled, but he was actually very certain. There was no other reason. Among the 5 Chaos God's race, the one in front of him was the strongest. It's me. The Great One Lord laughed loudly. Then, his expression suddenly became fierce. I have you to thank. If you hadn't repelled the true Lord, it would really have been a little difficult to deal with those 2 original spirit race members who have mastered a large number of law skills. Right now, You and I are the only lords left in the entire battlefield. As long as I deal with you and obtain all the ranking points on you, I can directly become first in this Lord of all Races event. By now, you should have used up all your methods in the process of increasing your ranking points, right? How are you going to deal with me now? The Great One Lord said in a low voice. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. Instead, he looked at his surroundings through the map. In the end, he really realized that there was not a single red dot on it. Even the lords of all races had disappeared. He only saw a few fog monsters fleeing in despair. Then, something else happened. The violent storm groups that had been chasing them suddenly stopped moving. The Supreme Will is leaving a battlefield for the two of us so that we can fight to our heart's content and determine the last Lord of all races. The Great One Lord sneered. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. But he shook his head. His ranking points were more than 15 billion higher than the other parties. He would not take the risk to fight for a win as long as he was alive. He took out a blood-colored token. It was the War Hall token. Activate. The token in his hand immediately collapsed into countless blood-colored fog and disappeared into the air. Zhou Zhou looked at the surrounding battlefield and felt a little touched. He had a feeling that, as long as he wanted to, he could transfer him and his subordinates to any safe place he had ever been. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. He looked at the Great One Lord. Bye-bye. He waved his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers under his command, including the spaceship, loots, and other matters that belonged to Zhou Zhou, and him disappeared one after another. The Great One Lord was stunned when he saw this. Then, his expression immediately turned ugly. Escape final items. This guy really has it too. He gritted his teeth. Chapter 480, Settlement. The strongest Lord of all races. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios in the Blazing Sun City. When Zhou Zhou and the others appeared out of thin air, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, including Zhou Zhou himself. Firstly, it was because he had avoided fighting the Great One Lord and protected his ranking to the greatest extent. Secondly, this Myriad Races Lord battlefield event that had lasted for 10 days was finally about to end. Even though this event was only the first event for the Lords after becoming official Lords, it had to be said that it gave them quite a lot of pressure. The event itself did not give them much pressure. The basic goal of this event was only to advance to the Green Bronze tier elementary grade after all. Their pressure mainly came from the other lords from the outside world. To put it simply, they did not want to fall behind the lords of their own race and the people of foreign races. It was precisely because of this that they continued to work hard after completing the basic goal of the event. In the end, their main bodies even led the army into the final battlefield because they wanted to further increase their ranking. However, it was all over now. At least this first official Lord event was over. Everyone, bring the soldiers back to your respective territories first. Then, come back to me immediately. We'll hold an alliance meeting to discuss our future development. Zhou Zhou looked at the lords and said. Even though this event was about to end, the Supreme Will would definitely have further arrangements. Since they already had the same Lord Alliance, they had to advance and retreat together and discuss what to do next. Alright, Alliance Master. If it's settled, I should be at the White-Silver tier advance grade. I wonder what will be rewarded to me. I should be at the Yellow-Gold tier intermediate grade, haha. Big Brother is awesome. Everyone chuckled as they led their troops towards the spatial teleportation array. Clearly, they were in a good mood and had gained a lot. In the past 3 days, even though they had mainly been using insight defection to instigate the Fog Monster Lord faction, they would also deal with the Lord faction of the Myriad Races on the way if they encountered them on the way. Therefore, their current ranking points in the final battlefield had already increased greatly compared to before they went to the final battlefield. After converting the rank would definitely increase. At that time, they would be able to obtain rewards of a higher rank. Zhou Zhou asked the generals to count today's gains while he returned to his beginner-grade Lord's Paradise alone. In the conference room of beginner-grade Lord's Paradise, Zhou Zhou sat on the main seat and waited for the settlement to begin. More than 10 minutes later, just as the settlement of the final battlefield was about to begin, Zhou Zhou could not help but open the rankings of the final battlefield and look at his ranking again. Cerulean Planet Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun rank, 41,225,120 points. The final battlefield ranking, 1 St. Original Spirit Race True Lord rank, 28,054,129,380 points. The final battlefield ranking, 2 ND. Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord rank, 23,187,207,730 points. The final battlefield ranking, 3 RD. Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord rank, 22,288,553,500 points. The final battlefield ranking, 4 TH. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. He was still first. He looked at the sky outside. At this moment, the outside world had completely darkened, and the scarlet fog began to appear in the air. At this moment, lines of blood-red text suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou perked up and immediately looked over. Myriad Races Lord Battlefield Event. The final battlefield has ended. Starting to calculate your ranking points in the final battlefield. Your current ranking points in the final battlefield are 41,225,120 points. Congratulations! Your ranking points in the final battlefield are ranked first among the lords of all races. You have successfully reached the top of the rankings. An announcement that Zhou Zhou had never seen before appeared in front of him. Lord of all races announcement, congratulations to the human Lord of the Blazing Sun for successfully reaching the top of the final battlefield ranking. Reward, Myriad Races Mythical Tier Treasure Chest +1, Reputation Rating +10. Mythical Reputation Rating +1. Lord of all races announcement, congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun. Lord of all races announcement, congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun. Zhou Zhou was stunned after hearing the three announcements. An announcement on the entire channel of the Lords of all races. What announcement is this? What's the mythical reputation rating? He muttered to himself. He had been on the announcements of the Lord of Cerulean Planet countless times. This was the first time he had appeared on the announcement of the Lord of all races. Not only had his name changed, the reward had also changed from a supreme treasure chest to a mythical tier treasure chest. The reputation rating reward had also directly increased to 10 reputation rating points. There was even a mythical reputation rating reward that he had never seen before. Zhou Zhou felt that he was making a killing. At this moment, a notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou, as if to answer his doubts. Myriad Races Lord Battlefield Event Hint 1, an announcement on the entire channel refers to the highest level announcement that will be made on the World Channel at the same time. It is also the highest honor for the Lords of all races. Myriad Races Lord Battlefield Event Hint 2, the mythical reputation rating is a prestige unit of a higher level than the reputation rating. The reputation and story of life forms with the mythical reputation rating will be known by the life forms of the myriad races. It will even be integrated into the mythical tier of the myriad races for the life forms of the myriad races to sing and remember. Myriad Races Lord Battlefield Event Hint 3, the Lord of all races who obtains the mythical reputation rating will obtain the loyalty of a mythical reputation rating talent on the second day. They're actually making an announcement in the World Channel of the Lords of all races. Am I famous among the myriad races? Zhou Zhou said in surprise. Then, he thought of something and smiled bitterly. The winds howl around the highest peaks. Honestly, even though he was strong now, he was far from being able to ignore all enemies. Such an announcement was really lovable and hateful. In addition, he was already very familiar with talents attracted by the reputation rating, but this was the first time he had heard of a talent attracted by the mythical reputation rating. I wonder what's special about a talent attracted by mythical reputation rating? Zhou Zhou said deliberately. Unfortunately, this time, neither the event notification of the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield nor the Supreme Will notification explained it to him. Zhou Zhou felt that it was a pity. It seemed that he could only see what his mythical reputation rating talent was like tomorrow. The text notification was not over yet. Zhou Zhou did not have time to look at what the lords on the World Channel were discussing and continued to look. Converting to your Myriad Races Lord Battlefield ranking level according to your ranking points in the final battlefield. 10 billion ranking points worth mythical tier advance grade. 31,225,102,120 ranking points, about 3,120 points. Your Myriad Races Lord Battlefield rank is mythical tier advance grade, 3,120 points. Congratulations, your Myriad Races Lord Battlefield is ranked first among the lords of all races. You have successfully reached the top of the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield ranking. You have obtained the reward of being the strongest lord of all races. You have obtained the title of the strongest lord of all races. As you are ranked first in the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield, you are regarded as reaching the top of the Lord Battlefield of your race. You have obtained the reward for being the strongest lord. You have obtained the title of the strongest lord. Zhou Zhou looked at the notifications and only had one feeling. Awesome! Chapter 481, The Reaction of the Lord of All Races and the Night Temple. Zhou Zhou had a smile on his face. It was not in vain that he had spent all his thoughts and energy on becoming stronger for the past 10 days, it was finally time for him to gain something. Thinking back to that time, Zhou Zhou could not help but sigh. When he first saw the activities in the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield, he thought that it would be good enough if he could fight for the strongest lord of his race. He did not even dare to think about the title and rank reward of the strongest lord of all races. He only felt that the strongest lord of all races should belong to those top lords. For example, the True Lord, the Great One Lord, and the Heaven-Chasing Lord who had reached the top of the mythical tier advance grade a few days before the event began. However, as time passed, he surpassed these top-notch lords one by one under his tireless efforts, his strength improved by leaps and bounds every day. Uncle Wind Lord of the Descendant of the God Spirit, Holy Light Lord of the Radiant Angel race, Reckless Sky Lord of the Amethyst Behemoth race, Lord Father of the Machina race, Extreme Venerable Lord of the Extreme Dragon race, Heaven-Chasing Lord of the Shepherd race. These lords who sounded so powerful that they were out of reach had already been defeated by him. Zhou Zhou felt like he was in a dream. After a long time, he took a light breath and retracted his wandering thoughts. It was indeed worth being happy to be able to achieve such results. However, as long as the Lord of all races was not settled, he would always need to work hard and develop carefully. He was far from being proud. Still, before putting down his pride, Zhou Zhou still wanted to see the opinions of the Cerulean Planet Lords on his achievements. He was not someone who was willing to travel at night in embroidered clothes. Especially since the Lord of the Cerulean Planet was no longer a threat to him. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the World Channel. The World Channel was currently discussing him enthusiastically. Big Boss Blazing Sun is so terrifying. To be honest, I really didn't expect Big Boss Blazing Sun to be able to snatch first place in the Lord of all races. Who would have thought? I originally thought that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was only as awesome as the lords of our Cerulean planet. I didn't expect him to still be so awesome in front of the lords of all races. I'm convinced. He obtained the strongest lord of his race and the strongest lord of all races at the same time. He's really strong. Haha, I feel that our human race will become famous with Big Boss Blazing Sun becoming the strongest lord of all races this time. I'm a little proud just thinking about it. I'm so damn proud of my race. Sigh, the human race became famous with the Lord of the Blazing Sun reaching the top. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. There are pros and cons to everything. Why are you thinking so much? You won't obtain much achievement by being overcautious. Just charge. That's right. Big brother Blazing Sun, this little sister is your fan. Can I join your Star Alliance? I can even be a non-staff member. I'm envious. I heard that the Lords of the Star Alliance have made a killing in the past few days. I wonder if it's true. I have a friend who's a friend of a member of the Star Alliance Master. Even though that Lord member didn't reveal any specific information, I heard that he's already making a killing under Big Boss Blazing Sunday. Woo, the more I listen, the more envious I become. If I had known earlier, I would have saved up points to buy a Master Servant Territory contract myself and directly joined the Star Alliance with the contract. It's really hard for me to do it alone. It's indeed hard for me to work alone. I'm also tired. I really don't want to be this lousy lord anymore. Why are you saying so many dejected words? Cheer up. Speaking of which, I wonder how the lords of all races will feel when they see what they dream of becoming the property of our human lord. I'm sure they must have mixed feelings. Who would have thought that the ending of this event would be stolen by an ordinary human lord? The lords were right. When the other lords from the human race saw that this Lord of the Blazing Sun had actually snatched the title of the strongest lord of all races from a top lord like the True Lord, the Great One Lord, and the Heaven-Chasing Lord, they indeed felt very complicated. Especially the True Lord, the Great One Lord, and the Heaven-Chasing Lord, they felt it even more deeply. Origin Spirit Mountain. Elemental Spirit City. The True Lord looked at the event notification of the Myriad Races Lord battlefield in front of him and did not speak. Instead, he remained silent. He did not expect this either. He had already made up his mind to obtain the final reward for being the strongest lord of all races before the event began. He did not expect that he would not achieve it in the end and only obtain second place. Moreover, the other party had snatched away one of his original spirit race subject before defeating him. The True Lord gritted his teeth in hatred. The original spirit race had very few members to begin with as a race nurtured by the world. Until now, he had only summoned 2 members of the original spirit race from the Gate of Summoning. Now, he had lost a clansman to that human lord. He immediately felt so heartbroken that he could not breathe. After calming down, he began to think. That should be some kind of law skill, and it's a relatively high-level law skill. It seems to have the meaning of absolute law. It can make us unable to resist even with divine power. The True Lord muttered to himself and frowned. This human lord was indeed not an opponent to be underestimated for being able to defeat top lords of all races and become the strongest lord of all races. After this battle, all the lords of the myriad races would probably get to know this Lord of the Blazing Sun from the human race again. This is an opportunity. And a risk. Can that Lord of the Blazing Sun withstand it? The True Lord thought for a moment and stopped thinking about it. It was not beneficial for him to think too much about the future of others. If he had the time, he might as well improve himself. There's a gap between us now. That might not be the case in the future. The True Lord muttered. In a certain chaotic space, the Great One Lord, who was surrounded by chaos chi, sat on a throne and looked at the announcement in front of him with a dark expression. Humph! He snorted coldly, feeling very angry. Despicable fellow, I should be the Lord who becomes the strongest Lord of all races if you hadn't used those final items that can avoid battle. D**m it. D**m it. D**m it. He was very angry. Ever since he defeated the True Lord on the battlefield of the Lords of all races once, he, who was unwilling, had been thinking of ways to increase his strength, looking forward to the day when he could get back at him and defeat him. Therefore, in his development plan, he had already thought of a way and trump card to deal with the other lords of the myriad races to obtain a large number of ranking points and obtain the rewards of the strongest lord of the myriad races in this myriad races lord battlefield event. He did not expect the accident of the Lord of the Blazing Sun to be inserted halfway. Not only did the ranking points far exceed top lords like them, but what made him the most depressed was that the other party did not even give him a chance to fight head-on. He directly left the final battlefield and blocked all the possibilities of him seizing the other party's ranking points. How could he be willing to accept this? Chapter 482, The Reaction of the Lord of All Races and the Night Temple. However, the dust had already settled. There was no choice no matter how unwilling he was. Lord of the Blazing Sun, don't let me meet you. Otherwise, I'll let you know the outcome of snatching my things. The Great One Lord gritted his teeth. The shepherd's divine territory. When the heaven-chasing Lord saw the announcement on the entire channel, he immediately frowned with a surprised expression. That human lord can actually protect his ranking points in the hands of a true lord. He had fought the Lord of the Blazing Sun on the battlefield of the lords of all races, so he naturally remembered his strength at that time. Therefore, when he realized that this human lord was peeping at him fighting the true lord in the dark on the final battlefield, he felt that this human lord was about to die at the hands of the true lord. The true lord needed ranking points to increase his ranking after all. He did not expect the subsequent development to be completely different from what he had imagined. Not only did the true lord not obtain the ranking points on this human lord, but it also allowed him to maintain his first place before the end of the final battlefield and become the strongest lord of all races. The heaven-chasing lord felt that it was unbelievable after thinking about the fact that this was hidden. Could it be that even the true lord could not do anything to this human lord? That was why he was able to maintain his position as first place? The heaven-chasing lord felt that it was unbelievable. However, the facts in front of him confirmed this. Looks like I underestimated this human lord. The heaven-chasing lord said calmly. Night Temple. When the news that the Lord of the Blazing Sun had become the strongest lord of all races spread, the Night Temple also received this news. Especially the Lord of the Night Temple, Bai, and his disciple, Rob Allen. They naturally knew about the myriad races Lord Battlefield's activities. When they found out that lords of all races would participate in this event, they did not think that there would be a human lord who could reach the top. They did not even dare to think about the possibility of a human lord ascending to the epic tier or mythical tier. There was no choice. As an expert of the human race, it was precisely because they were powerful that they knew too well how high the potential of those members of the heaven-defying races among the myriad races was. In front of a lord from such a heaven-defying race, it was very difficult for human lords to compare to or even surpass them. Such a thing. They had already used more than 100,000 years to verify it in the High Continent and even in other worlds. However, it was also because of this that when they found out that a human lord had stepped on the corpses of the lords of all races to reach the top of the myriad races Lord battlefield, they were extremely shocked. Especially since this person was the Lord of the Blazing Sun, a human lord who was their neighbor at the entrance of the Holy Temple. This feeling. It was no less than a child from the neighbor's house who had been with him for a few years suddenly running over to tell him that he was actually a successful man in his 30s or 40s. Bai and Rob Allen were stunned when they heard the news. After confirming it again and again, they accepted this fact. This child. Every time I see or hear news of him, I feel like he's challenging my worldview. Bai smiled bitterly. However, he looked happy and gratified. For such an outstanding junior to appear in the human race, he might be able to reach his level or even surpass him in the future. He was naturally very happy as the pillar of the human race. I didn't expect this young kid to grow so quickly. Rob Allen also lamented. Then, he thought of something and suddenly looked at his teacher in surprise. Teacher. Since the Lord of the Blazing Sun is so outstanding, the higher UPS of the human race shouldn't be so calculative about the Lord of the Blazing Sun's subordinate taking away the Blood Shadow Sword Demon's heroic spirit inheritance, right? He knew. His teacher had undergone a lot of pressure from the higher UPS of the human race because Suan had taken away the Blood Shadow Sword Demon's heroic spirit inheritance. Not every higher-up of the human race was as devoted to the human race as Bai He after all. The Blood Shadow Sword Demon Luo Yi's hero inheritance. As a high-level god inheritance, it had always been coveted by many higher UPS of the human race. It was only because there was no suitable candidate and Luo Yi's heroic spirit had extremely high standards and would not easily choose a successor that it had always been preserved in the heroic spirit hall. As Su En suddenly obtained the Blood Shadow Sword Demon inheritance of Luo Yi, this immediately triggered the sensitive nerves of many higher UPS of the human race. Even though Bai He had already explained that Su En was an extremely suitable candidate for the Blood Shadow Sword Demon inheritance and had even sublimated it to a true god-tier hero fate level slot like the Knight Rakshasa Sword God, it had made the upper echelons of the human race express their dissatisfaction with Bai He, Su En, and even Su An's Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Now that the Lord of the Blazing Sun had such an outstanding performance, the higher UPS of the human race should have less to say, right? Bai He smiled and nodded. Now, the matter of Luo Yi's heroic spirit inheritance can basically be completely stabilized. Other than a small number of my mortal enemies. The other higher UPS of the human race shouldn't say anything else. In the future, when Zhou Zhou realizes the resurrection spots for the three heroes, those higher UPS of the human race will be even more speechless. Rob Allen immediately smiled. In the conference room, Zhou Zhou naturally did not know that the Night Temple already knew that he had reached the top of the myriad races Lord battlefield. He was looking at the golden text notification that suddenly appeared in front of him. The myriad races Lord battlefield is about to end. Lords of all races, from tomorrow onwards, you will have 3 days of rest. During these 3 days, the Scarlet Fog monsters will not take the initiative to attack your territories. Lords, you can rest well during these 3 days. 3 days later, the new Lord event, the King of 10,000 Kings, will begin. Lords, please look forward to it. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. It was understandable that there would be a 3-day break. What was going on with the new event, the King of 10,000 Kings? Zhou Zhou tried to ask the Supreme Will. Unfortunately, the Supreme Will had no intention of revealing any information about the event, making him feel that it was a pity. He opened the World Channel. The Lords in the World Channel was now divided into 2 parts. A portion of them were discussing his ascension to the top Lord of all races and the rewards of their ranks. Another portion of the Lords were discussing the 3-day break and the new event, the King of 10,000 Kings. Unfortunately, none of them knew anything about the new event at all. They were all making wild guesses on the World Channel. Zhou Zhou shook his head and lost interest in watching. No matter what the King of 10,000 Kings' activity was, working hard to increase his Lord faction and strength would always be the most important and fundamental thing. He would deal with all changes by remaining unchanged. Then, he looked at his spatial ring and took out 2 treasure chests. One was the mythical tier treasure chest rewarded by the Lord of all races announcement. The other was a blood-red gift bag from the final battlefield. Chapter 483, New Lord Class, the Lord of the End. Zhou Zhou looked at the 2 rewards expectantly. I hope I get something good. He looked at the 2 of them and decided to open the gift bag from the final battlefield first. Good things had to be saved for the last. After he opened the blood-red gift bag, a blood-red certificate appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He picked it up and looked at it. Treasure name, the Lord of the End Class Change Certificate. Treasure grade, exclusive unique. Treasure effect, exclusive unique Lord Class Change Tool. After using it, you can become the exclusive unique Lord Class, the Lord of the End. You will also receive the blessing of the battlefield of the end and automatically have exclusive class equipment, class law skills, and exclusive soldier type class change authority. Treasure description, exclusive unique Lord Class certificate. It comes from the legendary The Final Battlefield. Only lords who are invincible in the final battlefield are qualified to wear the crown of the Lord of the End. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised when he saw its message. It was actually a class change certificate for a special class? Moreover, it was the class change certificate of the Lord class. There were very few special classes to begin with, let alone the exclusive unique Lord class among the special class. Even though this was the first time he had seen such a class change certificate, Zhou Zhou knew that this must be a top-notch class change certificate that could only be chanced upon by luck. I have the green bronze tier Lord Talent Fighting God Full-Time Master too. I can have 2 additional classes. Originally, I didn't know what class to choose as my second and third class. It's fine now. The Lord of the End is simply the best choice for my second class. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised. Then, he chose to use it without hesitation. The blood-colored class change certificate suddenly dissipated into countless blood-colored fog and surged into Zhou Zhou's glabella. He felt a chill at his glabella before a text notification appeared in front of him. You have successfully taken on the exclusive unique Lord class, the Lord of the End. You have received the blessing of the battlefield of the final battlefield. You have obtained class exclusive equipment, the crown of the final. You have obtained the blessing of the final battlefield and the class law skill finally nirvana. You have received the blessing of the battlefield of the final battlefield. You have obtained the class exclusive soldier type, the final guard. Zhou Zhou sensed his body and vaguely realized that it seemed to have changed. At the same time, he realized that he could only sense all kinds of energy evolved from the chaotic qi in his super perception. And now he discovered another aura other than this energy. The aura was completely grayish-white. They floated silently in the world, as if they were everywhere. This was the qi of destruction. An aura comparable to the chaotic qi. If the chaos qi represented the source of all creation and destruction, then the aura of finality represented the absolute power of finality. The Lord of the End class only gave him these notifications about the qi of destruction. There were no other notifications. Zhou Zhou thought for a while and stopped thinking about it. How could a small lord like him study the final energy that could compare to the chaos energy? In the future, he would naturally understand everything when he reached the level. It was useless to think too much now. He looked at the 3 class benefits provided to him by the Lord of the End. Firstly, the crown of the End had condensed in front of him out of thin air after he took over as the Lord of the End. This crown of destiny was completely grayish-white. There were 3 small mountain-like bumps in front of the crown, looking ancient and mysterious. A text notification appeared. Divine Artifact Name, Crown of the Final. Divine Artifact Grade, Low-Tier Deity Elementary Grade, Enhanceable. Divine Artifact Ability 1 Power of the End, as the Lord of the End, the power of the end that can end all things surges in your body. When you attack any matter, you have a 10% chance of shattering it. When attacking any life form, you have a 1% chance of directly killing it. Divine Artifact Ability 1 Power of the End, as the Lord of the End, the power of the end that can end all things. When you attack any matter, you have a 10% chance of shattering it. When attacking any life form, you have a 1% chance of directly killing it. Divine Artifact Ability 3 Obtaining the Final, you can collect the power of the Law of the Final by destroying the Lord's faction. After collecting enough power of the Law of the End, you can increase the grade of the Crown of the Final and unlock more abilities of the Crown of the Final. Current collection progress of the power of the Final Law, 0%. Divine Artifact Description, the Lord of the End's exclusive Divine Artifact. It contains the power of the end of all things. Zhou Zhou could not help but hold his breath when he saw the information about the Crown of the Final. It is actually a divine artifact? Oh my god! Is this the exclusive unique Lord class? He was given a divine artifact the moment he arrived. Moreover, this divine artifact could still grow. He did not know how much it would grow in the future. Zhou Zhou played with it happily for a while before putting it on his head. After he put the crown on his head, he immediately felt the power of the end surging in his body become even more active. Moreover, he had a faint feeling that he seemed to have used this power of the end to master 2 special nomological powers. Even though the probability of them being triggered was very low, if he could continuously increase the grade of the crown of the final in the future, the probability of triggering these two nomological abilities would also increase. As expected of a divine artifact, I'm directly provided with two methods that are close to law skills. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with the crown of the final, a divine artifact. Then, he looked at the class blessing. Law skill name, Final Nirvana. Law skill quality, Master God tier advanced grade. Nomological skill power description, when the Lord of the End destroys kingdom level and above Lord factions, you can obtain a different amount of Final Nirvana power according to the strength of the Lord faction destroyed. Consumption of the corresponding amount of Final Nirvana power can immediately revive the Lord of the End after the Lord dies and greatly increase your strength. Current power of Final Nirvana, 0. Zhou Zhou could not help but hold his breath after reading it. Resurrection. In that case, other than relying on the goddess of life's large and small resurrection spell to revive, he had a new resurrection method. A smile appeared on his face. No matter how many methods he used, he could not have too many of them. The advancement of the crown of the final requires the power of the law of the final to be obtained by destroying the Lord's faction. And the release of the final nirvana also needs to obtain the power of the final nirvana by destroying kingdom level and Lord factions above the kingdom level. The Lord of the End is really a profession that likes to cause trouble. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. However, he didn't care. As a lord of all races, he had to constantly attack the forces of the other lords and the Scarlet Lords. In his opinion, he could easily complete the Lord of the End's request. Chapter 484, Mythical Tier Treasure Chest. Supreme Defense. He turned his attention to the Lord of the End's professional soldier type, the Final Guard. Soldier type, the Final Guard. Soldier type quality, Divine Kingdom tier. Soldier type creation method, when the Lord of the End leads the Lord faction under him to conquer a kingdom level or above Lord faction, you can automatically obtain the loyalty of a member of the Final Guard. Soldier type description, the exclusive soldier type of the Lord of the End. A terrifying life form born in the End. It will live and die with the Lord of the End. It has a body that can constantly be reborn. Moreover, it has mastered the laws of shattering and instant death. Even god spirits will be afraid of their weapons. When Zhou Zhou saw the soldier type information of the Final Guards, he was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. It was actually a Divine Kingdom tier soldier type. A soldier type of the same grade as Soul Reaper Maris. Divine Kingdom tier soldier types were almost exclusive to those Divine Kingdom factions. Even the legendary Master God tier would value and rely on soldiers of this level. Zhou Zhou only had the Lord talent, the King of Loots, which was why he had the Soul Reaper, Maris, at the current stage. And now, he, a lord who had not even established a kingdom, had actually obtained a stable channel to obtain Divine Kingdom soldier types. Even if it was very difficult to achieve its conditions and needed to conquer kingdom level and lord factions above the kingdom level to obtain it, it was very rare. Zhou Zhou was really shocked. Only then did he realize how precious the Lord of the End class was. Since it could create Divine Kingdom soldier types, it could only prove that its professional grade was at least not inferior to a god tier. Suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind. The Taiyan Kingdom has already suffered a huge loss. It might even be less than 10% of its strength left. King Li Yuangan of the Aurora Kingdom has also promised to give the Aurora Kingdom to me. If I send troops to take down the Taiyan Kingdom and accept Li Yuangan's Aurora Kingdom, will I directly obtain 2 sets of the power of the Final Nirvana and 2 members of the Final Nirvana Guard? The more Zhou Zhou thought about it, the more excited he became. If his guess was true, the Taiyan Kingdom and the Aurora Kingdom were 2 great treasures to him. He only calmed down after a long time. From tomorrow onwards, the next 3 days are a rest period. Zhou Zhou thought. With the military strength he currently had and the military strength of the Lord Alliance, not to mention a beginner Crimson Kingdom with less than 10% of its national strength, He was confident that he could easily take down even 3 Taiyan kingdoms at their peak. There was no reason for Zhou Zhou not to eat the meat that was delivered to his mouth. Then, he looked at the other mythical tier treasure chest. This treasure chest was completely black and gold. It was 2 meters long and half a meter wide. On the surface, there were ancient paintings that seemed to depict the scene of life forms of all races living together. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and opened it. An ancient black gold ring-shaped city wall model was lying quietly inside. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He looked over and a text notification appeared. Building name, Supreme Defense. Construction level, True God Tier Advanced Grade. Building function 1 Wall of Myriad City. After using the Supreme Defense in the main city, the city walls of the original owner's city will be replaced by the Supreme Defense City Wall. At the same time, the city walls of the subsidiary cities of the main city can be replaced by the same Supreme Defense City Wall. Building function 2 Growth. The level of the Supreme Defense's city wall will automatically increase as the city level increases. The highest level can automatically increase to the True God Tier Advanced Grade City Wall. At the same time, the Supreme Defense will automatically be immune to any stats attack below the level of the city wall. When the Supreme Defense is broken by attacks above the level of the city wall, it can be repaired by replenishing building materials. Construction Blueprint Effect 3 Absolute Defense. The Supreme Defense can activate Absolute Defense for 1 to 10 seconds a day. During this period, you will be immune to any stats attack of any level. The duration of Absolute Defense depends on the level of the city wall. Building Description. The mythical tier Legendary Supreme Defense. It was once damaged because it participated in a divine battle with countless casualties. Later, it was repaired by the Supreme Will and awarded to the number 1 Lord of the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event. Do you want to use it? Zhou Zhou widened his eyes slightly. The 3 city wall abilities of the Supreme Defense were all top grade. The first could save him a large amount of materials and time to build the city wall. When he asked Zhao Chong to guard the first city wall of the territory, he had spent a lot of building materials and time, leaving a deep impression on him. It was naturally the best if the Supreme Defense had such a top-grade effect. Moreover, he would not have to worry about the city walls of the new city in the future. After obtaining a new city, he could just let the Supreme Defense be the new city wall. In the future, he could use the Supreme Defense on the city walls of all his territories. In the future, he could use the Supreme Defense on the city walls of all his territories. The second city wall effect was even better. Not only could the level of the city wall increase as the territory level increased, but it could also be immune to attacks below the level of the city wall. If the lords of all races saw these stats, they would definitely be extremely envious and jealous of him. The third absolute defense did not seem to last long. However, if it could be used at a critical moment, it might be able to save the lives of all the subjects in the city. As expected of a mythical tier treasure chest. This reward is too top grade. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Then, he immediately brought the Supreme Defense to the beginner grade Lord's Paradise. Then, he asked the soldiers guarding the city wall to immediately get off the city wall through the army interface. Even though the soldiers did not understand Zhou Zhou's orders, they still quickly ran down from the city wall. The soldiers made a little too much noise. Many residents and soldiers could not help but walk out to watch. Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others also walked out. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou asked them to start evacuating the soldiers and subjects around the city wall to avoid accidentally injuring them later. Bai Yun and the others immediately accepted the order. A moment later, Zhou Zhou smiled after everything was arranged. He did not explain even though he was facing everyone's puzzled gazes. Then, his gaze landed on the Supreme Defense model in his hand. His eyes burned. Use it. As soon as he finished speaking, the Supreme Defense model suddenly turned into grayish-white light and fell from Zhou Zhou's hand. Then, it fused into the ground. Rumble. The ground suddenly shook faintly. Everyone was stunned for a moment before fear immediately appeared in their eyes. What was going on? Has the Earth Dragon made a comeback? At this moment, waves of exclamations suddenly sounded. Then, many people's gazes landed on the distant city wall. The white silver-tier light elemental city wall made of light origin stone in the distance was actually on the verge of collapse. Just as everyone was worried that the city wall was about to collapse, suddenly, a piece of the city wall skin fell off, and what was revealed inside was not a dilapidated city wall brick, but a brand new black and gold wall. More and more of the city wall skin fell off, revealing more and more black gold walls. Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, Zhao Chongshao, the chief architect of the Blazing Sun territory, Vice City Lord Zheng Yuankai, Martial Master Luo Feng, Physician Bai Yuejing. All the Blazing Sun territory subjects who saw this scene were stunned. Chapter 485, The Reward of the Strongest Lord. Faceless ancestor statue of the cerulean planet human race. A moment later, the trembling of the ground gradually stopped. The city wall in front of him had also changed from the original black city wall to a brand new black gold city wall. From afar, an invisible might and pressure came at him. Accompanying this feeling was the complete sense of security it brought to the Blazing Sun territory subjects. Even though everyone did not know what the defensive effect of this city wall was, everyone subconsciously trusted its defense just based on the appearance of this city wall. Don't panic. This is a treasure awarded to us by the Supreme Will. Its name is Supreme Defense. In the future, every time we own a city, such city walls will be pulled out from the ground to protect our home. Don't be too flustered. Zhou Zhou looked at everyone and told them the other two abilities of the Supreme Defense other than Absolute Defense. Everyone was extremely excited. If this Supreme Defense was really as powerful as the Lord said, they would not have to worry about the defense of the city wall in the future. Especially Zhao Chongshao. He had always been in charge of the construction of the city wall. He was also very serious about the construction of this area. However, the highest grade building material in the Blazing Sun territory was the white silver tier light origin stone. This was even evolved from the green bronze tier building material, the light drawing crystal, after absorbing light elemental energy for a few days. Therefore, before the Supreme Defense appeared, the level of the city wall of the Blazing Sun territory was limited by the materials. It had always been at the white silver tier advanced grade and could not be further upgraded. This was timely. With this Supreme Defense, he would not have to worry about the construction of the city wall for a long time in the future. He could completely focus on the other buildings in the territory. On the other side, as the Lord of the Blazing Sun territory, Zhou Zhou was naturally the most satisfied with the appearance of the Supreme Defense. He did not have to worry about the defense of Blazing Sun City's city wall not being strong enough before the Supreme Defense's city wall level increased to true God tier advanced grade. Then, he looked at the defense time of the Supreme Defense Absolute Defense. He realized that its absolute defense time was 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. The longest defense time for absolute defense was 10 seconds. Now, his territory level was white platinum tier intermediate grade, and the absolute defense time had become 5 seconds. Would the absolute defense duration of the Supreme Defense increase by 1 second every time it increases by a large level? Zhou Zhou was not too sure. Therefore, he thought for a moment and brought Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Zhao Chongshao and the other key figures of Blazing Sun City to Kingdom Beginning City through the teleportation array. At this moment, the city wall of Wangxi City had already been replaced by the Supreme Defense. This was because Kingdom Beginning City was also a white platinum tier intermediate grade city. Therefore, the Supreme Defense that had been replaced was also at the white platinum tier intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou looked at its attribute information. The information about discovering its absolute defense was indeed the same as the city wall of Blazing Sun City. It took 5 seconds. Zhou Zhou nodded. It seemed that the absolute defense duration would indeed increase by 1 second with every level increase, but he felt that it was a pity. If not for the 2 white platinum tier cities and the upgrade requirements of the Blazing Sun territory, excluding Blazing Sun City itself, he would have been able to upgrade his territory to the white platinum tier advance grade. However, he didn't care, less than 10% of the Taiyan kingdom's strength remained. Tomorrow, he could lead his troops to the Taiyan kingdom and casually conquer it. He could obtain a white platinum tier or even higher level city and territory. At that time, he could naturally level up easily. After that, he told his generals and architects about the timing of the absolute defense. If a powerful enemy attacks one day and I'm not around and you can't block it, you can use this absolute defense to fight the enemy. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Everyone said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he did not say anything else and returned to Blazing Sun City with his subordinates through the spatial teleportation array. Blazing Sun City. After everyone returned, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others brought the soldiers to the triumphal arch. Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry to go. Instead, he returned to his beginner Lord Blessed Land and looked at the other event rewards. He still did not have the event rewards to check. There were also the rewards for the strongest lord of all races, the title of the strongest lord of all races, the rewards for the strongest lord, and the title of the strongest lord. Zhou Zhou first looked at the reward for the strongest lord of the same race and the title of the strongest lord. The reward for the strongest lord was a faceless statue. Zhou Zhou looked over and a text notification appeared. Treasure name, Faceless Ancestor Statue of the Human Race of Cerulean Planet. Treasure grade, Legendary tier. Treasure effect, use it on a Cerulean Planet Ancestor Statue of the Human Race and immediately upgrade it to the Legendary tier Ancestor Statue. Treasure description, a promotion treasure specially used by the Ancestor Statue of the Human Race on Cerulean Planet. You can use this to find the lost part of the Ancestor Statue and upgrade it to a higher level. From there, you will have a stronger Ancestor Statue enhancement effect. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. It was actually a treasure that could help the Ancestor Statue advance. The strongest lord of the same race only rewards one legendary tier treasure. Zhou Zhou thought about it and felt that it was normal. After all, being ranked first in the myriad races Lord Battlefield was indeed not worth mentioning. The rank of the Lord Battlefield was the most important. For example, Zhou Zhou himself. The highest honor of a lord of the same race was completely free. Under such circumstances, it was already very good to give him a legendary tier treasure. He was not in a hurry to see what the reward for the title of the strongest lord was. He directly took this faceless Cerulean Planet Ancestor statue to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. In the Imperial Ancestral Temple, a faint smell of agar wood filled the main hall, making Zhou Zhou, who had just arrived, feel at ease. He looked at the shrine on the altar in front of him. There were already 5 shrines worshipped here. The 2 shrines on the rightmost side did not consecrate the new ancestor of the human race on Cerulean Planet. In the 3 shrines on the left, there were respectively the yellow gold tier ancestor statue Sun Simiao, the yellow gold tier ancestor statue Liu Bei, and the white silver tier ancestor statue Gong Shuban. Zhou Zhou looked at the 3 ancestor statues and could not help but fall into deep thought. He had to choose one of the faceless Cerulean Planet ancestor statue in his hand to advance. Which one should I choose? Zhou Zhou was a little conflicted. Whether it was Ancestor Sun Simiao's essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies, Ancestor Liu Bei's subduing people with virtue, or Ancestor Gong Shuban's heart of the craftsman. Zhou Zhou liked these 3 ancestral enhancements very much and wanted to upgrade them. As for keeping it for stronger ancestral statues in the future, such as the Yellow Emperor, Sheneng, Fuxi, and other ancestors, Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and gave up. Even with the King of Lutes, Zhou Zhou had only obtained 3 ancestor statues. Moreover, 2 of them were bought from other Cerulean Planet lords. It could be seen how rare they were. There were many ancestors on the Cerulean Planet. Zhou Zhou did not think that he could obtain ancestor statues at the level of the Yellow Emperor and Zheneng in a short period of time. It was better to have a bird in hand than to have 1,000 birds in the forest nnea.cm. Therefore, Zhou Zhou felt that it was better to use it now. Chapter 486, Legendary Tier Essential Prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. Summoning Sun Simiao. A moment later, Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and came to Sun Simiao's statue. In the end, he decided to advance Ancestor Sun Simiao to the legendary tier. The main reason was that Sun Simiao's ancestral enhancement was in medicine. Zhou Zhou felt that his territory was a war-type territory. To a war-type territory, the strength of the medical path could naturally greatly increase the combat strength of the army. In comparison, Liu Bei's ancestral enhancement subdue people with virtue focused on increasing his loyalty. In this aspect, he had the more perfect and powerful peace and prosperity. Actually, his needs in this aspect were not very high. Gong Shiban's ancestral enhancement was to increase the efficiency of building buildings and war machines. In this aspect, it was also inferior to Sun Simiao's medical skills. That was why Zhou Zhou decided to use the faceless cerulean planet ancestor statue on ancestor Sun Simiao. Of course, he actually also had another personal reason. That was the soul of Sun Simiao, whom he had seen living in the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. After the two of them communicated a few times, Zhou Zhou inevitably had a good impression of this kind old senior herb king. Therefore, he also wanted to raise ancestor Sun Simiao to a higher realm. After making a decision, Zhou Zhou no longer hesitated. He looked at the faceless ancestor statue of the human race on Cerulean planet in front of him and chanted to use it in his heart. The target was Sun Simiao. The faceless Cerulean planet ancestor statue in his hand suddenly emitted a purple light. Then, this light surged into ancestor Sun Simiao's statue. The statue of ancestor Sun Simiao also emitted a dazzling purple light. This purple light enveloped the entire imperial ancestral temple. After a long time, it gradually entered the statue of ancestor Sun Simiao. Subjects who were not asleep, as well as many life forms with powerful perception, such as Inj-Sol, Nazario, Harris, Suan, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and Feng Luo, all discovered this phenomenon. However, when they realized that the source of the light was the imperial ancestral temple and that the Lord inside did not do anything, they knew that this should be the Lord's doing and did not care much. In the main hall of the imperial ancestral temple, Zhou Zhou looked at the statue of ancestor Sun Simiao that seemed to have undergone a huge change. At this moment, a text notification appeared. Congratulations, your Cerulean planet's ancestor statue Sun Simiao. You have used the faceless ancestor statue of the Cerulean planet's human race and officially advanced from yellow gold tier to legendary tier. Current ancestral enhancement effect has been updated. Zhou Zhou first looked at the ancestor statue and realized that the level symbol behind Sun Simiao had changed from yellow gold tier to legendary tier. Not only that, there was also a summoning function that he had never seen before. Summon? What function is this? I can try it later. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked at the current ancestral enhancement. The essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies had also advanced to the legendary tier. Treasure name, essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. Treasure grade, legendary tier. Treasure effect 1, after healing the injured, there is a high chance that all physician-related professionals in the territory will comprehend more medical theories, increasing the probability of breaking through by 90%. Treasure effect 2, all physician-related professionals who have learned the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies will have a chance of receiving hints from the human ancestor of the Cerulean planet, Sun Simiao, when they encounter difficult illnesses. Treasure effect 3, the potential of all physician-related professionals in the territory will increase by 2 levels. It cannot surpass the legendary tier advance grade at most. If you leave the territory, the enhancement of your potential will be ineffective. Treasure description: human lives are the most important. They are more precious than gold. They are more virtuous than this. Prompt: this treasure is exclusive to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. It cannot be worn down, lost, or destroyed. Zhou Zhou gasped. His gaze was fixed on treasure effect 3. After confirming it again and again, he confirmed that he was not wrong. It's really increased by 2 major levels. Even though it's only to increase physician-related professionals by 2 major levels. But isn't it too terrifying? Zhou Zhou muttered. Take Bai Yuejing, the strongest doctor in his territory, for example. The upper limit of Bai Yuejing's potential was extraordinary tier intermediate grade. He was already an extraordinary tier elementary grade doctor. Before long, he would reach the upper limit of his potential and have no way to enter. However, it was different with this new treasure effect 3. With this new ancestral enhancement, Bai Yuejing's potential would directly surpass the epic tier and reach the legendary tier. It could be said that, in the future, as long as he worked hard and had enough medical knowledge to learn, he could easily become a legendary tier doctor. It was not difficult for him to even reach the upper limit of his potential and become a legendary tier doctor. And a potential of this level was something that even many heroes in his territory could not reach. Is this the legendary tier ancestral enhancement? It's actually so terrifying. Zhou Zhou was shocked. Even though this buff would be ineffective without the territory. However, Zhou Zhou naturally would not feel that it was a pity for subjects who were not in his territory to lose their potential. Top grade, top grade. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up as he looked at the treasure effect. After reading it a few times, he retracted his gaze reluctantly. Then, he looked at the new function summoning. Summon. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate and chose to summon it. Under his surprised gaze, the statue of Sun Simiao's ancestor suddenly emitted a dazzling purple light. Then, the purple light did not fuse into the statue again. Instead, it began to condense in front of Zhou Zhou and gradually formed the appearance of an old Daoist priest. Soon, an old Daoist priest with a bun on his head and a kind face appeared in front of him. He was wearing a simple Daoist robe and holding a wooden staff in his right hand. There was a gourd hanging from his waist. It was lifelike, like a real person. No. Under Zhou Zhou's powerful perception, he knew that the person in front of him was a real person. At this moment, the Elder One cupped his fists and chuckled. I'm Sun Simiao. Greetings, my lord. Old senior son, you're too kind. Zhou Zhou reacted and said hurriedly. Sun Simiao smiled and looked around. Then, he lowered his head and stepped on the ground curiously. He sniffed the air and clicked his tongue in wonder. This high continent is different from our China. Previously, he had been observing this world in the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. Now that he could appear with his true body, he was naturally very curious about this world. Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, the two of them chatted for a while before Zhou Zhou asked. Old Senior Sunday. Do you want to show me what's wrong with me? This was the king of medicine. Zhou Zhou was naturally unwilling to let it go. My lord has a celestial appearance and is very healthy. What's wrong with him? Sun Simiao's gaze was sharp. He looked at Zhou Zhou's face carefully and said. Zhou Zhou immediately laughed. Oh yes. My lord, I want to see my good friend, Bai Yuejing. Is that possible? Sun Simiao said. Of course. I'll go with you, senior. Zhou Zhou also said. He also wanted to see what Bai Yuejing would become after his potential increased. Sun Simiao nodded. Then, the two of them walked towards Bai Yuejing's residence. Chapter 487, Reward of the Strongest Lord of All Races, 1. At the same time, Bai Yuejing's residence. At this moment, Bai Yuejing was fighting at night and studying medical books. Moreover, he was studying the Chinese medicine books passed down by Sun Simiao. The doctor treats cold with hot medicine, treats heat with cold medicine, and vomits and poisons if you don't eat. He read attentively and carefully. The more he read, the more Bai Yuejing felt that this traditional Chinese medicine path had many similarities to the human medical path in the high continent that he cultivated. This made him feel inspired. At this rate, I should be able to advance to an extraordinary tier intermediate grade doctor soon and reach the limit of my potential. He was very happy. Normally speaking, the closer professionals were to the upper limit of their potential, the harder it would be to advance again. For example, Zhao Chongshao. He had been trapped as a white platinum tier architect for many years. If not for the fact that he came to Zhou Zhou's territory later and came into contact with many special buildings and race buildings, he would not have been able to reach the upper limit of his potential so quickly. He might even have advanced further and become the architect of the diamond tier advance grade. If not for the fact that he came to Zhou Zhou's territory later and came into contact with many special buildings and race buildings, he would not have been able to reach the upper limit of his potential so quickly. He might even have advanced further and become the architect of the diamond tier advance grade. The difference was, Zhao Chongshao had been promoted to a diamond tier advance grade architect by coming into contact with special buildings and buildings of the race. Now, Bai Yuejing felt that she was not far from becoming an extraordinary tier intermediate grade doctor because she had come into contact with Sun Simiao's Chinese medicine inheritance. Bai Yuejing was a very pure-hearted doctor. His desire to increase his level was not mainly for that status and reputation. What he was thinking about was that he could save more people by upgrading to an extraordinary tier intermediate grade doctor. There were already more than 2,000 extraordinary tier soldiers in the Blazing Sun territory. It was also because of this that the number of high-level doctors in the Blazing Sun territory was already a little tight. Seeing this, Bai Yuejing also yearned to break through to a higher-level doctor. This way, he could relieve the pressure on the medical resources of the Blazing Sun territory. At this moment, Bai Yuejing's mind suddenly trembled as he looked at the medical book in front of him in a daze. The profound and complicated medical knowledge that he had previously felt suddenly became easy to comprehend at this moment. At a glance, all kinds of medical knowledge easily entered his mind. He even drew inferences, allowing him to understand more medical knowledge. At this moment, he felt that he was getting closer and closer to becoming an extraordinary tier intermediate grade doctor. Boom! It was as if the world had been split open. An even stronger doctor's energy surged in his body. Bai Yuejing indulged in the newly obtained medical knowledge for a long time before sensing the changes in his body. He could not help but be shocked. He had actually broken through to the extraordinary tier intermediate grade. What? Bai Yuejing gasped. What happened just now? Why did I suddenly break through? Moreover, the breakthrough was so easy, as if he was eating and drinking. Even though he really felt that he was not far from becoming an extraordinary tier intermediate grade doctor, he shouldn't have broken through so easily. This feeling. It reminded him of the feeling of breaking through from a white-silver tier advanced grade doctor to a yellow-gold tier elementary grade doctor when he was young and still a doctor genius. It was that easy, that relaxing. It was as if this was not a difficult bottleneck for him to pass. However, he was an extraordinary tier elementary grade doctor just now. How could the difficulty of breaking through to the extraordinary tier intermediate grade be the same as breaking through to the yellow-gold tier elementary grade as a white-silver tier advanced grade? Could it be? An unbelievable thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Then, he immediately sensed the upper limit of his potential. Then he froze. The upper limit of his potential had actually crossed 2 major realms and reached the legendary tier. What was going on? Elder Bai. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. Bai Yuejing immediately recognized that this was his lord's voice. There was no time to think about what had happened to his body. He tidied up his appearance and quickly walked to the door of the house and opened it. Greetings, my lord. Greetings. Bai Yuejing had just finished speaking respectfully to Zhou Zhou when he was stunned when he saw the person beside the Lord. Why? Old friend, didn't you see the old Daoist priest's statue in the Imperial Ancestral Temple? Why can't you recognize it now? Sun Simiao stroked his beard and chuckled as he looked at Bai Yuejing. Your old son. Bai Yuejing's eyes widened. Exactly. Sun Simiao nodded and sighed. I'm lucky to have been raised to my current level by my lord. I can already reconstruct my true body and be summoned to walk around in this world. Moreover, there's no time limit. Strictly speaking, as long as Sun Simiao's ancestor statue was not damaged, he would be immortal now. He could also be resurrected in the statue even if his body was killed now. The price was that he needed to consecrate some legendary tier mist cores. The legendary tier mist core was not a big price for the current Zhou Zhou. On the other side, Bai Yuejing's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. When the two of them were communicating with each other about the medical path of the world, they had unknowingly become good friends. Now that he saw his good friend walking in this world with his true body, he was naturally very happy. Besides Sun Simiao, Zhou Zhou also smiled at the two of them. At this moment, he suddenly realized what he was hungry about and exclaimed in surprise. Elder Bai! You've broken through to the extraordinary tier intermediate grade. He was surprised. Not only that, he also realized that Elder Bai had become much younger. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had changed from an old man to a middle-aged man. He had never given him items like blood honey that could restore his youth. That's right. I broke through for no reason. Bai Yuejing scratched his head in confusion. Then, he told them about his sudden breakthrough and his potential increasing to the legendary tier. Zhou Zhou and Sun Simiao looked at each other and smiled. So that was it. No wonder he could recover his youth. It should be because his potential had increased, so his body had become younger. Then, Zhou Zhou did not hide anything and told him the effect of the legendary tier essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. Now, the potential of the doctors in our territory should have increased by 2 levels. Elder Bai, your breakthrough today will not be the only one you will experience. In the future, I'm afraid a large number of high-level doctors will appear in our territory in an endless stream. Zhou Zhou said happily. He naturally did not forget the first effect of the legendary tier essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies after healing the injured. There was a high chance that they would comprehend more medical theories, increasing the probability of breaking through by 90%. What did a 90% breakthrough probability mean? This meant that as long as physician-related professionals did not reach the upper limit of his potential, he could break through his profession level almost without any bottlenecks after accumulating enough profession knowledge. Chapter 488, Reward of the Strongest Lord of All Races, 2. The essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies could originally allow physician-related professionals to have a high chance of comprehending more medical theories after healing their injuries. Coupled with the treasure effect 2 of the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies, it could allow physician-related professionals who mastered the book to have a chance of receiving Sun Simiao's hint when they encountered difficult illnesses. Under such conditions, when the effects of the 3 treasures were stacked, it could be said that they had opened a path to all physician-related professionals. It could be said that physician-related professionals working in the Blazing Sun territory could easily reach the upper limit of their potential. Zhou Zhou felt that it was shocking just thinking about it. His Blazing Sun territory was simply a professional holy land for physician-related professionals. Physicians, clergymen, pharmacists, and even the clergyman of the Goddess of Life Shelter could feel the terrifying enhancement of the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies on them in the Blazing Sun territory. Zhou Zhou could already feel it. In the future, a large number of high-level physician-related professionals would appear in his territory. The problem of the lack of high-level doctors in his territory could naturally be easily resolved in the future. Zhou Zhou was already considering introducing more doctor-related professionals to the outside world in the future. Only then could he maximize the effect of the legendary tier essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, old son. The two of you can be said to have given me a new lease on life. Bai Yuejing will never forget it. If there's a chance, I'll definitely repay the lord and old son's kindness. Bai Yuejing said solemnly. Letting his doctor potential increase by 2 major realms was already equivalent to giving him a brand new future. He had to remember this kindness. Your subject Bai Yuejing's loyalty has increased to 100. He has become your dead loyal subject. A line of text suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. If he spread this matter to the entire territory tomorrow, he should immediately have a large group of highly loyal or even dead loyal physician-related professional subjects. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately decided to publicize this matter. If he wanted to upgrade his Diamond Tier Peace and Prosperity Lord talent to the Extraordinary Tier Peaceful times Lord talent, he needed 1 million subjects with loyalty of 90 points and above. Now, he could use this opportunity to increase the number of subjects he needed in this aspect. Sun Simiao and Bai Yuejing quickly thought of what Zhou Zhou thought of. After the three of them entered the house, they quickly could not help but talk about the future development of the territory's medical path. After chatting for a while, Zhou Zhou said that he wanted to leave. Sun Simiao and Bai Yuejing wanted to send him back, but Zhou Zhou rejected them. How could he not tell that these two medical peers had a lot to discuss and communicate? Zhou Zhou was naturally willing to fulfill his wish. After returning to the territory alone, Zhou Zhou continued to check the next rewards. The first was the title reward of the Strongest Lord. Title name: Strongest Lord. Title quality: Unique title of the race permanent. Title effect 1: When you fight any enemy faction, you will receive 200% additional strength increase and 99% additional damage reduction. Your subjects will receive 100% additional strength increase and 50% additional damage reduction. Title effect 2: The suffix of your Lord battlefield title will be added behind your title when you speak in the World Channel. You can take the initiative to turn it off or activate it. Title effect 3: Supreme Blessing: When you and your subjects are extracting loots, the drop rate of your loots is increased by an additional 20%, and the number of loots you obtain is increased by an additional 30%, the unique type of loots cannot obtain this bonus. Title description: A unique title of the race that can only be obtained by a lord after obtaining the highest rank within the race on the lord battlefield. The strongest lord of every race will be blessed by the supreme will. Prompt: As the drop rate of your loots has reached 100%, the drop rate of these loots has increased by 20%. The number of loots you have obtained has increased by an additional 50%. Zhou Zhou smiled. He had previously obtained the reward of the title of the Strongest Lord. However, that was only for a limited time. Now that it had become permanent, the benefits were naturally self-evident. Moreover, not only did it become permanent, its title effect had also increased greatly. The additional strength of the Lord with title effect 1 increased from 100% to 200%. The additional strength bonus of his subjects had also increased from 50% to 100%. In addition, the number of loots had increased from 20% to 50%. This was the greatest improvement for him, the King of Loots. Then, he looked at the title reward of the Strongest Lord of all races. Title name: Strongest Lord of all races. Title quality: Supreme Permanent. Title effect 1: You and your territory forces are famous in the myriad worlds. All the Lord forces will know that you are the strongest Lord in this myriad races Lord battlefield event. Title effect 2: When you activate the diplomacy interface with a non-enemy Lord faction, your diplomatic relations with the other party will automatically increase to respect. Activated after establishing the kingdom. Title effect 3: Favor of the Supreme Will: When you and your subjects are extracting loots, the number of loots you obtain will increase by an additional 100%, a unique type of loots cannot obtain this bonus. Title effect 4: when you speak in the world channel within the race, the suffix of your Lord Battlefield title will be added behind your title. You can take the initiative to turn it off or activate it. Title description: the supreme reward for the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event can only be obtained by the strongest Lord who performs the best in this event. It represents the favor of the supreme will and one of the supreme honors of the Lords of all races. Zhou Zhou could not help but take a deep breath when he saw the title of the strongest Lord of all races. As expected of the title of the strongest Lord of all races. Not to mention anything else. Just the additional 100% increase in the number of loots was enough for him to benefit greatly. Moreover, it could be stacked with the enhancement of the title of the strongest Lord. Which meant, now that he had killed a fog monster and began to retrieve the loots, he would be given another 150% of the loots in addition to the loots it would provide. Coupled with his King of Loots, the effect directly exploded. As for the reputation bonuses provided by Title Effect 1 and 2, Zhou Zhou expressed that he was already numb. Since he could not refuse to become famous, then he would accept it calmly. Then, he looked at the reward of the strongest Lord of all races. It was a golden gift box. Zhou Zhou looked at them. A text notification appeared. Treasure name: Gift box of the race's divine artifact. Treasure grade: Special tier. Treasure effect: after opening it, the Lord can obtain a complete racial divine artifact. Treasure description: the reward of the strongest Lord of all races in the Lord Battlefield. After opening it, you can obtain an extremely rare racial divine artifact. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. A complete racial divine artifact. Zhou Zhou was immediately excited. Could it be at the same level as the sword of Xian Yuan? Then, he immediately opened it. A hexagonal 7-colored crystal appeared in front of him. Race divine artifact name: Lucky Star. Equipment grade: unique title of the race binded. Race divine artifact ability Lucky: when all humans retrieve loots, the drop rate increases by 5%, when the Lucky Star holder retrieves loots, there is a chance of obtaining a special loots. This effect can only be triggered once a day. When Zhou Zhou saw this, his expectant expression immediately became complicated. Chapter 489, The Favor of the Supreme Will. Category of Race Divine Artifact. Zhou Zhou looked at this race divine artifact called the Lucky Star. It's useful, but it doesn't seem to be of much use to me. His expression was complicated. This Lucky Star had two effects. The first plus 5% drop rate was naturally useless to him, the King of Loots with a 100% drop rate. However, its influence covered the entire human race, increasing the drop rate by 5%. In terms of this, it would contribute greatly to the future of the entire human race. It was naturally deserving of being called a race divine artifact. The second effect was that the possessor of the Lucky Star could obtain an additional special loots when extracting the loots. Honestly, Zhou Zhou did not need this effect just from the introduction. He was the King of Loots and did not lack loots in the least. Why would he need it to provide another loot? However, Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and decided to give it a try, seeing how special it was. Coincidentally, he had yet to use today's opportunity to retrieve the special loots. He could use it to give it a try. Just as he stood up and wanted to go to the monster ranch to look for Mugu, he suddenly noticed that a large number of messages had come from his friend list. Someone he knew sent it, such as Linger, Nongqinglin, the Green Phoenix Lord, the Paper Immortal Lord, the Gold Merchant Lord. There were also people who he was not familiar with. Most of them were Lord friends that Zhou Zhou had added when he was purchasing goods and materials in the past. They usually did not dare to disturb Zhou Zhou, but now, they all sent messages. Zhou Zhou opened them one by one curiously. Thank you, Big Boss Blazing Sun. Big Boss Blazing Sun has obtained a race divine artifact again? The effect of this race divine artifact is awesome. I envy Big Boss Blazing Sun. The range of this Lucky Star actually affected the entire human race. F***ck. then it has a huge meaning to the increase in the strength of the entire human race. Zhou Zhou understood just by reading the messages of the first few lords. It seemed that the drop rate enhancement given by the lucky star to all humans had already begun to appear. No wonder so many lords suddenly sent him messages to thank him. He looked at the messages from Linger and the others and realized that they were also talking about the lucky star. Their questions were similar to the other lords. He opened the World Channel and the Alliance group chat of the Star Alliance and realized that these lords were also discussing the lucky star. It could be seen from the many comments that everyone was quite satisfied with the 5% drop rate provided by the lucky star. Some of the lords who found it too little were quickly drowned out by the comments of the other lords. Some of the lords who found it too little were quickly drowned out by the comments of the other lords. However, Zhou Zhou had obtained these 2 race divine artifacts with his own ability. No matter how much they were to be green with envy, they could not come up with any reason why they felt that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was not worthy. In addition, from the words of these lords, Zhou Zhou also saw the details of the Lucky Star bonus buff they had obtained. Light of the Lucky Star, when you and your human subjects retrieve loots, the drop rate will increase by an additional 5%. Note: special loots cannot enjoy this drop rate bonus. Race Divine Artifact hint: the lucky star of the race has been born and is controlled by the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. This is one of the abilities of the race's divine artifact. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he pondered when he saw the words at the back. Special loots. What is considered a special loot? Does the dragon egg of the light sacred dragon count? Does the Lord Talent Crystal Fragment, Lord Talent Sphere, and Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere count? Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou vaguely felt that it should be the case. However, in order to prevent himself from guessing wrongly, Zhou Zhou still tried to ask the Supreme Will. Soon, the Supreme Will sent him a message and told him that his guess was right. Special loots like the Light Sacred Dragon's Dragon Egg, the Lord Talent Crystal Fragment, and the Lord Talent Sphere could be considered special loots. Naturally, they were not within the influence of the light of the lucky star. Zhou Zhou was a little puzzled after thanking the Supreme Will verbally. When has the Supreme Will been so good? Not only did it explain everything, he was also told the range of the normal loots. In the past, the Supreme Will would have replied with a yes and be done with. Could it be? Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of something and opened the title effect of the strongest lord of all races. His gaze landed on the words favor of the Supreme Will, title effect 3. The favor of the Supreme Will. Could it be because of this? Is that why the Supreme Will explained everything? Zhou Zhou pondered. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he might be right. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. If that was the case, he had to perform well in the future and make the Supreme Will have a better impression of him. At this moment, he suddenly saw the Green Phoenix Lord say that she wanted to see what the lucky star looked like in the Alliance group. Zhou Zhou was not stingy. He took a photo of the lucky star and sent it to the Alliance group chat. However, he did not share the lucky star's attributes. But even so, when the photo of the lucky star was sent to the Alliance group, the lords of the Alliance group instantly exploded and discussed enthusiastically when they saw the appearance of the lucky star. Wow, is this the lucky star? It looks so good, like a gem. No, it's even better than a gem. Tisk tisk, this color is simply the same as the mythical tier legendary heaven-mending stone. The appearance of the race's divine artifact is so good. Why did the racial divine artifact last time be an incomplete sword of Xian Yuan? Why has it been changed to a lucky star that I've never heard of before? I have the same doubts, but I can't be bothered to think about them. Zhou Zhou also saw the Lord's doubts. Therefore, he asked the Supreme Will. If there were privileges, it would be a waste not to use them. This time, the Supreme Will also gave him a hint. Supreme Will Notification 1, there are many classification methods for race divine artifacts. One of them can be divided into exclusive race divine artifacts and public race divine artifacts. Supreme Will Notification 2, your sword of Xianyuan agriculture husbandry sword is one of the branches of the exclusive race divine artifact, the sword of Xianyuan. It has evolved from the history of the human race on the cerulean planet and gathers the faith of the human civilization on your cerulean planet. It often has a huge enhancement effect on the human race on the cerulean planet. However, the people of foreign races can't enjoy the enhancement of this race divine artifact. Supreme Will Notification 2, a public type race divine artifact is condensed from the power of faith of the life forms of all races. Under normal circumstances, even though its race enhancement bonus is not as powerful as the enhancement of an exclusive race divine artifact, its race enhancement bonus can work on life forms of any race and is not affected by a single race. After binding to its master, it will immediately give a race enhancement bonus to the race the binding person belongs to. Supreme Will Notification 3, all life forms who possess public type divine artifacts of the race in the past will be crazily intercepted and killed by other people of foreign race lords. When the owner of the divine artifact of the race dies, the divine artifact left behind will automatically be unbound until it welcomes a new owner. It is also because of this that the appearance of every divine artifact of the race will welcome a cruel battle at the level of the race. Chapter 490, Special Loots Violent Storm Lord Puppet. When Zhou Zhou saw the first two Supreme Will notifications, he realized that there was a difference between a race divine artifact and a public race divine artifact. The former could only be used on a single race. The latter could be used on all races. When he saw the third Supreme Will notification, his expression immediately changed slightly and he frowned. The lucky star might cause a cruel battle at the race level. His expression became serious. Thinking of the effect of a public race divine artifact, the hint of the Supreme Will might not be an alarmist. He thought for a while before his frown gradually relaxed. Now, he was a lord of all races and was protected by the Supreme Agreement. Under the Supreme Agreement, kingdom level and lord factions above the kingdom level could not take the initiative to attack his territory. The other party could only counterattack if he took the initiative to start a war. Zhou Zhou was not stupid. He naturally would not start a war with an enemy that far exceeded the strength of his faction. Few lord factions below the kingdom level could defeat Zhou Zhou. In that case, the lucky star, a divine artifact of the race, would not bring him much danger for the time being. He felt a little relieved. Then, he looked at the lucky star in his hand and decided to test its special loots effect. He would do it if he wanted to. Zhou Zhou took the lucky star and walked out of the beginner grade Lord's Paradise. He came to the monster ranch and called Mu Gu over through telepathy. "Greetings, my lord," Mu Gu said respectfully when he arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou nodded. He looked at the empty monster ranch in front of him and asked casually, "You're going to start making ranch monsters later, right?" "Yes, my lord." Zhou Zhou nodded. His gaze swept across the 34 fog monsters stored in the 34 monster ranches. In the end, his gaze fell on the Sandman. The 3 monster ranches occupied by the Sandman monsters can be exchanged for the red-eyed blood wasps. Zhou Zhou said. The Sandman was the fog monster that produced the green bronze tier construction material, the light-drawing crystal. Previously, the city wall of Blazing Sun City had relied on this construction material to have a good white-silver tier defense. However, now that his city wall had been replaced with the supreme defense, he naturally did not need this light-drawing crystal and the Sandman who produced it. However, even though he did not need them anymore, Zhou Zhou would not kill all the Sandmen. Instead, he would leave a portion of them as the backup monster resource bank of the monster ranch. This way, when he suddenly needed the previous monster resources one day, he would not have no choice but to mobilize them from the backup monster resource vault. As for the red-eyed blood wasps that replaced the Sandman, it was because they could produce blood honey king cake, blood honey royal cake, and other loots that could restore youth or even lifespan. Zhao Chongshao, Zheng Yuankai, and the other old people in the territory relied on it to return to their youth and lifespan. Previously, Zhou Zhou liked combat-type ranch monsters, so he did not let the red-eyed blood wasps into the monster ranch. Now that there were more monster ranches, there were a total of 34. The Sandman was taken off the shelves again. Then he could let the red-eyed blood wasps replace the Sandman. Now, there were many talented but old people like Zhang Yuankai, Zhao Chongshao, Wu Xin, and Bai Yuejing who were about to die in his territory. They were like this. Even if they were loyal to the territory and wanted to be loyal for the rest of their lives, they were actually already powerless at work because of their age. In the future, when his red-eyed blood wasps produced a large amount of blood honey royal cake, and even blood honey royal cake in the monster ranch that could restore their youth and lifespan, these old people would welcome their second spring. They would no longer have to worry about their old bodies and exhausted lifespan. This way, they could work better for the territory. Both sides were happy. Yes, my lord. Mu Gu said respectfully. Also, Mu Gu, condense a lord-level violent storm demon spirit for me first. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhou Zhou looked at him and said. No problem. However, Lord, you need to wait for a while. About 10 minutes. Mu Gu said. Okay. Zhou Zhou agreed readily. It was only 10 minutes. It passed quickly. Mu Gu nodded when he saw this. Then, he turned around and walked to the monster ranch of the Violent Storm Demon Spirit and began to create the Lord Tier Violent Storm Demon Spirit. 10 minutes later, a white Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade Violent Storm Demon Spirit was created. Zhou Zhou looked at the Elemental Demon Spirit controlling the two elemental elements, wind and thunder. A text notification appeared. Monster name, Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord. Strength level, White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade. Monster description, a fog monster lord created by the monster patriarch Mu Gu. It has mastered two elemental abilities, wind and lightning. It is easily angered and is extremely aggressive. Loot's drop rate, 30 white platinum tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 50 wind element gems, drop rate, 25%, 50 thunder element gems, drop rate, 25%, 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade skill book, Death Storm, drop rate, 15%, 1 gradeless violent storm spirit class change certificate, drop rate, 6%, 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade violent storm spirit recruitment books, drop rate, 6%, 1 true faith tier scarlet crystal, drop rate, 3%. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's loots in wonder. This guy's drop rate had clearly increased greatly. Especially the two loots, the class change certificate and the recruitment books. Previously, its initial drop rate was 1%. It had directly increased to 6%. It had increased by a full 5%. This should be the effect of the race's divine artifact, the light of the lucky star. Then, he stopped thinking and used a diamond tier chaotic blade chi to deal with the violent storm demon spirit lord in front of him. Then, he placed his hand on the other party's fallen elemental body. A text notification appeared. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Do you want to use the race divine artifact lucky star to retrieve a special loots? Extract. Extract them all. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Lord Talent notification. Your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title hint, your loots have been affected by the title's Strongest Lord and Strongest Lord of all races. The number of loots has increased by 150%. Lord Talent notification, you have obtained Perfect Loots 75 Mist Cores, Diamond Tier, 125 Wind Element Gems, 125 Thunder Element Gems, 3 Death Storm Skill Books, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade, 3 Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificates, Gradeless, 3 Violent Storm Spirit Recruitment Books, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade, 1 Scarlet Crystals, True Faith Tier. Lucky Star Hint, you have obtained a special Loot's Violent Storm Lord Puppet, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade. Chapter 491, Loot's Summary. Diamond Tier Advance Grade. Zhou Zhou looked at the loot's notification in front of him and smiled. 150% of the additional loots dropped was awesome. In the future, the soldier-type recruitment books he obtained from the Monster Ranch would greatly increase because of the 150% additional loots. Then, he looked at the special loots he had obtained this time. It was a palm-sized puppet. It looked like the Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord Puppet. Treasure grade, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade. Treasure effect, after the blood recognition, you can obtain the loyalty of a Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord with Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade Strength. This Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord had talents Wind and Thunder Demon Body, Talent Elemental Body, Kingdom Level Battle Skill Death Storm, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade Controlling Wind Spirit, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade Controlling Thunder Spirit, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade Wind Whisperer, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade Instant Thunder, Extraordinary Tier Physics Damage Immunity, 80% Awakening, Diamond Tier Elemental Damage Immunity, 100% Awakening, and other abilities. Not only is it powerful and loyal to its master, it will automatically recover to the form of a puppet when more than half of its body is destroyed. At the same time, it will begin to absorb elemental energy to heal itself until it completely recovers and can fight again. Current maximum number of self-repairs of the Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord Puppet, 10/10. Prompt: with the enhancement of your scavenger talent, the current maximum number of self-repairs of the Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord Puppet has increased to 20/20. Treasure description: it was dropped by a Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord after its death. It was condensed under a magical power. It's a good protective treasure. Not a bad protective treasure. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, he put it into his spatial ring. Now that he was already at the Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade, with a series of skills and treasures, he could even defeat Extraordinary Tier experts. Naturally, he did not need a Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade bodyguard to be his burden. He would give it to Linger or Xiaoxian later. The two of them should need this. Zhou Zhou thought. If I kill another Violent Storm Demon Spirit Lord tomorrow, will I get the same spoils of war? He muttered. It was a pity that the lucky star had used up all its usages today. He could no longer verify his thoughts. I'll have to worry about that next time. At this moment, Bai Yun walked over quickly from afar and arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. I've something to report, my lord. All the soldiers have passed the triumphal arch, and their strength has been promoted again. In addition, the Lords of the Star Alliance have brought 20% of their Insight Defection soldiers to us. I've already integrated them into the monster army. This is the list of spoils of war and the soldiers' strength. Bai Yun said respectfully and handed the two lists to Zhou Zhou at the same time. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at them. Today, they had eliminated a total of 3,873 Lord factions and more than 525/22.73 million enemies of the people of foreign races. With the enhancement of the King of Loots and the title of the strongest Lord, he obtained a total of loots. 126 green bronze tier territory tokens. 43 white silver tier territory tokens. 15 yellow gold tier territory tokens. 4 white platinum tier territory tokens. 96 diamond tier mist cores, 201,250 white platinum tier mist cores, 20,279,950 yellow gold tier mist cores, 51,501,700 white silver tier mist cores, and 80,547,780 green bronze tier mist cores. 40,121,100 skill books and 62,000,7160 equipment. Basic materials, 18.592 billion units. 27,885 green bronze tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. 6 mythical tier unique Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. This was the list of loots. Zhou Zhou was looking at the soldiers' promotion list. After the Lords of the Star Alliance sent over 20% of the Incite Defection's troops, which was 832,322 monster soldiers, Zhou Zhou's current troops officially broke through to 2,457,903. In today's final battlefield, a total of 1,811,541 soldiers had broken through. After that, he went through the Triumphal Arch again, and the number of soldiers who broke through directly reached 2.1,001,360. They were just short of 300,000 soldiers to reach the level of everyone's advancement. Among the soldiers under his command, there were 451,098 Black Iron Tier soldiers, 481,574 Green Bronze Tier soldiers, 505,200 White Silver Tier soldiers, 427,354 Yellow Gold Tier soldiers, 351,176 White Platinum Tier soldiers, 237,960 Diamond Tier soldiers, 3,541 Extraordinary Tier soldiers. In the end, Wu Xin had broken through to the Extraordinary Tier Advance grade. Bai Yun had broken through to Diamond Tier Elementary grade. Nazario had broken through to Diamond Tier Elementary grade. Soul Reaper Maris had broken through to Diamond Tier Elementary grade. Spectral Dragon Augusta had broken through to White Platinum Tier Advance grade. Feng Luo had broken through to Extraordinary Tier Intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Today, they had gained a lot from the final battlefield. In particular, he obtained more than 27,000 Lord Talent Crystals. If this was the real world, there would not be so many hostile lords of the people of foreign races that he could kill like this. Unfortunately, the final battlefield will be closed from tomorrow onwards. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about the lack of Lord Talent Crystal fragments. Zhou Zhou felt that it was a pity. Then, he suddenly thought of something and looked at the myriad races Lord battlefield. In the end, he accidentally discovered that this activity option still existed. It only showed that it was under maintenance. Maintenance? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Maintaining what? Couldn't he just remove it? Could it be the Supreme Will wanted to change this event and leave it behind? Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of this possibility. It seemed that it was not impossible. If this function did not affect reality, staying behind to entertain or train the army's combat ability was not bad after all. He did not think too much about it. Instead, he set up a transaction at the marketplace. Then, he took out 30 million skill books and 50 million equipment from these loots and placed them in this transaction. Finally, the release was confirmed. Soon, the Lords of Cerulean Planet discovered this transaction and quickly pushed it to the top of the transaction browsing list. As for the Lords' reactions and other matters, Zhou Zhou did not care. He only hoped that these skill books and equipment could be sold for a good price. My lord, Gold Merchant Lord and the rest brought over 200 different types of fog monsters today. Do you want to take a look? When Bai Yun saw that her lord seemed to have settled his own matters, she spoke respectfully. Tell them to wait a moment, I'll be there soon. After which, Zhou Zhou came to the Triumphal Arch and walked through it without hesitation. Boom! A surging but gentle energy was immediately born out of thin air in his heart. Then, it surged to various parts of his body, strengthening his body and soul. After a while, Zhou Zhou recovered from the feeling of breaking through. He sensed the situation in his body and smiled. Diamond Tier Advance grade. He had finally exhausted the medicinal power of the Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill. In the future, he would have to recover to that slow advancement speed. Zhou Zhou still felt a little melancholic. He was really not used to suddenly changing back after experiencing the feeling of leveling up quickly. However, he quickly adjusted his mood and walked quickly towards the alliance members with Bai Yun. Chapter 492, Special Soldier Type King of Yellow Gold. In an empty space in Blazing Sun City, Linger, Nongqinglan, Green Phoenix Lord, Gold Merchant Lord, Paper Immortal Lord, and 312 other Alliance Masters were gathered here. Not far away from them, there were more than 200 cages containing more than 200 fog monsters of different races. At this moment, His Lordship is here. I wonder if the monster I brought this time will be chosen by the Lord. Haha, the fog monster I brought will definitely be chosen by the Lord. I won't be polite with the reward this time. You're that confident? Just a little, haha. Everyone chatted and laughed. Soon, Zhou Zhou came in front of everyone. Greetings, Alliance Master, X3. No one knew who started it first, but everyone shouted in unison. Zhou Zhou could not help but be stunned. Then, he chuckled. Good evening, everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. I got caught up in something just now. This little bit of time is nothing. That's right. The Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event has just ended. We don't have anything else now, but we have a lot of time. My lord, we've brought all the fog monsters you wanted. Are you satisfied with them? Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. Then, his gaze landed on the 200-odd fog monsters. To be precise, there were 213 fog monsters. He did not waste anyone's time and walked over to take a look. The first monster was a robust creature with black and purple patterns all over its body. It also had 2 pairs of purple eyes. Monster name, Purple-Eyed Demon Leopard. Strength level, White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade. Monster description, a fog monster in the wilderness plains. It is good at hiding and hunting. It is extremely fast and has night vision. It also has spirit-type abilities. It is a merciless hunter at night. Loot's drop rate, 4 white silver tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 black iron tier advanced grade skill book Eye of the Night, 1 white silver tier intermediate grade skill book Purple Shadow Pursuit, drop rate, 8%, 1 white silver tier intermediate grade skill book Purple Eye of Enchantment, drop rate, 7%, 1 true faith tier Scarlet Crystals, drop rate, 1%. Zhou Zhou killed it and looked at the specific information of the loots. In the end, he shook his head. The skills of this purple-eyed demon leopard were not bad, but they were too normal and did not have any special characteristics. They did not meet the standards to be reared in the monster ranches. The Eye of the Night could barely be considered a special ability. As his soldiers gradually increased their strength, they would naturally master this night vision ability. There was no need to master this additional skill at all. In addition, through the spoils of war of the purple-eyed demon leopard, he was certain of one thing. The scarlet crystals were not within the amplification range of the spoils of war of the strongest lords and the strongest lords of the myriad races. Otherwise, it would be 3 pious tier scarlet crystals instead of 1. He shook his head inwardly and looked at the next fog monster. As time passed, fog monsters were killed one after another by Zhou Zhou. He could not help but sigh inwardly. It was not easy to obtain good spoils of war even if he had the talent of the King of Loots. On the other side, Lord Nongqinglan and the other Alliance Masters were also looking at their Alliance Master's attitude expectantly. When they saw Zhou Zhou pass through the fog monster they had brought, they could not help but look disappointed. If the fog monsters they brought could be chosen by the Lord, he would be happy. In addition, he would be able to obtain 1000 Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates and 1000 other soldier type class change certificates. There was no need to mention the former. The latter was 1000 kingdom level soldier type class change certificates and many other types of soldier type class change certificates. Who wouldn't want it? However, the Lord's standards were indeed high. After such a long time, he actually did not choose any of them. Mine should be chosen, right? In the crowd, an ordinary-looking female lord thought nervously. She was quite confident before she came. She even had the courage to tell others that the fog monster she brought would definitely be chosen by the Lord. But now, she gradually started panicking when the Lord was going through the monsters without stopping. His lordship even has a kingdom-level soldier type. Perhaps he really wouldn't like the fog monster I brought. She heard people discussing the violent storm spirit class change certificate in low voices. She thought about the loots she had obtained from the fog monster and felt a little disappointed. Half an hour later, Zhou Zhou stood in front of the 113th fog monster's spoils of war. After reading its spoils of war, he was just as disappointed. He walked to the next fog monster expressionlessly. It was a soldier wearing a yellow gold tier armor. Its feet were off the ground as it floated in the air. It held a yellow gold tier sword and a yellow gold tier shield, and there were 9 yellow gold tier spears on its back. It looked impressive and luxurious. Zhou Zhou looked at it. A text message appeared. Monster name, King of Yellow Gold. Strength level, Yellow Gold tier advance grade. Monster description, a fog monster from the Lost Golden City. It is a special soldier type of the Fallen Golden Kingdom, a branch of the Sword Shield Soldiers. The King of Yellow Gold has extremely high defense, attack power, and low-altitude flying ability. Moreover, their golden mystic armor has an extremely high absorption effect on soul attacks and elemental attacks. At the peak of the Golden Kingdom, the Golden Army formed by the King of Yellow Gold was their most famous army. Loot drop rate, 8 yellow gold tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 100 unit of yellow gold, drop rate, 20% 0.5%, 1 yellow gold tier advance grade skill book 9 spears flying strike, drop rate, 20%, 1 yellow gold tier advance grade 1 of the yellow gold secret armor series equipment, drop rate, 15%, 1 yellow gold tier advance grade yellow gold secret armor manufacturing blueprint, drop rate, 6%, 1 shallow faith tier scarlet crystal, drop rate, 1%, 1 gradeless king of yellow gold class change certificate, drop rate, 0.1%, 1 yellow gold tier advance grade king of yellow gold recruitment books, drop rate, 0.1%. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. A smile finally appeared on his face. There was actually a special soldier type drop. Moreover, it was an advanced branch soldier type of the Sword Shield Soldier. If he were to rear it in the Monster Ranch, wouldn't he be able to obtain an endless stream of King of Yellow Gold soldiers in the future? Moreover, he could also use the King of Yellow Gold class change certificate to advance all the basic soldier types in his army Sword Shield soldiers to special grade soldier types, the King of Yellow Gold. The advance grade of a special soldier type was a kingdom-level soldier type. Even though they could not compare to soldiers like the Violent Storm Spirit, their combat strength definitely far exceeded that of ordinary Sword Shield soldiers. There were hundreds of thousands of Sword Shield soldiers in his Blazing Sun army. It would definitely greatly increase the combat strength of his Blazing Sun army if he could promote them all to King of Yellow Gold. Chapter 493, The Second Holy Spirit Tier Scarlet Crystals. Meeting the higher UPS. Then, Zhou Zhou killed it and extracted the loots. Zhou Zhou realized that the other loots did not change much, but the level increased by 1, and the amount increased by 150%. Only the yellow gold tier's quality had actually increased by 1 and turned into raw gold. Raw gold. This is an extraordinary tier material. Its value is comparable to the life and death elemental gems. Zhou Zhou had the heritage of the dragon race in his mind, so he naturally knew the value of this raw gold. He could not help but be happy. Then, he picked up the King of Yellow Gold class change certificate and King of Yellow Gold recruitment books. A text notification appeared. Item name, King of Yellow Gold class change certificate. Item level, gradeless. Item effect, special soldier type class change item. After using it, you can become a special soldier type class King of Yellow Gold. You will also have a set of low-level black iron equipment, 100 kilograms of gold, 20 years of combat experience as a Gold King, and initial strength as a low-level Black Iron. Item description: Special Class Change Certificate. It comes from the Lost Golden Kingdom. It can allow ordinary people without any strength to step onto the extraordinary tier path of military professionals. Item name: King of Yellow Gold Recruitment Book. Item level: White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. Item effect: Special Soldier Type Recruitment Books. Throw them into the Gate of Summoning. You can summon a White Platinum Tier Advance Grade Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade King of Yellow Gold to become your subject. Item description: One of the sources of the myriad realm lords' forces. Only the lucky among the lords can obtain it. Good God! They are giving a 100 kilograms of yellow gold tier for the job change. Zhou Zhou sighed. If news of this were to spread on the cerulean planet or Earth, it would cause many people to go crazy. However, in the High Continent, the main currency used by all life forms was the mist cores. In their eyes, raw yellow gold was just a relatively rare mineral. However, he did not know if it was because he had used up all his luck, but the next dozens of monsters did not give him any spoils of war that he liked. Until he saw the last fog monster. This was an ordinary wolf monster. Monster name: Bloodfang Wild Wolf. Strength level: Black Iron Tier Advance Grade. Monster description: A mist monster from the barren grass mountains. It likes to eat the flesh of living creatures and often hunts in groups. Its blood teeth are extremely sharp and can be sold to traveling vendors in exchange for some mist cores. Loot's drop rate: 8 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate 100%, 3 units of blood teeth, drop rate 30%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advance Grade Equipment Blood Teeth Necklace, drop rate 20%, 1 Fanatic Tier Scarlet Crystals, drop rate 1%. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened when he saw the last loot. Fanatic Tier Scarlet Crystals. Wouldn't it be another Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal after extracting and purifying it? Zhou Zhou never expected this. Today, they had killed more than 20 million enemies, but they had not obtained a single Fanatic Tier Scarlet Crystals. Now, there was one from the more than 200 fog monsters. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhou killed it and obtained the Holy Spirit Tier Scarlet Crystals. He looked at the Holy Spirit Tier Scarlet Crystals in his hand and smiled. He would have 2 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals after he purified it. He found another one. He would be able to repay the debt from the Night Temple. At this moment, all the fog monsters had been seen. Zhou Zhou called Nongqinglin over. Who brought this King of Yellow Gold and the Bloodfang Wild Wolf here? Zhou Zhou asked. Reporting to my lord, the King of Yellow Gold was brought over by a lord member called Lord Lan Xian. As for this Bloodfang Wild Wolf, it was brought over by a lord named the Flower Harvester Lord. Nongqinglin took out a copy and glanced at it before replying immediately. In a while, bring the 2 of them to collect 1,000 copies of the Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificate. Also, collect 1,000 copies of the other Basic Military Profession Change Certificate. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Nongqinglin said respectfully. He was a little envious of these 2 lords. In his impression, these 2 lords were extremely inconspicuous lords in the Star Alliance. They were lucky today. The fog monster they brought with them actually obtained the lord's favor. He sighed in his heart. But he didn't think too much about it. Luck. No matter how envious he was, there was nothing he could do about it. He wasted no time. He immediately went to the team of lords and called Lord Lan Xian and Lord Flower Harvester over. Then, he told them what had happened. Both of them were female lords. After being called over, they were pleasantly surprised to know that the fog monster they had brought had been chosen by Zhou Zhou. Lord Lan Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my lord chose the fog monster I brought. The bragging has come true. A bright smile appeared on her face. Then, under Nongqinglin's lead, she went to collect the reward with Lord Flower Harvester. Zhou Zhou did not leave either. Instead, he had a feast with all the lords and held a simple meeting with the lords and generals. The meeting mainly discussed the 3 days of rest and the activities of the King of 10,000 Kings after that. However, since the Supreme Will did not reveal much information about the activities of the King of 10,000 Kings, no one discussed much. In the end, the result of the final meeting was that everyone agreed to develop their territory's forces well in these 3 days. They would try their best to increase the strength of their territory before the King of 10,000 Kings event began so that they could better face this event. Most of them had the Lord talent of insight defection. In addition, they had gained a lot in the past 3 days. The strength of many lords' territories had increased by more than 10 times. Therefore, they were confident that their territory's strength would increase further in these 3 days. Then, everyone did not stay any longer and returned to their respective territories. Zhou Zhou also returned to his beginner-grade Lord's Paradise. In the end, as soon as he returned, he received a piece of news. Temple Lord White River of the Night Temple invited him to the Night Temple for a chat. After Zhou Zhou found out, he did not waste any time and followed the soldier to the Night Temple. Night Temple. Zhou Zhou had just arrived when he saw Bai He and his disciple Rob Allen waiting for him at the door. Around them stood more than 20 humans who emitted shocking auras and pressure. Among these people, Zhou Zhou had seen some in the Night Temple, while others had not. Even though some people had never seen it before, Zhou Zhou knew that they were definitely the upper echelons of the Night Temple, or even the upper echelons of the human race just from the aura they emitted. Zhou Zhou retracted the smile on his face and became serious. He walked up to Bai He. "Greetings, Bai He." "Greetings, seniors." Zhou Zhou bowed politely to the human experts. "Good. As expected of our human lord. We've already heard about your performance on the battlefield of the lords of the myriad races. You've really brought honor to our human race. Young man, you're quite good looking. You actually have the appearance of a celestial. Young friend, there's a female junior in my clan who has peerless beauty. Why don't you meet her when you have time? The lucky star is protecting the entire human race. You are now the benefactor and lucky star of our human race." Haha. The moment Zhou Zhou spoke, countless upper echelons of the human race responded. Rob Allen, who was standing beside Bai He, was obviously envious of Zhou Zhou. Chapter 494, God-tier Banquet. This guy. He had clearly just arrived in the High Continent not long ago, but he had already caused so much trouble. Rob couldn't help but click his tongue when he thought about what he had done during this period of time. He had become the strongest novice lord of the human race on Cerulean planet, revived a human hero, and ascended to the myriad races lord battlefield's mythical tier rank. Now, he had even become the strongest lord of the myriad races. He had even obtained a race divine artifact, the Lucky Star, which benefited the entire human race. The current Zhou Zhou. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was beneficial to the entire human race. This was also the reason why so many higher UPS of the Night Temple and the human race came to see each other. They were even willing to take care of each other and rope them in. They owed him a huge favor. What was he doing at his age? He had just been accepted as a disciple by his teacher and was still obediently practicing combat techniques under his teacher. Even though being accepted as a disciple by the legendary King of Abyssal Knights was already a great opportunity in the eyes of many humans and even people of foreign races, it was nothing compared to the Lord of the Blazing Sun in front of him. Rob Allen thought of Bai He's lament to the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. He's the number one among the younger generation of the myriad races. Don't stand here. Let's talk inside. Bai He smiled. Everyone nodded and entered the Night Temple together. Then, they arrived at a large banquet hall. Dozens of luxurious tables were placed in the hall, filled with all kinds of delicacies that Zhou Zhou had never heard of. A fragrance of various flavors assaulted his senses. Zhou Zhou took a whiff and actually felt that the energy in his body, which had just advanced to Diamond Tier Advance grade, had increased slightly again. It was about 0.1%. He could not help but click his tongue. He was a lord, advancing required a huge amount of promotion energy to begin with. He did not expect that the promotion energy in his body would increase by 0.1% just by taking a whiff of the fragrance of the food. If it were anyone else, that person had probably already increased its promotion energy by about 20%. They were 4 golden meatballs that emitted a faint glow. A text notification appeared. Dish name, Extreme Spirit Gold Meat. Dishes grade, low-level deity elementary grade. Dish description, a divine grade delicacy made from 3 colored jade leaves, bright deer skin, realm essence water, and other god-tier ingredients. It's very delicious and unforgettable to life forms. It can also regulate the body and increase the upper limit of lifespan by 50 to 100 years. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. Oh my f***ing god. I only took a casual look and it was actually a low-tier deity-level dish. Moreover, it had the effect of increasing the upper limit of one's lifespan. He couldn't help but look at the other dishes. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he became. This was because he discovered that the grades of the other dishes were not lower than low-tier deity level. The lowest was a low-tier deity level elementary grade dish, and the highest was a true god-tier elementary grade dish called the Heavenly Origin Treasured Dragonfish. It was located in the middle of all the dishes. **T. He had learned something new. So this was a banquet for the upper echelons? Zhou Zhou was dumbfounded. He could not help but take a deep breath and tell himself not to show his fear. Only then did he reluctantly retract his gaze and look at the others. Only then did he realize that even though these people were a little surprised by the way they looked at the dishes, they were not too affected. Obviously, even though the quality of these dishes was high, it did not shock them. They were all real big shots. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue even more. The weakest of these upper echelons of the human race were probably god-tier existences. Otherwise, why would they look at these dishes so calmly? He had really been valued by some impressive people. After that, everyone took their seats. Zhou Zhou was arranged to sit on Baihe's left. As Zhou Zhou sat there, he looked at the smiles of the big shots in front of him. No matter how strong his mental fortitude was, he could not help but feel a little nervous. One had to know that as the temple lord of the night temple and the initiator of this banquet, Baihe was seated at the main seat of the banquet. And now, he was actually sitting next to Baihe. How much higher was he going to elevate him? However, looking at the expressions of the human big shots, they did not seem to have any objections to his position. Instead, they smiled very kindly, as if they were looking at their juniors. Did they really think that they were looking at a junior? Or were they just acting on the surface but thinking otherwise on the inside? Zhou Zhou's mind raced. Let the banquet begin. At this moment, Baihe chuckled. Everyone responded with a smile. Seeing this scene, Zhou Zhou stopped thinking and looked at the god-tier dishes in front of him. Who cares? These dishes were all god-tier dishes. They were rare top-grade dishes and had many beneficial effects on him. He had to eat to his fill. He picked up the cutlery and began to eat without any more hesitation. However, even though he had made up his mind to eat his fill, he did not want to appear like a hungry ghost. On the surface, he ate in accordance with table etiquette. However, if one observed carefully, they would realize that his chopsticks had never stopped. This made the human big shot, who had originally wanted to come over to chat, temporarily give up on the idea of coming over. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. After a while, everyone was almost done eating and their gazes fell on Zhou Zhou. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou was too embarrassed to continue eating. He put down his chopsticks regretfully. Lord of the Blazing Sunday. A handsome young man said with an ancient voice, "Thank you for bringing the lucky star to our human race so that everyone can enjoy the blessing of the lucky star. This is Xian Yuanyi, the second patriarch of our human race." He's also the second speaker of our human race's Supreme Council and the strongest martial immortal of the human race. Don't be deceived by his appearance. He has the ability to retain his youth and has cultivated the immortality scripture. In fact, he is almost 20,000 years old. Zhou Zhou suddenly heard Bai He's voice in his mind just as he was wondering who this young man was. He could not help but be shocked. Good God! It turned out that this was a big shot who was good at retaining his youth. As a member of the human race, it's my honor to contribute to the human race. Zhou Zhou stood up and said with a smile. Regardless of whether this was true or not. At the very least, all the human big shots present smiled when they heard this. A gratified smile also appeared on Xian Yuanyi's face. He nodded. It's really rare for you to have this opportunity and have this intention. As expected of a genius of our human race. You deserve it. After saying that, his expression gradually became serious. However, do you know the importance of this kind of divine artifact condensed from the faith of the life forms of all races? I know a little. It does not only work on humans, it can also work on living beings of other races. Zhou Zhou said. Maybe these human big shots wanted me to hand over the lucky star and let them keep it. This thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Even though the smile on his face did not change, he had a bad feeling. At this moment, the other human big shots were also looking at Xian Yuanyi with different expressions. It was unknown what they were thinking. Chapter 495, Holy Light Physician King Ling Ro. Xian Yuanyi looked at Zhou Zhou and nodded. A race divine artifact like the lucky star can almost determine the rise and fall of a race. Moreover, because it can support the entire race, it's definitely impossible to keep it a secret and hide this race divine artifact. It won't be long before you and your lucky star are known to all races. The races here don't only include the Lord of all races. There are also the civilizations behind the lords of the 10,000 races who aren't participating in the Lord of all races competition but are paying attention to this competition. Therefore, after you obtain it, you must be even more careful in the future and keep this race divine artifact well. Xian Yuanyi reminded. The 5% drop rate bonus did not seem high. However, it was also enough to increase the drop rate by 5 times for some extremely rare spoils of war, such as the 1% drop rate. With this 5% drop rate, many extremely rare spoils of war would easily drop. In addition, its enhancement range was the entire human race. It could be said that, with this lucky star, the strength and potential of the human race would at least double in the future. This was the strength of a race divine artifact. I understand. I'll be careful. Zhou Zhou nodded when he heard Xian Yuanyi's words. In addition, he could not help but be a little surprised. The other party actually did not say that he wanted to safeguard the race's divine artifact for him. Even though he didn't know why he didn't say it, he was really thinking too much. However, this also made him have a good impression of the second speaker of the human race. At the same time, when the other human big shots who were originally looking forward to it heard that Xian Yuanyi did not mention what they were thinking at all, they were immediately stunned. They all winked at Xian Yuanyi and even communicated telepathically. However, Xian Yuanyi acted as if he did not hear anything and sat there leisurely. However, he expressed his attitude and thoughts. These human big shots were very puzzled, but Xian Yuanyi was the person with the highest status and strongest strength among them, so they did not dare to say anything. Mr. Speaker, I have a question. Zhou Zhou asked. What's the question? Tell me. Xian Yuanyi smiled. Don't we lords of all races have the protection of the supreme agreement set up by the supreme will? Can those races and civilizations really ignore the supreme agreement and attack me? Zhou Zhou asked. The supreme agreement is indeed very powerful, but the supreme will not destroy all the races and civilizations just because some races and civilizations violate the supreme agreement. At most, they will give some punishment that will make the races and civilizations feel the pinch. If the value you show exceeds the damage caused by the punishment, they will make up their minds and come after you. Race divine artifacts have such value. And those top-notch races and civilizations might not do it themselves. They might use various methods to hint to those lower middle-level races and civilizations to attack you. After they get what you have, those top-notch races and civilizations can take action at this time and snatch what they want from these lower middle-level races and civilizations. This will minimize the punishment of the Supreme Will to the greatest extent and obtain what they want. Xuan Yuanyi said in a low voice. Zhou Zhou frowned. This move of killing someone with a borrowed knife was ruthless. And most importantly, there was no need for those top-notch races and civilizations to hint anymore. The news of his race's divine artifact Lucky Star would naturally spread to the various races and civilizations before long. When the time comes, he would naturally be in endless trouble. Even though he was already very strong among the lords of all races. However, compared to those local lord factions that had developed for countless years, there was definitely a huge gap. Zhou Zhou pondered silently. This Lucky Star was good, but it was also a hot potato. At this moment, Xuan Yuanyi suddenly laughed. Are you worried that those intermediate and low-level races and civilizations will deal with you? He asked. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. There was nothing wrong with admitting it. Don't worry. Xuan Yuanyi said. Why not? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Xuan Yuanyi looked a little helpless. Then, he said in a low voice. Do you think there's no race behind you? If those races and civilizations dare to take the risk of being punished by the Supreme Will to snatch your race's divine artifact, we humans will naturally reject them and not let them hurt you. As for the reason, you can think that we value your potential. You can also say that we want something from you. But the simplest reason is because you are a member of our human race. We humans are not powerful among the myriad races, we can only be considered an ordinary race. However, it doesn't mean that we're the kind of weak race that doesn't react when our clansmen are bullied. If those people of foreign races want to fight, let's fight. When Xuan Yuanyi finished speaking, his ancient voice seemed to be filled with killing intent that had been accumulated for 10,000 years. When the other human big shots heard this, they also looked like they were bound by a common hatred for the enemy and were filled with killing intent. Zhou Zhou was stunned. It had to be said when he heard that these human big shots were willing to start a war with the people of foreign races to protect him, his heart warmed a little. Yes, I have never been alone, I still have the entire human race behind me. We will help you fight against those people of foreign races that have ill intentions towards you. But you can't relax either. You have to develop well. We will look forward to the day when you can personally lead your army to fight against the enemy people of foreign races. Xuan Yuanyi said with a smile. I've always been fighting against the people of foreign races. I'll always fight against them. Both now and in the future. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Xuan Yuanyi and the others immediately smiled when they heard this. Bai He's expression was also rather gratified. Everyone chatted for a while. When the banquet was about to end, an old granny walked up to Zhou Zhou and sized her up kindly. Young man, you're so handsome. No wonder my disciple often talks about you. She laughed. Senior's disciple is. Zhou Zhou was stunned. My name is Ling Rou, and my title is Holy Light Physician King. She laughed. So you're Miss Lu's teacher? Zhou Zhou immediately reacted and said respectfully. He had no choice but to be respectful. This was a famous doctor of the human race. Be it medical ethics or medical skills, they were already at the forefront of human doctors. Many human experts had been treated by her, and she had even saved their lives. Therefore, even though her strength was ordinary among heroes, her connections were terrifying. How is the little girl now? Holy Light Physician King Ling Rou said with a smile. She's fine. I'll bring you there later if you want to see her. Zhou Zhou said. Just as well. Let's see what charm your territory has. My disciple is actually unwilling to return to my place. Ling Rou smiled. Zhou Zhou scratched his head awkwardly. He couldn't be blamed for this. It was Lucair who volunteered to stay with him. Another half an hour passed. The banquet ended. The human big shots left one after another. It's getting late. You should go back and rest early. When most of them had left, Bai He came to Zhou Zhou's side and said. There's no hurry. Zhou Zhou looked at Bai He and said. Temple Lord, I have a resurrection spot in my hands now. Do you have any hero candidates who want to be resurrected? Joy immediately appeared on Bai He's face upon hearing this. Chapter 496, Son of the Star Li Xing Guang. In the corridor of the Night Temple. The human big shots walked towards the spatial teleportation array one after the other. As the higher UPS of the human race, they had to deal with countless matters every day. If not for the fact that the divine artifact of the race was really important today, they would not have taken the time to come here. At this moment, the dozen or so elder ones who had fallen behind looked at each other and hesitated for a few seconds. In the end, they quickly caught up to Xian Yuanyi, who was walking in front. Speaker. Why? Just as these people were about to say something, they saw Xian Yuanyi say as he walked, which do you think is more important, the divine artifact of a race or the Lord of the Blazing Sun himself? The human big shots were stunned. They hesitated for a moment before saying. Lord of the Blazing Sunday. The Lord of the Blazing Sun, of course. It's true that the Lord of the Blazing Sun is the most important, but the divine artifact of the race is also very important. Furthermore, it's very difficult for the Lord of the Blazing Sun to protect this race divine artifact now. If it can be in our hands, we should at least protect it well and not let it be snatched away by other races. The big shots of the human race said. They naturally knew that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was definitely more important than the two. The God of Race's divine artifact was obtained by the Lord of the Blazing Sun with his own abilities. It was not obtained by luck. If it was someone else, they would definitely think of a way to obtain this race divine artifact. But for the former, this only proved that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was more valuable than the race's divine artifact. That's what I thought. Therefore, I decided to let the Lord of the Blazing Sun keep his race's divine artifact for himself. Us seniors of the human race should not do those things that will disappoint the hearts of outstanding juniors. The future of the human race belongs to them after all. Xian Yuanyi said in a low voice. Furthermore, the Lord of the Blazing Sun has only been in our high continent for a short period of time. It's so short that he doesn't have too many emotional ties with the entire human race. To him, the ones with the deepest connection are the subjects under his command and the human branch behind him, the humans of Cerulean planet. If we use the righteousness of the entire human race to persuade him to hand over the race's divine artifact now, I'm afraid that even if he can hand it over in the end, it will aggravate the friendship that the Night Temple has painstakingly accumulated with him during this period of time. That's not worth it. Xian Yuanyi sighed. The big shots of the human race fell silent. Someone wanted to say, is this Lord of the Blazing Sun worth treating so seriously and cautiously? However, when he thought of the Lord of the Blazing Sun's achievements during this period of time, he suppressed his thoughts. This Lord of the Blazing Sun had really done something that the human race had never done in the past tens of thousands of years. He was indeed worth being treated seriously and cautiously by Xian Yuanyi and the other human big shots just based on these achievements and the potential and future. Otherwise, once the other party felt disgusted, their relationship turning cold would be a small matter. They were afraid that the other party would throw themselves into the arms of other races and deal with the humans instead. That would be the most regretful and uncomfortable. Inform all the human factions. From now on, immediately start preparing for battle and prepare for the battle of the race's divine artifacts that might descend at any time. Once there's a war, remember to send the news to this kid and let him know what we've done for him. In case the war is over and this kid still doesn't know what's going on, then we'll have worked for nothing. Xian Yuanyi said. Yes. Speaker. Understood. I'll make the arrangements as soon as I get back. On the other side, after hearing Zhou Zhou's words, Bai He immediately planned to bring Zhou Zhou to the heroic spirit hall. Where are you going in a hurry? At this moment, Holy Light Physician King Ling Ro walked over and asked with a smile. When Bai He saw her, his gaze became much gentler. This kid can resurrect a hero now. I plan to let him resurrect someone. He said. I want to take a look too. Is that okay? The Holy Light Physician King was instantly curious. She had heard that this Lord of the Blazing Sun had a way to revive people before she came. As a doctor, she was naturally quite curious about this. Even though her medical skills were superb, it was not to the extent of being able to revive from the dead after all. Bai He looked at Zhou Zhou. Sure. Zhou Zhou nodded and agreed. The fact that he could revive people was no longer a secret among the upper echelons of the human race anymore. If she wanted to see it, she could. In any case, there was nothing to be ashamed of. Then, the three of them did not waste any more time and arrived at the heroic spirit hall. Greetings, Temple Lord. Greetings, Physician King. We meet again, Lord of the Blazing Sunday. The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea said with a smile. Bai He and the Holy Light Physician King nodded before entering the heroic spirit hall. Greetings, Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea. Zhou Zhou nodded with a smile and followed them in. The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea clicked his tongue in wonder. As the Night Temple and even the Holy Land of the entire human race, very few people came to the heroic spirit hall. However, ever since they had the Lord of the Blazing Sun as a neighbor, this little fellow had almost become a regular here. In the heroic spirit hall. After Bai He brought him and the Holy Light Physician King in, he quickly walked towards the east. Soon, they arrived in front of a heroic spirit statue. Bai He looked at the statue and didn't speak for a long time. The Holy Light Physician King also had a complicated expression. Zhou Zhou looked at the statue. This was a young boy who was only 7 or 8 years old. He was dressed in white, and a star that emitted a faint white light floated in his hand. Above his head, countless stars hung high. The starlight fell on his body, making this young man look a little magical. He looked at the hero information displayed on the divine calming stone. Low-tier deity level hero child of star. The son of the star was originally called Li Xingguang. When this youth was born, there was already a phenomenon. It was said that originally, there were no stars in the sky that night. It looked like an ordinary night without stars. However, with Li Xingguang's birth, countless stars suddenly appeared in the originally dark night sky. They emitted a dazzling light as they descended from the sky and entered the infant Li Xingguang's body. Li Xingguang, who was originally an ordinary person, became an extraordinary tier professional starlight envoy after being transformed by starlight without needing a class change certificate. At that time, everyone was stunned by this situation. Not only was Li Xingguang not frightened to tears by the scene in front of him like ordinary children, he also laughed and reached out his hand, wanting to grab the starlight surrounding him. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, he really grabbed the wisps of starlight. In his hands, the high and mighty starlight was like a small pet, circling around his hand and body. His parents named him Li Xingguang. Xingguang means starlight. After seeing this scene, in the days that followed, more and more miracles appeared on Li Xingguang's body. He was born with knowledge, photographic memory, high IQ, high EQ, and could absorb starlight to cultivate and increase his strength. All kinds of miracles made Li Xingguang's legend spread further and further. In the end, it finally attracted the attention of the upper echelons of the human race. Chapter 497, Bai He's Favor. Resurrection. Bai He was the first to find him. Bai He proposed to take him in as a disciple when he was 9 years old, faced with the well-known Li Xingguang. 9 years old was the most suitable age to teach him in Bai He's eyes. Before that, he wanted Li Xingguang to enjoy his rare childhood. The smart Li Xingguang immediately agreed when he heard this request. Since then, Li Xingguang lived until he was 8 years old without any accidents under the secret protection of the higher UPS of the human race. The most shocking thing was, Li Xingguang even became a hero with a low-tier deity level hero fate level slot when he was 5 years old through his own comprehension. He had become such a hero at such a young age. That meant that Li Xingguang's potential was definitely not limited to this. In the eyes of many higher UPS of the human race, it was very likely that Li Xingguang would become a high-level god-tier hero in the future, or even a true god-tier hero. However, just before Li Xingguang was about to acknowledge Bai He as his teacher, a true god-tier foreign race which had a deadly feud with Bai He appeared and killed Li Xingguang, who was rushing over to become Bai He's disciple. During this process, countless human experts who were secretly protecting Li Xingguang took action to stop it. There was even a true god-tier hero present, but he was unable to protect Li Xingguang. It was all too fast. In addition, there was a difference in strength. This true god-tier foreign race was also good at assassination methods. They were unable to stop the other party from assassinating Li Xingguang. And so, when Bai He rushed over, he only saw Li Xingguang's corpse, which had already turned lifeless. Zhou Zhou fell silent after reading the hero's message. He became a hero at the age of 5 through self-realization. This potential and comprehension could no longer be described as exaggerated. It was not a problem to say that he was one of the top human geniuses in the history of the human race. Unfortunately, such a new star of the human race had ushered in a tragic ending. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on Bai He, who was still in a daze. He finally knew why this human big shot had such an expression. So it was his disciple. Moreover, he was a disciple with such high potential. At this moment, Bai He turned around to look at him. Your resurrection spot can be used on this son of the star. I'm sure you've read his hero profile. But I'll tell you one thing. Even though he's a disciple I have yet to take in, it was not my decision alone to revive him. It's a joint decision of the entire human race after unanimous discussion. The higher UPS of the human race unanimously agreed that Li Xingguang's character, potential, background, and other aspects perfectly met the requirements to be selected for the resurrection spot. That's why he became one of the 3 resurrection spots. He explained. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. What happened to the true god tier of the people of foreign race who assassinated Li Xingguang in the end? I hunted him down over 26 worlds, and finally killed him in the interlayer of space. Bai He said calmly. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. At this moment, Bai He suddenly stretched out his right hand. There was a golden token in his palm with the word ride written on it. A hint of sadness flashed across Bai He's eyes upon seeing this token. I gave this token to Li Xingguang back then. I asked him to use this token to find me as his master when he was 9 years old. It's one of the things he left behind. Can you use it as a resurrection medium? He restrained his emotions and asked. It shouldn't be a problem. Zhou Zhou took a look and said. Bai He handed the token to him. If we can successfully revive Li Xingguang, I'll owe you one. He said solemnly. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This was a favor from a true god-tier hero. Moreover, he held a high position in the human race. One could imagine the weight of his favor. Temple Lord, you are too kind. The 3 resurrection spots were originally agreed upon between us. Zhou Zhou said politely. Bai He shook his head and remained silent. I'll bring Li Xingguang to you. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou didn't say anything else. He brought the token and holy light physician King Ling Ro out of the heroic spirit hall and walked towards the shelter of the goddess of life. The shelter of the goddess of life. In the main hall. After Zhou Zhou briefly explained his purpose for coming to Carol Molly, he handed the token and holy spirit tier scarlet crystals to her. Leave it to me, my lord. Carol Molly said respectfully. Then, her gaze landed on the holy light physician king behind Zhou Zhou. Madam, I'll be presiding over the great resurrection spell, the gaze of God will descend here. At that time, please don't do anything blasphemous. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can imagine. Carol Moley said solemnly. She was a person of faith. Naturally, she would not be afraid to warn the other person just because of the other party's identity. She would say whatever needed to be said. Of course. Ling Rou said with a smile. Carol Moley nodded. Then, she came to the statue of the goddess of life solemnly and began to preside over the ritual of the great resurrection spell. The ritual process was naturally the same as the great resurrection spell ritual that Zhou Zhou had experienced previously. However, when the pressure of the goddess of life descended, the smile on Ling Rou's face finally changed. There was fear and shock, there was also desire and surprise. A moment later, the great resurrection spell ended. A naked 8-year-old boy was lying quietly on a stone bed condensed from light elementals. Zhou Zhou didn't look at her and went straight to Carol Moley. How are you? He asked. I'm fine. His strength is only at white platinum tier advanced grade. It's quite easy for me to revive him. Carol Moley looked at the Lord in front of her and shook her head. She was now an extraordinary tier intermediate grade cardinal. The highest she could be resurrected was a hero with extraordinary tier intermediate grade strength when the target was alive. Before Li Xingguang died, he was only a white platinum tier advanced grade. It was naturally very simple for her to revive. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he came in front of Li Xingguang and used the object control technique to send him a set of clothes that he had already prepared. Then, he checked his information. Subject, Li Xingguang, Hero Unit. Hero Title, Son of the Star. Position, Low Tier Deity Level Hero Fate Level. Territory, None. Strength Level, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Ability Overview, the young man blessed by the stars was born with the ability to control the power of the stars. He was gifted and was born with knowledge. His personality was gentle and kind, but his fate was full of misfortune. In the end, he died at the hands of the true god tier of the foreign races. Now that he has been revived by the Lord of the Blazing Sun, he has begun his new journey of fate. Bloodline, Human Bloodline, True God Tier Advanced Grade, 100%. Skills, Talent Star Protection, Talent Body of the Star, Hero Skill Star in the Palm, Hero Skill Star Domain, White Advanced Grade Starlight Protection, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Star Transformation, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Starlight Healing Technique, White Platinum Star Divination. Loyalty, Unable to check. Potential, True God Tier Advanced Grade. Hero Biography, 1. When you were born, you were protected by the star protection. You were born with the wisdom to know. Human Reputation plus 10,000, High Continent Reputation plus 1. 2. As he grows up, he will gradually understand the Dao of stars and become a low-tier deity level hero Son of Stars. Human Reputation plus 100,000, High Continent Reputation plus 10. Chapter 498, Li Xingguang. Li Xingguang gradually opened his confused eyes under Zhou Zhou's gaze. His irises were very strange. They were 7-colored and looked a little dreamy. Big brother, you are. He sat up and looked at Zhou Zhou in confusion. Am I not dead? I'm the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. My real name is Zhou Zhou. On your way to become a disciple, you were assassinated by a true god tier of the people of foreign races. Now, I've revived you. Hurry up and get up. Your teacher is waiting for you. Zhou Zhou smiled. This child was soft-spoken. He looked quite likable coupled with his cute appearance. If he was placed on the cerulean planet, who knew how many girls would like this little boy? I've been revived. Li Xingguang blinked and quickly calmed down. He smiled. Thank you, big brother. Xingguang will never forget your kindness. If you need any help from Xingguang in the future, Please ask Xing Guang to come and help," he said sincerely. Zhou Zhou had high-level telepathy, so he could naturally sense that the other party was speaking the truth. This child is really sensible. No wonder the description of his abilities said that he was gentle and kind. Zhou Zhou sighed. In addition, this child's ability to accept things was shocking. He actually accepted the fact that he was resurrected so quickly. "Sure. If I need any help in the future, I'll definitely call you over." He chuckled and stroked Li Xingguang's hair. This little fellow was extremely talented. He might be able to reach Bai He's level in the future as long as he grows up. Zhou Zhou did not have many thoughts about benefits. His attitude towards this little fellow was similar to his attitude towards Xiao Xian. He had the care and concern of an elder for a younger brother and an elder for a junior. "This is for you." Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and took out the Wind Thunder Demon Lord puppet he had obtained previously and gave it to Li Xingguang. He had forgotten to give it to Ling Er when he was with her previously. He would think about it next time. He would not lack good things in the future with his King of Lutes. "Thank you, big brother." Li Xingguang's eyes lit up when he received the puppet. Even though he had the wisdom of being born with knowledge, he was only a 9-year-old child. Naturally, he could not resist the temptation of a child's toy. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this and told him the function of this thing. When Li Xingguang heard this, he immediately felt that this big brother in front of him was really good. He still had the memory of being assassinated by the people of foreign race in his mind, so he had a huge shadow in his heart. Hence, he really liked the gift brother Zhou Zhou gave him. At this moment, Holy Light Physician King Ling Ro walked over. "Little guy, do you remember me?" she said gently. "Grandma Ling." Li Xingguang's eyes lit up. When he first met Bai He, this old granny was by his side. "Okay, okay." The smile on Ling Ro's face became even kinder. "Physician King, little Xingguang. Let's go." Temple Lord should want to meet this disciple he had yet to accept very much. Zhou Zhou smiled. They both smiled and nodded. Then, they walked out of the shelter. At the entrance of the night temple, Bai He and Rob Allen were standing there, waiting for Zhou Zhou and the others to return. "Teacher, you can go back and wait. I'll just wait here." Rob Allen could not help but say. Bai He only shook his head. After a moment of silence, Bai He suddenly said, "Back then, I vowed in front of Xingguang's parents that I would protect him well and asked them to hand Xingguang over to me. That pair of parents trusted me very much and immediately agreed. But when Xingguang was about to acknowledge me as his master, I couldn't protect him and let him die there. You don't know. What kind of expression did his parents have when I carried Xingguang's body to them? I've let down Xingguang, his parents, and my friends and elders who were willing to give Xingguang to me to teach. I let Xingguang's parents die in a lifetime of grief. Xingguang would never see his parents again. What does it matter if I stand here and wait for him for a while?" Rob Allen was stunned. Then, he pursed his lips and stopped talking. At this moment, 3 figures walked over from afar. Rob Allen looked over and was immediately pleasantly surprised. "Teacher, the Lord of the Blazing Sun and the rest are back," he immediately said. A faint smile appeared on Bai He's face as he looked at the figure in the distance. Soon, Zhou Zhou and the other 2 arrived in front of Bai He. "Temple Lord, I have not let you down." Zhou Zhou smiled. Bai He nodded and his gaze landed on Li Xingguang. He saw Li Xingguang looking at him with bright eyes. It was the same reverence and adoration as back then. He stretched out his hand, and in his palm was the token. "Uncle Bai, I'm here to acknowledge you as my master," he said excitedly. "Sure. You are my disciple from today onwards." Bai He looked at him. After a long time, he smiled and nodded. Zhou Zhou looked at this scene enviously. This little fellow was born a prodigy. Now that he had Bai He's backing, his future was limitless. However, as long as he could grow up, his future would not be bad. Temple Lord, since little Xing Guang has been revived, I won't stay any longer. It's time to go back and deal with my territory. When I have a revival spot in the future, I'll take the initiative to come over. Zhou Zhou spoke first. In fact, he still had an empty Holy Spirit Tear Faith Divine Crystal in his hand. However, Zhou Zhou planned to keep this Holy Spirit Tear Faith Divine Crystal as a backup, in case his hero died in battle outside in the future and he couldn't revive immediately because he didn't keep the Faith Divine Crystal. This could be considered as leaving a way out for his heroes. In any case, the Night Temple did not stipulate when all the resurrection heroes would be completed before a specific period. When he had the second and third Holy Spirit Tear Faith Divine Crystals in the future, he would revive them. Sure. My favor will always count. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. He didn't try to persuade him to stay. Zhou Zhou nodded. Big brother Zhou, can I come to you in the future? Li Xingguang was reluctant to part with Zhou Zhou. Of course. Zhou Zhou ruffled his hair with a smile on his face. A smile appeared on Li Xingguang's face. Don't call me Temple Lord in the future. If you're willing, just call me Uncle Bai. Bai, he suddenly said. You can also call me Aunt Ling. Ling Ro smiled as well. Zhou Zhou was stunned as his gaze landed on Bai He and Ling Ro. Good God! There was a bit of gossip between these two seniors. On the surface, he didn't show any neglect and immediately said, Uncle Bai. Aunt Ling. They both smiled and nodded. When Rob Allen saw this, the intimacy in his eyes intensified. After that, everyone didn't say anything else. Bai He and the others returned to the Night Temple and prepared to make arrangements for Li Xingguang's discipleship. As the Hall Master of the Knight's Sacred Hall and one of the highest-ranking members of the human race, Bai He naturally wouldn't be able to take in a disciple so easily. Otherwise, Rob wouldn't have been able to obtain a related hero biography just by becoming a disciple. As for Zhou Zhou, he returned to his beginner-grade Lord's Paradise. Chapter 499, Battle Report. Extreme Dragon City's Harvest. In the beginner-grade Lord's Paradise. The moment Zhou Zhou returned, he knew that Liu Ruyi and Zhang Lanzheng wanted to see him. He arranged for them to meet in the conference room. Reporting to my lord. The Starfire mercenary team has obtained the current battle report of the Taiyan Kingdom. We also have a special piece of information to report. Liu Ruyi said respectfully. As the leader of the Starfire mercenary team, the current Liu Ruyi no longer had the immaturity she had when they first met. She had a valiant, heroic, mature, and capable temperament. Let's talk about the battle report of the Taiyan Kingdom first. Zhou Zhou said. Yes. The monster soldiers left in the Aurora Kingdom ever since the Ice Soul Arrow Demon died. They were no longer able to attack the Aurora Kingdom. They have already retreated to the territory of the Taiyan Kingdom. With the reinforcement of this batch of troops, the Taiyan Kingdom still has about 1 million monsters left. There are still about 1.5 million Titan Kingdom's monster soldiers in the Taiyan Kingdom. Right now, both sides are still fighting each other in the Taiyan Kingdom. There wouldn't be a winner for the time being. However, overall, if the time is extended, the Taiyan Kingdom might use its territory advantage to wear down the army of the giant Roar Kingdom that is left in the country. Liu Ruyi reported. Zhou Zhou nodded. Extend the time? Wear down? He chuckled inwardly. He will deal with both of them tomorrow. Of course, he could also do nothing and wait for both of them to suffer losses before sitting back and reaping the benefits. But there were two things that were not right. Now that this situation was still beneficial to him, he should seize the opportunity and attack quickly to obtain the results he wanted. Otherwise, if this dragged on for too long, who could guarantee that no accidents would happen? It was good to be a fisherman, but he had to stop while he was ahead. Otherwise, it might backfire. Second, the 3 days left by the Supreme will were too short. He had to seize the time to defeat the Taiyan kingdom and obtain enough territory before establishing the number one kingdom of the human race on the cerulean planet. Therefore, he had no time to be a fisherman. What's the other special intel? Zhou Zhou asked. Our adventurer team stationed in the Netherbark Kingdom discovered that the Netherbark Legion seems to be acting strangely, but we don't know what they're doing. Their movements are very secretive, we can't find much information for the time being. Lu Ruyi said. Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat. The Netherbark army of the Netherbark Kingdom actually made a move at this moment? That was the first legion of the Underworld Bark Kingdom. Their actions were not a small matter. What do you have in mind? Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on Lu Ruyi. I don't have any specific information. I don't dare to discuss it rashly. Lu Ruyi said. Tell me about it. It's fine. This isn't a specific military meeting. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Reporting to my lord. Then I'll be bold to say it. This is a special time for the war between the two countries. The Netherbark Kingdom actually made such a move. I think they want to secretly attack the Taiyan Kingdom. Didn't you say that the Netherbark Kingdom is holding the god-bestowing ceremony? Zhou Zhou suddenly asked. Yes. The god-bestowing ceremony is real, and so are the actions of the Netherbark army. I think they want to use this god-bestowing ceremony to hide their true goal of obtaining the Taiyan Kingdom. Lu Ruyi said. Zhou Zhou nodded. Lu Ruyi's guess was basically the same as his. If what Lu Ruyi said is true, then I'll lead my troops to attack the Taiyan Kingdom tomorrow. Once I appear, I might really be easily used by the Netherbark Kingdom hidden in the dark. At that time, the Netherbark Kingdom will become a true fisherman. But if I could be late. When the time comes, the Taiyan Kingdom, the Titan Kingdom, and the Netherbark Kingdom will all become fishes in my fishing net. I can totally wipe out the armies they sent. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. The three legions under his command had more than 2.45 million troops. In addition to the 5.92 million troops of the Star Alliance, it added up to nearly 8.4 million soldiers. Even if he needed to leave some soldiers to guard the territory, he could command 7 million soldiers. With these 7 million soldiers and his more than 3,000 superhumans and many powerful heroes, what were the monster soldiers of the three kingdoms in the Taiyan Kingdom? He could easily crush them. They would all be converted into 2000% additional promotion energy and a huge amount of loots. When the time comes, the Taiyan Kingdom was naturally at his fingertips. Then, he would make a trip to the Aurora Kingdom and take in the Aurora Kingdom. He would directly obtain the national strength of two existing kingdoms. At that time, using this as a starting point, it would not be difficult to advance to the intermediate grade kingdom. He couldn't help but feel a little hot in his heart, and even a little lightheaded. After wallowing in this feeling for a while, Zhou Zhou suddenly woke up. He suddenly remembered that his current situation seemed to be very good. There were countless resources inside and human support outside. However, there were also many hidden dangers around him. Not to mention the problem of the myriad races coveting the divine artifacts of the races. The influence of the light sacred dragon, Inj Sol, was probably not inferior to the divine artifact of the lucky star race. Most importantly, he had become the number one in the myriad races Lord battlefield. Through the announcement of the 10,000 races, countless Lord factions and even local factions had already learned of his existence. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Zhou Zhou felt that he was the most eye-catching tree in the forest of lords. From now on, he had to withstand the omnipresent gusts of wind from all directions. If he could withstand it, he would naturally be a dragon in the sky with a limitless future. If he could not withstand it, sooner or later, he and his territory might be eaten by the lords of the myriad races. I still need to develop. Continuously develop, continuously become stronger. I can't slack off at all. Only then can I protect myself and my territory when danger comes. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. At this moment, Aaliyah hurried over. Reporting to my lord. Extreme Dragon Harris is requesting an audience outside the city, she said respectfully. Zhou Zhou was stunned and nodded. Then, he walked out of the beginner-grade Lord's Paradise and flew to the city wall of the Supreme Defense. Greetings my lord. Harris flew in the air and said respectfully. What can I do for you? Zhou Zhou asked. Reporting to my lord. The spaceship I sent to receive Extreme Venerable City's assets and subjects has returned. This is the list that I've just summarized. Please take a look, my lord. Harris said. Then, a list appeared out of thin air and flew in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. He naturally remembered that after Harris submitted to him, he sent an Extreme Dragon Race member to take a spaceship to Harris Lord's territory to receive the property there and the subjects of the Extreme Dragon Race who were in charge of guarding the territory. He didn't expect them to be back so soon. He took the list and looked at it. Extreme Dragon Race, 3. Construction materials, 50 billion units of wood, 50 billion units of fine sand, 50 billion units of metal, 50 billion units of stone, 500,000 units of basic elemental gems, 1,000 units of high-level elemental gems. Mist cores, 136,355,200 black iron tier mist cores, 10,015,521 green bronze tier mist cores, 861,200 white silver tier mist cores, 102,511 yellow gold tier mist cores, 1,041 white platinum tier mist cores, 1 diamond tier mist core. Skill books, 1,265,570. Equipment, 650,000. Zhou Zhou glanced at the other useless resources. After reading it, Zhou Zhou shook his head. It is just so-so. It could not be compared to him, the king of loots. It was just that there were too many construction resources. Why are you collecting so many basic building resources? Zhou Zhou asked doubtfully. My lord, as you can see, our Extreme Dragon Race is considered one of the largest in the entire Dragon Race. If we don't collect so many construction resources, we won't have anywhere to live. This is already considered a small amount. Harris said awkwardly. Zhou Zhou. It made it sound like there was indeed nothing wrong with it. Chapter 500, Devoted Li Yi. King of Yellow Gold joined. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the number of Extreme Dragon Race members at the top. At least 3 new Extreme Dragon Race members had joined his Dragon God army. Now, his Dragon God army already had a total of 68 pure-blooded dragons. Their combined combat strength was comparable to a 1,000,000-man troop. When they fully matured, it would be easy for a pure-blooded dragon to destroy a kingdom. After that, Zhou Zhou and Harris didn't talk much. Harris returned to the area of his dragon sacrifice holy tower, and Zhou Zhou also returned to his beginner-grade Lord's Paradise. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the Blessed Land, Zhou Zhou saw someone waiting for him quietly. It was Li Yi. At this moment, Li Yi was wearing a light pink dress. She had put on some makeup, and under the moonlight, she was extremely beautiful. Zhou Zhou was dumbfounded. Zhou Zhou. It was Li Yi's voice that woke him up. This is the first time I've seen you dressed like this. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses and smiled. I dressed up for you. Li Yi said. After saying that, her face immediately turned slightly red. It's cold outside. Let's go in first. Zhou Zhou extended an invitation. Li Yi hummed softly and the two of them walked in together. The next day, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes in a daze and saw Li Yi sleeping soundly beside him. He moved slightly and was about to get up, but he implicated the other party. Then, her face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. I forgot to pull it out. Zhou Zhou said awkwardly. Li Yi seemed to have shrunk further into herself. Does it still hurt? Let me treat it for you. After Zhou Zhou left, he asked with concern. He had a bunch of skills on him, and there was no lack of healing skills. Healing such a small injury was not a problem at all. Li Yi did not say anything and only nodded lightly. Zhou Zhou was about to treat her, but when he saw her delicate body, his heart warmed. "Let's do it again," he suddenly said. "Li Yi, be gentle." Zhou Zhou did not say anything and began to plow with all his might. It was late in the morning. Zhou Zhou spent the entire morning before walking out of the bedroom in satisfaction. No one couldn't blame him for taking so long. After all, he was almost 40 years old if he added up both his previous and current life, but he had never had such an experience. It was normal for him to not be able to resist doing it for a while longer. "Greetings, my lord." Aaliyah and Atli were guarding the door. When they saw Zhou Zhou come out, they immediately greeted him respectfully. "Prepare some nourishing delicacies and send them to Li Yi," Zhou Zhou instructed. "Yes, my lord," the two girls said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and walked out of the door. "Princess Li Yi, do you need to nourish anything recently? This is the first time I've heard the lord make such a request. By the way, what was that noise last night? It sounded weird." Atli asked curiously. "Children shouldn't meddle in the affairs of adults." Aaliyah blushed at that and gave Atli a reproachful look. She was a few years older than Atli, so she knew more things. The sounds from last night almost made her legs go weak and she couldn't stand. Atli pouted, feeling wronged. "Who's young? I'm already very old, okay?" Zhou Zhou looked at the sunlight outside and sighed. A gentle land, a hero's tomb. This was the first time he had walked out of his residence when it was almost noon in the time he had been in the high continent. It really took a long time. He was still thinking of settling the matter with the Taiyan kingdom today. "From tomorrow onwards, I must wake up early every day." Zhou Zhou made up his mind. As for what happened in the Taiyan kingdom, it would depend on whether he could complete it in the remaining time. Even though these 3 days were a rest period, it was better to resolve it as soon as possible. "My lord." At this moment, Bai Yun walked over quickly from afar. "Please forgive me, my lord. I saw that my lord was busy, so I took the initiative to lead troops to clear the time ruins and monster ranch. I also summoned the golems in the golem lair. This is the list of loots. Please take a look, my lord." Bai Yun placed her hands on the list of loots and said respectfully. However, he did not know if it was an illusion. Zhou Zhou felt that Bai Yun's gaze seemed to be filled with resentment. Does she know what I was up to last night? She had to. He personally led troops to clean up the monster ranch every day, but he was absent today. When Bai Yun saw this situation, she would definitely come over to inquire. Perhaps she would have heard the voice at that time. When Zhou Zhou thought of this, he could not help but feel helpless. "My lord image." "Ahem. It's okay. When I don't have time, as the first legion commander of our Blazing Sun territory, you should naturally be responsible for this matter," Zhou Zhou said. "It's my duty to do so." Li Yi nodded. When Zhou Zhou heard this, his gaze landed on the list of loots. She had obtained a total of 40,123,960 green bronze tier mist cores, 12,0003950 white silver tier mist cores, 6,219,875 yellow gold tier mist cores, 3,507,875 white platinum tier mist cores, and 113,600 diamond tier mist cores. There were also 1,217,780 soldier type class change certificates, 95,000 King of Yellow Gold recruitment books, 95,000 King of Yellow Gold class change certificates, 40,035 Poison Crossbow Soldier recruitment books, 384 Elemental Archer recruitment books, 132,200 Aurora Cavalry recruitment books, 180,000 Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books, 180,000 violent storm spirit class change certificates. 132 proof of legion fragments. 243,984 true faith tier scarlet crystals. 161,105 pious tier scarlet crystals. 129,960 fanatic tier scarlet crystals. 201 white platinum tier and yellow gold tier mount contracts. 60,000 iron-eating bear pet eggs. 60,000 Fear Falcon wings and Type 3 Fear Falcon radar and 9.5 million units of raw gold. As for loots such as the light drawing crystal, the tree core gem, and the elemental gem, there was no need to elaborate. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with the list of loots. Especially the list of spoils of war of the King of Yellow Gold. What monster ranch does the King of Yellow Gold occupy now? Zhou Zhou suddenly asked. Reporting to my lord. Mugu now controls a total of 34 monster ranches. Among them, the 2 monster ranches of the Desert Fog Lizard, Sword Shield Soldiers, the 2 monster ranches of the Wild Sand Believers, Pudeo Soldiers, and the 3 monster ranches of the Sandmen, Light Drawing Crystals, have all been replaced by the King of Yellow Gold. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Mugu was indeed worthy of his lord talent. His thoughts were exactly what he wanted. As a special grade advanced soldier type of the Sword Shield Soldiers, the ability of the King of Yellow Gold could perfectly replace the Sword Shield Soldiers and Pudeo Soldiers. As for the Sandman that produced the light drawing crystal, with the supreme defense around, the light drawing crystal should naturally withdraw from the historical stage. Have you used up the recruitment books and class change certificate? Zhou Zhou asked. It's used up. We've recruited a total of 447,619 soldiers and upgraded all 95,000 sword shield soldiers in the Blazing Sun Army to the special soldier type King of Yellow Gold. The total number of soldiers in the Blazing Sun Territories' 3 legions is now 2,457,903. Bai Yun sounded excited when she reported. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he could not help but smile.